Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Stool the Heart of the Goddess of Justice Estree Movie 3. Before we start, please go support JASDER09 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Belle is a male. Chapter 36. Can I kiss you? 3 days until Belle's birthday. Through the corridors of the Estree family headquarters, a dejected Nise walked slowly towards the dining room where the rest of the family was probably already gathered. Kagaya kissed Belle. The words "ally" said yesterday echoed in his mind, causing a pain to appear in his heart. "This is annoying," I whispered sadly. This time Kagaya was faster. And with those thoughts the she-wolf arrived at the dining room where indeed her whole family was already gathered having breakfast, directing their gaze towards her as they saw her enter. "Wow. For a moment I thought you wouldn't wake up," Lyra said when she saw her. The wolf only directed her gaze at Belle, who was sitting next to Kagaya, and she obviously had a small smile while embarrassing the albino a little, who put his embarrassment aside to look at her. "Nise, what happened? I found it strange that you didn't show up for training this morning," Belle asked, worried. "I simply fell asleep," she replied with a fake smile that was noticed by everyone, but they didn't know why. The only ones who knew the reason were Kagaya, Ryana, and allies. The latter was sitting at the other end of the table eating calmly, which was strange after what she said yesterday. Meanwhile, Kagaya just watched Nise's expression, frowning slightly. "Are you sure you're okay?" Estree asked, serving her daughter breakfast. "Yes, don't worry," she said, smiling slightly. "If you're not hungry, you can give me your share," Lyra said with her empty plate, receiving a light tap from Astrea. While Belle just watched Nise, it was strange not to see her as lively as usual, and he didn't like that. Although he came out of his thoughts when he felt Kagaya gently blow on his ear, feeling like a current of electricity would pass through his spine. "Eat, Belle, or your food will get cold," said the Oriental woman with a mocking tone. Kagaya would ask you not to bother Belle at breakfast time, you're making him uncomfortable," Ryana said seriously, not liking that she was behaving that way at the table. "Jealous?" "And no," I whispered, doing my best not to lose my composure. "Hey," Astrea whispered to Noin. "What's happening? Don't you think there's too much tension at the table?" the dwarf asked. "Obviously, Lyra has her bombs on the table." As Astrea said those words, he saw the hobbit and realized that the hobbit's bombs were indeed next to his plate. "Lyra, why do you have that on the table?" "Huh? The plate. Well, my food was there." "No. The bombs." "Ah, that's it, I just don't know where to put them," she said calmly. "But don't worry, they're not dangerous, as long as you don't take off the safety pins." "You're scary," said Mariu, sitting next to the hobbit. While they were chatting, Nise ate slowly, observing the albino and the Oriental woman who every now and then made a small joke to annoy him. They make a good couple, she thought, lowering her gaze and continuing with her meal. Meanwhile, Kagaya just glanced sideways at Nise, quickly realizing that she already knew about the kiss. She's a fool, she thought, letting out a sigh, knowing that the she-wolf was getting the wrong idea. Then he turned his gaze to allies, who had already finished all her food. "Estree-sama, give me more spinach," the Redede demanded, lifting her plate. "But I didn't give you spinach," said the goddess, puzzled. It was me," Haraham said nervously. "Miss Allies saw me with a can of spinach and asked me for it." "How disgusting," Iska whispered. "Spinach gives me strength," Allies shouted, raising her arms and showing off her muscles. "I need strength to defeat my enemies." "I read a story about a man who ate spinach and became very strong," Selty said with a smile as she remembered that book. "Ahaha, so now I know what the king eats every day," Lyra laughed. While they were all chatting, Ryu calmly ate breakfast, ignoring all the talk around him. Ever since Astrea mentioned the bombs, he knew it wasn't worth listening to those pointless conversations. Although it still bothered her that Kagaya was bothering Belle like that, she thought that mocking attitude of the Oriental girl had already disappeared, but she was wrong. Kagaya is acting like a child, she thought, shaking her head slightly, unaware of her friend's feelings. "And so I spent my normal breakfast at the Estree family headquarters, something I did every day. After that, everyone got ready for another day of patrolling. Although it was tiring, they had to do it for the good of the city. Once Evilus was defeated, they would take a vacation in Milan, or at least that's what Estree told them." "Allies," Belle called, approaching the Redede. "Allies sama for you," the Redede said seriously. But. "It's an order from your captain." "Allies sama." "I had forgotten how much I loved it when you called me that," the girl said with a happy smile and a slight blush. Upon hearing a profound silence, the Redede looked up, seeing how everyone was staring at her in surprise, even little Haraham. "I mean, what do you want?" I asked. "This morning, while I was training, Rose came to the guild headquarters and gave me this paperwork." She said you hadn't come to the guild to receive it, Belle said, showing a large stack of papers. She said there were only a few at first, but since you've been accumulating them, there are quite a few now. Haven't you been doing your job? Kagaya asked as the veins on her face stood out. Well, no wonder she just slept in her free time, said Lyra. Well, Allies stammered nervously, watching the Asian woman approach her. I can explain. Explain what? That you're lazy. I can't do paperwork. My team needs me for patrol. He said, looking for a way to get out of it. That's strange because Lion and Mariu have already left, Ryana said with a mocking smile. See you around. And so the girl also left, leaving the retreat alone. See? Your group already left without you. I remember Iska saying she wanted me to help her. She cried, frightened. Well, I'm going on patrol now, said the Amazon, leaving the headquarters along with Selty, Noin and Astrea, who all had nervous smiles. How did she become captain? Belle asked, approaching Nise and whispering his question. Obviously the she-wolf became nervous at the albino's approach, but she managed to maintain her composure. I think so because she was the first member of the family, she replied, trying to relax. The hobbit laughed. Belle, Nise, Lyra, I'm sorry, but you'll have to patrol without me today. I have to make sure this fool does her paperwork, Kagaya said, cracking her knuckles. Upon hearing those words, allies tried to escape, but the Oriental woman was faster, delivering a clean blow to her neck that knocked her unconscious to the ground. Don't mistreat her too much please, Estree pleaded nervously as Harahim hugged the goddess's leg, frightened by Kagaya's violence. I'm not promising anything, he said, carrying her like a sack of potatoes before turning to his group. You'll have to patrol without me. If anything strange happens in the city, I'll be there immediately. Okay, boss, said Lyra, leaving the headquarters followed by Nise, who walked slowly. I'm going to water the flowers in the garden. Do you want to come with me? Estree asked, looking at the little girl. Yes. Harahim agreed excitedly. She had really grown very fond of Estree. So they both left in the direction of the headquarters garden. Well, I'm leaving too, said Belle, starting to walk away, although Kagaya took his hand with her free hand. Something is missing. And approaching the albino, he gave him a kiss on the cheek, making him embarrassed, but this time he was able to maintain his composure. If anything bad happens out there, I trust you to maintain order, he said with a smile. And keep Lyra in check so she doesn't throw bombs around wildly if they're chasing a criminal. I will do it. Goodbye. And letting go of his hand, Kagaya turned around and left the corridor carrying allies like a sack of potatoes, leaving Belle alone. He simply placed his hand on his cheek, still not used to displays of affection like that. It's true, he had a girlfriend, but he never did any of that with her for the simple reason that she was just using him. All he did was hold hands and that's it. This was new to him. I still can't believe she likes me, he thought, embarrassed, as he left the headquarters where Lyra and Nise were waiting for him. The she-wolf saw the albino's embarrassed expression and, seeing that he took a long time to leave the headquarters, knew what he was doing. He had exchanged a farewell kiss with the Asian woman. It's normal, after all they're a couple now, she thought dejectedly, starting to walk with Belle and Lyra towards Dedelus to patrol. Nise believed that Belle and Kagaya were already dating. She couldn't see any other explanation for why they had kissed, and since allies didn't explain anything, she came to that conclusion. And that was what made her sad. I don't like this feeling, she thought, with a pain in her heart. As they walked away, Kagaya watched them from the window of the office that the Redeed hardly ever used. She was watching Nise as she walked a little behind Belle and Lyra, who were chatting. Ugh, she really is stupid, Kagaya thought, letting out a tired sigh as she looked at allies, who was still unconscious. And you're even more so. And with a slap he woke the Redeed, who got up scared. What happened? She shouted, alarmed. The thing is, you have a mountain of paperwork to finish before the others get back from patrolling. I can't, what happens is. Oh, come on, I'm asking you nicely, Kagaya said, placing the edge of her katana against the Redeed's long hair. Do it or you'll wake up bald tomorrow. No. Not with my hair. She pleaded, frightened. And work. Having no other option but to accept her cruel fate, allies began to work, starting to feel dizzy upon seeing the large tower of papers. Meanwhile, Kagaya watched the place where her group went to patrol, thinking about the wolf. When they return I will speak to her. And with those thoughts Kagaya took a chair and sat down at the other end of the table and took some of Allies' papers and a pencil. What are you doing? The Redeed asked. I'm going to help you. Kagaya. He shouted with tears in his eyes, wanting to hug her. Shut up and work. And? Hours later. Now we find ourselves in the streets of Dedelus where Lyra, Belle and Nise were standing on top of a rooftop watching people walk by, making sure there was nothing suspicious. Hey Rabbit, I was wondering if you could stay up with me tonight, the Hobbit asked. Huh? Why? I'm close to finishing 2 rather special bombs and I wanted you to help me finish them. What do you say? I'd like to, but I'm not sure about working nights. Last time, the others complained about all the noise we made. They're just crybabies, don't be afraid and help me. Okay. And what kind of bomb is it? Let me explain. While they were talking, Nise was at the other end of the roof watching people's movements. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at Belle, who was listening attentively to Lyra's explanations. Ah, she sighed sadly, turning back to the civilians. It's best if I forget my feelings. Nise loved Belle, but she loved the whole family, including him, much more, so if Kaguya was already in a relationship with the albino, she would respect that and not interfere. She respected that, even though she loved Belle, she would hide those feelings so as not to damage the atmosphere in the family. At first she tried small things to get closer to him, whether in training or like that little date she had with him that started as a lie and became a real one. Little things that made her happy. Before Belle came into the family, she wasn't interested in love and such things, but when she fell in love with him, she realized she had a romantic side and was somewhat shy when it came to those topics, wanting to win him over little by little with small things, showing him that she really loved him, like when she cooked for him while he was still recovering. And he did all that because Belle didn't have a partner. It's true that Kaguya and allies were in love with him, and probably Ryana too, but as long as he didn't have a partner, he still had a chance. But all that didn't matter anymore. Now that he was with Kaguya, he had no reason to keep trying to make her fall in love with him, he wasn't capable of doing that. I lost without even telling her how much I like her, she thought sadly. I didn't even get to try. What? Lyra, you're crazy. Belle shouted after hearing what the hobbit was creating. Haha, yes, I'm crazy. Lyra shouted proudly. You and I will rule this world with this new creation, but we'll only use it in case of emergency, since I can only create one. If I create another, the energy will cause both to activate at the same time and well goodbye, seed, and everything around it. I can't believe you have that in our basement, he whispered nervously. Relax, rabbit, nothing bad will happen, it's just for Evilus, We'll call her Fat Man. Meanwhile, Nise just watched them, letting out a tired sigh. I feel like one of these days the headquarters will blow up, he thought, shaking his head slightly. But if they really have something that powerful, it'll be useful against Evilus. After thinking about that, she let out a long sigh to calm herself and approached them both. Belle, Lyra, it would be best if we moved to another place, this street is quiet, she ordered, since she had become the leader of the group, now that Kaguya was gone. That sounds good to me, the hobbit agreed, starting to walk. Let's do a good job, Belle said, smiling slightly at the beastman and continuing to walk. Nise just lowered her gaze, slightly blushing and clenching her fists. It's not fair, he thought, starting to walk. It's not fair. So the group began to walk and continue their patrol with the beastmen whose feelings were a mess at that moment. Back to Kaguya and allies. They had already been doing paperwork for a few hours and had already reduced a large part of the tower they had a few hours ago. But every now and then allies would glance sideways at Kaguya before going back to what she was doing. She had been doing this for about 2 hours and obviously the Oriental woman had noticed. If you have something to say it, Kaguya said without stopping her writing. Ugh, did you notice? Of course, with that intense look you have, I'll know you're watching me, she said, putting down her pencil and looking at her friend. What's wrong? You're a rat. Excuse me? She said as a tick appeared in her eye because of how allies called her. You cheating rat, you broke the rules, he said, puffing out his cheeks and crossing his arms. Rules? What rules? You kissed Belle, that's not fair. Oh, that's why, she said, a mocking smile appearing on her face. I didn't know there were rules. There were unwritten rules about not crossing the line. And you kissed him to get his attention. That's cheating. The redhead complained. Oh come on, don't play innocent, I know very well that you went into his room to sleep every night and I'm sure you gave him a kiss or two on the cheek, you were cheating too. Ugh, that okay, I admit it, she whispered, frustrated. But that's not the point. You kissed Belle, and that's crossing the line. Don't blame me, I didn't plan to do that, but RD kissed him so I had no choice but to kiss him back, she excused herself. Those aren't excuwait RD. Yes, it seems our hero-loving friend is also in love with that fool, so much so that she didn't hesitate to kiss him. Very clever, she said with a touch of humor. I must admit I didn't expect it either. Allies had a strange feeling when she heard that, as if in some alternate reality, RD had been some kind of rival in matters of love, and now that story was repeating itself again. So he blames RD for kissing him, Kaguya said, leaning back in her chair to rest. It's not fair. Why did they have to fall in love with the same boy I like? She whispered, puffing out her cheeks. Blame Belle for being him. Although it doesn't surprise me, Belle is a very special boy. I'm happy to have met him, she said with a happy smile, thinking about the albino. Why do you like Belle? Are we going to start talking about our reasons and see who has the better love story? Just answer. Well, let's see, I honestly don't know, she replied with a smile, looking at the ceiling of the room. But I feel like if I let Belle go, I'll never find anyone like him again in my life. It's kind of strange, really. So you're saying that Belle is a unique boy for you? If you want to put it that romantic way, then yes, she said calmly. I like him. It's nice being with him. I never thought I'd see you talk like that, he teased, making her a little embarrassed. And you? Why did you fall in love with Belle? She asked curiously. Well. You don't say. I shouted, interrupting Allies. I already know the answer, it's because Allies Sama told me, I said, copying the retard's voice, but making it sound more childish. Hey. I don't talk like that, she said angrily. Don't change the subject, that's why you fell in love with Belle. Let me tell you that with such a poor story as that you will never make him fall in love. I didn't fall in love with Belle because he called me Allies Sama. Well, maybe a little, but it's not everything. So? Ugh, do I need a reason? I asked nervously. I don't know. I spent so much time with him, enjoying his company, that without realizing it, I fell in love. It's hard to explain since it's the first time I've felt anything like this. Incredible, isn't it? The beautiful Allies isn't capable of understanding these feelings, but one thing I'm sure of is that I like Belle. I like him a lot. What? You know, Allies, I once heard Belle say something when he was talking to Celti. The fact that he said you're a beautiful girl, but you're even more beautiful when you're doing your paperwork. He says it drives him crazy when you pick up a pencil and have a focused expression while working. Really? I asked with a happy smile. Yes, you drive Belle crazy when you do that. Great. Then I'll do my best to finish all the paperwork, he said with determination, picking up the eraser. As if I'd believe it. And with that shout he threw the eraser at the Oriental woman who easily dodged it. Well, I tried, she whispered, disappointed. That's playing dirty, you're playing with my feelings. Don't play the victim, she said wearily, remembering her friend Beastman. I wonder how Nise is doing. That silly Nise thinks Belle and I are a couple, that's why I was depressed this morning. Is Nise in love with Belle? Didn't you know? It's more than obvious. Well, I suspected it when they had that fake date, but I thought she was just pretending, she whispered, looking down. Wow, so Nise is in love with Belle too, I don't blame her, he's a nice guy. Yes, but I think he's already given up. Why? She thinks he and I are dating, so she'll respect it even if it hurts her. She's always been like that, thinking of others before herself, he explained, letting out a tired sigh. Come on. I should feel relieved because she's one less rival, but I don't like seeing her like this. That's because we're a family and we don't want to see anyone sad, said the smiling retard. She's really stupid to think we're a couple just because I kissed him, she thought wearily. And I'm even more stupid for what I'm about to do. Bold. Shut up, you're the least qualified to call others stupid. Bold. Allies, I'm warning you. Tremposa, stupid idiot. Shut up and do your job. I yelled angrily, throwing my eraser at the retard and hitting her in the forehead. You're bad at jokes, she complained, annoyed, and continued with her work. The guy let out a tired sigh as she gazed out the window at the blue sky. When they return to headquarters I'll talk to her. Hours and hours later. Now we return to the patrol group who had already finished their working hours and were heading to headquarters to rest. As always, Nise was walking behind them watching Belle and Lyra chat. They really did get along very well. Great. I know it will be difficult, but I'm sure I'll manage to forget my feelings for him, she thought with determination. It will probably take some time, but I'll do it. She had been thinking about it all day and came to the conclusion that forgetting her feelings for Belle would be best, although obviously it would be very difficult for her for the simple reason that they lived together and she saw him every day. But it was necessary. He didn't want to ruin the family atmosphere because of his love problems. I'm sure I'll make it, she thought, clenching her fists. Come on. The she-wolf snapped out of her thoughts upon hearing the albino's voice, seeing that they were already at the entrance of the headquarters and he was standing in front of her. Nise got a little nervous because of Belle's closeness, but managed to keep her composure. What's happening? I was about to have a training session now, so I was wondering if you wanted to train with me since we didn't train together this morning. I'm sorry, but I'm tired, she said, looking away. Oh, I understand, Belle whispered, disappointed that he couldn't train with her. Seeing that hurt Nise, but she couldn't do it. If she continued spending too much time with him, she would never forget what she felt. It was the best. Well then, I guess I'll go train, he said, turning around to go to the training yard. Remember that after dinner you have to go to the basement to help me with the pump, Lyra reminded him as she entered the headquarters. Meanwhile, Nise just watched as the albino walked away from her, letting out a sad sigh. She really wanted to train with him, but she would wait. Once she got over her feelings, she would resume her old friendship with Belle and join him in training. She never thought that something like love could cause so much happiness and at the same time so much sadness. I'll go rest a bit in my room, and with those thoughts the she-wolf walked towards headquarters and tried to relax a little. But upon opening the door to the headquarters, he found Kaguya leaning against the wall of the hallway with her arms crossed. "Oh, look, the silly she-wolf is back," said the Oriental woman. "I'm not in the mood to deal with your jokes, Kaguya," she said, believing that all she wanted to do was rub her relationship with Belle in her face. "Why the long face? Are you sad because I'm in a relationship with Belle?" I asked with a hint of mockery. Shut up," he whispered, wanting to keep walking, but Kaguya stood in his way. "I didn't think you were someone who would give up so easily, and I thought beastmen were the kind who fought tooth and nail for what they wanted." "My family is more important than my feelings," I whispered, looking down. "Yeah, you really are a fool." "Stop calling me that. You're a fool for drawing conclusions without knowing the story," he said wearily. "Estree." Kaguya smiled slightly and placed both hands on Kaguya's shoulders and told her the truth. "Belle and I are not in a relationship," she said, still smiling. "What? Besides being stupid, you're also deaf," she said, shaking her head slightly. "I said Belle and I aren't in a relationship." Nise took a step back, not believing what the Oriental woman had said, but beginning to feel an emotion inside her. But they kissed." "Correction, I kissed him," she said with a sly smile. Not even he expected it. "Huh? What? You think that just because some people kiss they're in a relationship? You're really naive about romance," she said playfully. "He didn't kiss me, I kissed him unexpectedly and then left. We're not in a romantic relationship or anything like that, although I'd like to be, but I know it's not the right time yet." Nise, despite a growing feeling of happiness in her heart, also felt veins appear on her face. "That's cheating." "Oh, come on. You're starting to sound like allies," he said wearily. "You can't even kiss properly these days." But you can't do that, to make someone fall in love you have to go little by little, not rush in like that." "Who are you? Lion?" she asked playfully. "Belle is too clueless when it comes to romance. If you want him to realize your feelings, you have to be direct and make the first move. With that attitude, you'll never win him over." The she-wolf opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words. "But you've probably been avoiding him all day. With that attitude, you're even less likely to get his attention," he said with boredom. "What are you waiting for? I remember he invited you to train with him." "Why? Why are you helping me? It was better for you if I continued to believe that you were in a relationship, that way you would have a clearer path." "Why? I don't like seeing you depressed, besides, I got angry when I saw how silly you were to misinterpret everything, that's why I did it." Kaguya. And without warning, the she-wolf gave the Oriental woman a hug, which took her completely by surprise. "Maybe we're in love with the same guy, but I can say that you're the best friend anyone could have," she said, stepping back and looking at her with a smile. "Thank you." And with those words, the she-wolf left the headquarters with a happy smile, making the Oriental woman let out a tired sigh, but also smile. "She's a fool." At that moment Ryana, Mariu and Ryu entered, having returned from patrolling. The latter two went to the dining room, while Ryana decided to go to her room, passing in front of the Oriental girl. "Hey, did something good happen to Nise? She seemed more cheerful than this morning," Ryana asked curiously. "I just opened that little wolf's eyes," she said with a smile. "Good?" she said, a little puzzled, resuming her walk. But some words from Kaguya stopped her in her tracks. "I know very well that you're in love with Belle, even though you try to hide it. What are you thinking? Do you plan to ignore those feelings and pretend they don't exist, or will you do something about it?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Are you sure?" "Well, that's up to you, but I don't want to see you looking depressed like Nise later." With those words, Kaguya turned around and walked away from Ryana, who looked back at her, a little confused and embarrassed. "Who does he think he is? Cupid? It's not like Belle would be interested in me anyway." And with those thoughts, Ryana continued walking calmly to her room, although thinking about the words her partner had said to her. Meanwhile, in the training yard. Belle was training with a training dummy that was there, although after a few seconds it fell to the ground. It's not the same. I improve much more when I'm with Nise, he thought, frustrated. But she doesn't want to train. I guess I'll have no other option but to go to the dungeon for a while. If I want to kill Sava, I have to keep improving. After those thoughts, Belle stared at the blue sky. It was around 4 in the afternoon, so there were still a few hours until nightfall. "Isn't it obvious? Because I like you." Listen Belle, I like you and I'm tired of hiding it. RD and Kagaya's confessions came back to her, making her a little embarrassed and reminding her of both kisses, one full of love and the other full of passion. In just 2 days he had kissed 2 different girls. His teacher would probably laugh and say he was a heartthrob, and his grandmother would surely hug him and congratulate him. Yeah, right, she whispered, not believing it, as she sat down on the grass. He'd probably hit me. All of that had kept his mind too busy. Those 2 nights he had been thinking about the feelings of the 2 of them. He loved them both. They were very important to him. In fact, all the girls in the family, along with RD, were special. He had lived good times with each of them since he arrived in Orario. And all of that put him in an internal conflict with his feelings. I have no experience with love and the only girlfriend I ever had just used me, he thought dejectedly. I always thought I was nothing special because of it, but Kagaya and RD confessed their feelings and told me they loved me. What's so special about me? Before arriving in Orario, I had low self-esteem in that aspect, not to mention that I was somewhat mentally unwell from having spent years murdering Rakia soldiers. But all those thoughts disappeared when he joined the family and began to experience good times with them all, even helping him overcome his problems, like Estree when she encouraged him when he was conflicted about his years of killing people from Rakia, or the girls helping him when he was recovering. For these and many other reasons, he loved his family. They were just as important as his grandmother and his teacher. And for that reason he couldn't decide his feelings for any of them. Ah, how complicated, she whispered. Belle. The albino came out of his thoughts when he heard the voice of one of his friends, standing up and turning to look at her. Nise, what's wrong? I asked, seeing that the she-wolf was smiling this time and didn't have that dejected expression she had all day. Can I still train with you? Of course. He quickly agreed, excited to train with her. Perhaps only a day had passed since his last training session, but he was really enjoying it. Nise's company was truly pleasant. But are you sure? You said you were tired, he asked, confused. I'm not tired anymore, she replied with a small smile, approaching Belle. Shall we do our usual training? You said you wanted to improve your hand-to-hand combat. Okay, thanks for helping me, Nise, he said, adopting a fighting stance. Don't thank me. And with those words, they both began their training, with Nise happy to be training with him again. But it wasn't enough, I didn't want to end the day like that, I wanted to do something more. 1 hour later. Now the sky had an orange hue, a sign that it would soon darken. And in the training yard were Belle and Nise, a little tired after that hour of training they had. It's definitely better to train with you than with a dummy, Belle said, stretching his arms. That's because I'm stronger than a doll, laughed the she-wolf, walking to the wall and sitting down, leaning her back against it. You should rest a bit before going in. That sounds good to me, Belle agreed, approaching and sitting next to her. Although he didn't expect it all that when he sat down next to her, the she-wolf let her head fall on his shoulder, making him a little nervous. And Nise. What's happening? No, nothing. She decided to keep her question to herself and remain silent. For some reason, it felt good to be like this. Nise was probably very tired and wanted to rest, leaning on her shoulder. Sorry for not training with you this morning, he apologized. Don't worry, you fell asleep because you were tired from patrolling. I lied, I woke up at the same time as always, but the truth is that I didn't want to train with you. Belle had to admit that hearing those words hurt her. Knowing that Nise lied to avoid training with him caused her some pain. Why? Did I do something wrong? He asked worriedly, ready to apologize to her. In response, Nise shook his head slightly with a small smile. No, I was just a little depressed, she laughed sheepishly. Now that I look back, I realize Kagaya was right to call me silly for believing things that aren't true. Why were you depressed? Because I thought you were in a relationship with Kagaya. Belle's face began to blush slightly upon hearing those words. Why do you think that? Well, because they kissed. Did you see us? He asked, alarmed. Something like that, but Kagaya explained to me that it was all a mistake and that they weren't dating. Let's just say I recovered my spirits when I heard that. Why did you get depressed when you thought I was dating Kagaya? Belle had an answer in her mind, but she couldn't believe it, not until she confirmed it. Well, because I like you in a romantic way, she confessed with a smile. I like you, Belle. Belle opened his eyes again in shock upon hearing that confession. This couldn't be happening. Why? Do I need a reason to fall in love with you? I asked, still smiling. Belle was obviously embarrassed to hear those words and looked down. And I don't understand it. First RD, then Kagaya, and now Nise. What was so special about him that 3 beautiful and wonderful girls had fallen in love with him? He didn't understand. Belle didn't feel like he was anyone special or interesting. But deep down, she couldn't help but feel happy. Do you want to know when I started falling in love with you? the beastman asked. The albino just turned to look at her curiously, wanting to know. Ever since we had our first confrontation in this courtyard, in which I beat you, he, Kaguya and allies started arguing about switching you to Lion's group, he explained nostalgically, remembering those days. Belle opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, remembering that back then he had only been with the family for 2 or 3 weeks, and now it had been nearly 6 months or more. He hadn't even gained Kaguya's trust back then, and Nise had started to fall in love with him from that moment on. What the wolf didn't know was that she was the first to fall in love with Belle, long before RD, Kaguya or allies. She started to become interested in Belle from the first week she met him. She felt happy with the relationship she had with him, but it wasn't until she heard Kaguya confess her feelings in that bar that she became afraid that Belle would start a relationship with someone in the family and leave her behind. And that's why she decided to gradually win him over and hope that one day he would notice her. But compared to Kaguya, she whispered, lowering her gaze. She's much more feminine than me, even prettier. You're wrong, you have nothing to envy Kaguya for, Belle said seriously. You're a very beautiful girl, and you're a beastman, and I've always been interested in them, he whispered. What? Nothing. I didn't say anything. In some alternate world, a certain perverted old man had given Belle that fetish for elves, but in this reality that never happened that made his greatest interest be in werewolves. They always caught his attention, and he found them cute because of their ears and tails, he had felt that way since he was a child. I wouldn't call it a fetish, but it was the closest thing. And obviously Nise heard those whispers from the albino. A small, embarrassed smile appeared on the she-wolf's face. Then I'll be the only beastman in your life, she whispered. I'll do my best to make sure you never look at another beastman, but me, you pervert. Ugh. Belle. Yes. Can I kiss you? I asked without hesitation, turning to look at him. What? Can I kiss you? He asked again. If you say no, I'll respect that. I'm not like Kaguya, and if you stay silent, I'll take that as a no too, he said with a small smile. May I? Belle only saw Nise's expression, her beautiful face adorned with a blush and an embarrassed smile. She really was a beautiful woman. I still couldn't believe she was in love with him. Belle? Do it, he whispered, looking away, blushing. She didn't know why, but she felt that if she rejected that kiss, she would regret it for the rest of her life. But I know, this kiss doesn't mean we're a couple, so I'll try harder so that next time you're the one who asks me for the kiss, he. And with those words, the she-wolf brought her face closer to the albino and joined her lips with his in a soft and sweet kiss, noticing how nervous she felt, not knowing how to kiss, but doing everything possible to make it a special moment for both of them. This time Belle didn't freeze or go into shock because he wasn't caught off guard. He simply focused on feeling the softness and sweetness of his friend's lips. I still really couldn't believe that 3 wonderful women were in love with him. The seconds ticked by, first 10, then 15, then half a second, then a minute. And Nise still hadn't left. Not yet. Thought the she-wolf, not wanting that to end up like that, as she put her arms behind the albino's neck to hug him and deepen the kiss. Unintentionally, they both lost their balance and fell onto the grass, but Nise still did not separate from Belle, only separating for a millisecond to join their lips again. Now he understood why Kaguya had done it. And that would have continued if someone hadn't interrupted them. Ah. They both suddenly separated upon hearing a shout of surprise in the courtyard. Blushing and a little flustered, they turned their gaze to the source of the scream, seeing that it was little Harahim carrying a tray of cookies. She probably wanted to give them some. I didn't see anything. She shouted, embarrassed, turning around and starting to run. Unfortunately, halfway there he tripped and fell onto the grass, but luckily none of the cookies fell to the ground. She slowly stood up and cleaned her kimono, then turned to look at Belle and Nise. And no, it hurt. And with those words, she picked up the tray again and ran out into the headquarters. Ha 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 ha. Without meaning to, they both started laughing, not because they were making fun of Harahim, but because they found her cute. Thank you, Nise said, stopping her laughter and giving Belle a kiss on the cheek, which made him blush again. I love you. Slowly the she-wolf stood up and saw Belle, still blushing. I'll go take a shower first, when I'm done I'll let you know when you can come in. It's okay. See you at dinner. And with those words, Nise left the yard with a big smile for having accomplished his goal, leaving Belle lying alone on the grass. He simply brought his hand to his lips, remembering the sensation of the she-wolf's lips. For some reason, the 3 kisses felt different. And now his dilemma returned. What to do with your feelings? Love is more complicated than destroying evilness, he thought, letting out a sigh. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, a certain Asian woman was leaning against the window, having observed everything. A small, amused smile appeared on her face as she watched Nise leave. Wow, he didn't waste any time, she thought, letting out a little laugh. I don't even know why I did this. last time I helped the enemy. And with those thoughts and a little smile, the Oriental woman walked towards the dining room to see if there was anything to eat yet. This isn't over. And Al-Eyes remained in her office finishing the remaining paperwork, not leaving because she was afraid that Kaguya would cut her hair during the night. Without a doubt, a day like any other at the Estree family headquarters. End of chapter. Chapter 37, I can't. 2 days until Belle's birthday. Speak to me with respect, you bucking Oriental. Through the streets of Orario, a certain group of justice officers were walking in the direction of the Estree familia headquarters. They were Belle, Nise, Lyra, and Kaguya. The wolf and the albino were behind them, watching Lyra and Kaguya's anime-style sweat-drop interaction as they argued non-stop. Both walked ahead, their bodies covered in dirt. It looked as if a piece of coal had been rubbed across their faces, leaving them black. And, of course, Kaguya's hair was a complete mess. The reason was that they had just attacked a criminal hideout. They weren't from Evilus. They were just a group selling illegal substances, but they were a problem because they had fauna. Kaguya and Lyra were in charge of attacking the hideout, while Belle and Nise stayed outside, waiting for the criminals to flee so they could knock them out. But Bomber Woman had the brilliant idea of throwing a smoke bomb to confuse them, but she got confused and threw one of her classic bombs instead. Fortunately, no one was killed or injured, but she and Kaguya were sent flying and landed on top of an old stove, knocking over all the surrounding shelves. All those shelves held sacks full of coal, which obviously fell on top of them. The resulting mess was huge, but even more so for Kaguya, who saw how ruined her hair was by all the chaos hair she had carefully brushed that morning. And at that moment, Kaguya became furious. Imagine, they ruined the hair she had worked so hard to brush. So she took out her anger on the culprit, arguing the whole way. You damn dwarf. The dwarf is a star, I'm a hobbit. So what? You're even smaller than her. You damn microbe. And why are you getting angry? Just because your stupid extensions got ruined. Kaguya closed her eyes tightly, then let out a long sigh to calm herself. It's not worth arguing with you anymore, she said, turning around and going to join the wolf and the albino. Huh? Although she was confused to see Nise cover her nose when she was near. What's wrong? She asked. Kaguya, don't take this the wrong way, but you stink. I think that charcoal was next to something else and it mixed together, creating that bad smell. It's unpleasant, she said uncomfortably, since her sense of smell was very sensitive. Huh? Kaguya opened her eyes in surprise, then looked at Belle, who was doing his best not to cover his nose and insult Kaguya with that gesture. But he still spoke. Why yes, you smell bad, Kaguya, Belle whispered, looking away. The Asian woman was stunned to hear those words. Belle had just rejected her company because she stank. She had to admit that hurt. Obviously, Belle wasn't to blame. Someone else was. Veins popped out on Kaguya's face as she drew her katana and glared at Lyra. Because of you, I stink and Belle doesn't want me around, she whispered angrily. I didn't say that, Belle stammered nervously. Haha, then come on, I'll get rid of your bomb smell, Lyra challenged confidently, reaching into her pockets. But her face went blank when she didn't feel any bombs on her. She'd run out. I'll tear you to pieces, she whispered. Estree-sama, Kaguya wants to kill me. Lyra screamed, starting to run as she neared the headquarters. Help. Come back, you wretch. And angrily, Kaguya began chasing the hobbit and entering the headquarters, starting the chase through the corridors. You two stink. Iska's words echoed from inside. Shut up. Outside the headquarters, Belle and Nise just stood there, each with an anime-style sweat drop. They get along well, Belle whispered. It's Kaguya's way of telling someone she likes them, Nise said with a nervous smile. Get out of my room. You're going to make it smell. Ryu shouted angrily from the second floor. Yeah, they like each other a lot, Nise said. After that, they both stood in silence, watching the entrance to the headquarters. Seconds later, they turned to look at each other, then looked away, blushing as they remembered the kiss they shared yesterday. Will we train together again? Nise asked with an embarrassed smile. I am sorry, but it's my turn to cook dinner with Ryana today, so maybe tomorrow, Belle refused. Oh wow, then it's no problem since what you cook is delicious. You two are the best cooking duo after Estree-sama and Maryu, the Beastman praised. You think so? Ryana does most of the work, so she deserves the credit. Don't be silly, when you're not around she enthusiastically praises your cooking skills. Really? Yes. So cook something delicious again, she said, taking a few steps back. I'll train for a while in the courtyard. See you at dinner. Oh of course. And so the wolf left, leaving Belle alone at the entrance of the headquarters. He just put his hand to his neck, letting out a sigh. I'm glad our friendship hasn't changed, but it still feels a little awkward because of yesterday's kiss, he thought, embarrassed. Unlike Kagaya, who always acted naturally around him as if she hadn't kissed him, even though their kiss was very intense. While Nise acted a little shy from time to time, which was surprising since when he first met her he saw her as a tough girl, he had to admit that this behavior was cute. Belle? The albino turned around upon hearing his name, seeing that it was Ryana, who had just arrived at headquarters with a basket containing various types of food. How lucky, for a moment I thought you hadn't returned from patrol yet, she said with a small smile, approaching the albino. Did you go shopping? Belle asked. Yes, that way I lightened both our workload. I stayed after patrol to shop, she said, walking with Belle into the mansion. What are we going to cook? I don't know yet. I bought a lot of things, so we'll decide when we're in the kitchen. What was that? Ryana asked, startled by the blood-curdling scream. It's just Kagaya and Lyra playing. I see. She whispered, puzzled, continuing on her way with the albino to the kitchen. A while later. Now they were both in the kitchen, taking all the ingredients out of the basket and placing them on the table. How about we make chicken and potatoes? It'll be delicious, the albino suggested. You're right, it's been a while since we made that dish, let's do it, she agreed, taking the things they would use and putting the others away. Ryana's expression was calm. Cooking with Belle was what she enjoyed most. When the albino had just joined the family and Estree said that she would cook with Belle, she felt somewhat against that decision. It wasn't because she disliked him, but it was strange. He had only been in the family for a week and it would be awkward for her to cook with a man. The first 2 times they cooked together, it was very awkward for her, although she had to admit that she found Belle's behavior endearing, trying to gain her trust and friendship by wanting to show her how good he was at cooking and acting nervous because he didn't know how to approach her. After those 2 days, she decided to give him a chance and get to know him better. And she would never regret that decision. She never thought that one of the moments she would enjoy most in her life would be cooking with Belle, even looking forward to her turn to cook so she could spend time with him and see what kind of dish they would prepare. She didn't even realize when she formed a good relationship with him or when she fell in love. I'll cut the potatoes, you put the chicken on to cook, Belle said, taking a knife and doing his part. Ryana just watched Belle's concentrated expression as he cut the potatoes. Is something wrong? She asked, feeling his gaze. No, nothing, she whispered with a small smile, starting to do her part. Yes, she liked Belle. It seemed that spending so much time with him had gradually awakened that feeling in her heart. Although she didn't start admitting it until recently, when she gradually learned that some of her friends were in love with him. At first, she only felt concern about the problems that would cause, but deep down, there was also a feeling of discomfort. Little by little, the days passed, and she saw how Kagaya, allies, and Nise did things to get Belle's attention, actions that made her a little jealous. It wasn't until Belle faced Sava and saw the state he was in that she accepted she felt much more than friendship for him, that she had fallen in love. Although, of course, falling for the same boy her friends liked wasn't the best idea, but she couldn't control her heart. I'm such a fool, she thought, shaking her head slightly. And at the same time, I want to stay a fool. By the way, Ryana, I didn't thank you for everything you did for me when I was still recovering. Thank you, and I'm sorry for worrying you that day when I exercised even though I wasn't fully recovered. Don't thank me. I would do anything for you and the whole family, she said with a small smile. It makes me happy to see you recovered. Thank you. They looked at each other for a few seconds with a smile before looking down and continuing to cook. I feel calm when I'm with you, Ryana whispered, embarrassing Belle a little. Well, you're welcome, he said, finishing cutting the potatoes and starting to cook them. I also feel relaxed when I cook with you, it's nice. That's good to hear, Time passed for the 2 of them as they cooked a delicious dinner, enjoying the moment. But as time went on, for some reason Ryana began to feel more nervous being alone with the albino, as if she were hesitating to do something very important. What are you thinking? Do you plan to ignore these feelings and pretend they don't exist, or will you do something? The words Kagaya had said to her yesterday kept replaying in her mind. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched Belle, who had already finished his part. All that was left was for the chicken to be ready to have dinner. Confess my feelings, she thought, looking down. For Kagaya, it was easy to say. She was always one of those who did things without hesitation, but Ryana wasn't like that. She thought things through much more before acting. Part of her wanted to tell Belle how she felt, to stop hiding it and be honest. But the other part of her said it was better to keep her feelings to herself no matter what. It wasn't because she was afraid of rejection or anything like that. There was another reason that prevented her from saying how she felt. Lunch will be ready soon. I'll go get the plates, Belle said, walking to another part of the kitchen. She just watched Belle and then looked around. They were alone in the kitchen. The others were in their rooms or showering after patrol, like Kagaya. There was no one around but her and Belle, silently concentrating on their work. It was the perfect moment to say what she felt without anyone interrupting them. Ryana's hands trembled slightly as she removed the lid from the pot to see if the food was ready. She felt nervous, very nervous, hesitating whether to confess her feelings or continue hiding them. What do I do? She thought. She liked Belle, but she knew that Kagaya and Nise had confessed their feelings, although he hadn't reciprocated either of them yet. She could freely express her feelings. But she couldn't, not because of the rejection, she didn't want to add more pressure to her friend. She knew he was still struggling with the children and Evilus, even though he hid it, and she also knew that the confessions had added even more pressure than he already felt. If she were to confess, all she would do was upset him, add more problems, and she didn't want that. She wanted her friend to feel good, not the opposite. I can't afford to be selfish right now, she thought with a sad smile, turning off the stove since the food was ready. I can't. Is the food ready? Then I'll go set the table, Belle said, taking some plates and glasses and going to the dining room. Ryana just watched the albino walk toward the table, seeing how he had a calm expression, but she knew very well that beneath that expression, there was pain and frustration, still not forgetting what happened in the pleasure district. Something like his feelings weren't allowed when he was suffering inside. It's for the best, she whispered, picking up the pot of food and walking toward the dining room. She still remembered that night, the state Belle was in after his fight with Sava, the expression on his face for not having been able to protect those children, that lost look filled with pain. How she heard Belle crying when he was alone with Estree in the infirmary, begging for forgiveness for not being able to protect them. She and the others were outside the infirmary at that moment because they wanted to see him and unintentionally overheard his sobs. The expressions he made throughout the week he was recovering, the frustration he felt at not being able to do anything, even hurting his arms when he tried to exercise. She was always attentive to how his recovery was going and could see his suffering. Belle had been in Orario for just under a year and yet he had already seen the worst of it. He had been broken and miraculously, he managed to rebuild himself little by little and stay on his feet. However, she was afraid that something like that would happen again and this time he wouldn't be able to get up again, that she wouldn't be able to do anything to bring him back. She loved Belle and because she loved him, she didn't want to put any more weight on his shoulders than he already had. She didn't want to make him carry her feelings. Even if it hurt her, she wouldn't. Okay, the food's ready and the plates are set. Now we just have to let the others know dinner's ready, Belle said after finishing tidying everything up. Then she looked up when she saw Ryana had already placed the pot of food on the table. Huh? Belle was surprised and worried to see small tears running down the girl's cheeks. Ryana, why are you crying? He asked, concerned, approaching her. Huh? She said, since she hadn't noticed. He quickly tried to wipe them away, but no matter how hard he tried, they kept falling. I don't know, she whispered, feeling sadness in her heart. Belle, now standing in front of her, could only think to put his arms around her and give her a gentle hug, trying to calm her down. Ryana just clung to him and buried her face in his shoulder, letting her tears fall. I don't know what's wrong, but I promise everything will be alright, Belle whispered softly, stroking her hair. Those were the same words her teacher had said to her when she was still grieving Hana's death, so that was the first thing that came to mind to calm Ryana. She didn't like seeing her like this, and what hurt her most was that she didn't know what was wrong. I don't want to burden you with more problems than you already have, she said, her voice breaking. Even though it hurts me, it doesn't compare to the pain you feel. Ryana. That's why I'll keep it to myself, she whispered, still hugging him and still crying. At that moment, Ryu entered the kitchen and saw Belle and Ryana hugging. She was about to say something, but then she heard Ryana's cries, which worried her. Belle, noticing her presence, simply brought his finger to his lips, not wanting Ryu to scream or anything like that. The elf, understanding the message, turned around and left the dining room, still worried about what was wrong with her friend. She would talk to her sometime. Belle. Yes. Slowly, the girl broke away from the hug and looked at him with a small smile, a few tears still on her face. Sorry for not being there for you when you needed us most, she apologized. Ryana, no, he whispered, now understanding his friend's tears. Please, and never lose your smile, she said, stroking the albino's cheek. Please. Belle opened his eyes, a little surprised by Ryana's words, seeing that even though she hadn't been there, and even though she didn't show it, what happened that night had also affected her. Ryana was afraid something bad would happen to someone in her beloved family, especially Belle, since it seemed the leader of Evilus had something against him. She was afraid that, without her being able to do anything, Belle would suddenly lose his smile, and that this time she wouldn't be able to do anything to get it back. So at this moment, all she wanted to do was be with him and cheer him up, not add to his problems with his confession and his feelings. There was no room for that. Ryana, don't worry, this smile isn't going anywhere, Belle whispered, smiling slightly as he brought his hand to the girl's cheek and wiped away her tears. So don't cry, I don't like seeing you like this. Sorry, I couldn't help it, she apologized, lowering her gaze, ashamed of having cried in front of him. But she couldn't help it. Knowing that someone precious to her was suffering inside was painful. Although she didn't show it, Ryana was very sentimental. She secretly cried in her room the day the pleasure district was destroyed, thinking about the fear all those children felt and how devastated Belle felt seeing it and not being able to do anything. You smile too, Ryana. A smile looks better on your beautiful face, Belle said, making the girl blush a little. I will, Dee, don't worry, she said, smiling slightly too. And sorry for crying and worrying you, I'm just a little sensitive. No problem, whenever you need someone to talk to, I'll always be there for you, she said with a warm smile. Now I think I should go tell the others that dinner is ready. Meanwhile, I'll wash my face. I don't want the girls to see me with tears in my eyes, she said with an embarrassed smile. Belle walked past Ryana to leave the dining room and tell the others, but before he left, he felt the girl gently hug him from behind. I love you, Belle. She would have loved to say those words without hesitation to the albino, words she held tightly. Unfortunately, she only said them in her mind. I can't. Ryana. Is something wrong? Belle asked, thinking she was still feeling unwell about whatever was bothering her. Sorry, I just wanted to hug you, she said, pulling away from the hug. You can go, I won't bother you anymore. You're not bothering me, he whispered, turning around and leaving the dining room, leaving the girl alone. Once alone, she placed her hand on her heart, letting out a long sigh to calm herself. It's for the best, she thought with a sad smile. If I still have a chance in the future, I'll tell him without hesitation, or at least I hope so. After that, she went to the sink and wiped away all traces of tears from her face. I can't believe I cried in front of him, she thought, embarrassed. Ryana presented herself as a strong and confident girl, but there were days when she had her moments of weakness, wanting to cry. Even the strongest person, both physically and mentally, needed to let it all out from time to time. Her grandmother, a few weeks before she died, always told her that if she wanted to cry, then she should, since holding in all those sad emotions would be bad for her. She never understood what she meant by that, but she decided to listen to her. I'd better start serving the food before they arrive. And with those thoughts, Ryana walked to the dining room to start serving the food on the plates while her friends arrived one by one. Some time later. Now everyone was gathered in the dining room eating the delicious dinner that their two classmates had prepared. I haven't given up hope that Ryana will cook me fish someday, said Allies, enjoying the food. Keep dreaming. While Nise approached Kagaya to sniff her a little. What? You don't stink anymore, that's good, whispered the wolf. Shut up, it's Lyra's fault, she said angrily, looking at the hobbit who was eating peacefully with a few bumps on her head. Huh? Said the hobbit, surprised. Ryana, she called. Yes. Have you been crying? Your eyes are a little red. When she asked that question, they all realized it was true, making her a little embarrassed. Is something wrong? Asked Estree, worried. Is she hurt? Asked Haraham, just like Estree. And no, Did Belle do something to you while they were cooking? Asked Noin, cracking her knuckles. Don't worry, Ryana, we'll put this rabbit in his place right now, Astrea said, looking seriously at the albino. I didn't do anything. Belle said quickly. No, he didn't do anything to me. Belle would never hurt me, Ryana whispered, turning to look at the albino with a small smile. The onion made me cry, I don't cry when I cut onions, Lyra said. That's because you always wear a gas mask when you cook, Astrea said with an anime-style sweat drop, making the others laugh. Ryana simply smiled and took Belle's hand from under the table, since they were sitting together. The albino turned to look at her, seeing that she was smiling at him. Thank you, he whispered. You're welcome. The Gaia simply watched their interaction, smiling slightly, and continued enjoying her dinner. Accidentally, as she walked toward the dining room after showering, she stopped at the door upon hearing the conversation. She saw how the girl refused to express her feelings at that moment. She didn't hear everything, but just from hearing the end, she knew what had happened. You've shown that you love Belle very much by putting aside your feelings. I'm even a little envious of you, she thought, glancing at her. You're a very mature girl. Whatever the outcome of this war, I hope to stay by your side, Belle, Ryana thought, letting go of the albino's hand. And to be able to tell you without hesitation what I feel. And so, dinner passed peacefully at the Estree familia headquarters with small laughs and conversations, pleasant moments for everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 38. An important mission. A day for Belle's birthday. The trio of adventurers were walking slowly through the streets of Orario in the direction of the guild. They were Celti, Ryu, and Belle, and each of them had a good amount of papers in their hands. I feel a sense of deja vu, Belle whispered. You're not the only one, Ryu and Celti said at the same time. Once again, allies had escaped, saying that she had already put a lot of effort into finishing that paperwork, so she wasn't going to hand it in just to get more, and she ran off. This time Kagaya decided not to continue, saying that this time she had done a good job, although the reality was that she wanted to spend the rest of the day fixing the hair that Lyra ruined. She had to have it ready for tomorrow since it would be Belle's birthday, and she didn't want to look bad. So he asked the elf duo and the rabbit to please go and drop off the paperwork at the guild, and they had no choice but to accept. Let's look on the bright side, we can spend time together, Celti said with a small smile, enjoying the moment with both of them. Next time, let's all go out together before they ask us for something, Ryu whispered wearily. I arrived at headquarters hoping to rest after a long day of patrolling, but here I was, working overtime. Then we can go eat, my treat, Belle said. That's very kind of you, Belle-san, I'd love to, Celti agreed. Well, if you insist, Ryu whispered, looking away. But let's go somewhere not so expensive. Okay, then we'll find a place to eat afterwards. And with those words the three continued walking towards the guild, chatting animatedly. Unlike the first time when Ryu barely felt any trust in Belle and Celti, who still acted a little nervous, now all that had disappeared. They talked as if they were lifelong acquaintances. Those months in the Belle family had strengthened her relationship with everyone. After walking for a few more minutes, they arrived at the blessed guild to hand in the paperwork. As always, the serious Rose was at the counter signing a few papers, or so it was until she noticed the presence of the three. Estree family, what brings you here? He asked, putting his things aside. In response, the three of them left the paperwork in front of Rose, making the she-wolf sigh wearily. Did he leave again? But this time he did the work of signing and reading them before leaving, said Celti, seeing the positive side. She's a fool, Rose whispered, gathering all the paperwork and putting it somewhere else. Thank you for your work. You're welcome, if you'll excuse us we'll be going, said Ryu, turning around, wanting to rest. Wait, Rose stopped them. I know you have a lot of work patrolling and you're tired, but I'd like to ask you a favor. I don't usually ask for this, but I need your help. Of course, Roseanne, we'll always help, Belle agreed. What do you need? I would like to marry you. Huh? Belle, Celti, and Ryu were confused when they heard the wolf, but Rose was even more confused because she clearly heard her voice, even though she hadn't spoken. Dry Iron. Suddenly Misha appeared from under the counter with a big smile. What did you think of my voice imitation? She asked proudly, implying that she had said those words. I still struggle to imitate many voices, but I can perfectly imitate Rose's voice. How did I do? Did your heart race, Belle? Well, a little, Belle whispered, as those words caught him off guard. Rose clenched her fists tightly and veins popped out on her face as she watched that silly Misha humiliate her in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha. I'm amazing. I have a great talent. The pink-haired girl laughed proudly. Get back to your job, you lazy bum. Rose shouted angrily, throwing a powerful punch that hit the human squarely. Misha shot out of the place and hit the back wall of the guild and went right through it, leaving everyone present in the guild with their mouths open. Hey, are you sure it doesn't have fauna? Belle whispered nervously to both elves. I'm starting to doubt it, said Celti, frightened. For a moment I matched Nise's strength. Is that possible? Ryu said, surprised. Meanwhile, Rose turned around again as she cleaned her work clothes and returned to her typical serious expression. Sorry about that, Belle, but Misha is stupid, just ignore her, the beastman apologized, adjusting her hair. Be good. Then let's go back to what we were saying. That's right, you wanted a favor, Ryu said. The she-wolf under the counter took out 5 envelopes and gave them to Belle. One of the envelopes is for the Estree familia, it's written on the front. The others are for the Hephaestus, Loki, Ganesha, and Freya familias, I explained as Belle took them. It's a mission the guild has assigned to the 5 familias. I can't go into details since everything is in the letter. All I know is that the mission is in the dungeon. And what do we do with the other envelopes? I'm sorry to ask you this, but I currently have too much work to do and I don't have time to leave the letters for your respective families, and as you can see, my other colleagues can't either because of the heavy workload. That idiot Misha is the only one free, but she's unconscious now. So what you want is for us to deliver the letters to their respective families, said Ryu. Exactly, sorry about that, but if I leave the guild, all I'll do is fall behind on the rest of my work. You'd be doing me a huge favor. Don't worry, Roseanne, we'll help you, Belle agreed without hesitation. Thank you, when I have a day off I will treat the 3 of you to lunch as a thank you, the she-wolf said, relieved to be freed from that job. Then it would be best if we started now before nightfall, said Celti, noticing that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Well, we'll be going now, Roseanne, and good luck with your work, Belle said goodbye, leaving the place along with the 2 elves. Thank you for your help, the she-wolf said goodbye, feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders. Bros, Misha won't wake up, said one of her classmates from behind. Give it a few kicks, that always works, he said irritably, returning to his work. Well, outside the guild. So? What do we do now? Celti asked. We should split up to finish faster, Ryu suggested. Then I'll go with the Loki family, said Celti, taking the envelope. I'm with the Hephaestus family, said the elf, taking the other one. I guess I'll go with the Ganesha and Freya family, said Belle, not bothered by being paired with two families. After all, he was the fastest of the three. Then we'll meet right here when we're finished, Ryu said. That seems fine to me. Equal. The three nodded slightly and quickly went their separate ways to deliver the envelopes. I guess I'll go to the Freya family headquarters first, Belle thought, a little tired. I had never spoken to anyone from that family except for Otter, but from what I had heard they were savages. I just hoped they wouldn't attack him. After running for a few minutes, I arrived at the famous headquarters of the most powerful family in Orario, feeling how imposing it was and the great pressure it released. That place was hell. Slowly and cautiously I walked towards the enormous gates where a catman stood with an angry expression. He recognized him quickly. It was Alan Frummel, the vice captain of that family. Excuse me, Belle called. What do you want, you damn dwarf? He asked, annoyed. No offense, but you're smaller than me, she said quickly without thinking. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say? Alan shouted, emanating an aura of death as he approached Belle. I'm not here to fight, I've only come to drop off an envelope, said Belle, taking the letter, showing no intimidation by the cat. Honestly, after seeing Sava and the aura of death that psychopath released, I wasn't intimidated by Alan's murderous instincts. If he was afraid of other people, he wouldn't be able to kill that bastard, although curiously, minutes before, he had been afraid of Rose. It's a commission. Belle stopped speaking when he felt the cat grab him tightly by the collar of his shirt, looking at him angrily. Do you think you're so great, you bastard? Alan asked angrily. It was well known that the cat had little patience, and this time he exploded easily, since he had just been arguing with the four hobbits. Not at all, I've only come to deliver a guild order, Belle whispered. Ha! You want to appear brave, but you are nothing more than a coward. I know very well that you were humiliated by Evilus, Crybaby. Thanks to being vice captain, he was aware of many things that were happening in the city, including what happened in the pleasure district, mainly thanks to his goddess who, with her divine mare, observed for a few minutes what was happening in that place, seeing what happened to Belle with the leader of Evilus. I kindly ask you to let me go, Mr. Cat, Belle whispered as his eyes darkened. What? Unconsciously, Belle began to unleash a great murderous instinct. Her talking about what happened that night in the pleasure district had awakened some of the anger she had kept hidden so as not to worry any of her friends. But now he had freed her, looking angrily at that cat which smiled with superiority. For a moment he replaced that smile with the one Sava had when he killed the children. I slowly brought his hand behind his back and took his dagger. He intended to gouge out one of her eyes in one swift motion. He didn't know why, but a voice in his head told him to do it, saying, do it, do it, do it. Over and over again. What's wrong? Are you scared? Alan asked. No, I won't. What's going on here? The murderous instinct of both of them disappeared when they heard a woman's voice approaching them. It was Freya who was leaving the headquarters along with Otter. Belle, feeling Alan quickly let go of him, shook his head, feeling scared by the thoughts he had, trying to calm himself down. While Freya only observed Belle, precisely his soul. For a moment his soul was darkening at a great speed, but it stopped and is returning to how it was before, she thought, seeing the albino's expression. Estree, you'd better take care of this child or you'll lose him. Freya-sama doesn't need to exchange words with a poor devil like him, said Alan. I decide who I exchange words with and who I don't, said the goddess, approaching the albino. Is there anything you need? Why yes, this envelope was sent by the guild, said Belle, a little nervous about the goddess's presence. Even though his teacher and grandmother had trained him to resist the charm of the goddesses of beauty, he still found it a little difficult. From what I hear, Zeus and Hera's family weren't affected by it. After all, they were the most powerful. I understand, thank you so much for your work, darling, Freya said, stroking Belle's cheek, who became a little flustered. You can go now, and I apologize for Alan's attitude, but he's very pedantic with others. No problem, Belle whispered, then glanced sideways at Otter, who maintained his typical serious demeanor. Have a good day. Thank you so much. And with those words, Belle left, causing Alan to click his tongue in annoyance and enter the headquarters. Is something wrong, Freya-sama? Otter asked. It's much darker. The fact that boy's soul can become much darker than that woman named Valletta's, but unlike her, it's not a soul filled with evil, yet it's far more terrifying. It's interesting how such a pure soul can transform into that in a matter of seconds, she whispered, then looked at the envelope. Let's go back to Babel. I'll read the envelope there. As you wish. Back to Belle. He was jumping across the rooftops heading towards the headquarters of the Ganesha family. Well, I only have one more spot and I'll go back to the girls, she thought, not wanting to dwell on the thoughts she had at the Freya family headquarters. For some reason, she felt afraid of them. The best thing would be to forget about them. Luckily, the seat of the god Ganesha is not very far away, Belle thought as he visualized it. I quickly increased my pace to finish that and return to the girls. Apparently, I wouldn't be able to invite them to eat anymore since it was almost dark and walking at night wasn't advisable unless they were on patrol. After a few more seconds, Belle arrived at the curious headquarters of the god Ganesha, seeing that at the entrance, Shakti was chatting with one of her companions. How lucky, it's best to hand him over to the head of the family, he thought, approaching the woman. Upon noticing Belle's presence, Shakti said goodbye to her companion and approached the albino. Good afternoon, Shakti-san, Belle greeted politely. Bellcranel, what brings you here? Have you come to see RD? The older Varma asked curiously. And no, but is it at headquarters? He asked nervously. He's doing a small job outside, he won't be long, he replied calmly. So, what brings you here? I came to drop this off, he said, handing the envelope to the woman. It's a mission from the guild. We, the influential families of Orario, have received it. Really? Then it must be something important, he said, taking the envelope and putting it in his pocket. Anything else? And no, that would be all, goodbye. And with those words Belle tried to leave, but suddenly Shakti grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him closer to her, their faces very close. Listen, Bellcranel, I know very well that you and RD kissed. That silly girl lets things slip from time to time, he whispered with a serious expression. If I find out that you hurt her or do anything to harm her, I swear I'll kill you in the worst way possible. Do you understand? Why yes, he agreed nervously upon seeing the deathly look in her eyes. No. Although they suddenly heard a scream, directing their gaze to that place. It was RD who had a worried expression running towards them and hugging Belle, taking him away from his sister. Shakti nee. What were you doing? RD shouted, still hugging the nervous albino. Why did you want to kiss Belle? From afar RD saw how close their faces were and thought they wanted to kiss. What? Whispered the older Varma with a twitch in her eye. Do you like Belle? That's not fair. I saw him first. But if it's you, we can make a deal. Idiot. And in anger, Shakti hit her sister on the head, who complained of the pain. You're just talking nonsense, I whispered, then looked at Belle. You've been warned, Bellcranel, and thanks for bringing the envelope. And with those words Shakti turned around and went back into the headquarters, leaving them both alone. I'll have to keep an eye on Shakti, RD whispered, her eyes narrowed. It's not what you think, I swear, Belle said nervously. RD, still hugging Belle, looked up and smiled at him, a little embarrassed. Hi, it's nice to see you. Me too, he whispered nervously. Slowly, RD pulled away, put her hands behind her back and continued to look at him with a smile and a slight blush. How are you? Well, I think, and you? My day was boring, but now it's better after seeing you. Belle was embarrassed to hear those words and had to look away. He was surprised that RD was acting that way. It makes me happy to see you too, whispered the albino. The girl just smiled happily upon hearing those words. Then it's a mutual feeling. Apparently Belle intended to leave, but she didn't want to say goodbye yet. She wanted to spend more time with him. I recently bought a new book about heroes, come on, let's read it in my room, RD invited, taking the albino's hand and wanting to lead him with her. Aye. But suddenly he felt a pull preventing him from moving. I slowly turned to look at Belle, who was looking to his left, realizing that it wasn't him who pulled the muscle. As he bent down a little, he saw that it was Celti who had taken Belle's other hand, preventing him from taking him away. Celti? The albino whispered. You were taking so long, so I decided to look for you, the elf whispered. Well, we'll read some hero stories for a while, said RD, wanting to take Belle with her. But again he felt a pull when he saw that it was Celti who still hadn't let go of Belle's hand. Belle-san promised to take me out to eat, so you'll read this another day, said the elf, refusing to let go of him. We can buy food and read together, the three of us. No. In the distance, Ryu was approaching and saw how Celti and RD were pulling Belle around, which he didn't know how to do. The elf frowned at the sight and walked quickly towards them. Leave Cranel-san alone. Shouted the elf, lightly hugging the albino from behind and trying to push him away from them with a little force. But neither would give in. They're going to rip my arms off, Belle thought in pain. Meanwhile, in the distance, a duo of Ganesha family members watched everything seriously. Two pretty elves and a pretty human are fighting over him, today I learned what envy is, one of them whispered. Really? Well, I feel sorry for him, the other whispered. Minutes later. RD, Ryu, and Celti stopped arguing the moment Belle's bones cracked horribly, calming down to avoid further damage, even though they had already hurt him. Sorry, it's just that it's been a while since I read a story with Belle that made me feel excited," RD apologized with an embarrassed smile. "And I was just excited about the food, I'm sorry," Celti apologized, even though she was lying. "You all think things through better, you almost hurt Cranel-san," Ryu scolded disapprovingly, unaware that she was the one who had caused him much more damage to his back. "Oh, right. What's wrong?" RD asked, seeing Ryu's reaction. "Come on, I have to tell you something important," she said, taking her friend's hand and walking away from them. As Celti approached Belle, she began to place healing magic on her. Sorry Belle-san, I don't know why I acted like that," Celti apologized, embarrassed. Don't worry, you're probably starving," Belle said with a nervous smile, feeling the pain in his body disappear. "By the way, what are Ryu-san and RD talking about?" I don't know, important things for women," she whispered nervously, since she already knew the reason. "Of course I'll go." RD exclaimed excitedly upon hearing what her friend said. "Fool. Lower your voice, he doesn't know," scolded the elf. "I am sorry, but tell me more about it," I whispered. "Don't worry, just come to headquarters early tomorrow to help us with the preparations," Ryu whispered. "It's Sunday, so the whole family has the day off. Just ask Shakti for the day off. I'm sure she'll agree." "Sure, but won't Belle notice?" "No, I spoke with Let and he's in charge of keeping Belle out of headquarters while we do the rest." "Great. Then I'll see you tomorrow," RD said with a happy smile. Now that the matter was settled, both girls approached Belle and Celti, who were chatting a bit. "We'll leave the reading for another day," Belle said, RD, approaching the albino. In fact, her approach was a little closer than usual. "Oh, of course, maybe another day," Belle whispered, a little nervous. "Ahem, RD, there's something called personal space," said Celti, making the girl realize. Sorry, I didn't realize," she laughed a little embarrassed, taking a few steps back. "Then I'll see you another day, but not tomorrow." As I said those words, I turned to look at Ryu and winked at him. Doesn't he know how to hide it? Ryu thought with an anime-style sweat drop. "Goodbye." RD called out, running back to her headquarters, leaving the three of them there. "Sometimes I wonder where she gets so much energy from," Celti whispered. "She's always been like this," Ryu said with a small smile. "If she lost her lively side, she wouldn't be RD anymore." "I agree," Belle whispered, watching RD chatting with a friend in the distance, smiling, before going inside the building. "That's what makes her so special." Upon hearing a silence, the albino turned to look at both elves who were staring at him, making him nervous. "RD is a great friend, that's all I'm saying," he explained nervously. "They've really become very close," thought Ryu, feeling a little uncomfortable. "So what are we going to eat?" Celti asked, starting to walk alongside Belle and Ryu. "I know I promised you that, but it's too late now, so we'll just buy something from the street stalls," the albino apologized. "From the beginning I said that something cheap was better, so for my own good," Ryu agreed. "I don't mind either, I wouldn't be able to refuse someone who is inviting me to eat," said Celti. "Okay then, let's find something quick and head back to headquarters." And with those words, the three of them headed to a crepe stand where they enjoyed the food, and Ryu, a little embarrassed, asked if he could treat her to another crepe, and Belle readily agreed. After eating the crepes they went to their home where the rest of the family was gathered in the living room. "Well, you've finally arrived. For a moment I thought you had gotten into trouble since Belle was with you," said Kaguya as she saw them enter the room. Everyone was in the room, including allies, who had decided to return to headquarters when she saw that Kaguya wasn't following her. "We didn't get into any trouble, the day was quiet," Celti reported, sitting down on one of the sofas. "I'd better keep what happened with Alan to myself," Belle thought with an inward nervous smile. What are you holding in your hand, Belle?" Astrea asked curiously upon seeing the envelope. "It's a guild mission," Belle explained, walking over to Estree and handing it to her. "I don't know what it says yet." "So, a mission," Estree whispered curiously, starting to open the envelope while the rest looked at her, wanting to know what it was all about. "It's been a while since the guild gave us a mission like this, so it must be something important," Nise whispered. "It must be, since the Loki family, Ganesha, Freya and Hephaestus also received said envelope," said Ryu, causing some to open their eyes in surprise. "Well, they do that when they don't want to send a whole family on a mission, so they decide to send a few from each family. It's also a way to strengthen alliances," Kaguya explained. And what role does the Freya family play in all this? They can't even team up with themselves. How are they going to team up with other families? Nguyen said with amusement. "The mission will probably be difficult and we need all the help we can get," Ryana said, feeling a bad feeling in her heart. "You're right, Ryana, it's bad," Estree whispered after reading the letter. "What's going on?" Allies asked. Rivera no longer exists, I announced, causing everyone's eyes to widen in surprise. Yesterday afternoon it was attacked and everyone inside was killed. The only survivor is a man named Bors, who reported what happened to the guild. They're a bunch of scoundrels. Iska shouted angrily, since she had a few acquaintances in that place. They're all dead, Lyra whispered, looking down. I see. That explains why Will wasn't at his post on the surface this morning. Will was the hobbit who confessed to Lyra some time ago. He had a post both in Rivera and on the surface. In the morning he was always at his post on the surface and in the afternoon at his post in Rivera. It was more than obvious that he was one of those who died. I'm sorry, Lyra, Belle apologized, placing his hand on the hobbit's shoulder. Don't worry, we weren't very close, but he was a good person, she whispered, shaking her head slightly. It's still infuriating. Are there more details in the letter? Kagaya asked seriously. According to the only witness, it was a group of Evilus led by an elf, so the guild concluded that she is one of the leaders of Evilus, Lilith. Well, so they finally decided to make a move, Nise said irritably. And the mission? Lyra asked. Well, there's a high probability that elf and her group have a base on one of those floors, since the witness saw them go down beyond the 18th floor, so they want to send a group to defeat her. She's strong, but according to the guild, she's the weakest of the 3 leaders. Eliminating them one by one is best. And how many of us from the family will be going? Kagaya asked. They only require 2, he said, making everyone look surprised. 2? Are you sure? Ryana asked. Yes, 2 members from each family except for the Freya family, which only requests 1 member, so there would be a total of 9 adventurers. Apparently, they want to send the fewest possible people so as not to leave Orario unprotected. And since she's the weakest of the 3, they don't want to overreact by sending a large group. I suppose the Freya family member will be their trump card. He'll probably be one of the executives, Kagaya said, crossing her arms. The mission will take place in 2 days, and the meeting point is the entrance to the dungeon at 8 in the morning. The girls breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that. For a moment they thought it would be tomorrow on Belle's birthday and that they wouldn't be able to celebrate, but luckily for them it would be the following day. 2 members. Who will go? Astrea asked. Belle immediately stepped forward and saw his goddess. Estree Sama, please allow me to go on this mission, Belle requested. You only recently recovered from your fractures, it would be dangerous, Ryana said worriedly, not wanting Belle to go. I'm fine now, I can go on this mission, Belle said, clenching his fists. Please, Estree Sama, I promise I won't do anything reckless. The other girls weren't too happy about Belle coming. After what happened in the pleasure district, they were afraid something similar would happen. As Estree stared intently into the albino's eyes, she honestly didn't want Belle to go either, but she knew very well that all adventurers were exposed to dangers daily. It would be foolish to keep Belle away from it. Okay, Estree agreed. But Estree Sama, Ryana said worriedly. It's Belle's decision, besides, the letter says that anyone can go as long as they are level 4 and not a family captain. Damn it, whispered Allies, since she wanted to go too. Thank you very much, Estree Sama, I promise I would be prudent, Belle promised, bowing slightly. Then I'm going too. They all turned their gaze to Nise, who had raised her hand with a serious expression. Belle and I make a great fighting duo. We know each other's fighting styles and complement each other very well. If you need a small but well-prepared group, then Belle and I are the best option, he explained seriously, implying that he wasn't doing it for romantic reasons, but rather to find the best option to make the mission successful. Nise is right, they both know each other's style very well, Kagaya said, agreeing with the wolf, since Nise and Belle had been training together since the first few weeks. Does anyone have anything to add? Estree asked, looking at the others. I hope you don't do anything reckless, Ryana said, looking at Belle. Don't worry, I'll be careful, he promised. Don't worry, Ryana, I'll keep Belle under control, Nise said. Then it's decided, Belle and Nise will go on that mission. The good thing is that tomorrow is a day off, so they'll go with all their energy, said the goddess, who, despite feeling worried about it, had nothing to do. It was always the same whenever the guild requested a mission about Evilus, feeling worried about her children and hoping that everything would turn out well. They'd better get rid of that elf. It's strange coming from me, but I want peace in the city now, said the hobbit, arms crossed. Don't worry, everything will be fine, and if what Kagaya says is true, then a powerful member of the Freya family will come. He will be our trump card, Nise said with a big smile. I hope so, Ryana whispered, glancing sideways at the albino. Great. That mission isn't for 2 days from now, so let's leave that aside. What's for dinner? Allies asked, hungry. Idiot, it's your turn to cook along with Iska, said Kagaya with a twitch in her eye. Ah, that's right, the Amazon whispered, remembering it. Don't worry, I've already prepared dinner, Haraham said, entering the room wearing a small apron and a shy smile. I hope you don't mind. You might be surprised, but Harahim has very good cooking skills, Estree praised, making the little girl happily lower her gaze. You little cutie. Allies shouted, throwing herself at her to hug her. But Mariu quickly grabbed Harahim with her hands and pulled her away, causing the reed to crash into the wall. Thank you so much Harahim, you're a good girl, Mariu said with an older sister's smile, stroking her hair. Let's go. And taking the girl's hand they went to the dining room, followed by the rest. Belle simply stood with his head down, clenching his fists. That was his chance to strike back at Evilus and take down one of its leaders. He had to make an effort. But he snapped out of his thoughts when he felt someone put their hand on his shoulder. Stop thinking about it and let's eat, Nise said with a smile. We'll worry about it when the mission day comes. You're right, Belle said, letting out a sigh to relax. Let's go. Thus they both left the room, leaving Allies alone on the floor, who only extended her hands and looked at the ceiling, after having seen Belle and Nise's interaction. I'm already tired, I whispered. Tomorrow I'll tell Belle how I feel, I'll tell him that this beautiful and perfect captain is in love with him, I'm sure he'll be smitten. With those thoughts, Allies stood up and ran to the dining room before they left her without food. Tomorrow would be a very special day for everyone in the family as it was Belle's birthday, and they were eager to prepare everything. The only problem was that Belle had completely forgotten that it was his birthday. He was in for a real surprise tomorrow. So for the time being, they would switch their minds off that mission and focus on that special day. Without knowing that this mission would completely change everyone, especially Belle. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Happy Birthday, Belle. Through the halls of the Estree family, the girls of said family walked back and forth, preparing things here and there. In the kitchen, the goddess Estree, along with Mariu, were calmly preparing a pastry cream, while little Harahim carefully cut a pineapple. In the living room, Ryana, Nise and Iska were thinking about what to prepare for lunch, since there had to be a meal before the cake. A few meters away, Astrea, Noin and Selti sat on the ground, preparing decorations while chatting animatedly. Allies and Kagaya were tidying the dining room where the small party would be held, though they were taking their time since there was still a long way to go. Lyra decided to lock herself in her workshop as she was preparing something special for her friend, something explosive. The reason for all this was that it was Belle's birthday and they were all excited to celebrate, hoping their friend, who wasn't at headquarters, would like the surprise. A while ago, Led and Welf arrived and kicked him out of the place while giving Allies a thumbs up, a signal that they would keep him out until the agreed upon time. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the headquarters door, though no one paid attention except for one elf. I'll get it, said Ryu, who was still trying to figure out how to help. Upon reaching the door, she opened it to find the smiling RD. I'm ready to help. She said excitedly. Well, come in. We can help with the decorations since the girls are having trouble, said Ryu, starting to walk with RD down the hallways. How old is Belle turning? RD asked curiously. 18. Really? Wow, he's a year older than me, Same here, Ryu whispered with a small smile. Cranrel-san doesn't know anything about this party, I'm sure it will surprise him. You love Belle a lot, right? RD asked with a small smile. The elf could only lower her gaze, a little embarrassed, to give her answer. Why yes, he's very important to me and to all of us, she whispered, then looked up and smiled at RD. That's why we should make this day very special and unforgettable for him. Yes. So the two friends arrived at the living room and offered their help to Noin, Astrea and Selti, who accepted without hesitation, though they were short a few hands. What do you think about spaghetti? Belle likes it a lot, Iska suggested, giving ideas for the food. I don't know, that's not a birthday meal, Nise whispered, not very sure. It has to be something light so we have room for cake, Ryana said. Some sandwiches would be fine. Maybe. I don't think Belle will mind. Meanwhile, in the dining room. I told you, the damn white tablecloth. Kagaya yelled as she saw Allies enter with a black bunny tablecloth to cover the table. But I like the bunny one, Allies whispered, not very pleased. Just leave this and go fix your hair. It still looks awful. Shut up. Belle said my hair looked good this morning, so your opinion doesn't matter, she said proudly. I'm sure Belle likes reeds better, she whispered, starting to place the tablecloth on the table. I told you, the white one. Meanwhile, in the workshop, Lyra was making small fireworks for the evening, although a much larger firework could be seen in one corner, with Komodo 3001 written on it in large letters. I'll make sure this birthday is unforgettable for you, Lyra whispered with a small smile. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Mariu, Harahim and Estree continued preparing the cake. Where will the pineapples go? Harahim asked, continuing to cut the fruit. They'll go on top, Belle will really like them, Estree replied, still smiling. How's it going, Mariu? But she replied, preparing other ingredients for the cake, which was already halfway finished. I never thought I'd put in so much effort for a boy. I think that's what they all think, Estree said, letting out a small laugh. But it's worth it for him, Mariu whispered, smiling slightly as she remembered Belle. I have no doubt. They were all very eager for the celebration to begin and to see how Belle would react, hoping that everything would work out since they had put all their effort and love into it. Although there were still a few hours to go before the party started. Meanwhile, in the city. Sitting on a bench were Belle, Let and Welf, each with a popsicle in their hands, watching people walk by. Can you tell me why I got kicked out of headquarters? Belle asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't get mad, dude, it's good to spend quality time with friends, Let said, eating his popsicle. Besides, I'm buying you a popsicle, so don't complain. Thanks I guess. I assure you, she wants to spend more time with her harem than with us, Welf whispered, doing his best to quickly eat his lollipop as it was melting. Harem? Belle said nervously and embarrassed. I don't have a harem. Yeah, right, and I'm a bad blacksmith, Let said amusedly. But you are, the retard mocked. Shut up. I'd better ignore them, Belle sighed, watching people walk by. By the way, how have you been these days? Let asked curiously. A small blush appeared on Belle's face as he remembered all the events of that week with the girls. And nothing. That and nothing doesn't quite convince me, he said, more curious. Something interesting happened, right? Tell me. I said nothing happened, I've just been patrolling and training non-stop, that's all. It seems the girls stopped you from doing something crazy by going to the dungeon alone, they did a good job, she laughed, crossing her arms for a moment. I thought you'd be competing with a low-key familia's prodigy to see who could stay in the dungeon the longest. That girl is crazy. I once ran into her on the street and she started crying loudly because 9 hells had caught her. She said she would receive a punishment or something like that. She's kind of weird, Welf whispered, looking at his popsicle stick, which he had already finished. I realized that letting anger control me would only bring me trouble and worry everyone I care about, Belle said, looking at the palm of his hand. Besides, I feel like I've improved a lot in my training with Nise. Tomorrow, when I update my status, I'm sure I'll have gained a lot of points. I'll need them for the mission. Mission? Let asked curiously. I don't think it's confidential, so I'll say it. Tomorrow, I'm going on a mission with Nise to the dungeon with other families. It's extremely important. Oh, you mean the destruction of Rivera, right? Do you know about that? Belle asked, surprised. Of course. My family also has to send 2 members to that place, and guess what? I'm one of them. But you're only level 3. I haven't told you yet, but a few days ago I managed to reach level 4 since I've also been training a lot, he said proudly. Besides, I'm an experienced adventurer in the family, so Hephaestus-sama trusts me with this mission. DSK. And what are you going to help them with? Give up? Welf asked, annoyed. Don't be jealous, Welf. I know Hephaestus-sama praised my experience, but he speaks wonders of you behind your back. Really? Welf said happily. No. Ha. Don't make fun of me, you wretch. You know very well that I'm very vengeful, Welf whispered, his eyes darkening. Do you like the goddess Hephaestus? Belle asked Welf in surprise. Yes, someday she'll be my wife, the boy said resolutely. But she's a goddess. So? You like the goddess Estree, so you have no right to judge me. What? I don't. Look me in the eyes when you say those words, Welf said seriously, looking at Belle, who just lowered his gaze. You're one of us, Belle. Goddesses are the best. Idiot. Lower your voice, people are looking at us funny, Let said angrily, then looked at Belle. By the way, I didn't know you liked your goddess. You sure aim high. I don't like her. I just admire and respect her a lot. She's important to me, he said, red with embarrassment. Look me in the eyes, Welf said. Besides, we were talking about the mission, not this. That's right, said Let, no longer wanting to bother his friend. As I was saying, I'll be going on that mission with another family member. Besides being good fighters, we're both good blacksmiths, so we can repair their weapons if anything happens to them. We were lucky we're no longer selling weapons in Rivera, or we'd be on that list too, Welf said, a little nervously. I tell Let not to go on that mission, but he's very stubborn. Of course I'm going. Especially now that I know Belle's going too, he said, smiling. You'll see, we'll give them a beating for what happened in the pleasure district, although that member of the Freya familia makes me a little nervous. I doubt he'll want to team up with us. That scares me more than Evilus. Relax, if the goddess Freya commands it, then he'll behave, I hope. You two are a pair of idiots. You should leave that job to someone else. Those Evilus guys are monsters, Welf said angrily. I don't want to see you crying later if you lose a limb. Welf, with that attitude you'll never win over our goddess, Let whispered, shaking his head slightly. Besides, you're too young for her. Shut up. Belle just sighed as he watched them start to argue. Well, I'm off. See you tomorrow, Belle said, standing up to leave. Huh? No. He exclaimed, alarmed, grabbing his arm. What's the rush? Let's keep wandering around, But I have to go train with Nise. Don't worry, your girlfriend isn't going anywhere, he said, starting to drag Belle down the street, while following behind. Gee, girlfriend. Girlfriends would be the right word, the retard mocked. I know. The god Hermes said he'd be showing off a new invention of his on North Street. Let's go see, he's probably already presenting it, damn it, I can't let him leave right now, the girls will kill me when they see he arrived early, she thought the last part with a nervous smile. Well, one more lap won't hurt, said Belle, starting to walk, making Let sigh in relief and Welf chuckle a little. Later we'll go to my forge, I have something to show you. Okay. So time passed in the city, and at the Estree family headquarters, they were finishing preparing for the party. Well, the cake is ready, said Estree happily. Wow, it's the first time I've made a cake, but I must say it didn't turn out badly at all, said Mariu proudly. Belle-sama will be very happy, said little Haraham. I wonder if the others have finished yet. According to what we agreed, Belle will be here in half an hour, Estree whispered, looking at the clock. Meanwhile, in the living room, the others had already finished all the decorations and were satisfied with the result. Celti has nice handwriting, so it looks good, Noin said, noticing a sign hanging from the ceiling that read, Happy Birthday Belle. The rest of the room was also decorated. Goodness, the last birthday we celebrated was Alice's, and it was a complete disaster. I hope this one goes well, Asta whispered worriedly. Alice's birthday was a few months before Belle joined the family, and everything was normal until they opened the bottle of wine. According to Alice, she was now of legal drinking age and could drink without anyone judging her. The result was a complete disaster. To this day, they all get nervous remembering that night. Alice drank a lot and became a hurricane, destroying everything in her path. Not even Kagaya could stop her. It wasn't until Estree gave the divine order that she stopped, immediately falling asleep on the floor. From that moment on, Alice was forbidden from drinking much, more than just one glass. Even then, she gets drunk, but she's not as dangerous. Alice scared me that day, Ryu whispered as RD nodded, since she had been invited. No alcohol. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Nise, Iska and Ryana were carrying all the sandwiches they had prepared, but they were surprised to find that the table wasn't set yet. Alice, you stubborn brat. I'm telling you, the white tablecloth. Kagaya shouted, losing her patience. No, the one with rabbits. Belle will like it. You're practically begging for a punch. Don't tell me you've been arguing over the tablecloth all these hours. Ryana asked with an anime-style sweat drop. In short, you didn't contribute anything to the party, Nise whispered with a nervous smile. Huh. Delicious. Iska, don't eat the sandwiches, they're for Belle's party. The wolf shouted angrily. Sorry, I got hungry. It's finally complete ha. Lyra's shouts and laughter echoed through her workshop, a sign that whatever she was working on was finished. Please, let this day go well, Nise thought, hoping nothing bad would happen at the celebration. Back with the trio of friends. After wandering around the city for ages, they finally decided to head to their last destination. Let's forge. But the curious thing was that all three of them had a slap mark on their face. I told you not to flirt with that woman, she had a mean face, Belle whispered, rubbing his cheek. She was very pretty, I had to try, Let said sadly. And can I ask why she hit me and Belle, if you were supposed to be the only one who was horny? The little Welf asked angrily. You should thank her, it's very likely that's the only female contact you'll have in your whole miserable life. You bastard. Calm down. Belle interrupted. Let's leave it at that and tell me why we've come to your forge. Is my sword ready yet? No, it just needs a few more things, although Welf will take care of that while we're on the mission, so it'll be ready when we get back. So? Wait a few seconds. And with those words, Let went into the forge, leaving Welf and Belle alone at the entrance. Is something wrong? Belle asked Welf. Do you even know what day it is? Welf asked, raising an eyebrow, not believing Belle wouldn't remember. Sunday. Why? He's definitely an idiot, he thought, disappointed. After a few minutes, Let returned to them with two objects. What's this? Here, Let said, handing a book to the albino. Happy birthday, Belle. That's right. Today's my birthday. Belle shouted, having forgotten something so important. But so many things that had happened in the last few weeks, he had forgotten that day. Seriously, you forgot your own birthday? Let asked as Welf shook his head in disappointment. Well, I'm a little absent-minded sometimes. It shows, whispered Welf. It doesn't matter. Here's your present. Curious Belle took the book and saw that it had nothing on the cover. The book? It's not a book, open it. Huh? Upon opening it, he saw that it wasn't a book at all, but a photo album, which was empty. An album? That was the best idea I had, a gift that wouldn't run out quickly, and what better than an album where you can keep the most important memories with your beloved family from now on. He said excitedly. It's a big album, so you can keep lots of photos, and who knows, maybe even the families you create with them, Okay, sorry, I'm just kidding. Thanks, buddy, Belle whispered with a smile, looking at the album. But cameras for taking photos are very expensive since they have special magic stones. I never give a half-hearted gift, he said, showing his other hand, which held a new camera, surprising Belle. How much did this cost you? It didn't cost me much since the person who sold it to me is a cousin, so he gave me a discount, he said proudly. Welf also helped me buy it. It's expensive, so you'd better take good care of it and take good pictures, Welf said with a small smile. I don't know what to say, Belle whispered, unable to help feeling happy about the gifts. Just promise you'll fill that album with good pictures of your family or future people you meet, he said, giving a thumbs up. I promise. And to christen the album and the camera, we have to take a picture to preserve this moment, Let said, turning on the camera. You'd better smile, Belle. I don't want you to have that long face you always have. Oh, okay. Good. Get into position, he said, positioning the camera at an angle so that all three of them were in the shot. Say hex. See what? And so the first photo in the album was taken with Let sporting a big smile, while Belle and Welf looked on with confused expressions. Haha, it's perfect, he laughed, placing the photo on the first page of the album. Now here, they're all yours. Really, thank you guys, Belle said, taking the album and camera. I promise I'll take good care of them. You better, though I feel like your friends will be excited to take pictures today after what they're doing, Welf whispered. What? Idiot, shut up, Let whispered, hitting the reed on the head. Nothing. They'll just be excited about the camera and want to take lots of pictures. Yeah, you're right, Belle whispered with a small smile. Just then, Let looked at the clock and saw that it was only a few minutes until the agreed upon time. Now get going, the girls must be worried because you haven't arrived yet. That's right, I forgot, he said, turning around and walking towards the exit. Thanks, guys. I'll get you something nice for your birthdays. Really? Then I want a state-of-the-art blacksmith's hammer. They're really good, Let requested. An engagement ring so I can give it to Hephaestus-sama, Welf requested. Oh okay, then I'll see you tomorrow at the dungeon entrance. Goodbye. And with those words, Belle left the forge, leaving both blacksmiths alone at the entrance. A big surprise awaits him when he returns. Allies invited you to the party. Why didn't you want to go? Welf asked. Isn't it obvious? I'll be the third wheel there, besides, it's a special moment for Belle and his harem. There you go again. The wise old man in my mind is right, Belle is the chosen one, he said proudly, crossing his arms. Have you been doing drugs? Meanwhile, with Belle. He was walking slowly towards his headquarters, observing the gifts his friends had just given him. I can't believe I forgot my own birthday, he thought with a nervous smile. Honestly, I didn't remember it in the village either, but Grandma always reminded me of the date a few days before. Now he felt like a fool. If it weren't for Let, he probably would have gone to sleep without even knowing he was now 18 years old. The girls will be surprised when I tell them it's my birthday today. They'll probably be mad that I didn't tell them, he thought, looking at the camera. But this camera is really interesting. It's nothing like the old camera my grandma had. This one looks much better. Let was right. The girls would be excited to take pictures with that new camera. Well, I'd better prepare myself for the complaints about being late and not telling them it's my birthday today. And with those thoughts, Belle continued on his way to headquarters, which he could already see in the distance. Wow, it's really quiet, Belle thought, puzzled, as he crossed the gates and saw no one in the training yard. Iska and Nise usually train at this time. How strange. Still confused, he opened the headquarters door and went inside, seeing that the hallways were empty. He didn't even hear the explosions in Lyra's workshop. Girls? Belle called, a little worried at not seeing anyone. Estree-sama. She slowly began walking down the hallways toward the living room, hoping everyone was there. But she didn't hear any noise from the living room, she thought, starting to worry more, believing something bad had happened. Quiet, she's here. Lower your voice, silly. SHHH. But as she stood in front of the door, she heard her friends whispering and breathed a sigh of relief to see they were all right. But she was still confused that they were talking so quietly and that they were all gathered in the living room at this hour. That's strange. Hey, idiot. Are you coming in or not? Lyra, shut up. The hobbits and Ryana's voices were heard on the other side, making Belle smile nervously. Okay, let's see what happens, and with those thoughts, Belle opened the door and entered the room. And upon entering, the first thing he saw was a banner hanging from the ceiling that read "Happy Birthday Belle," with decorations all over the room. But he didn't have time to process anything when a loud burst of confetti hit him in the face. Oh. Sorry, I was supposed to point it up at the sky, Allies apologized with a nervous smile, standing by the door to greet him with a device that forcefully launched confetti into the air, but which ended up hitting Belle. We're already off to a bad start, Nise whispered, shaking her head slightly. But Belle didn't pay any attention to that small mistake. He just looked around in surprise at the whole place, which was decorated, and all his friends and the goddess in the living room, smiling at him. Happy birthday, Belle. They all shouted at the same time, and Allies hugged him tightly. Happy birthday, the redhead whispered. You're a year older. Lyra shouted mockingly. The girls H how Belle whispered, still in shock. Are you stupid or something? Kaguya asked amusedly. When you joined the family, we asked for your birthday to write it on the calendar. Obviously, we weren't going to forget the birthday of someone important to all of us. We've been preparing for this day all week, Iska said with a smile. For a moment, I thought you'd notice, but you're too absent-minded, Astrea said with a sigh. I have to confess that I only found out yesterday since Ryu told me, RD said with an embarrassed smile. The most excited about all this was Kaguya, wanting to surprise you, especially by brushing her awful hair. She said she wanted to look good on your birthday. Shut up, Lyra. You're someone important to our family. What I mean is that you'll never be alone. We'll always be with you, Estree said, remembering that the main reason for this party was to cheer Belle up after the events in the pleasure district. You have a family that will never leave your side. Estree-sama is right, Belle, so don't lose your smile, Allies whispered, pulling away from the hug and looking him in the eyes. Understood. Belle just looked at Allies in surprise, then turned to look at everyone, who were smiling at him. Seconds later, a smile also appeared on his face, making them happy. Girls, I really love you all. And obviously, those words took everyone by surprise, making some blush and others smile happily. Idiot, don't say that so suddenly, Ryana whispered, embarrassed. I love you too, Belle. Iska exclaimed with a big smile. I'd prefer if you said those words just to me, but oh well, Kaguya said with a slight smile. Me too, RD murmured shyly. We love you too, Estree whispered. After that, Belle looked around the room, taking in all the decorations. This must have taken a lot of work. Not at all. It just took us all morning. Celty made the happy birthday banner, said Noin, pointing at the embarrassed elf. We all helped, not just me. I see. So that's why Let and Welf kicked me out of headquarters and kept me outside while you all got everything ready. The kicking was unnecessary, but yes, that was the plan, said Allies with a nervous smile. Thank you so much, whispered Belle, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. Ah, yes, we all love you very much. Now let's eat, shouted a hungry Lyra. There's plenty of food and a big cake waiting for us, so I agree with Lyra, said Estree, letting out a small laugh. Haraham helped a lot with the preparations and is eager for you to try the cake. I didn't do much, really, whispered the girl shyly. Then let's eat, said Allies, taking Belle's hand and leading him to the dining room, followed by the others. The only ones left behind were Lyra and Astrea, who were chatting. I'll help you, but you'll have to give me money, said the dwarf. Don't worry, I'll pay you. Your job will be to light the small fireworks while I bring the closing firework for this event, whispered the hobbit with an excited smile. I just ask that that thing doesn't fall on the guild or the Loki or Freya familia's headquarters. Lyra, Astrea, come eat. Yes. They both went to the dining room where everyone was already seated, ready to enjoy all the food and juice, which was the classic pineapple juice. Did you know that pineapple sweetens men's semen? But out of nowhere, Celty, the least expected of all, blurted out that fact while drinking her pineapple juice. At that moment, everyone in the dining room fell silent, watching the elf who began to blush deeply upon realizing what she had said. Sorry, I read it in a bee-book, Celty whispered, wanting the earth to swallow her up right then and there for saying those words. She didn't know why she said it. She simply remembered that fact she had read in the book when she saw the pineapple juice, and it occurred to her to say it. Pervert, Ryu whispered, red-faced. Thanks for the info, Kaguya murmured. Well, let's put that aside and eat, Estree said with an embarrassed smile. The rest decided to heed her advice and forget about it and continue with the celebration. Hey Belle, what's that? Muriu asked curiously, pointing to one of the objects Belle had on the table. The camera. Led and Welf gave it to me along with a photo album, the albino replied with a smile. Really? We can take lots of pictures to remember this day and everyone's birthday, Allies said with an excited smile. Don't overdo it and fill the album in one day, Nise said, knowing what her captain was like. I think 3 or 4 photos would be more than enough, Ryana recommended. After lunch we can take a group photo, Estree said, enthusiastic about the idea. Can I be in the picture too? RD asked, referring to the fact that she wasn't part of the family. Of course, even if you don't have Estree-sama's name, you're part of the family, Ryu said, putting her hand on her friend's shoulder. Should we take a picture when we do the explosive closure? Astrea whispered to Lyra. SHHH, don't mention that at the table. I can take the picture if you want, Haraham offered. Of course not, you have to be in the picture with everyone, Maryu said, stroking the little girl's hair. Then Kagaya should take the picture and stay out of it, Iska suggested. Haha, right, her angry face will ruin the picture, Noin agreed. Shut up, you pair of idiots. If I remember correctly, the cameras can be set with a time limit for taking the picture, that way we'll all have time to be in it, Salty whispered, embarrassed and wanting to join the conversation after the embarrassing things she'd said. While they chatted, Belle watched each of them with a smile, feeling the warm atmosphere that had formed around him. When he first joined the family, he never thought he'd be like this with all of them, but here he was, with them preparing a surprise birthday party to cheer him up. Aside from his teacher and grandmother, no one had done anything like this for him. It made him feel special. Without a doubt, joining the Estree family was the best thing that could have happened to him in his life. I truly love my family, he thought, looking fondly at each of them. They all held a special place in his heart, and that's why he would never allow anything bad to happen to them. If he had to get his hands dirty again to prevent that, then he would do it without hesitation. I would give everything for them, he thought, letting out a small laugh and joining the conversation. It was a great day for Belle, but they hadn't yet reached the final act prepared by Lyra and Astrea. Later. And that's it. Allies exclaimed the moment the camera took the picture with everyone gathered. After enjoying the food and cutting the cake, which Belle praised for how delicious it was, making his goddess, Maryu, and Haraham smile happily, they decided to go out to the living room to take some group photos, which turned out perfectly. Belle, we have to take a picture, you and me. Iska suggested excitedly, handing the camera to Noin and taking Belle's hand to take a picture together. Here, Noin. Okay, but I'll take a picture with Belle afterward, Noin agreed, getting the camera ready. It'll be my turn next. Allies asked excitedly. Ryu, can we take a picture together? RD said. Sounds good to me. Didn't we say not to fill up the album on the first day? Nise asked, frowning. But I'd like to take a picture with Belle too. While they were taking pictures with a new camera, Astrea and Lyra sneaked out of the room unnoticed to get everything ready. Belle laughed, sitting on the sofa after taking a few pictures herself, watching the girls take pictures of each other. Let was right when she said they'd take a lot. I hope a camera doesn't have a limit. Don't worry, from what I heard, they can be charged by buying special magic stones. The one who said those words was Kagaya, who sat down next to the albino. Did you enjoy the party? Very much, thank you so much for everything you did for me, he said gratefully, looking at the Asian woman with a smile. I'm reminding you that my birthday is in 2 months, so I hope you don't forget, she said, watching as allies put on sunglasses to look like a professional taking photos. I'd never forget it, he whispered, making her look away, slightly embarrassed. Right, here. The Asian woman handed a small box to the albino, who looked at it in surprise. Happy birthday, silly. Wow, thank you so much, he said, excitedly opening the gift. And upon opening it, he was surprised to find a ring with a red stone in the center. It's not an engagement ring, since you have to give me that one, she joked, making Belle blush. It's a magic ring that enhances your magic. I know the effects of your magic, which is very useful but also full of risk, so this ring will help make it much stronger, so you can defeat your enemies with a single attack and not need to use it a second time. And if it's enhanced with your win-lose ability, well, it will be monstrous. Be careful when you decide to use it. Kagaya, how much did this cost you? I only had to sell one of my kidneys, nothing complicated. What? Haha, don't worry, it's a bit pricey, but once we're done with Evilus, we'll go to the dungeon together and get that money back in a day. Thanks, Kagaya, he said, giving her a hug, which made her a little embarrassed. Why, you're welcome. At that moment, RD noticed this and quickly approached them. I also have a gift for you, Belle. Really? He said curiously, pulling away from the hug, while Kagaya frowned slightly. Nosy, she thought. Here, I don't know how to wrap it, so I brought it like this, she said, a little embarrassed, showing him a book. It's a book of heroes, but it's not just any book of heroes. It has summaries of the stories of all the heroes who have ever existed in the world. Awesome. Belle said excitedly. It's a very useful book. Maybe you'll find a hero you didn't even know existed and love their story. That way, you can buy the complete story later. Wow, RD, thank you so much. She said happily, thanking her for the gift. Mine was better, the Asian woman thought. I also have a gift, Nise said a little nervously, approaching Belle. It's nothing as big as RD's or Kagaya's gifts, but I hope you like it. Slowly, Nise raised her hand and showed Belle some black gloves. Huh? Gloves? Why yes, you always said you'd like some to wear on patrols. They're special for adventurers, so they won't get ruined so easily. They're durable, she explained, looking down. I couldn't buy anything else because I didn't know what else to give you. Can the magic ring be used even if it's on top of a glove? Belle asked, looking at Kagaya. Of course, as long as it's with you, it will work, she replied calmly. Then it's perfect. Thank you so much, Nise, I really liked it. That's good to hear, she whispered happily as her tail wagged from side to side. Belle happily looked at the 3 gifts he had received, though that didn't last long as he began to feel nervous when he noticed a certain detail. Beside him were Nise, RD, and Kagaya, 3 girls who had confessed their love for him and whom he had even kissed. It was somewhat awkward, especially knowing they were aware of it too. Thank you, girls, he whispered. I have a present too. Allies shouted, seeing them gathered together and breaking the tension. Really? No, since I don't have any money, but when I do, I'll buy you a present, she laughed sheepishly. She's silly, Kagaya whispered wearily. Astrea, Celti, and I spent our money on decorations, so we couldn't buy a present. I'm sorry, Noin apologized with a nervous smile. Estree Sama, Haraham, and I also spent our money on the cake ingredients, Mariu explained. I made a few custom-made clothes just for you. I left them in your room, and sorry for barging in, Iska said, implying that she had made the clothes by hand. She was very good at fashion. I don't have any money, so whenever you want, I'll prepare a delicious meal just for you. Just tell me when, and I'll do it, Ryana said, a little embarrassed. I owe you one, Ryu whispered, so excited about the party that she forgot the main thing. The gift. Girls, I really appreciate it. I'll have to get ready to give you good presents for your birthdays. You'd better, Noin warned. Hey, where are Astrea and Lyra? Nise asked, noticing their absence. Now that you mention it, those 2 aren't here, Kagaya whispered. Hey Belle. In the courtyard, Astrea was leaning out the window, calling to the albino. What are you doing outside? Estree asked curiously. Come on, we have something prepared. The rest of them, curious, headed towards the courtyard, seeing some tubes on the ground, the tubes where the firework balls were put so they could shoot into the sky. Oh no, they all thought. Relax. This time they're small fireworks, so nothing bad will happen, or at least that's what Lyra says, Astrea said with a nervous smile. And where's Lyra? Belle asked when he didn't see her. She's bringing the last firework, so in the meantime, enjoy the show. And with those words, Astrea lit the tube and began putting the fireworks into it, which shot into the sky, creating beautiful lights. Wow, how beautiful, Haraham whispered, watching the fireworks excitedly. Thanks to it being nighttime, they could see them perfectly. Well, if they're that small, they're beautiful, Estree said with a small smile, watching the fireworks display. Everyone was staring at the sky, unaware that Lyra had arrived with a much larger tube and placed it on the ground before going back inside headquarters. Looks like Lyra can create more than just bombs, Kagaya said with amusement. Hey. That firework was shaped like a rabbit. Allies shouted excitedly. I'm sure she did it on purpose, Belle whispered with a nervous smile. Come on, Lyra, hurry up, Astrea thought, continuing to light the fireworks. People from all over the city had leaned out of their windows to see the beautiful spectacle, the excitement evident in both children and adults. That's noisy, Shakti whispered, watching from her office window. Right, today's Belle's birthday, Rose thought, leaning out of her window with a cup of coffee, remembering the day thanks to the rabbit-shaped fireworks. Finally, Lyra is doing something good that doesn't cause destruction. The previous times it backfired. How beautiful, Misha said in amazement at the guild entrance, since she was working overtime for slacking off. Misha, get back to your job. Yes. Here, Let said, arriving at the window and giving Well some sunglasses. And these. If I'm not mistaken, that diabolical dwarf did it again, so we'd better be prepared, Otter, close the blinds, I don't want to keep watching, Freya said wearily. I'm sure the same thing will happen as before. As you wish. Back at headquarters. Everyone was still looking at the sky except for allies, who had stopped looking to look at Belle. And the Redeed thought, looking to both sides and seeing that no one was looking at her. Should I take advantage of the situation? And this is the last one, Astrea whispered, sending the firework flying, which exploded in the shape of a rabbit. I counted 10 rabbits, Nise said with amusement. It was a beautiful spectacle, a shame it's over, Estree said, satisfied and happy with what Lyra had done. But then the doors of headquarters were thrown open, catching everyone's attention. Everyone's face turned pale as they saw Lyra with a firework above her head that was much bigger than her. It was almost 5 meters tall and 4 meters wide. Ahaha. Happy birthday, Belle. Lyra shouted, starting to run toward the tube prepared just for that firework. No, 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 no. Everyone shouted in alarm, trying to stop her. But it was too late. The firework boomed loudly as it shot out, making the ground tremble slightly. Everyone watched in horror, thinking it would go back to the city, but luckily it continued to rise higher and higher into the sky. Everyone stared up, waiting for the firework to explode, except for allies, who turned to look at Belle again. "Hey, Belle," she called. "Huh?" he said, looking down at her. But to his surprise, allies took both his hands and pulled him close, giving him a sweet kiss on the lips, full of love and affection, which surprised Belle. And at the same time, the firework exploded in the sky, creating a huge light that illuminated the entire city, leaving everyone in awe. "Woo!" all the girls exclaimed, surprised by such a beautiful light, except for allies, who was still kissing Belle. It's beautiful," Ryana whispered, seeing all the colors in the firework. "Incredible," Kagaya said, surprised, since even she hadn't expected something like that. After kissing Belle for a few seconds, allies slowly pulled away and looked at him with a small smile, seeing Belle's surprised expression. "Happy birthday, this is my present, I love you, silly," she said, giving him one last kiss on the lips and letting go of both his hands. And at that moment, the firework disappeared, leaving the city dark and silent again after such a beautiful and incredible spectacle. I don't know why, I was expecting it," Belle thought, embarrassed, looking away and remembering the sensation of Allies' lips. Of all the girls, the only one he suspected of having feelings for him was Allies because of all the times she snuck into his room to sleep with him, and in the end, his suspicions turned out to be true. Allies laughed happily. "Wow, Lyra, you really outdid yourself this time," Ryana praised, still looking up at the sky. "I know, I put a lot of effort into creating it for today." "I'm amazing," Lyra said proudly. "It was so cute," Estree whispered. "Too bad it's over," Nise said. "Lyra. What? When will we get our sight back?" Mourning asked. "I don't know." Allies' eyes widened in surprise at that. She and Belle were the only ones who hadn't seen the firework, so they could see perfectly. "You can't see anything at all?" Allies asked. "No, I knew there had to be something wrong with this," Kagaya replied angrily. "And why do you still have your sight?" A small smile appeared on Allies' face when she heard that, then she turned to look at the embarrassed Belle. Without warning, she grabbed his shirt and pulled him towards her to kiss him again, taking advantage of the fact that no one could see. "Hey, I just heard the sound of a kiss," Iska shouted. "What? Allies? What are you doing?" Nise shouted, trying to hear something. "I caught her," Iska shouted. "Hey, leave that alone." "They're my breasts," Mariu said, embarrassed. They're big. Damn it. Lyra, give me back my sight." Kagaya shouted angrily. "Sorry, no refunds," the hobbit apologized, starting to run, though she bumped into the wall of the headquarters. "Ahaha, I'm sure you bumped into it because of the sound," Mourning mocked. "Come on, how am I supposed to get back to Shaktini without being able to see?" RD whispered. "I'll guide you, RD," Ryu offered. "Never let another blind person guide you," Ryana advised. The glass in my glasses shattered," Salty whispered, frightened, since she couldn't see anything. Meanwhile, Haraham just took Estree's hand so she wouldn't get lost until her sight returned. "I knew it was a bad idea," the goddess whispered. And Allies continued kissing Belle without any problem, taking advantage of the fact that everyone was blind except for one. "Wow," Astrea whispered in surprise, watching them kiss. She had looked down at the last second, afraid of the light, so she hadn't lost sight of them. "Allies, I'm watching you." "Ah." The Redeed screamed, startled, breaking the kiss. Belle's face was flushed from what had just happened. This would definitely be the most special and unforgettable birthday for the albino, a birthday he would remember fondly. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Mission begins. Another day began in the city of Orario, and at the Estree family headquarters, things were quiet after yesterday's party and the loss of sight, which fortunately for everyone, only lasted half an hour. But that day, even though some were tired from the party, they had to patrol, and two of their colleagues would be leaving for a mission soon. "I'm here," Estree Sama Belle said, entering his goddess's room to update her status. "Perfect, Nise arrived a few seconds ago and is very close to leveling up, perhaps this mission will give them the push they need," said the goddess with a happy smile. "Well, Nise and I have trained a lot, so I expect good results," said Belle, taking off his shirt, making the goddess blush. During Belle's first few weeks in the family, the same thing happened with Estree blushing at the sight of his naked upper body, but after about 2 months that disappeared and she calmly updated her status as just another son. But unfortunately, in recent weeks that shame had returned and that rapid heartbeat in her heart when she saw him like that. She had to calm down. "See, you can sit down." "Of course." The albino obeyed and sat down, turning his back to his goddess, who was ashamed to see his muscles. Come on, calm down, this isn't like you, he thought, pricking his finger and starting the status update. After a few seconds the update finished, causing Estree to open her eyes in surprise. Wow. You've improved a lot, all your stats are in A and S, the only one that's in B is magic, but I suppose that's because you hardly use it. I knew the training had worked, Belle whispered happily. Nise has all her stats at B and A. If everything goes well, it is possible that they will level up after this mission, although you have a higher probability, although Kagaya and allies are also very close. Level 5, Belle thought, feeling a strange excitement as he approached the first classes. How long ago did you reach level 4? Estree asked curiously. 2.5 years ago. Wow, it only took you 2.5 years to get close to level 5, and most of that time was spent outside the city, she whispered in surprise. There's no doubt you have great talent, though that's to be expected from a descendant of Zeus and Hera. Yes, although my parents weren't exactly strong, Belle whispered. I just know that the rest of my family were very strong, even though I don't know them. Well, then that concludes the status update. Thank you, Astrea-sama, he said, standing up and putting his shirt back on. You need to go and prepare for the mission, Nise will be waiting for you at the entrance along with the others. Understood. And with those words Belle left the room, leaving Estree alone, who smiled. Bear wasn't lying when she said you're a special boy, he thought, standing up and walking towards the exit. No, you're even more special than she thought. Meanwhile, with Belle. He was already in his room finishing putting on his new adventure outfit, one of the many that Iska gave him. Wow, it's custom made. I'm even surprised Iska knows my exact measurements. How did she do it? He thought, puzzled, though he smiled a few seconds later. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It was a very nice gesture on her part and she took the time to make them. I'll invite her out to lunch later as a thank you. After that, he turned his gaze to the bed where the gloves Nise had given him were. I take his hand to them and he carefully puts on each glove, feeling the good resistant material they were made of. Thanks, Nise, she thought, looking at the gloves with excitement. I never remember telling you I liked gloves. I discussed that with Lyra on patrol, I suppose you overheard. I owe you so much, Nise. Then he took the magic ring that was on his dresser and put it on his finger, feeling his magic improve, although he was sure that his true power would be expelled the moment he used his magic. This will be a great help, thank you Kagaya, he whispered, looking at the red stone. Although I heard they're very expensive, I'm surprised you parted with that money without hesitation. Ugh, receiving expensive gifts makes me nervous. And finally, he took his dagger and placed it at his waist. Well, I think I'm ready, he thought, looking at the piece of furniture where the book RD gave him was. He slowly picked it up and looked at the first page, eager to read it. No. I'll wait until I get back from the mission, resist the temptation, he thought, putting it back on the shelf with great effort. Now then, let's go. And with everything ready, Belle left his room ready to meet the others who were waiting for him at the entrance and begin that mission. He was going to face Evilus again. He was no longer the same boy from the pleasure district, this time he had improved a lot. Even though I've never seen that elf, I'm going to defeat her, he thought resolutely as he reached the place where his friends were. Here he comes. Wow, you took a long time, and they say women are the ones who take the longest. Astrea and Noin mocked him when they saw him arrive. Sorry, I just couldn't find some things. Wow, last night was crazy, said Lyra, arriving at the place. How are you all? Happy to have our sight, Kagaya said angrily. Although I must admit it was something beautiful, Mariu whispered. That's right. You do know, Mariu. Huh? Wow. I see the suit I made for you fits you perfectly, Iska said happily, seeing Belle wearing the clothes she made for him. Do you like it? Thank you so much, really, Iska, Belle said gratefully, making the girl smile. Haha, wow, and you're wearing gloves too, Nise whispered, a little embarrassed. At first she felt bad about her gift since the others had given Belle better things, but the albino liked it, so that was more than enough for her. I should have bought him a present, Ryana thought, regretting not having saved up for that day. When he gets back from the mission, I'll make him a delicious meal for his effort and for Nise too, so he doesn't complain. Enough talk. Our two companions are about to leave on an important mission, so we have to see them off properly, said Allies, hugging the embarrassed albino, who remembered the kiss he had with her yesterday. Is the hug necessary? Kagaya asked, frowning. Very necessary. Allies, leave Cranel-san alone. Nise. Although at that moment Estree arrived and called her two children, causing them both to turn and look at her. You're about to leave on a dangerous mission to confront a leader of Evilus, so please take good care of yourselves. Belle, take care of Nise, and you, Nise, take care of Belle. Come back safe and sound. Yes, Astrea-sama, they both said at the same time. I still think they should have sent more people on that mission, Ryana whispered. They did the same thing in the past, and the whole group died because it was a trap. They want to avoid the fewest possible casualties in the event that it is a trap, Kagaya said. So we're sending Kranel-san and Nise to the slaughterhouse. We can't do that. Ryu shouted worriedly. We already know that, Lion, Nise said with a small smile, stroking the elf's hair. Belle and I are already aware that this could be a trap. That's why they don't send an entire family, so as not to lose a major Orario powerhouse all at once. That's why they send a small number of adventurers from different families, Belle explained. If we all die, it means it was a trap and they were right not to send a large group. But whispered the elf. Now that she knew it could be a trap, she was very worried and didn't want her friends to go to that place. Don't worry, Lion. If it's a trap, it won't work. We'll kick all those bastards' butts, said the smiling wolf, patting him on the back. So don't look so worried, silly. Don't worry, Ryu-san, Belle said with a smile, giving a thumbs up. We'll be back sooner than you think. Okay, she whispered resignedly, then smiled. Good luck to both of you. Fuck them, Belle Lyra demanded. And? If only you could unleash your beastly side at will, you'd have a bigger advantage, Nguyen said to the she-wolf. You know, even though there hasn't been a full moon, I've been practicing bringing out my beast side at will, but it's very difficult but not impossible. Really? Astrea said in surprise. Yes, I haven't achieved anything yet, but I feel like I release more power when I get angry. I heard that some beastmen in ancient times could unleash that power at will without needing a full moon. I hope to achieve that too, he finished speaking, smiling and showing his fangs. Damn, the last time you were angry you scared me, Iska whispered. Hey Belle, the Oriental woman called. 10. Kagaya threw a sword at Belle, who managed to catch it. It's the best weapon we have in the warehouse, it's good that you have a spare weapon, well that fool that finishes the sword he promised you. Thank you very much, Kagaya she said, smiling slightly. You two had better come back safe and sound, or I'll give you a beating. Alright, enough talk, Estree said, clapping her hands a little. The agreed upon time to meet the rest of the group is near, so you'd better get going. Yes, Estree-sama, they both said seriously. Goodbye girls, if all goes well we'll be back soon, Belle said, starting to walk away. I hope you're doing well without us, Kagaya, Lyra said the wolf. Don't worry, since there are two of us, Lyra will go to Allies' group and I'll go to Iska's, but we'll have to cover more patrol areas, the Asian woman informed. Please take care. Allies said goodbye, not liking the idea of it being just the two of them either, but there was no other option. Remember to use the bombs I gave you. Lyra shouted and Belle gave a thumbs up. Good luck whispered little Harahim, a little scared of the dangerous mission they were going on. Don't worry, they're both very strong said Estree, stroking the little girl's hair. And so the girls said their goodbyes until they could no longer see them. Then they left said Astrea. I won't be at peace until they return, Kagaya whispered, turning around and entering the headquarters. Although she didn't show it, Kagaya was the one who cared the most about the whole family, hiding it under that serious and mocking look. Belle and Nise are the strongest physically in the whole family. They'll be fine. Allies shouted positively. I hope so Ryu whispered, looking down. Well, all of you had better get ready because it's almost time to patrol. Yes, Estree-sama they all said, going back into the headquarters, though all with that bitter taste that two of their friends had gone on such a dangerous mission. They'll be fine thought Allies, hiding her worry behind that cheerful smile. Meanwhile, with Belle and Nise. They walked at a leisurely pace to the Tower of Babel to meet up with their other mission companions. Nervous? Belle asked. A little. And you? Same here, but I don't have to be afraid, Evilus has to be eliminated, he said angrily, clenching his fists. Although he calmed down when he felt the she-wolf gently take his hand and smile at him. Calm down Belle, you need to control your emotions. Sorry, sometimes they just come out on their own he apologized, embarrassed. Although I don't blame you, Evilus has to be eliminated. Everything they've done is unforgivable, Nise whispered angrily. But we don't know anything about the abilities of the enemies we're going to face. We have to be careful. Let's do a great job, Nise, Belle whispered, raising his fist. The she-wolf smiled at that and bumped her fist with Belle. We have to make an effort, she said, blushing slightly. Well, after this mission I'd like to go on a date with you. What do you think? Huh? Belle said in surprise. Is that guy harassing you again? No. He didn't bother me again, whatever you said worked, she clarified nervously. I want to have a real date with you, go anywhere together and have a good time. Would you like that? Oh, I see he whispered, embarrassed. Now that she knew about her friend's feelings, she understood the purpose of that date. She even knew that the first fake date she had also had ulterior motives. I still couldn't believe that Nise was in love with him and Kagaya and RD and Allies. Luckily, none of them were pressuring him for an answer. In fact, he didn't want to give an answer until he had finished with Evilus, and apparently neither did they. First, they wanted to end that war. But a date, it was nice to have a moment like that with a she-wolf. Sure, I'd love to, Belle agreed, making Nise smile happily. Great. Let's finish this mission and defeat that elf so we can have our date, she said excitedly. We'll have a good time. Belle just smiled at her friend's excitement. She really was a very lively person, and that attitude only made her look more beautiful. Now we need to hurry, I wouldn't want us to be the last to arrive at the agreed place, he said, quickening his pace along with Belle. I wonder who will be coming with us. I'm curious too, Belle whispered, since she only knew about Let. After walking for a few more minutes, they arrived at the agreed place where two people were already waiting for them. One of them was a somewhat robust man, and the other was a beautiful woman with somewhat short and white hair, which surprised Belle. As always, the Ganesha family is punctual, said Nise with a smile, approaching the two along with Belle. Oh wow. It's Nise, it's been a while since I've seen you, said the girl, smiling slightly as she approached the wolf. Hi Denev, your presence on this mission makes me feel a little more at ease, I greeted her, giving her a light hug. Same here, you're a very strong girl, she said, pulling away from the hug and then looking at Belle. I suppose you must be bellcranel. Nice to meet you, I'm surprised there's another person with white hair in the city, Belle greeted with a nervous smile, since he hadn't seen anyone else with that color. There are very few of us in the city with hair like this, welcome to the club, she said, shaking Belle's hand. Nice to meet you, my name is Denev, and I'm a level 5 member of the Ganesha family. Wow, you must be very strong, Belle said in surprise. It is, in the past I was never able to beat her in a hand-to-hand fight, said the wolf, making the girl laugh a little embarrassed. That was before, I'm sure you're much stronger now, she said, then pointed to the man behind her. He's Hashana, a level 4 member of the family. Nice to meet you, Hashana, Belle greeted. Finally, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Vigilante Rabbit. I've heard a lot about you, mainly that you're a womanizer, hahaha, the man laughed loudly. Belle is not a womanizer, you circus monkey. Nise said angrily. Oh, sorry to bother your boyfriend. Or is he RD's boyfriend? Hahaha. I'm going to break your teeth. Hey, forgive him, Hashana is a bit of a joker, Denev said with a nervous smile to the albino. No problem, he's a lively person, Belle said with a nervous smile. Hey, I'm glad you're on the team. I haven't seen you fight, but they say you're very strong. I hope you'll be a great help. I will do my best. Meanwhile, Nise, after arguing with Hashana, went back to approaching Belle and Denev. It seems the others haven't arrived yet, whispered the she-wolf. The agreed time is 8 o'clock and there are still 10 minutes to go, said Denev. Oh. The Hephaestus family is already here, Belle announced with a smile as he saw Let approaching with 2 swords on his back, accompanied by a girl with long brown hair. Hey Belle. Let greeted, approaching the group. How are you? I'm feeling nervous. Let. Are you serious? Nise asked, raising an eyebrow. Hey. Don't look at me like they sent me here as a nuisance, the boy complained. Let is strong, he'll be a great help, Belle defended him. Obviously, besides the fact that Welf hates them, I made 2 magic swords for the mission, each one has 2 uses, he said, pointing to the 2 swords on his back. Magic swords? Wow. That will be a great help to us, Hashana exclaimed. It's good to have you on the mission, Denev greeted, then looked at the girl behind Let. And you? Irene, it's a pleasure, the girl greeted calmly, implying that she was a woman of few words. She's shy, Let teased, earning herself a punch from her. Well, then only the Loki family and Freya remain, Nise commented. I wonder who the one from the Freya family is, Let whispered. He's most likely an executive and I'm already getting an idea, Denev said, frowning. At that moment, another duo of a girl and a boy approached them, being members of the Loki family. Hello, greeted a catgirl with a small smile. Oaki. It's good to see you, Nise smiled back, noticing the other boy beside her. And you're here too, Rol. I hope you don't let fear get the better of you this time. I am sorry, the nervous boy apologized. So Aki and Rol, for a moment I thought they would send that grumpy wolf who is new to their family, said Hashana. That. The captain considered it for a moment, but since he has a very bad temper, he decided to send the 2 of us. We haven't been at level 4 for many months, but we hope to be of help, said the cat. Don't worry, everyone here will be a great help for this mission, Denev encouraged her with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Belle-san, Rol greeted, approaching Belle. Sure, the pleasure is all mine, Belle returned the greeting, shaking his hand with his. I don't know what you've done, but Rol admires you, Aki said with a smile. Hi. It's a pleasure to meet you too. It's a pleasure, Aki-san, the albino smiled back. I'm glad to meet more people from the other families. It's good to socialize with others except for the Freya family, Denev said with disgust, watching as someone approached the group. So you're the trash who will team up with me. They all turned their gaze upon hearing a voice filled with superiority and annoyance, seeing as a catman approached them with a large spear. "Beral and Frommel. And Mr. Whiskers makes an appearance," said Denov with distaste. "Shut your mouth, old woman," I yelled angrily. "Well guys, it looks like we already have a group mascot. Did anyone bring pet food?" the girl asked. "And your wheelchair? An old woman like you shouldn't be here. I'm only 25 years old, you damn cat. Perhaps from not bathing. Ha. If I remember correctly, it's cats who don't like to shower, no offense, Aki. Bet lost, you old witch." While the rest of the group just watched with an I'm-style sweat drops as the two argued. "Do they know each other?" Irene asked. "Apparently so, but I don't know why they get along so badly," Hassan replied, puzzled. "They remind me of Ryu-san and Kagaya," Belle whispered with a nervous smile. "Do you think so? It seems to me that those two like each other compared to these two," Nise said. "Damn, everyone in this group is really strong, I'm the only one who doesn't fit in," Raul thought nervously. They should have sent better Ace instead. "Who invented that idea that cats don't like to shower?" "I shower twice a day," Aki whispered, offended. "Damn, I forgot to have breakfast," Let thought. After a few more minutes of arguing, Denov calmed down and turned to look at the rest of the group as Alan walked away. "Sorry about that," she apologized, adjusting her hair. "Well, now we're all together. We're about to have a complicated mission, so prepare yourselves mentally." "Only the weak need to prepare mentally," Alan remarked. "Shut your mouth," Denov whispered angrily. "Fine, I don't know what you think about the idea of me being the team leader. Maybe I'm not the strongest in the group, but I'm more sensible than the others." "DSK just don't get in my way," Alan said, catching the hint. "That sounds good to me, you'll be a great leader," Belle agreed. "You demonstrated great leadership in the Dark Ages, so there's no problem," Nise said. "You are the most suitable," Hashanah added. The rest nodded slightly, implying that there was no problem. "Perfect. Then it's time to enter the dungeon and complete this mission. Be alert at all times, because we're not going to face just any enemy. And DSK, they're afraid of those evil scumbags. I'll personally take care of eliminating those 3 stupid leaders of that organization," and with those words, Alan began walking to the dungeon, leaving the others behind. "It will be difficult to work with someone like him," Irene whispered. "Just ignore it, come on." And with those words Denov began to walk, followed by the rest, entering the dungeon. You could see the nervousness on some of their faces, or the fear in Raul's case, but they were all determined to complete that mission and defeat that elf leader of Evilus. "Don't forget the appointment," Nise whispered. "You don't say that here," Belle whispered, embarrassed. Belle and Nise on behalf of the Estree family. "Hey Irene, did you have breakfast?" Let asked her companion. "Obviously, the fact that you don't have money to buy food isn't my problem," the girl replied, annoyed. Led and Irene from the Hephaestus family. "Don't be nervous, Raul, you'll see you'll do a great job and the captain will praise you when we get back," Aki encouraged his teammate. "I hope so," the nervous boy whispered. Aki and Raul from the Loki family. "The captain trusts us with this mission," Hashanah said. "I know, I won't disappoint," Shakti Denov said resolutely. Hashanah, why Denov depart de la familia Ganesha. DSK, they're just a bunch of garbage," Alan thought with disgust. And Alan on behalf of the Freya family. 1 level 6 adventurer, 1 level 5 adventurer, and 7 level 4 adventurers. The total of 9 adventurers were setting out on a mission categorized as A rank, almost reaching S rank when facing a leader of Evilus, an opportunity to turn this war around and for Orario to take the advantage. 9 adventurers to complete that mission. And of those 9 adventurers, only 3 returned alive. End of chapter. Chapter 41. A night together. It was night in the city of Orario, and at the Estree family headquarters everyone was in the dining room having dinner. They were all silent, only hearing the sound of cutlery touching the plate and the ticking of the clock on the wall. It feels strange that Belle and Nise aren't here. But the first to break the silence was Lyra, who had already finished her meal. "Yes, it's strange, we usually do missions all together, but this time it was just the 2 of us," Ryana whispered. "Perhaps they've already finished their mission and are returning," Haraham said. "It's not that easy," Kagaya began. "I think they checked every floor they passed through to see if there were any Evilus members. If they were quick, they must be on the 18th floor resting before continuing down." "I see," whispered the little girl, disheartened. "Don't worry, you'll see they'll be back with us soon," Mariu said, stroking her hair. "If they're lucky, they'll be here in 2 more days or tomorrow, it all depends on how strong that elf is," Astrea said. "Elves don't have much physical strength, so if they overwhelm her before she completes her magic, they can easily defeat her," Iska said. "That's offensive," Ryu whispered angrily. "But she's right," Salty added. "Haha, tell the same to Hedon and Hogni from the Freya family," Nguyen laughed with amusement. Those monsters don't count, they're not from this world, Astrea said as he took a bite of his food. What's wrong, allies? You've been very quiet, Kaguya asked, noticing the Redeed silently eating her dinner. I'm not in the mood for jokes, even perfect beings like me have their moments like this, he whispered, sipping his orange juice. But nobody can take away your narcissism, Ryana sighed, shaking her head slightly. Don't you trust Belle and Nise's abilities? Kaguya asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course. They're both very strong, I have no doubt they'll carry all the equipment, allies exclaimed, confident in her words, but seconds later she lowered her gaze. But I'm still worried. That's normal, allies, Estree said, smiling slightly. But don't worry, you'll see that everything will be alright. When they say that, that's when everything goes wrong, Lyra whispered. Shut up, Lyra, and keep eating, Noin scolded. But I have nothing left on my plate, lately they've been reducing my food portions a lot, complained the hobbit. Tell that to Astrea, she serves the food, Ryana reminded him, pointing at the dwarf. While they were chatting, Kaguya decided to continue with her meal, thinking about how her friends were doing down there. Hey, but Nise was very clever to want to go, she's probably scoring points with Belle somewhere on the 18th floor right now, the hobbit said gracefully, leaving the dining room in silence. Haha, as if that shy little wolf could do anything, Kaguya laughed with amusement. Why yes, you're right, allies laughed nervously. Besides, I have God on my side. Estree nervously looked away upon hearing those words. Don't underestimate Nise, she'll show her claws at any moment, she's a beastman after all, the hobbit reminded him. Meanwhile, Noin and Astrea looked at each other, confused, as they listened to that conversation. Did we miss something? I don't know. Do they like Belle Sama? But suddenly little Harahim asked that question, leaving the dining room in silence. That can't be possible since Miss Mariou likes him, she said innocently, pointing to the girl who was standing next to her. They all turned their gaze to Mariou, who began to feel nervous. What things children say, they don't even know what they're saying, she said, letting out laughs that made her look even more guilty. But it's true, this morning she said she would miss Belle Sama because she loves him very much, Harahim said again. That's obvious, I love Nise too, and I miss her, the human tried to explain. But she told me that she loved Belle Sama in a different way, that she loves him. Harahim, eat your vegetables first. It's bad to talk with your mouth full, Mariou said with a nervous smile, filling the girl's mouth with food. Much better. But even so, the damage was already done, and they all stared blankly at Mariou, who was beginning to feel ashamed. Children lie. Estree Sama Susuro sta. She told the truth, the goddess confirmed. You like Belle? Noin shouted, unable to believe it. Now there are two of us. Shouted the smiling Iska. You had to be an Amazon, Astrea whispered. You're wrong. It's all a misunderstanding. Mariou shouted desperately. Denying it only makes you look more guilty, Kaguya said with a frown. I swear. Great, now Mariou is on the list too, Ryana thought with boredom. Did I do something wrong? Harahim asked Lyra. On the contrary, you did something right, replied the hobbit, watching everything with amusement. So Elise likes Belle too. Mariou shouted, trying to divert her attention. That's obvious, they all said at the same time, making the Redeed smile nervously. All you did was confirm your feelings, you idiot, said the Asian woman, making Mariou's ears practically steam from embarrassment. Gee girls, calm down, Estree pleaded nervously. Meanwhile, Ryu just frowned as they all chatted. They've forgotten that Cranel-san and Nise are on a dangerous mission, they're fools, she thought with annoyance. It seems that dinner at the Estree family headquarters would last longer than usual. While in the dungeon. Wow, this is depressing, Raul whispered, seeing how destroyed Rivera was. The group was currently on the 18th floor and it was almost dark there and everyone was in what was once Rivera completely destroyed, there weren't even any corpses, perhaps Evilus took them or the monsters that passed by did their thing. The smell of blood is still in the air, Nise said, a little uncomfortable since his sense of smell was very sensitive. Why would Evilus attack Rivera? For fun? Denov suggested. They're a bunch of psychopaths, so it's pointless to look for any reason behind their actions. You're right, they've always been like that, Hashana agreed. It's a good thing I decided not to sell anything in the dungeon anymore, or else I'd be one of the victims, Let said with a nervous smile. It's not like you're selling anything either, you never make any progress with your pathetic forging, Irene said, throwing hurtful words. Belle was standing at a destroyed stall where women's underwear was scattered on the floor. Do you have a fetish for women's underwear? Aki asked playfully from behind Belle, making him jump in fright. What? Of course not. He quickly denied nervously. Relax, it's more than obvious that you're not. If you were a pervert, you wouldn't be in the Estree family, he said, standing next to Belle and looking at the destroyed stall. Did you know the owner? Something like that. He was one of the first vendors I spoke to when I entered the dungeon. He sold very expensive underwear. Yes, I knew him too. Some of my classmates had no choice but to buy from him when their clothes were ruined by a monster, she recounted nostalgically. He was a thief with his exorbitant prices, but he wasn't a bad person. Meanwhile, on top of the roof of one of the few houses that were still standing, Alan stood with an expression of annoyance. "Hey old lady," shouted the angry cat. "I told you to stop calling me that," Denev whispered, also angry. "Are we going to be here all day or are we going to move to the next floor?" he asked, annoyed, causing a playful smile to appear on the woman's face. "What? Can't the kitten keep moving unless its owner orders it to? Rotten hell. Freya-sama gave me the divine order not to stray too far from the group, so it's not like I have any other choice," he shouted angrily as Denev laughed. "I'm surprised that someone like him didn't attack her after all that teasing," Aki whispered, surprised. "Perhaps they've known each other for years I think," Belle suggested. "To answer your question, no, we'll stay here and rest since it's getting dark," he replied, watching the crystals begin to go dark. "We'll rest for a while in the woods and take turns keeping watch. After that, we won't be taking any more breaks." "TSK, it's just a waste of time," Alan whispered, walking away. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you couldn't leave the group?" "As long as I don't leave this apartment there won't be any problems which?" And with those words the cat left, leaving the others alone. "That grumpy cat will never change," Denev sighed wearily, then looked at the others. "We'd better find somewhere to rest before it gets completely dark." But we didn't bring any tents," Raul said, noticing that detail. "We don't need them, improvise with something to create a bed, whether it's leaves or the little luggage you bring, comfortable enough to give you time to recover your energy." It's good that I brought a pillow," Let said happily. "Pillow? Now that I remember, well, I'll take it out of your backpack," Irene said playfully. "That wretched dwarf. No wonder I felt like I was bringing less stuff," he shouted angrily. Meanwhile, Nise approached Belle and began walking beside him. "I brought a small sheet with me in case you're interested," the she-wolf whispered sheepishly. "I thought we might need it and I wasn't wrong." "Don't worry, occupy yourself peacefully." "And no, what I mean is that it's big enough for both of us to cover ourselves," she said, looking away. We can use our backpacks as pillows." "Do you mean sleeping together?" Belle asked nervously. "Wow, are you two a couple?" Aki asked with interest. "It doesn't surprise me, you make a cute couple." "Do you really think so?" Nise asked happily, taking the cat's hands. "Yes, in fact there are some rumors going around that they're a couple, although the rumors are also about RD, Kagaya or allies there's a reason they call him a womanizing rabbit." Aki laughed nervously. "Belle is not a womanizer," Nise whispered seriously. "I know, although honestly I feel he makes a better couple with you." "You do know," said the happy wolf, walking away with the cat. Belle stayed behind, a little embarrassed after the talk he had just overheard. "Ugh, being aware that she's in love with me is very awkward, although I can't help feeling happy," he thought, embarrassed. "The glory days of youth," Hashana said, putting her arm around Belle's shoulder and continuing to walk. "When I was your age, I was very popular too. Lots of women drooled over me." "And what happened to all those women?" he asked curiously. "Well, I was also a very indecisive boy like you, and since I took a long time to give an answer, they forgot about me," he said with a depressed aura. Belle felt fear upon hearing that. There was also the possibility that they would forget him. "So here's my advice, don't take too long and say what you really feel, or you'll end up in the pleasure district like me, since I don't have a partner, although that place doesn't exist anymore." Thanks for the advice," she said with a nervous smile. "So accept the invitation and sleep cuddled up with a she-wolf, you'll enjoy it," he said with a mischievous smile, and walked away from Belle. "I don't even think I can sleep, we're in the dungeon after all," he thought sheepishly, following the others. Some time later. On the 18th floor it was already in total darkness, and inside the forest the group of adventurers were sitting in a circle, and in the middle, there was a campfire illuminating that place. They were all eating a light meal so as not to fill their stomachs, just to have something in them. "Apparently there's no one else on the 18th floor but us," said Aki, eating some marshmallows that Led had brought. In fact, he was the one who had brought the most food. "We didn't come from an idiot camp," Irene whispered, pinching the boy's shoulder. "It feels really lonely when it's just us," said Raul, also eating some of those marshmallows. "The adventurers, on the guild's recommendation, no longer go down to explore, so it's normal that it's empty," Denev explained, eating some sandwiches she had brought. "And if Evilus isn't here, it means he's further down, so after this break we'll go down until we find and eliminate them, so rest as much as you can." "I wonder what the girls are doing," Belle whispered to Nise. "They're probably having dinner or are already asleep, who knows?" replied the she-wolf. "Hey Denev, I have a question," Hashana called. "And?" What's your relationship with Alan? It seems like you've known each other for a long time. That's right, he usually attacks everyone who insults him, but not you, Aki said, surprised. Belle just nodded, remembering how he told him he was smaller than him and already wanted to kill him. Then ate her last sandwich and let out a tired sigh. The truth is that he and I used to be friends, we even teamed up when we were only level 1. Seriously? That guy teaming up with someone else? Let asked in surprise. He wasn't like this in the past. He used to smile often when we were together and got along well, she explained, smiling as she remembered those days. He was a good boy. So what happened? Nise asked. As time went on, that imbecile in the Freya family became just like them, bitter and full of ego, caring only about his goddess and no one else. But we still worked together and I thought I could bring back the old Alan, she said bitterly. It wasn't until I found out how he treated his younger sister that I snapped and confronted him about it. We had a huge argument that ended with the group splitting up. Since then, every time we see each other, we start arguing, but for some reason, he never tries to attack me. He's a strange guy. A very sad love story, Hashana whispered, watching Denev raise her sword. Just kidding. Does he have a sister? Belle asked. Yes, she works at the fertility clinic, she's a girl with brown hair, he replied. Upon hearing that, Belle remembered that lively girl named Anya whom she met some time ago and who occasionally glances at her when she goes to that bar. Naya, Belle said, remembering her way of speaking. What was that? It was so cute, Irene whispered upon hearing Belle's Naya. Then Nialet whispered, looking away. How disgusting, Irene whispered again, looking with disgust at Let, who had a depressed aura. Maybe he's at Sundeer, Aki suggested. Haha, good one. I've got a new word to tease him with next time, Denev laughed. Alright, finish your meal and I'll give you the last instructions for the evening before you go to bed. A few minutes later everyone had finished their light meal and was waiting for instructions from their leader. Well, I was about to take a bath, so I wanted to know if any of you wanted to join me. We're alone on this floor, so we don't have to worry about Evilus, Denev said, looking at the girls. Who's coming? I'll go, I need one, said Irene. That sounds good to me, Aki added. I don't smell bad, but if I'm going to sleep with Belle, I have to smell my best, Nise thought. I'm in too. Fine, and you four better not spy on us, or I'll kill you before Evilus does, Denev threatened. Now let's go, girls. Take care of things, Nise said, walking with the others to the lake, which was not far from the camp. Now only the 4 boys were in the place, sitting around the campfire, looking at each other. So what do we do? Raul asked. I'm going to the bathroom, Hashana said, standing up and walking in the opposite direction from the women. I hadn't planned to spy on them. I wasn't crazy enough to anger Denev, she scared me when she got angry. Now there were only the 3 of them left. I'm going to tell you an anecdote about when I went to the pleasure district for the first time, Let began, trying to break the ice. When I hired the first woman, she was very beautiful, and I was excited because it would be my first time with her. I don't think it's a good idea to talk about your first sexual experience, Raul stammered. Wait, we haven't gotten to the good part yet, he interrupted. The point is, the whole way there I was anxious to get to the house where we were going to do it, but for some strange reason I never spoke, and when we got to the house and I started taking off my clothes, I knew why I had a man's voice. I was a transvestite. When I saw that, I grabbed my things and ran away, although unfortunately I paid him in advance, and I couldn't get my money back, hahaha, it was traumatic. Belle and Raul just stared at Let with strange expressions, who was getting nervous. Sorry, I just wanted to lighten the mood a bit. In my mind it sounded funny. It's strange, Raul whispered. By the way, ever since we started the mission, I've wanted to ask you something. Forward. Do you like this girl named Irene? He asked nervously. He didn't want to seem nosy, but his goddess Loki advised him that if he wanted to make more friends, he had to talk more with others and bring up the topics himself, and this was the best thing he could think of. Irene? Hahaha, of course not, what do you think? It's true that she's pretty and has beautiful eyes, and even though she has an angry tone of voice, she still sounds beautiful in her long, lovely hair, which I only got to touch once, her soft skin, her gaze, and the more Let spoke, the more his voice transformed into that of a lovesick fool, causing Belle and Raul to sweat drop in an I'm style. And okay, I admit it, I'm in love with her. Do you plan to tell him? Raul asked again. Haha, of course not. I already confessed my feelings, but she rejected me, he whispered dejectedly. I don't understand her. There was a time when she was very close to me and visited me often at the workshop. I thought she liked me, but when I confessed my feelings, she rejected me without hesitation, with an angry expression. Out of curiosity, how did you confess? Belle asked, joining the conversation. My confession? We were in a death battle with a pack of minotaurs, and that's where I told her how I felt, and she angrily yelled at me, "I don't accept you because you're an idiot." I can't understand her. Belle and Raul once again had an anime-style sweat drop moment, realizing the reason why the girl rejected him. "Despite that, I still love her," he whispered sadly. Perhaps all she wanted was a confession in a more romantic place, not in the middle of a pack of minotaurs, Raul said with a nervous smile. "Nah, I doubt it," he said, then looked at Belle. "So, what's up?" Belle lowered his gaze, hesitating to ask that with Raul present, but he seemed like a very trustworthy guy who would never reveal other people's secrets. Besides, he needed more than one opinion on this important subject. "Hey lad, I'm calling Belle." "What's up, buddy?" "There's something I've wanted to tell you, and I'd like to know your opinion about it," he said nervously. "Then it would be best if I stepped back a bit," said Raul, not wanting to overhear a private conversation between friends. "Relax, I can see you're someone I can trust, so you can stay," she said, making Raul sit down again. "So what do you want to talk about?" Led asked curiously. "Well, how do I say this?" He whispered nervously and embarrassed. What do I do when more than one girl is in love with me?" He had wanted to talk about this topic with someone for a while, and who better than his friend? He wasn't the best at giving advice, but he was sure to have something interesting to say, and maybe Raul would also give him some advice. Led and Raul looked at the embarrassed Belle with surprise. They didn't need to be a genius to know why he was asking that question. Finally, Led shouted loudly. "I've been waiting for this conversation for years." He quickly stood up, walked around the campfire, and sat down next to Belle. "Who are they?" "It's more than obvious that Nise is one of them." "Who are the others?" "Kagaya. Allies. RD. The elf Ryu. Your goddess. Your whole family. Mia Grant." "Wait, stop." Belle shouted, embarrassed by everything he had said, even though he was confused by the last name. "Wow, your whole family is in love with you," Raul whispered enviously, knowing that they were all very beautiful girls. "Not all of them." Belle denied. "Are you sure?" Led asked. "After everything they've done for you. They took such good care of you during your week in recovery, they even put together a surprise party for you with so much effort. It's more than obvious that each of them loves you very much. I must say, you're a very lucky boy. There are many in my family who envy you for that, and probably in the whole city," said Raul. Belle just lowered his gaze upon hearing that. It was true that not the entire family had confessed, but after everything that had happened and what Led had told him, he was beginning to doubt it. He loved each of them very much, but he didn't know what to do with those feelings. "What do I do, Led?" he asked, looking at his friend. "Ahem, very well my friend, let me tell you that there are 5 solutions to this problem," he said in a deep voice. 5? Yes. Some are stupid decisions, but I see you're capable of making them, and others are options. He kisses her fingers like a chef. 10 out of 10, top notch. "And what are they?" "Well, the first and most normal option is to choose one of them and reject the rest," he gave the first option. Belle felt a knot in his chest, knowing that he would have to hurt them. "The downsides of this option are that you'll be living under the same roof, happy with your partner, but rubbing it in the faces of those you rejected. In my personal opinion, that would be very awkward." "He's right," Raul agreed. "The pros are that you'll have a beautiful love nest with the girl you choose and love for the rest of your life." "I understand next." "Great. Second option, reject them all and avoid those problems, a very stupid decision in my opinion." Rejecting them all, that option sounded worse than the previous one. "The downsides of this option are similar to the previous one, except that this time you won't have a partner, you'll have an awkward atmosphere in the family for a long time, knowing that you rejected them, and it's likely that some will be angry with you." "He's right too," Raul agreed again. "The pros are that with time they will forget what they felt for you and go back to being a lively family fighting for justice, but you will be a stupid bachelor." "Aha, next option." "Well, the third option is the journey path." "Journey?" "Yes, honestly it's neither a good nor a bad decision, it all depends on how you see it," Let said. "Once we defeat Evilus, you can choose to leave Orario after rejecting them and avoiding the discomfort." He definitely didn't like that option. He loved his family and wouldn't be able to leave them. The downsides to this option are many, but the most important are that you will probably feel depressed for a long time after leaving them, and you will probably realize that you loved some of them, but that now it is too late to go back. "How sad," Raul whispered. "The pros, well, that depends on luck. After so much traveling, you're likely to meet a beautiful woman with whom you'll fall in love and start a family, having a life full of hex and love, forgetting your old life in Orario." "Do you give me the other option?" he asked, embarrassed by those last words. "Haha, finally, my favorite option." Belle and Raul looked at Let with surprise, who was smiling excitedly. "The harem path." Let shouted. "Love them all equally and make them your partners." "Harem?" Raul shouted in surprise. "Let that." Let me finish, the boy interrupted. The downside to this option is that it will be hard to convince the girls to be part of a harem. Some will probably refuse. It will be very difficult, but if you're lucky, some will accept without a problem. It all depends on your luck. And the pros? Raul asked. Haha, the pros are that if they all accept, you'll live a life full of love, surrounded by beautiful women. Imagine sleeping while being hugged by all of them. It will be like a dream for you. The bad thing is that if they all have children, you'll have to work like a donkey unless you're very strong. Nothing a week in jail can't fix. Belle felt embarrassed upon hearing that. His mind wandered unintentionally, and he imagined himself sleeping while being hugged by Nise, allies, Kaguya, or the other girls. Ugh, a harem, that's not possible, Belle whispered nervously, not seeing that as a possibility. And the fifth option? Raul asked. That's easy, kill yourself. Huh? Yes, the downside is that you won't be able to do anything because you'll be dead, and the upside is that you won't have the pressure of giving an answer, since you'll already be dead. Easy, right? Belle and Raul just turned to look at each other with anime-style sweat drops because of that last strange option. And that's it, those are the 5 options I came up with, you decide which one is the best. In my personal opinion the harem is better, since everyone is happy and content, but it's up to you. Belle just lowered his gaze and then looked at Raul. I'd like to know your opinion. I don't know much about the subject, but my advice is to make the decision you think is right and not worry about what others think, he said with a nervous smile. You're a smart guy, so you'll make a good decision. The harem is not something strange, there are many places where they use it, whether for men or women. The goddess Ishtar had a harem, and there are many gods who also have harems. People outside of Orario have their harems, even here in Orario they have harems. Everyone loves harems everywhere. Did I already say the word harem? Do you by any chance still have that schizophrenia that Welf mentioned? Belle asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm not crazy. I'm back, Hashana said, arriving at the campfire and sitting down. Think about it, Let whispered to his friend, leaving him deep in thought. Now I have more questions than answers, he thought uncertainly. What should I do? Minutes later. After a relaxing bath, the girls returned to the makeshift camp to decide who would be on watch while the rest slept and what the shifts would be. Alright, I've decided. Belle and Nise will be the first to stand guard, Denev ordered, pointing to the 2. The rest of you rest. After an hour, it'll be Aki and Raul's turn, then Led and Irene, and finally Hashana and me. Understood? And? That's some rest because tomorrow we're likely to face some of the toughest battles of our lives. Raul swallowed hard upon hearing that, beginning to feel nervous. There are no monsters or evilous members around, but still be alert, Denev said, looking at Belle and Nise. Your break will be in an hour. And so the rest went to sleep, their makeshift beds spaced far apart from each other. And sitting together in front of the campfire were Belle and Nise watching as their companions quickly fell asleep. Experienced adventurers were good at switching off their minds when it was time to rest. Everything is silent, Nise whispered, watching the flames of the fire. Very silent. The others had decided to sleep a little away from the campfire so they wouldn't be disturbed by their whispers. The guild knows that evilists are monsters, Nise whispered again, throwing a twig into the fire. They sent us to see how powerful they've become. Lion's right, we're just cannon fodder. Do you think we'll fail the mission? Belle asked. Who knows? He said with a small smile. Just as there's a chance we'll defeat those bastards, there's also a chance we'll be killed. Anything can happen. Well, losing to them isn't in my plans, Belle whispered. Haha, me neither. I promised Lion we'd come back victorious, and that's exactly what I'll do, he said with a smile, looking at the albino. You and I will eliminate them. We'll show them the fruits of our training, This time I'll make sure I don't fail like last time, Belle whispered, lowering his gaze as he recalled the terrified faces of those children as they were murdered. I won't lose. Belle was starting to feel sad and frustrated, but he calmed down when he felt Nise gently take his hand. You won't fail, Belle, you can be sure of that, he said with a warm smile. Together with the whole family, we will bring peace to this city. You're right, he said, smiling again and intertwining his fingers with the wolf's. Sorry for acting like someone who's depressed. Don't worry, I'll always be there to cheer you on, she said with a beautiful smile. Besides, we have to come out of this victorious, you owe me a date after all, I know, I haven't forgotten, he whispered, embarrassed. I still don't know why you liked it, I haven't done anything special. The words Let had said to him were still echoing in his head, making him nervous. Who knows, in my eyes you're a very special guy, there are so many things about you that interest me, she confessed shyly, scratching her cheek. That girl who used you was stupid, she let go of a wonderful guy. Belle lowered his gaze, embarrassed upon hearing those words, but unintentionally felt a great happiness within him. Thank you, you are a wonderful girl too. After that, they both remained silent, observing the fire, but their hands were still intertwined. Apparently, they had no intention of letting go. Belle. And? I love you, she whispered, turning to look at him with a beautiful smile. Let's win this battle together. Yes, he said, looking into the beautiful eyes of the she-wolf. Together. They didn't know why. Perhaps because of how quiet the place was. Because of Nise's confession of feelings. Perhaps because of the conversation he had with Let. Perhaps because of how nervous they felt about that mission. But slowly and without letting go of each other's hands, they gradually brought their faces closer together, only listening to the rapid beating of their hearts. Everyone was asleep, so there was no one who could interrupt them. Belle gently placed his hand on the wolf's cheek, staring intently into her eyes and getting closer and closer. Come. Belle. And without waiting another minute, they joined their lips in a kiss full of love, the only witness being the flames of that bonfire that illuminated them in that dark place. This time it wasn't such an inexperienced kiss as the first one they had, showing much more affection and love in it. After about 20 seconds they both separated to catch their breath and then their lips met again. They didn't know why, but they wanted to keep kissing, they wanted to feel close, to erase those nerves and fears they felt about that mission. They just wanted to let themselves go. I love you, Nise whispered as they separated for a few seconds only to kiss again. DSK. Perched in a tree in the distance, Alan clicked his tongue angrily as he watched them kiss. And I still go to the trouble of patrolling the area and these damned perverts, he thought irritably. I'd better go to sleep. Let them rot. And with those words the cat walked away from the camp, leaving the couple alone. It seems that the fire that illuminated them was not the only witness to that display of love that night. Hours later. It was the yawn that Hashanah let out while on watch alongside Denev. The girl was sitting on a tree branch with her spear in hand, observing the crystals in the ceiling. Hashanah. And? It will be a few minutes before the floor lights up, start waking the others up and get ready, we'll be leaving soon, the girl ordered. Good. The man stood up and began to wake up the rest of the group. Hashanah looked all around but didn't see Belle and Nise. And have these two already left? He thought, walking a little further to look for them. But he didn't have to walk far. He only took a few steps from where the others were and found them behind a tree. They both had their backpacks as pillows and were covered with the same sheet, both were very close together, hugging each other with their foreheads together, still sleeping soundly. So he did listen to me after all and slept cuddled up with her. Good for you, kid, Hashanah thought proudly. Hey, I know you're all very comfortable, but wake up, it's time to keep going down. Seeing that they were both starting to wake up, he moved away to wake the rest. They both opened their eyes at the same time, seeing how close together they were and feeling embarrassed. And her shame only increased as she remembered everything that happened last night. Good morning, Nise whispered, embarrassed. Good morning, Belle replied, sitting down. Damn, what a cold night, I didn't sleep comfortably. A few meters away from him I hear Let's complaints as he wakes up confused because he didn't feel cold at all. He slept comfortably. Although I then turned to look at Nise, who also sat down with an embarrassed look. It was more than obvious because he didn't feel cold. I'll go and splash my face in the lake, I'll be right back, said Belle, standing up. Oh of course, I'll put the sheet away in the meantime. Thus the albino walked away, leaving the she-wolf alone. As she put the sheet away, a happy smile appeared on her face as she remembered her time with Belle that night. Yes. He exclaimed. Some time later. Now the whole group was gathered, walking towards the entrance to the 19th floor to find that group of Evilus and defeat them. I wonder what Kagaya's face will look on when I tell her, Nise thought with amusement as she walked beside the albino. No, I'd better keep it to myself, And after this mission, I have a date with Belle. This couldn't be better. She thought with a happy smile. Hey Belle, why do you look like you slept well? Sleeping on the floor is really uncomfortable, Let asked his friend. Really? It was a comfortable night for me, Belle whispered, embarrassed. I wonder why. Hashanah said mockingly, putting her arm around Belle's shoulder. Not bad, kid. Irene thought wearily as she watched them interact. Did you sleep comfortably? With what little I managed to improvise, I made a comfortable bed to rest in, said Aki, walking alongside Nise. Yes. I slept very well, she replied with a happy smile. Good for you, said the cat. As Denev walked ahead with a serious expression, she smiled mockingly when she saw a certain catboy waiting for them at the entrance of the apartment. It seems Mr. Whiskers has been ready since very early this morning, Denev said as she stood in front of Alan. DSK, you guys take it easy. If I were alone, I would have finished the mission a long time ago, he complained irritably. Stop wasting time and hurry up. Yes, kitten, don't be angry, he said, turning around to face the group. This time there will be no rest. We will continue until we find Evilus and defeat him. Is that clear? And? Okay, let's go and be alert, the quiet moments are most likely over. And with those words, they all went into the 19th floor to search for the members of Evilus. They may not have been a large group, but they were all skilled. There was a chance. As Belle walked behind Nise, she had a calm but alert expression. Without meaning to, she recalled the events of the previous night, feeling ashamed. It wasn't as if he hadn't liked it. In fact, he really enjoyed having that moment with her. I think I have to admit that I like Nise, he thought, looking at the she-wolf's face. But it wasn't so simple for him. There were other girls who had confessed their feelings towards him, and he also felt something for them. They were very special. And after the talk she had yesterday with Led and Raul, she had a lot to think about. Hey Belle, be careful not to charm too many girls with your pretty face in Orario, besides, that girl has to be stronger than me if she wants anything to do with you. Don't worry, teacher, I'm nothing special, I doubt anyone will notice me. What are you talking about? You're very handsome. Haha, goodbye. Her memories brought back the last moment she spent with her teacher Galadia before leaving for Orario and the words that Galadia said to her. At that time he still didn't have very good self-esteem when it came to love. He would like to travel to the past and punch that Belle. What do I do? He thought, undecided. Some time later. The group explored the dungeon floors, reaching the 24th floor, but found no sign of Evilus. I'm starting to think Evilus is no longer in the dungeon, Let said wearily. How far down will we go, Denev? Hashana asked the woman. Anything that's necessary, he replied. Belle had long since changed his expression to a serious one upon noticing a detail that no one had noticed because they were looking for Evilus, the only one who had noticed besides him was Alan. What's wrong, Belle? Nise asked, noticing the boy's seriousness. Since we started this, from the 18th to the 24th floor, we haven't found any monsters. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Belle said with a strange feeling. Now that you mention it, it's true, Aki whispered. Do you think it has something to do with Evilus? Irene asked, walking alongside Let. That's most likely, Denev replied. Although floors 19 through 24 are very large, it's probable they're hidden there too. Hidden? Why? Raul asked. Because they've seen something that scares them, Belle whispered, drawing his sword and gripping it tightly. The 24th floor was enormous, surrounded by vegetation on all sides, resembling a forest. They had to investigate each floor very well if they wanted to find Evilus. Denev was surprised to see Alan, who was in front, suddenly stop. What's up, Whiskers? We found them, Alan whispered, ignoring the insult. They all quickly approached, seeing how in the distance, in an open field with no vegetation, there was a group of Evilus putting monsters into cages. Thanks to the surrounding vegetation, they hadn't noticed their presence. Why are we kidnapping monsters? They heard a member of Evilus say. I think they want to do experiments, fuse them with those spirits. In that cage there are already some fused ones, although they are failed experiments. Really? That kid Abel also asked to be fused with one of those things. Yes, according to what I understand, he is still adapting to that power in order not to lose his mind. Remember that people who are fused with those things lose all sense of reason, but become very strong. Well, I prefer to have my normal strength. You two shut up. At that moment, a duo of a girl and a boy arrived at that field, noticing that they both had blonde hair. Denev frowned when she saw who they were. Hansel and Gretel, 2 level 4 prisoners, also escaped that night, Hashana whispered. VSK, all this way just to face level 4 trash, Alan said irritably. You guys do this, it's really annoying fighting trash. If I were you, I wouldn't underestimate them. Those brothers together are strong, Denev said. We have to finish them off here. Orders, Aki demanded, drawing her sword, as did Raul. Nise prepared his fists, and Belle took the sword that Kagaya gave him. Led also drew a large sword, leaving her magic swords as a last resort, and Irene drew a bow, preparing 2 arrows in it. Isn't it obvious? Our job is to eliminate Evilus, so you know what you have to do, Denev said, pulling out a spear and catching Alan's attention. That's the spear I gave you in the past, whispered the cat. See Calate. Gretel, Hansel whispered, frowning. Yes, I know, I've noticed you for a while now, Gretel said with an excited smile, pulling out a very large dark-colored spear. Like old times, little brother. Yes, it's about time we earned a promotion within the organization. As Belle stared at those brothers, his gaze grew darker and darker. I have to eliminate them. The confrontation against Evilus had begun. End of chapter. Chapter 42. Things get complicated. 24th floor of the dungeon. Wow, they're good, Hansel whispered. Yes, they are, Gretel agreed. Both brothers stood watching as the soldiers of Evilus under their command were relatively easily defeated by the group of adventurers who had attacked them. There are 20 of them in total, leaving aside the 2 high-ranking officers. We'll divide up the opponents, Dedelus shouted. Belle, Nise, you'll fight 5, Led and Irene 2, Aki and Raul as well, and Hashana and I will fight the remaining 5. Understood. Thus they all split up to face their enemies, taking advantage of the fact that the high-ranking officials wouldn't lift a finger. Well, we have to kill them, said Hansel, intending to go, but Gretel stopped him. No, first let's observe how they fight, we have to study the enemy, he said with a confident smile. As you wish. Both Belle and Nise watched their 5 opponents with serious expressions. I don't think they're above level 3, so if we work together we'll win easily, Nise whispered to his partner. I agree with you, the albino accepted. Haha, did you hear that? Yes, those idiots think they can defeat us with their stupid teamwork. Hey beautiful. I'm sorry to tell you that we've worked as a team for a long time, so you'll be the ones who lose out. But don't worry, sweetheart, we'll treat you well. Nise frowned upon hearing that. Don't compare your teamwork to ours. What Belle and I feel is much more than trust between us, so you're the ones who will lose, said the wolf with a fierce smile. Come on, Nise, Belle whispered, gripping his sword. And so they both took off from the ground, running towards their enemies. Haha, we'll crush them in seconds. Together we've improved. Belle and Nise shouted at the same time. One of the guys tried to cut the she-wolf with his sword, but she, at great speed, struck his stomach with a powerful fist, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood and be thrown backwards, crashing into the trees and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Belle, being close to his opponent, launched a rapid flurry of attacks with his sword. The guy just watched in surprise as he received multiple cuts all over his body, not having a chance to defend himself, and finally received a strong blow to the jaw, leaving him unconscious. Damn it. Another one shouted, wanting to hit Nise from behind. But Belle wasn't going to allow it, and in a swift movement he cut off the guy's arm, causing him to scream in pain, which was silenced by a powerful punch. Don't let your guard down, Nise, Belle whispered. You're watching my back, so I have nothing to worry about, the wolf said with a smile, running towards Belle and punching another evilous creature that was about to attack Belle from behind, breaking its face. Don't let your guard down either. I knew you'd take care of him, so I had no reason to move, Belle said, smiling slightly. The trust they felt in each other was very great when fighting. They didn't feel nervous about protecting each other's backs because they knew they would protect each other. They were much more than a team. They slowly turned to look at the last remaining member of Evilus, who was trembling with fear at how strong they were. You're monsters. I shouted, starting to run away from them. But he didn't get far, as a dagger pierced his head and he fell dead to the ground. Howard, whispered Gretel, who had thrown the dagger without moving from her spot, watching Belle and Nise. They seem stronger than I thought. And so did they, said Hansel, looking at the others. Led and Irene easily finished off their enemies. While Led finished them off with his sword, Irene covered his back by shooting arrows at his enemies. Aki and Raul, with great strength and speed, also finished off their enemies, not even giving them time to scream. And Hashana and Dedelus crushed them in seconds because the girl was a level 5, that fight was no challenge for her. This will be fun, Gretel laughed. Belle and Nise looked at each other with a smile after the teamwork they had done. We're a great team, said the happy she-wolf. It made her happy to be so close to Belle, to the point of not hesitating to entrust their lives to each other. For her, that was very special. I agree, whispered the albino, looking at the she-wolf. Alright kids, stop flirting, now it's time for the big fish, Hashana said, stepping between them and looking at the enemy with a serious expression. I did well, I'm sure the captain will be proud, Raul whispered. Don't celebrate yet, this isn't over yet, Aki said, gripping her sword. How did I do, Irene? Did I impress you? Led asked, looking at her partner. Huh? I didn't see you, I was focused on the enemy, she replied disinterestedly. As Dedelus walked a few steps forward, she looked seriously at both brothers. Only you remain, he said, striking the ground forcefully with his spear. You made a grave mistake in wiping out the people of Rivera. Now you must be eliminated. Don't compare us to that trash, we're not high-ranking officers just because, Gretel said, also striking the ground forcefully with her spear. They're strong, but it's nothing out of this world, haha, laughed Hansel, who curiously wasn't carrying a weapon. They look very confident for just the 2 of them, Nise said, surprised. There are 9 of us against them. 8, don't count Alan since he won't do anything, whispered Hashana. Upon hearing that, the she-wolf turned around, seeing the cat in the distance, arms crossed, with an expression of annoyance. It seemed that the level 4 enemy had angered him. Apparently, he wanted a real challenge and wouldn't interfere. We don't need the flea-ridden one, we're enough, Dedelus said, pulling her spear from the ground and pointing it at the 2 brothers. I know our job is to eliminate them, but we have to leave them alive to extract information. Being high-ranking officers, they surely know some interesting things. Hey, where's the elf? I remember she said she was here too, Irene said, surprised not to see her. We'll worry about that after that, first let's eliminate these two. And with those words Denov took off from the ground, ready to inflict a wound on Gretel, who smiled confidently without moving a muscle. Denov, you idiot, don't get so cocky. Alan shouted loudly from afar. Ignoring her former companion's scolding, the girl forcefully lowered her spear, seeking to stab her in a non-vital place. Huh? But she opened her eyes in surprise when her spear hit an invisible wall before making contact with Gretel. Hansel laughed, standing behind his sister with his palms together. With great speed, Denov launched another attack, but again it crashed into that invisible wall. We are not weak, Gretel whispered, gripping her spear tightly and launching a swift attack, the imaginary wall not affecting her. Denov, being a level 5, quickly retreated, although that did not prevent her from receiving a cut on her left shoulder. Damn it. Hashana shouted, wanting to attack just like the rest. Wait. But with a shout, Denov stopped them, looking at her opponent with a serious expression. I don't think her attacks will work, the girl whispered. I don't know why, but every time I try to attack her, something gets in the way. But there was nothing in front of her, Raul said, puzzled. Something's weird here, Nise whispered. Gretel, with a confident smile, began walking towards them while her brother stayed behind. We don't need a leader here. The two of us are more than enough to eliminate them, Gretel mocked, looking down at the group with superiority. Hansel and I together are invincible. Nise, we have to attack her, I want to check something, Belle whispered. Yes, I accept the she-wolf without hesitation. Thus they both launched into the attack, leaving the others behind. Hey, wait. Denov shouted, but she was ignored. With great force, Nise raised his fist and threw a powerful punch towards Gretel, just as Belle gripped his sword and launched a great slash towards the girl's chest. But she confidently didn't move and waited for the attacks. As was obvious, they both ran into an imaginary wall, confirming Denov's words. Idiots. Gretel shouted, launching a swift attack with her spear, which the two dodged just in time, taking a few steps back. Hey, that's dangerous. Let shouted, seeing their recklessness. Did you notice, Nise? But Belle ignored him, turning to look at his partner. Yes, we've already figured out their trick, whispered the she-wolf. Trick? What trick? Raul asked. I realized it too when they attacked a second time, Denov said, frowning. It's her brother. Hansel stays back, and when Gretel is about to be attacked, he puts his hands together to create that imaginary wall. So they realized, well, it's not that hard to realize, said Gretel, licking the tip of her spear, which had Denov's blood on it. She let out a groan of pain as she felt the shoulder that had been cut by that spear begin to go numb and throb with pain. It's one of her abilities, he thought, having tasted her blood before feeling that pain. My brother and I are an unstoppable duo, he's the shield and I'm the spear, together we never lose, Gretel said confidently. Really? So how did you end up in jail? Nise asked mockingly, making the girl frown angrily. We were separated, so our strength was weakened, but together no one can beat us, he said, gripping his spear. Hansel, release them. Are you sure? Yes. They're failed experiments and they gave them to us to let loose here, so let's have them play with them, she said excitedly. The boy obeyed and walked towards a huge cage which was a few meters behind him. Are you going to release the monsters you captured? Hashana asked, ready to attack. Monsters? My friend, these are more than that, Gretel scoffed. In the Dark Age, you faced super-evolved soldiers of the Apate family, all thanks to the lesser spirits you were fused with. Denov opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words. Don't tell me that you. Yes. We fused those lesser spirits with monsters. I shouted joyfully as Hansel opened the cage, which was covered with a huge sheet, making it impossible to see inside. Although these are failed experiments, that doesn't mean they aren't strong, Slowly, 3 monsters emerged from the cage, everyone staring in surprise at their appearance. The first was an enormous minotaur which, thanks to the spirit with which it was fused, increased in size to almost 6 meters, and its body became somewhat deformed, having 4 arms. It was a monstrosity. The second one was a hellhound, the dogs that breathe fire, but this one was different. It was almost 4 meters tall and had 3 heads. Upon seeing it, Belle could not help but recall Cerberus, the hellhound he had read about in one of his many stories. And the last monster was a huge silverback, much larger than normal, and instead of having white fur, it was completely black. Surprised? Gretel asked mockingly, seeing the group's surprised expressions. These little ones will serve to distract you, and don't be surprised if they don't attack Hansel or me. Lady Lilith is a tamer and has them under control. She won't harm anyone from Evilus. DSK, this got complicated, Denov whispered angrily. Those monsters are strong just by looking at them, Aki said. Alan watched that with a smile. Well, this seems to have gotten interesting. Let's see how these pieces of trash handle the other pieces of trash, he thought with amusement. Should we all fight together? Led asked. No, we'll use the same tactic we used with the evilest members, Denov said, clutching her aching arm. We'll divide the monsters among ourselves and keep them away so we don't harm each other. Hashana and I will take care of the brothers. Captain, Belle called, still looking at Gretel. I'm sorry to be selfish, but I'd like Nise and me to face those brothers. Nise nodded slightly, a sign that she agreed with the plan. Are you sure? They're not weak. I know, but Nise and I aren't weak either, I whispered, smiling slightly. I promise we'll beat him. DSK, I don't know what they're talking about. Kill them. Gretel ordered. The three monsters, being programmed to receive orders from them, began to run towards the adventurers to kill them. Fine, do it, but you're not allowed to lose, Denov agreed seriously. Nah, we'll win, Belle whispered, and Nise smiled. The hellhound is ours. Aki shouted, launching herself and Raul into a confrontation with the three-headed dog, trying to find a way to get it away from the group. Then the silverback is ours, Let whispered, a little nervous but remaining firm. Dear, you bucking monkey, said Irene, launching some arrows which stuck in the giant monkey's shoulder. He glared at them both and began running towards them, but they backed away to get away from him. I suppose the Minotaur is ours, Hashana sighed, watching as the enormous monster raised its forearms and threw a few punches. When we're done with this, we'll help you. Denov shouted, dodging the monster's fists, which caused a strong gust of wind. Wow, just from that I can tell you're a level 5. And a failed experiment. We need to get away too, Hashana said, dodging 2 punches from the enormous Minotaur as she backed away. DSK, my arm will be a hindrance, but oh well, thought Denov, annoyed, fighting with only one arm. So while the rest walked away, each having their own fight, Belle and Nise stood watching the 2 brothers, who were smiling. Belle realized that the monsters had completely ignored him and Nise. It almost seemed like Gretel had done it on purpose. He remembered them both. They were the ones who killed that old man he had confronted some time ago, and he was sure they were involved in the massacre in the Pleasure District. Belle's gaze darkened as he remembered that. Bellcranel, Gretel whispered playfully as her brother stood beside her. Ever since the day I saw you, I've wanted to challenge you. You're a very interesting boy. You've caught my attention. Gretel, don't give away too much information, Hansel whispered. I know, silly, I just want to annoy the boss's toy. Toy? Belle whispered, gripping his sword tightly in anger. But he calmed down after receiving a small tap from Nise. You have to fight with a cool head, he said with a small smile, calming Belle. The sounds of other fights could be heard in the surrounding area, a sign that the monsters they were facing were much stronger than normal. While they stared at each other, preparing for combat. If you don't come, then I'll go. Gretel shouted, leaping from the ground to pierce Nise with her spear. But with great agility she dodged the attack and instantly threw a powerful punch which hit that invisible wall. DSK, this is annoying, thought the she-wolf, dodging the girl's spear. Belle quickly positioned himself behind Gretel and tried to cut her with his sword, but obviously he couldn't. So it covers his back too, thought Belle, ducking to dodge the spear that was heading for his head. Meanwhile, Hansel stood behind them, palms together, watching everything with amusement. It's my only magic. If I put my palms together, I can create a barrier that protects my sister or me, but I can only protect one at a time, no one else, the boy thought. It's a special magic I awakened from the desire to protect my sister. Ha, together, no one can defeat us. While Gretel quickly launched a rapid flurry of attacks towards Nise, who did her best to dodge the attacks and avoid getting cut. While Belle tried to cut her with his sword but it was useless, Gretel didn't even bother to dodge thanks to the protective barrier. Take this, take this, take this, take this, take this, take this. He shouted with a psychopathic grin, increasing the speed of his attacks with each attack. Take this. With great force, he lowered his spear, striking the ground where Nise had been standing just seconds before, creating a crater. He's not just fast, he's strong, the she-wolf thought with a serious expression. Gretel dodged Belle's sword with a jump, moving a few meters away from the albino. I dodged it, Belle thought, believing the barrier protected her. Taking advantage of the situation, she launched another attack, but the barrier was protecting her once again. I see, so that's how it works, he thought with a slight smile. What's wrong? Are you scared? Gretel asked playfully. Hey Nise, do you mind if I leave you alone with her while I take care of her brother? Belle asked, looking at the wolf. Not at all, I'll take care of her myself, Nise agreed, bumping her fists together. Hey, do you think Hansel is weak? Well, you're wrong, pretty boy. We'll see about that. And with those words, Belle began to run towards the boy, who changed his expression to a serious one, ceasing to clasp his hands and leaping to dodge Belle's sword. Upon seeing this, Nise quickly ran towards Gretel to throw a punch, but was surprised to find that the barrier was still in place. "The stupid girl," Gretel laughed, launching a swift attack that slightly cut Nise's arm, but it was enough to get a little blood on her spear. "Perfect." And without erasing her smile, the girl licked the blood, and at that moment a sharp pain appeared in the wolf's arm, beginning to numb it. "That's all we needed," Nise thought with annoyance. Meanwhile, Belle watched from afar with a frustrated expression as his friend was harmed. "Are you really an idiot? Did you think that just because I didn't have my hands together anymore the barrier would disappear? Once I put them together the barrier will appear and it will remain even if I separate them," he said mockingly, pulling a dagger from behind him. "Yes, I noticed that," Belle whispered, watching Hansel bring his palms together again and then separate them once more. "But it seems to have a time limit. Once it ends, you have to bring your palms together again to activate it, right? The SK just knowing that doesn't change anything." And with those words, Hansel launched his attack and forcefully clashed his dagger with Belle's sword, beginning a rapid exchange of attacks. While Nise was still fighting with Gretel, he was struggling a bit because one of his arms was unusable. "I promised Belle I would win, once we discover his secret this battle will be ours," he thought, focusing solely on dodging attacks, seeing no point in attacking. "And you were supposed to come here to defeat us? Don't make me laugh," Gretel mocked, lightly grazing Nise's stomach, though fortunately she didn't manage to draw blood. "TSK. If it weren't for that shield, I would have already defeated you," Nise said with a confident smile. "You just swing your spear around like a madwoman. You're not very skilled, you're just a failure." "What? What did you say?" he asked, gritting his teeth in anger. "Failed? Well, this loser is the one who will end up killing you, bitch," she yelled, filled with rage, using more and more force in her attacks. Nise was right, Gretel had a lot of strength, but she wasn't very good at fighting. It seems she was one of those who believed that just having strength was more than enough. She never practiced her handling of the spear. This was probably due to the confidence his brother gave him with his protective barrier, meaning he didn't need to practice his fighting style. Every time his enemy attacked, he was surprised by the invisible barrier, and he took advantage of it to kill him, and apparently, it had worked for him so far. "But I'm not someone who's easy to defeat," Nise thought, dodging the spear again. "I'll show you what real teamwork is." While Belle and Hansel continued their rapid exchange of attacks, the albino was trying to cut off one of his hands, but the boy was skilled. Unlike his sister, he had practiced his fighting style because he didn't protect himself, always protecting Gretel. So he felt obligated to practice a fighting style, but he didn't care as long as he was useful to her. "They will fall soon," Hansel whispered, bringing his palms together and then separating them again, making Belle smile contentedly. 30 seconds, Nise. Belle shouted, making Gretel and Hansel's eyes widen in surprise. 30 seconds is how long her magic lasts. Count that time and attack when the moment is right. I'll stop her from joining her hands. "I understand," Nise whispered, smiling fiercely as he began counting the seconds. "Just because they know that doesn't mean they've won," Gretel shouted, attacking Nise with even more fury. While Hansel desperately stepped back to give him time to clap his hands together when the moment came, Belle did not move away from him. "It seems your smile has faded," Belle said, clashing his sword forcefully against his dagger. "You won't stop me," he whispered angrily, trying to cut Belle's neck, but Belle dodged it with great agility. 20-21-22 Nise thought, being close to reaching half a second. Gretel desperately tried to cut it, but since she never practiced handling the spear her movements were predictable. "You're skilled but you lack strength," Belle said, blocking Hansel's dagger. "And your sister is strong, but she lacks skill. If you didn't depend so much on each other, you'd be a strong duo. Be quiet." 27-28-29 Nise laughed, clenching his fist tightly. When 30 seconds had elapsed, Hansel tried to quickly bring his palms together, but Belle prevented him from doing so by launching a powerful kick that struck his hand, preventing them from coming together. "Now Nise." "Perfect," shouted the she-wolf. "Die." Gretel shouted, launching an attack with her spear, but it was quickly evaded by Nise, leaving her unprotected. "Finally," whispered the she-wolf, throwing a powerful punch which was charged with all her strength. Gretel watched in surprise as the fist continued to advance, realizing that she had no barrier protecting her. "Shit." And the powerful blow connected in his stomach, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood, being the first blow he had received since leaving prison. But that didn't end there. Following that blow was another, much more powerful one to her jaw, feeling something inside her crack and lift a few centimeters off the ground. And a third blow struck her cheek hard, sending her back to the ground. But before his face touched the ground, one last blow struck his face with force, breaking his nose and many teeth. Nise's current strength was monstrous. Like a projectile, it flew out thanks to that last blow and impacted hard on a large rock which shattered into pieces on impact, releasing its spear in the process and raising a curtain of dust. Gretel. Hansel shouted, worried about his sister, but he didn't have time to get to her because Belle lunged to cut him with his sword. He quickly brought his palms together and created a protective barrier around himself, shielding himself from Belle's attack, who frowned. "You wretch," Hansel whispered, clenching his teeth tightly in anger. "Where did that confidence you had before go?" Belle asked, making him even angrier. As Nise slowly walked towards the girl who was on her knees vomiting blood, Nise's punches had really hurt her. "Sister," Hansel whispered in frustration, then glared angrily at Belle. "You're a damn fool for thinking you're strong." Upon hearing those words, Belle frowned. "Ahaha, but I still remember how you were crying, begging Mr. Sava not to kill those brats. You looked so pathetic then." "I was laughing my head off, watching the scene from the rooftop," he mocked, still laughing. "Even though you pretend to be strong, you're just trash." "Don't listen to him, Belle," Nise said, glaring at the guy as Belle's gaze darkened. "I have to find a way to get Gretel out of here. If only the boss would arrive quickly. I have to buy some time with my barrier in the meantime." Hansel thought confidently. Hansel," Gretel whispered, feeling a bad feeling because of how heavy the air was becoming. Belle silently activated his win-lose ability, hoping it would give him the results he wanted. "Let's see," Belle whispered, sheathing his sword and beginning to throw punches in the air, confusing those present. "It seems my strength has diminished." After that he started running around, confusing them even more. Has he gone mad? Hansel thought, puzzled, separating his palms and then bringing them together again. My speed is still the same, he thought, then punched himself in the stomach with all his might, letting out a groan of pain. And apparently my defense is still the same. "Belle?" Nise called, surprised. "Wow, this is the first time the stat I want has leveled up," Belle whispered in surprise. His magic had increased to a level. After that, he looked up and glared angrily at Hansel. "Nise, it's okay if only the sister stays to get information out of her, right?" he asked. "Huh? I don't think Denev will mind," the wolf replied, getting an idea of what Belle wanted to do. "Ahaha, are you an idiot? As long as my barrier is active, nothing you do will work," Hansel mocked. "Are you sure?" he whispered, raising the palm of his hand. "Huh?" Meanwhile, with the rest. Led and Irene were having some trouble defeating the black silverback, although Led already had an idea to defeat it. "Why didn't I think of that before?" he thought, a trickle of blood running down his head as he had been hit by the giant monkey. I quickly sheathed my sword and took out one of the magic swords that Welf had given me, specifically the ice sword. "Irene, do you remember the day I confessed I was in love with you when we faced that group of minotaurs on the 16th floor?" he asked, smiling at the girl. "How could I forget? You started crying when I rejected you," she replied with a laugh. "Leaving that aside, we'll use the same tactics we used to defeat them," he said with a confident smile. "That's a good idea, let's do it. By the way, do you want to be my girlfriend?" "I would accept if you weren't an idiot who asks me every time we're in a battle," he said wearily. "Are you saying you'd accept if I asked you outside the dungeon on a normal day?" he asked, looking at her in surprise. "Of course, all this time I was waiting for you to confess on a day when we weren't fighting, and you've done it again. Ugh, you're such an idiot." She sighed wearily, then smiled. "Let's finish this mission and do this properly on the surface." Let's eyes sparkled when she heard those words. Was this his moment? Was he going to have a girlfriend? "Alright. I'm fired up today." Let shouted, gripping his magic sword and running towards the silverback. "Hey silly," Irene whispered, looking at Let with a small smile. "I still can't believe I like you." As the silverback roared loudly upon seeing Let approach, it threw a powerful punch towards him. But Let wasn't going to allow it. "Go back to the Ice Age, monkey," I yelled, activating my sword and launching a powerful ice attack. The body of the enormous monkey began to freeze at a great speed, losing its mobility, leaving only its head unfrozen, roaring loudly, trying to break free. "Now Irene." "I know, you fool," he whispered, taking one of his arrows and aiming it at the ape. Explosive arrows. As he said those words, the arrow shone brightly and turned a reddish color. And releasing the arrow, it quickly went towards the silverback, piercing its icy body and confusing it. "Jabam," he whispered, snapping his fingers. And at that moment the arrow exploded like a bomb, blowing the monster's frozen body to pieces, leaving only its head intact, which turned to dust after also destroying its magic stone. "We won." Let shouted, then turned to her teammate. "Irene, let's kiss to celebrate," she exclaimed, running towards her. But when the girl got close, she hit him on the head, sending him to the ground. "I told you to wait until we were on the surface," he sighed wearily. "I'm sorry." In another nearby area. Aki and Raul, with great agility, dodged the flames spewed by the three heads of the hellhound. "What do we do, Aki?" Raul asked, looking at his partner. "This is easy, this monster is weaker than Goliath, and we already finished off that big guy together, this dog is no problem," he said confidently. "But we can't get close because it's spitting flames at great speed," he said, puzzled. "We just have to dodge them. Let's go." And with that scream, Aki started running towards the enormous dog. "Huh? I'm waiting." And when Raul saw his partner running, he also started to follow her, hoping that would work. Upon seeing them approach, the hellhound began spitting fireballs like a machine gun with its three heads. "Ugh, this is nothing," Aki whispered as he felt one of those flames pass over his shoulder, burning him slightly. "Let's keep going, Raul." And as the hellhound saw them getting closer, it prepared a much larger fireball in each head and launched them with force. The three fireballs merged, creating a much larger one that went directly towards them and impacted, creating a huge explosion. "Eee." The three heads of the hellhound smiled and made a laughing sound as they saw their enemy defeated. Being merged with a spirit had given him a little more reason. But suddenly Aki and Raul appeared on either side of the enormous dog and with great speed, each cut off one of the monster's heads, which fell to the ground, leaving only the middle head, which was in shock. And without letting it defend itself, each one launched a swift attack, slicing the last head to pieces, thus ending the life of that fused monster. "Wow, even though it was a failed experiment, it was tough," Aki whispered, looking at her burned shoulder. "Here, a potion," he said nervously, handing the potion to his companion. "Thank you," she said, smiling and embarrassing Raul. Meanwhile, in another nearby location. Ashana and Denev were having the most difficulty with the Minotaur, since that monster had the strength and resistance of a level 5. "He's very strong," Ashana whispered, spitting out a little blood as she received one of his double punches. "Damn it, if my arm wasn't numb I would have finished this in a matter of seconds," Denev thought in frustration, gripping her spear. Meanwhile, Alan watched the fight from afar, intently observing Denev. "Ha, the enormous Minotaur mocked, bumping his four fists together and flexing his muscles. "Damn wretch, he even has time to brag," Ashana whispered with a twitch in her eye. "Well, I'll wipe that smile off her face." And with those words, Denev launched her attack on the Minotaur, who stopped posing and smiling. With great strength and speed, they both began to exchange attacks, creating cracks in the ground wherever they passed, a sign that they were evenly matched in strength. And it's supposed to be a failed experiment. I don't even want to imagine what the successful ones are like, Denev thought, blocking the monster's fist with her spear, cracking the ground beneath them. Denev had realized that this Minotaur was even stronger than Hansel and Gretel. She felt relieved to have taken this fight on herself and not leave it to Belle and Nise. She was the only one who could face him and the mangy cat. While Alan continued to watch with a frown the exchange of attacks that Denev was having with the Minotaur, hesitating whether to do something or not. "Damn, I feel like if I interfere I'll get punched or cut," Ashana thought, seeing that she had nothing to do in that fight. Denev was starting to get tired from putting all her effort into one arm. If only her other arm was okay, that fight would be hers. "It's my fault for getting distracted from Gretel's attack," she thought, frustrated. At that moment the monster raised its four fists to strike her hard, quickly raising its spear to defend itself. But at the last second the Minotaur changed his attack and crouched down, launching a low kick. "A feint," he thought in shock, unable to believe that a monster could be intelligent enough to pull off such a tactic. And as was obvious, the deception turned out to be a hard kick to her foot, sending her to the ground in pain. Ha. He laughed, standing up and putting his big paw on the woman's stomach and pressing down. "Should I let my guard down?" she thought in frustration as she saw the monster raise its fist to crush her head. "Denev!" Ashana shouted, wanting to help her. But a certain catboy moved first at great speed and with great swiftness, sliced off the Minotaur's head with his spear, who didn't even know what killed him. Slowly the monster's body fell backward, bringing that fight to an end. Alan, Denev whispered in surprise, looking at the back of her former partner and friend. The cat slowly turned around and looked at her with a mocking smile. "Are you okay? Scared little thing." Denev's face flushed bright red upon hearing those words, as she stood up and glared angrily at Alan. "I didn't ask for your help, you piece of shit cat. I helped you because I felt like it. Besides, you say thank you, you ungrateful pig. Pig. You only helped me to make fun of me. I helped you because I didn't want to see the disgusting side of your head turned into mush. Haha, I get it now. You like me, and your body moved when you saw I was going to be hurt. Like me. Haha, let me laugh louder, old woman. Alley cat. Witch. Imbecile." Meanwhile, Ashana just watched the interaction between the two with an anime-style sweat drop. "They're a perfect match," she thought with amusement. Although their argument stopped when they felt an enormous magical power begin to gather in the place where Belle and Nise were fighting with the brothers. Whose great magical power is this? Denev asked in surprise. In the end, this mission wasn't all that great, Alan whispered, knowing that enormous magical power belonged to Belle or Nise. What a disappointment. Meanwhile, with Belle and Nise. The albino was gathering a huge amount of magic in the palm of his hand as his eyes began to bleed. Incredible, Nise whispered in surprise. She had much more magical power than Ryu or Ryana. Hahaha. Throw whatever you want at me, my protective barrier can handle anything, Hansel said confidently, although inside he felt nervous, wishing his boss would appear already. Are you sure? Belle asked as the ring Kagaya gave him began to glow brightly. The ground beneath them began to tremble with so much magical power that Belle had gathered. Let's see if your protective barrier holds up to everything like you say, Belle whispered. Do it. Nise had to cover his eyes because of the bright light that came from Belle's palm. Hamid Azure. And rumbling and opening the ground like a huge meteorite, Belle's magic began to head towards Hansel, who activated his magic barrier. The ground beneath them burned. The air disappeared. The atmosphere heated up in a matter of seconds. The cage where the three monsters were kept melted as the magic passed right through them. The place lit up in a red color. It was devastating magic. Nise just watched in shock, not believing that Belle had so much power. It was the first time she had seen him use his magic. No. Hansel, dodge it. Gretel screamed, terrified and worried for her brother, trying to stand up, but Nise's punches really hurt her. But Hansel realized too late. The moment the magic made contact with the barrier, it shattered into pieces, causing the boy to open his eyes in surprise as he felt the powerful magic collide with him. It was the heart-rending scream that she let out as she received the magic, tearing away her flesh and parts of her body, which turned to dust in a matter of seconds, due to the power of the magic. Hansel. Gretel screamed, watching with tears in her eyes as her beloved brother's head detached and turned to dust, just like the rest of his body. The magic continued to advance through the forest until. Boom. It exploded with force, creating a shockwave that left everyone present in shock due to the large mushroom-shaped cloud that formed in the distance, making the entire floor tremble. Incredible, Irene whispered, unable to believe that someone could have so much magical power. That's my rooster. Let shouted with a big smile. It's not a big deal, Alan thought with a smile, although he had to admit that if he received that magic, it wouldn't turn out well. Does the Estree family have a monster like that? Denev asked. I knew it. Everyone's a monster except me. Rawl shouted. The captain would have liked to have him in the family, it's a shame, Aki thought with a slight smile. Meanwhile, on the battlefield. Slowly, Belle lowered the palm of his hand, observing the enormous destruction left by his magic all over the place where he passed, with all the cracks in the ground a reddish color as they were still burning. Wow, it seems that with that attack he released a lot of the anger he felt about that night, Nise thought with a nervous smile, understanding the boy's feelings. Hansel little brother. As Gretel watched with tears in her eyes the place where her brother had been, and now not even his bones were there. This is over, Nise whispered. But then a loud wail began to sound loudly on the floor, confusing everyone. What is that? Hashana asked. It's as if the dungeon is crying, Denev whispered worriedly. This is new, Alan thought. The wailing could still be heard everywhere, but no one knew what was causing it. Great job, Belle. You made the dungeon angry. Let shouted, approaching the albino along with the rest of the group. Is that even possible? Belle asked. While Gretel just stood with her head down, letting her tears flow, it seemed that her brother's death had left her in a state of shock. Something's not right, Nise whispered. Meanwhile, at the far end of the floor. On one of the walls, a huge crack began to open and enormous claws emerged from it. Following that, a huge skeletal monster leaped out of the crevice and fell to the ground, its red eyes looking all around as if it were analyzing the place. That monster was the Juggernaut. He looked around for a few seconds until he finished analyzing everything. His prey was near the entrance of the apartment, so he had to go and kill them. But before he could even move, a huge man with an axe in his hand fell from the sky onto his back, confusing him. Upon seeing him, the Juggernaut extended his claws and attempted to cut him, but the enormous man dropped the axe and grabbed the claws with his bare hands. Applying force, he broke the claws to pieces, surprising him. And bursting into laughter, he jumped to the ground, coming face to face with the monster. You're new, I've never seen you before. Ignoring the man's strength, the Juggernaut began to move at great speeds all over the place while he stood watching it move with a big smile. And at great speed the monster leaped, wanting to pierce him with its claw. But the guy, despite being big, easily dodged it by grabbing his head tightly with both arms. The Juggernaut tried to break free, but couldn't because of the man's enormous strength. Haha, you're not a big deal. And applying much more force he began to squeeze the monster's head, which raised its claw to pierce him. But it was too late, for with one last squeeze his head exploded into pieces, ending his life and turning to dust instantly. Still smiling, the enormous fellow picked up his axe again and looked up, remembering the place where that enormous magical power came from, making his smile grow even wider. Ha. And without waiting, he began to run, leaving small cracks in the ground where he stepped, spreading the dust of what was once the juggernaut. Something more dangerous than a monster had appeared. Back with the group. It seems to have stopped now, Let whispered in relief. Whatever it was, it wasn't important, Alan said listlessly. Old woman, put the handcuffs on that woman and let's get out of here. This mission was a waste of time. Don't call me old woman, Denev whispered angrily. As Belle slowly approached Gretel, she looked up with tears in her eyes, glaring at him angrily. You're a bastard, he whispered through gritted teeth. That's what they got for joining Evilus and killing innocent people, Belle whispered, feeling no remorse for what he had done. In fact, it even felt good to let that out. Our mission is over. It seems that elf is no longer here, so let's return to the surface with this prisoner, Nise said, letting out a sigh of relief that it was all over. I thought this would be harder. I only used the magic swords once, Let said, crossing his arms. That's the downside of being so strong. Well, the sooner we get back to the surface, the better, Denev said, approaching, feeling the numbness in her arm disappear. Finally. It's best to knock her out so she doesn't cause any problems, Nise said, cracking his knuckles. Hahaha. Gretel began to laugh softly, confusing the others. What's wrong with you? Have you gone crazy? Hashana asked. Slowly, Gretel turned around to look back at the forest that was close to them. Mr. Fulax, she said through tears. They killed my little brother Hansel, they killed him. Fulax? Denev whispered in shock, looking up along with the rest of them. From the forest came a huge man who was a little over 2 meters tall, with a huge smile, carrying a huge axe with him. Hahaha. Fulax? Wasn't she supposed to be the elf Lilith? Hashana shouted. I didn't expect this, Denev whispered nervously. Alan's confident smile vanished as he gripped his spear tightly, sensing the power emanating from that man. They killed my brother, Mr. Fulax. Please, you must avenge him. She cried, sobbing loudly. They made Gretel cry, that's unacceptable, whispered the man, standing next to the girl who was still crying. Mr. Fulax, he whispered. Can you still walk? You a little. Sava is on the 25th floor, go get her to heal you, the man laughed, looking amusedly at his new toys. Veins popped out on Belle's face when he heard that guy's name and realized how close he was. Gretel smiled with joy upon hearing that. Hahaha. Now you're really dead. Mr. Fulax will avenge my brother's death. He shouted, standing up and looking at them. You'll be begging for your lives. And with those words, Gretel began to walk away, leaving the enormous man with them. Ashana tried to follow her, but Denev put a hand on her shoulder, preventing her. For your own good, don't follow her. I don't think that guy will let us, Denev whispered as a drop of sweat trickled down her forehead, feeling the absurd power that man unleashed. Fulax the Ugly, one of the strongest leaders. Belle clenched his fists in anger, glaring at the man, while Nise looked worriedly at her friend. Haha, we have to play, the man laughed, squeezing his axe. The real battle of the 24th floor had begun. End of chapter. Chapter 43. Everyone versus Fulax. The pressure was palpable throughout that part of the 24th floor, and all that pressure was released by only one man who never stopped wearing that enormous smile. He had done absolutely nothing, but every single person present felt the enormous power he possessed. What's up? Fulax asked without moving from his spot. Can we win? Led asked nervously, hesitating about joining the fight. This is beyond what I had planned, Denev whispered, gripping her spear tightly. Before leaving on that mission, I had researched the 3 leaders of Evilus and knew that Fulax was the most resilient and strongest of them all, much more so than Sava himself. He was a guy full of brute strength and power. Many adventurers had a lot of muscles in their body, but it was only for show, but not Fulax. That huge body with large muscles and full of scars only demonstrated the monstrosity that he was. It wasn't for nothing that he had murdered an executive of the Zeus family who was 1 level higher. This had gotten out of hand. Belle, gripping his sword, was about to launch an attack, but Nise grabbed his hand tightly, preventing him from moving. Then don't do it, Belle whispered the she-wolf as a drop of sweat ran down her forehead. Sava told me there were some trash causing trouble on the 24th floor and ordered me to get rid of them, so I have a moment of fun. Too bad this fun was supposed to be Lilith's, but she decided to go to sleep, Fulax said, starting to walk towards them. Who should I start with? So this is one of the famous leaders of Evilus, said Alan, starting to walk and standing face to face with Fulax. The height difference was significant, but Alan still looked up and regarded him with a superior smile. "You're nothing special, you're just a mass of muscle. You must be the Freya family's filthy cat," Fulax mocked. "You're such a tiny little kitty. I'm going to crush that hideous face of yours," he whispered, gripping his spear tightly. "Ha. And with great speed Fulax raised his axe and brought it down with enormous force, creating a great gust of wind from the impact. "Alan!" Denov shouted, showing concern for her former partner. "Is that all?" the cat asked in mid-air with a confident smile after dodging that blow. With great speed he moved, surprising Fulax and managing to dodge for a few seconds the spear that was going straight for his head. "I knew it, you're nothing special," he whispered, starting to move at great speeds and launch attacks with his spear, which Fulax, with a worried expression, retreated, blocking the attacks as best he could with his axe. While the rest just watched in surprise as the cat easily overwhelmed one of Evilus's strongest leaders. "Alan," Denov whispered in surprise. "Ahaha, it's really strong," Led exclaimed, erasing the initial fear she felt at the beginning. "The guy was right, the Freya family member would be our trump card," Nise whispered. Meanwhile, Belle just watched with a serious expression as Alan fought at great speeds, not giving Fulax time to defend himself. He felt frustrated. He wanted to help, he wanted to defeat the leaders of Evilus, but he would only get in the way. Was his strength that low? Damn it, thought the albino. Meanwhile, Alan, with a confident smile, continued to overwhelm Fulax with his attacks, who tried to counterattack but couldn't. "Is that all?" Alan asked mockingly. Everyone was terrified by his power, but they turned out to be nothing but trash. "Why, you're very strong," Fulax whispered, terrified by Alan's strength. "And no. You damned coward," he swore, jumping up and delivering a powerful kick to the man's face. The man stumbled back in pain, looking fearfully at the cat, his smile vanishing. "I'm going to die," Fulax whispered, frightened. "I can't win." "Too late for you to realize that," Alan said, gripping his spear. "I'll send your head to your leader as a gift." Then putting all his strength into his feet, he took off at great speed with his spear aimed at Fulax's heart to kill him. "Kill him?" Let shouted. "No," Belle thought, puzzled by Fulax's fearful expression. "He can't be that weak." "Die. I am very weak." And with that shout Alan launched his attack with his spear, seeking to kill him. But before the spear could strike his chest, a huge hand grabbed it, preventing it from advancing any further. "Huh?" Alan said in shock as he saw his spear being easily stopped. I slowly raised my gaze to look at my opponent, noticing that he no longer had his expression of fear. Now his face was a huge smile from ear to ear. "Or am I strong?" The man laughed. "Alan!" Denov shouted. Before the cat could do anything, Fulax grabbed him forcefully by the face and slammed him to the ground, cracking the floor all around him with the force he used. "Damn you!" Denov angrily launched her attack with her spear, wanting to save her former companion. "Oya Denov, Espera. Grito Hashana." Fulax watched mockingly as Denov approached him. She quickly lifted Alan up and threw him forcefully towards her, making her open her eyes in surprise. Denov stretched out her arms and caught the cat. Both of them shot backwards, falling heavily to the ground. "Let's keep playing," Fulax shouted, starting to run towards them, causing a look of nervousness and fear to appear on everyone's faces. "Explosive arrows," Irene shouted, launching 3 arrows at the same time, which, when they were close to him, she snapped her fingers to make them explode. "This is nothing," I shouted, still running as I emerged from the smoke. Belle quickly pulled out 5 bombs he had hidden and threw them at the man, who covered himself with both arms from the explosion. I know." Let gripped her eye sword, which only had one use, and channeled her energy into it to launch her attack. With a smile, Fulax emerged from the smoke, although he was confused to see how his entire body began to freeze, reaching his neck. "We have to destroy the ice," Nise shouted, running alongside Aki and Hashana, while Irene launched more explosive arrows to shatter it. But with a shout and applying force throughout his body, he shattered the ice, causing everyone to back away in terror at his strength. "The magic sword didn't work," Let whispered in surprise. In just a few seconds they had attacked to kill, but Fulax avoided all of that without much effort. He was a monster. He chuckled softly. "Alan, are you okay?" Denov asked, getting to her feet after that fall and seeing the cat stand up, taking her face in its hands. "Get out of the way," I yelled angrily, pushing Denov away. "I didn't ask for your stupid help." Slowly, Alan removed his hand from his face, revealing Fulax's finger marks on it. He had squeezed it tightly. "Denov jumped in to help you, you idiot." Hashana shouted angrily at how she treated her companion. But Alan ignored him, looking at Fulax with an angry expression. "Damn you, you were pretending to be weak," he whispered, hatred in his voice. "You're nothing but a damn cheat." "It's not my fault you're so arrogant and confident," I laughed mockingly, making the veins on the cat's face stand out. I'm going to wipe that damn smile off your face. Alan, it's better if we all fight together, Denev said, seeing how strong he was. Do what you want, but I will kill that damn gorilla. Meanwhile, Raul was nervous at the back of the group after witnessing that exchange of attacks. He tried to join the fight but didn't see the right moment to help his companions. He felt he would only be a hindrance. Raul, keep your eyes on the enemy. Aki shouted seriously without taking her eyes off Fulax. Why yes, he whispered, gripping his sword and preparing himself. He had to help. I will be of use to my companions. It would be best if we spread out a bit. It will be dangerous if we are all gathered in the same place, Belle advised, taking out the last 3 bombs he had. Good idea, that way we'll overwhelm him even more, Denev whispered. Hudrance. And filled with rage, Alan launched another attack, his sole objective being to kill the big man in front of him. You're easy to provoke, he laughed, raising his axe and blocking Alan's spear. The moment both weapons collided, a strong gust of air hit the place, demonstrating the power of 2 level 6 weapons. But Fulax lost his concentration when he received a strong kick in the back. Alan isn't your only opponent. Nise shouted with an angry expression. And thanks to that distraction, Alan, in a swift movement, managed to cause a cut in Fulax's chest, but he was greatly surprised that his spear barely cut him. He had a tough hide. But Fulax completely ignored that and grabbed Nise by the foot before he could walk away. He slammed her to the ground with great force, causing her to spit out a little blood. Freezing arrows. Irene shouted, launching 2 arrows which, upon hitting Fulax's arm, froze him before he could strike the wolf again. I am your opponent. Alan shouted angrily when he saw that he was being ignored. With great force and speed, they both began to clash their weapons, cracking the ground with each collision. Nise. Belle shouted, kneeling in front of the girl. I'm fine, but he's monstrously strong. I felt like he almost broke my foot, she said with a grimace of pain. That blow I received in the pleasure district made me realize just how strong they are. TSK, this got complicated, Belle whispered angrily, watching the heated exchange between Alan and Fulax. I told you not to fight alone. And Denev, seeing that, also launched an attack to further overwhelm her opponent. I told you not to get in my way. Alan shouted, launching another powerful attack which was blocked by the enormous axe. Denev, seeing that his other arm was frozen, attacked, but he broke the ice with his strength alone and stopped the attack with his bare hand. Haha, he laughed mockingly. Belle gritted his teeth at the sight and didn't hesitate to run forcefully towards him, seeking to pierce him with his sword. But Fulax, leaping backwards, struck the ground forcefully, shattering it and causing those nearby to lose their balance. Ugh. But his laughter stopped when he received a powerful kick to the jaw which sent him flying into some trees. Damn idiot, Alan whispered, swinging his spear after delivering that powerful kick. But like a bull, Fulax got up and ran hard towards Alan, looking to charge him. But suddenly a sea of enormous flames struck him, burning him in them. Suck on that, Let whispered after using the second magic sword, which was made of fire, although he was breathing with some difficulty. Using those swords consumed energy. Don't celebrate too soon, I doubt a magic sword can kill him, said Irene, looking at the sea of flames. And as was obvious, Fulax slowly emerged with only a few small burns on his body and still smiling. If this were easy, then it would be boring, Alan said with a smile, veins bulging on his forehead as he looked at the guy. It's better to create a strategy to eliminate them, Denev said, standing next to him. Stop interfering in my fight, old woman, he whispered, annoyed. You'd better get out of here or you'll end up dying. This isn't a place for someone weak like you. I am not weak, she said, angry at the insult. First I'm going to eliminate the trash, said Fulax, gripping his axe. And running at great speed, he appeared in front of Hashana, who opened his eyes in surprise at his speed. Despite being a big guy, he was fast. Die. He shouted, lowering his axe to cut him in 2. But what he didn't count on was Nise appearing next to him and kicking him in the face, causing him to lose his balance. You're the one who will die. Hashana shouted, grabbing her great sword to cut him down. It wasn't just any sword, it was a different kind of magic sword which he had bought from Tsubaki, a lightning sword which was capable of damaging level 6 characters. As expected, the sword didn't damage his flesh much, but it did its job. A powerful electric shock struck Fulax, who screamed as he felt the pain inside his body. Don't underestimate me, Hashana mocked, jumping back. Fulax, angered by the electrical attack, tried to go towards him, but 2 bombs hit his face, forcing him to retreat. Together, Belle and Nise launched a powerful kick to each side of the guy's face, who felt his brain vibrate from those 2 attacks. And without letting him rest, Aki and Raul tried to do as much damage as possible with their swords. Fulax tried to hit them with his axe, but 2 other arrows struck each of his arms, freezing him and giving Aki and Raul time to do their thing. DSK, his body is tough, Aki whispered angrily as she saw that her sword and her partner's had barely managed to cut him. So this time she tried to stab him in the head, but he quickly punched her hard, sending her and Raul flying. This was a special gift from Lyra, said Belle, who then hit the guy in the face with a bomb and jumped back. Boom. The bomb exploded and created a cloud of smoke over his head, preventing him from seeing his face and what became of him. Don't get in my way, witch. Be quiet. At great speeds, Alan and Denev approached their enemy with their spears ready to pierce him. But as was obvious, the spears did not completely pierce his body, but they were deep enough to draw blood. Fulax had an ability which allowed him to have a body as hard as steel. Only someone with monstrous brute strength would be able to seriously damage him. But even so, thanks to the impact and force of both spears, his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. And then another torrent of flames hit it, causing everyone to back away because of the heat. That was the last use, Let whispered, watching as the sword broke in two. The rest of the group gathered and watched the enormous sea of flames, hoping that this time he had been seriously injured. I'm surprised you agreed to teamwork and didn't attack us, said Denev, looking at the cat. Shut your mouth. The truth was that his goddess had given him the divine order to work with the entire group in the event that they faced a leader of Evilus, so even though he disliked the idea, he had nothing to do. He didn't come out of the flames. Do you think he's dead? Irene asked. We all attacked him together with all our strength, he must be seriously injured, Aki said, trusting his words. They never expected the enemy to be so powerful, even though it didn't show. Alan was also surprised. He's still alive, Belle whispered, frowning as he watched a shadow emerge from the flames. That hurt. Slowly, Fulax emerged, still smiling, with a trickle of blood running down his head and burns on his face from the bomb Belle hit him with. He was also bleeding from where he had been stabbed by the spears. But despite that, he looked calm, as if the damage he received meant nothing to him. This must be a joke, Nise whispered with a nervous smile. Is that damn gorilla immortal? Led asked, pulling out a normal sword he was carrying. Not even Alan's attacks could finish him off, Ashana said. As Alan gritted his teeth in rage, feeling his pride trampled by that brainless gorilla, it was true he was still holding back somewhat, but at least he hoped he had left him seriously injured with those attacks. However, he still maintained that stupid smile on his face. It's been years since I've taken so much damage in a fight, they're pretty strong, I have to admit, he praised. Something? Alan whispered as his gaze darkened. Those words had truly struck at his pride. Something? He shouted angrily. I'll show you what I can really do. Alan, calm down. Denev pleaded. Brelin is Frommel. Denev opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words. She knew that magic and how destructive it could be, it could even kill Otter himself. Denev, you'd better get away from here, I wouldn't want to kill you by mistake, Alan whispered with an angry expression, making the girl surprised by those words. Is this a new trick? Fulax asked playfully. This trick is going to kill you. And with those words Alan took off from the ground at a monster speed, surprising everyone, even his enemy. A huge cut appeared on Fulax's chest, which shocked him because he didn't even see it. Alan managed to stop and ran back towards him, causing another deep cut on his back. Brelin is Frommel was a magic that greatly increased Alan's speed. The more he ran, the faster he became. His speed had no limit, allowing him to be fast enough to create a devastating attack and kill even Otter himself. Even Fulax couldn't withstand that attack. Hey, be careful. Hashana shouted angrily as he saw her pass dangerously close to them. It's not his fault, Denev whispered, watching Fulax try to shield himself from Alan's swift attacks. When he uses that magic, his speed is so great that even he can't control it, not knowing if he's attacking allies or enemies. He simply cuts through everything around him. Wow, that's terrifying, Let whispered. The others tried to join in but couldn't. All they would achieve was being cut down by Alan. DSK, so you had magic like that, Fulax whispered in frustration, blocking an attack from Alan and gritting his teeth at the enormous strength he possessed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared and reappeared on his back, creating a deep cut in it. His strength was so great that he could even cut through his tough skin. I didn't expect this, he thought, blocking another attack with his axe, which cracked slightly from the impact. Ahaha, where did your smile go? Alan shouted, continuing to run and appearing everywhere to inflict more and more cuts on them. His speed was so great that at times he would hit a tree, but he would instantly get up and run back towards it. There was no doubt that Alan was the fastest in all of Orario. Don't underestimate me. He shouted angrily, raising his axe and slamming it into the ground with great force, destroying everything around him. DSK Alan clicked his tongue angrily as he lost his balance due to the destruction of the terrain. But he kept running and caused another large cut on Fulax's face, who let out a groan of pain. It's getting faster and faster, he thought, just watching a black blur move all over the place. I couldn't believe that someone so fast existed, he was even faster than Sava, it was absurd. Out of the corner of his eye he saw it approaching him again and tried to protect himself with his axe. But the force of the blow was so great that it sent his weapon flying into pieces, causing him to open his eyes in surprise, feeling another deep cut in his chest. This can't be happening. Alan smiled, seeing Fulak's expression, which this time was not feigned. Although fatigue was also getting the better of Alan, he hadn't used that magic in a long time and was pushing his body to the limit. Normally he would finish off any enemy in the first few minutes, but this guy was resistant. No matter how much he cut him, he couldn't make him fall. I have to launch an attack capable of killing him instantly, he thought, gripping his spear tightly and continuing to inflict more cuts on Fulak's body. While the rest just watched the whole fight in shock, no matter how much they wanted to help, they couldn't. Only a stroke of luck could kill him, if it doesn't work then Belle thought, clenching his fists. Win-lose. This is crazy. Is this the power of the first classes? Let whispered, unable to believe it. No, what happens is that Alan is different, said Irene, managing to see the cat smile as it relentlessly attacked Fulak's. At this point Alan's strength and speed were monstrous. Every place he passed through was completely destroyed. Although for a moment she ran in Denev's direction, who opened her eyes in surprise. Upon seeing this, Alan braked as much as he could, managing to stop just centimeters away from her before his spear touched her. I told you to get lost. He yelled, dashing back towards Fulak's. Wow, if it had been me, she would have killed me without remorse, Hashana whispered. Alan Denev whispered. The damn, said Fulak's, bleeding all over his body, throwing punches in the air hoping to connect one with the cat, but he couldn't. This will be your end. He shouted, stopping and standing there staring at Fulak's. Alan's body was expelling smoke, and the veins were standing out all over his body as he glared angrily at his opponent, who was breathing with some difficulty. Ah, so you're not going to run anymore? Fulak's asked, clenching his fists tightly, containing the anger he felt. Just one more time, I'm strong enough to kill you now, he whispered, preparing to launch his final attack. You'll regret ever leaving prison to seek your death. And clenching his teeth tightly, Alan lifted himself off the ground, which formed a large crater where he had been standing. The point of his spear went forward, cutting through the air and creating a great blizzard, causing Fulak's to open his eyes in shock, feeling the enormous power that this attack carried. I have to dodge him, he thought, managing to see him, although he was fast, he didn't have the same speed as at the beginning. I could dodge it. And just as he was about to leap, a golden arrow flew past him. Luminous arrow. Irene shouted, snapping her fingers and causing the arrow to explode and create a great light which blinded the man. And those seconds were more than enough for Alan to launch his final attack. Die. UHG. Blood splattered everywhere, causing everyone to open their eyes in shock at what had happened. Them damned, Fulak's whispered. The man's right arm flew through the air, Alan's spear had torn it off, and a large part of his shoulder had been torn apart, leaving the flesh exposed and spurting out large amounts of blood. That's shit, I failed, Alan thought in frustration as he saw that he had not pierced his stomach or his head and had only managed to destroy his right side. Like a projectile, Alan continued forward and crashed into some trees which collapsed, creating a cloud of dust. Not even he could stop. Ah! Was the groan of pain that Fulak's let out as he vomited blood. Damn, almost. Let shouted as she realized how close she had come to dying. Did my arrow blind him? Irene asked worriedly. No, Alan was going so fast he didn't even see the light, it only affected Fulak's. You did a great job, Denev whispered with a serious expression. But now he's wounded, we can kill him, Hashana said confidently. Do you think so? Aki said, seeing the man's angry expression as he clutched his arm in pain. It seems all we did was make him angry. Meanwhile, at the spot where Alan was going to hit, he slowly emerged breathing heavily. The attack had caused him great fatigue, it was the first time in years that he had exerted himself so much in a fight. DSK, you wretch, he whispered, swaying slightly. If I hadn't missed, you'd already be ground meat. Filled with anger, Fulak's began to run towards Alan, who opened his eyes in surprise, dodging the punch with a jump. The fist slammed into the ground, completely destroying the place, and glared angrily at the cat. We have to help. Nise shouted, ready to launch her own attack. He was weakened. If they all fought together, they would surely finish him off. But before anyone could do anything, a great amount of magic began to gather in Belle, causing everyone to open their eyes in surprise. This is the second time in a row that the stat I want has increased, Belle whispered, implying that his magic had increased. Back off. Denev shouted, starting to back away along with the rest. Less than Nise. Belle, don't use that magic again. The wolf cried worriedly. "Don't worry, as long as I don't use it a third time, nothing will happen," she whispered as a good amount of blood came out of her mouth and the ring on her finger shone brightly, a sign that her magic continued to increase. Nise just watched with concern, but there was nothing to be done. Once that magic turned Fulax to dust, she would heal him immediately with the potions they carried with them, so she sadly walked away as well. The SK Alan clicked his tongue in annoyance and walked away. He wanted to kill Fulax but failed, and after seeing what that magic was capable of, he knew he was strong enough to finish him off. As the guy watched in great surprise the great magic that Belle was releasing, he hadn't felt so much magic since the time he was sent flying by that silence magic years ago. He still remembered with frustration how he fled from it to avoid being killed. And now, without meaning to, he saw the image of that silver-haired woman in it. That's right, you're that woman's nephew." Fulax laughed as a big smile appeared on his face. "Perfect." Belle whispered, raising the palm of his hand. "Comet Azure." And just like the first time, a devastating magic came out of Belle's palm, sweeping away everything around and making the atmosphere suffocating. "This is over," Denev whispered. "Alice is going to be angry when she finds out you used magic twice," Nise thought. As the magic continued to advance, destroying everything around it, Fulax still stood, implying that he would not dodge it. "Ha ha 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 ha," was the loud laugh he let out, raising the palm of his hand. "Do you think you can stop her? Don't be an idiot, no matter how strong you are you won't be able to do it, you'll die," Belle whispered, watching as the magic was about to hit him. They all considered that battle won, some sighing with relief at having finished that mission. The SK Alan got angry at not having brought that fight to a close. But to everyone's surprise, and especially Belle's, something happened that no one expected. Fulax didn't dodge the magic. Nor did he stop her with brute force. The palm of her hand began to absorb it. "What?" Belle shouted, unable to believe it. A big smile appeared on Fulax's face as he absorbed more magic. "Finally," I whispered with satisfaction. That devastating magic capable of destroying everything was being absorbed, as if that palm had a black hole. "She's going to give it back." Rawl shouted, worried, thinking that's what she would do. Upon hearing that, everyone became frightened and looked for a way to escape. But nothing like that happened. Once all the magic was absorbed, it was not returned to them. Hee. Everyone present couldn't believe what happened after absorbing the magic. All the wounds that Alan caused in their fight gradually closed and healed as if they had never been hurt. Even the arm that was cut off did not regenerate, but the wound was closed to stop the bleeding. And the most worrying thing was seeing how the veins in his body began to change and his muscles began to grow. His power was increasing more and more, even more than at the beginning of the fight. It was the loud scream that Fulax let out that echoed throughout the place, making everyone step back in surprise at that great power. Even Alan was surprised to see that he had become stronger than before. That was thanks to Fulax's second and final ability, which allowed him to absorb the magic of others and convert it into strength and energy for himself. He could even heal his wounds. The more powerful the magic, the greater the power he would receive, and since Belle's magic was one of the most powerful he had absorbed, his power increased absurdly. The only magic he had never managed to absorb was Alphea's. The reason was that every time he tried, it had already impacted him, preventing him from seeing it. The only time he faced her, he had to flee like a coward, not wanting to die. What angered him the most was hearing Alphea whisper that it wasn't worth following him to kill him, since he was just trash. That was the greatest humiliation he had ever received in his entire life. "And no way," Belle whispered in shock after seeing the huge increase in strength he had received. She had used her magic to kill him once and for all, so that no one else would risk their life in battle, but instead of helping her friends, she ended up helping her enemy become stronger. "And no." Fulax laughed, looking up at the group, veins bulging in his eyes. "I'll kill you first. Your arrows are starting to get annoying." And at great speed I took off from the ground, leaving a large crater where I had been standing. And in the blink of an eye he was standing in front of Irene, who didn't even have time to take out any of her arrows. With great force, Fulax gave Irene a powerful kick in the neck where everyone heard the sound of a crack. "Irene!" Let shouted as she saw the girl fly backwards and hit a rock. He quickly ran towards her while Fulax laughed. "There goes one." "Irene!" Let shouted again, taking the girl in her arms and trying to help her. Tears began to form on Let's face as she saw her. "She's dead," he whispered. The kick had been so strong that it broke her neck instantly. She didn't even have time to find out what killed her. The rest, upon hearing Let's whisper, opened their eyes in horror, not believing that this was happening. "And no," Belle whispered, not believing that this was happening, seeing his best friend's friend dead. "That's separate." Denev shouted, agitated, starting to back away along with the rest, realizing that they were no longer facing the same Fulax. This was a completely different monster. TSK, all the wounds I inflicted were for nothing, Alan whispered angrily, gripping his spear tightly. Damn it. What's wrong? Where's all that confidence you had at the beginning? Fulax asked, his enormous creepy smile returning. If you had all fought together when I was injured, you probably would have defeated me, even if 2 or 3 of you had died. You would have won, but now he turned his gaze to Belle, who still wore that same shocked and guilty expression. Thank you very much, Belle, haha. Big bang. Filled with rage at the death of the girl he loved, Let launched himself without hesitation towards his enemy, loading all his magic into his fist and killing him. Fulax simply turned to look at him and let the attack hit his stomach, only moving about 5 centimeters off the ground, the punch not affecting him at all. Damn it, Let whispered, frustrated and filled with anger at not being able to do anything. And with great force, Fulax crouched down and connected a powerful punch to Let's stomach, which caused him to spit out a large amount of blood, and then delivered a strong kick to his right side, which sent him flying towards some trees. Let! Belle shouted, worried about his friend. Aki and Raul, gripping their weapons tightly, ran towards him to attack him, even though Raul felt great fear and did not want to leave Aki alone. But Fulax just ignored them and walked past Ashana, who was startled. He quickly grabbed his electric sword and tried to cut him, but in a swift movement Fulax broke his hand, forcing him to drop the sword. I'll give it back to you. And taking the same sword, he pierced Ashana's stomach, activating the magic and electrocuting the man, who let out a cry of pain as he felt his entire body being burned from the inside. Damn you. Denev and Nise tried to attack him from behind, but their enemy quickly turned around and gave Nise a strong kick in the face, which sent her flying. I easily dodged Denev's swift spear and connect with a powerful knee strike to his stomach, which knocked all the air out of his body, causing him to fall to his knees. That makes 2, he whispered, releasing Hashana's lifeless body, which fell to the ground, emitting smoke from the electrocution. And with you, 3. He slowly brought his hand to Denev to kill her, but he felt the murderous instinct turning towards him. He jumped back, dodging Alan's spear which was aimed at his head, Alan wearing a very angry expression. Hey Alan, Denev whispered, still trying to catch her breath. I told you to leave, idiot, the cat whispered, gripping his spear tightly. While Belle still stood frozen in place, he watched in shock as he easily killed 2 of them in just a few minutes. All because I healed him and increased his strength thanks to my magic. Belle, snap out of it. Nise exclaimed, grabbing him by the shoulders as a trickle of blood ran from his head and mouth. And Nise yo. In the distance, Alan and Fulax were engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks, only this time the cat was at a disadvantage because he was fatigued, unlike Fulax who had recovered all his energy. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. She cried, a single tear rolling down her cheek as she saw Belle's pained expression. And no one knew about that guy's abilities. But. No seized Tonto Belle. The one who said those words was Let, who was walking towards them, clutching his stomach in pain. I'm furious, but not with you, with that bastard, he whispered, looking at his friend with a sad smile. Irene, I wouldn't blame you for this either. Something happened that no one expected. With great speed, Alan launched attacks towards Fulax, who received 1 or 2 cuts on his body. Your speed is annoying, he complained. But then he received a strong kick to the head from Denev, who was looking at him angrily. That's for Hashana. Stay out of this, Denev. Alan shouted, but he was ignored. Both first classes began fighting with Fulax launching quick attacks, which he was having some difficulty dodging. These things happen, said Aki, who was standing near Belle. It was all our fault for not properly investigating our enemy. Now we're paying for that mistake. It's not your fault, Belle Sanral whispered. Belle whispered, looking at everyone. Belle Nise called, looking at him with a smile. Don't torment yourself over it and let's keep fighting, we're a great duo, remember? With great force, Fulax struck the ground again, sending pieces of rock flying everywhere, forcing Alan and Denev to retreat from the rest of the group. He's stronger than before, Denev whispered wearily. And you idiots. Are you going to help or what? Alan shouted angrily. If not, then get out of here, you're in the way. Of course not, only a coward would do that, said Aki, gripping his sword. Why yes, whispered the nervous Raul. Irene would kick me in the face if I didn't avenge her death, Let said angrily, wiping the blood from his mouth. Belle, Denev called. If you really feel guilty about what happened, then take your gun and let's all kill this bucking piece of shit together. Understood? Me too. How funny, Fulax laughed, walking towards them. You already had your chance to kill me and you blew it, now you'll die for it, At that moment, Belle felt someone gently take his hand and saw that it was Nise, who smiled sweetly at him. Let's finish this and go home together, he whispered. Estree Sama will welcome us with a delicious meal. Upon hearing those words, Belle opened his eyes in surprise, then gripped his weapon tightly. Yes, together, he whispered, turning to look at his enemy, who was stroking Nise's hand with his thumb. I'm sorry, guys, because of my mistake we're having a hard time. Stop whining and fight, you idiot. Alan shouted, annoyed. Yes, let's win this, I agreed, letting go of the she-wolf's hand, who prepared her fists. Alan and Denev raised their spears. Aki, Raul and Led also took up fighting positions with their respective swords. Why, Belle? Even if my bones break, I will fight to the end, he thought, looking at his enemy with hatred. Hahaha. Rio forcefully launched himself with his fist extended at the group and the rest did the same. I wonder if I should help you, Fulax, said a man with scars on his face, perched on a tree branch in the distance, smiling. The climax of the battle was near. An ending that no one expected. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Turning Point. It may seem like I skipped a chapter, but no, this is today's chapter. I listened to this song while writing the chapter, so I'm leaving it here. Headquarters of the Estree family. It was around 4 in the afternoon in the city of Orario, and all the girls were resting in the living room after the day of patrolling, while their goddess and little Haraham went to the kitchen to prepare some snacks for everyone. Hey, do you think Belle and Nise are coming back? Nguyen asked doubtfully. Who knows? Kagaya whispered, gazing out the window. If everything went well, they should be returning by now. Well, I hope they come back soon, I want to get back to my old patrol route, said Lyra wearily, since she was now patrolling with allies' group and they had to cover more streets. We even got up a little late today, we always woke up to the sound of Nise and Belle fighting in the training field so early in the morning, but now everything was silent, said Ryana, missing that. We should learn from them and get up earlier, Ryu said with a serious expression. What are you talking about, you silly elf? You're one of the last to wake up, just behind allies and Astrea, Iska said, making the elf blush. The beautiful captain has a lot of preparations to make before leaving her room, it's not that simple, Allies said, shaking her finger. I always get up at 5 in the morning. At 5 in the morning? I went into your room today and you were asleep at 7, Lyra said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. It's rude to enter someone's room when they're sleeping. He complained. First, you don't have to complain since you do the same thing with Belle, and second, I lied, I didn't go into your room, but you confirmed that you were asleep. The hobbit laughed, looking mockingly at her captain who puffed out her cheeks. Let's talk about something more interesting, Nguyen suggested. About what? I don't know, about the love Mariu feels for Belle. We agreed that we wouldn't talk about this anymore. Shouted the girl, her face red from ear to ear. Oh come on, leave her alone, we already bothered her enough yesterday, Lyra pleaded, feeling sorry for her friend. Lyra. Mariu shouted, hugging the hobbit and putting her face between her breasts. Hey Mariu, although I have a question. Why do you like Belle? Astrea asked curiously. The girl blushed slightly upon hearing that, looking away. He's a very kind and attentive boy to me, he always treats me well, I whispered, blushing. Don't blame me. When we went to the casinos, he took much better care of Mariu than of me, so I confirm it, said Lyra, still at the girl's breasts. That's obvious. You already knew a lot about that world, but Mariu is an innocent girl, so Belle took it upon himself to protect her, Allies said, crossing her arms with a proud smile. Just as I expected from my favorite. While Ryana listened to the conversation somewhat uncomfortably, it was strange to hear one of her best friends say that she was in love with the same boy she liked. Belle is a silly womanizer, the girl thought, embarrassedly stroking her braids. How am I supposed to win you over with so many pretty girls around you? It's not fair. Meanwhile, Kagaya just watched Ryana's expressions with a bit of amusement, getting an idea of what she was thinking. It looks like it's going to rain, Selty whispered, looking at the sky. That's right, the sky is getting cloudy, said Iska, walking towards the window. Please, don't start singing, Selty asked, knowing what her Amazonian friend was like, who just smiled graciously. It's starting to get a little cold, Iska, please close the windows, Kagaya asked, and the Amazon obeyed since she was also a little cold, although it was obvious with the little clothing she was wearing. I'm hungry, when will Estree-sama finish the snacks? Asked Lyra, lying on Mariu's lap. Don't be impatient, Lyra. Our goddess puts all her love into it, Ryu scolded the hobbit. If you want to eat so badly, then learn to cook. Ha! That's like telling a rooster to lay an egg, Astrea mocked, making the hobbit frown. I still don't know what she's doing as my kitchen partner if she doesn't help me with anything. What, I won't help you? I put the dynamite in the food, it gives it a spectacular flavor. Dynamite? As if putting a whole jar of chili in the soup is cooking, complained the dwarf. I see, that's why they threw away the soup last week, Selty whispered, remembering how Astrea threw all the soup down the sink and Lyra complained. Besides, who in their right mind tries to start a fire with a bomb? What's wrong with you, Lyra? What are you thinking about so much? The hobbit simply looked up at the ceiling, delving deep into her mind to see what her thoughts were. Boom. Boom. Ha. The image of a chibi Lyra and a chibi Belle carrying bombs and throwing them all over the destroyed city flashed through his mind. "Then rabbits and bombs," whispered the hobbit, causing everyone to have an anime-style sweat drop. "Oh, it started to rain," Iska announced, still standing in front of the window. "The good thing is that we've finished our patrol." The rest of the girls went to the window and watched the rain fall in the city of Orario. Days like these were relaxing for everyone, perfect for going to their rooms to sleep. "I hope Belle and Nise return soon," the Amazon whispered, watching as the windows became soaked with raindrops. "Don't worry, they'll probably be here tomorrow," said Kagaya with a calm expression. I'll go to the kitchen and make some coffee if Estree-sama hasn't already," Mariu announced, while the others continued watching the raindrops. "I'll be right back." But before she could take a step, the sound of a plate falling to the floor and breaking into pieces was heard in the kitchen, making everyone worried. They quickly ran to the kitchen, and the first thing they saw was a broken plate on the floor with cookies scattered here and there. Then they saw Haraham looking worriedly at the goddess, who had a shocked expression, completely ignoring the plate she had dropped. "Estree-sama, what happened?" Allies asked worriedly, approaching her. "Ah. Estree-sama," Kagaya whispered, starting to worry. "That's disappeared," Estree whispered softly, but everyone could hear her. "Falna disappeared." As she said those words, a tear ran down Estree's cheek, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. But before that could happen, Allies caught her in her arms, seeing her goddess who was still in that state. Slowly, Allies turned her gaze towards all her friends, who had an expression of total shock, not believing that their goddess had said those words. "Then no," Mariu whispered, bringing one of her hands to her mouth. "What do you mean by one of the Falna disappeared?" Haraham asked, worried by the state of all of them. Watnoin tried to speak, but his words were cut short as he wanted to tell her, still unable to believe it. "That someone in the family died," Allies whispered, her gaze in a trance, as was Estree's. "That's disappeared suddenly, the Falna disappeared," Estree whispered, feeling a great pain in her heart. The vast majority of gods, when they lost one of their children, felt a great pain in their hearts. It was as if a part of them died. It was a feeling they could not stop, even though they did not know which of their children had died. That is why Estree felt sorry for Apollo when he said that his entire family was massacred in just one day, even though she had never experienced that. But now for the first time he felt the pain of a missing face. "Be Belle and Nise," Ryana whispered in a trembling voice. Then a great gust of wind hit the kitchen, causing them to become confused. When the blizzard ended, they started looking around and realized that Kagaya was no longer with them. He had run out of the headquarters. "Mariu, take Estree-sama," Allies shouted as the girl obeyed, although tears were already beginning to fall from her eyes. "Allies that. Lion, Ryana, Lyra, and Moin, come with me. The rest of you, take care of Estree-sama," Allies shouted, showing for the first time an expression of fear and despair. "Why yes." Quickly, all those who had been named grabbed their respective weapons and rushed out of the headquarters, caring little about the heavy rain falling in the city. "And no, this and no," Selty whispered with tears in her eyes as she watched Mariu cry uncontrollably while hugging her goddess. Little Haraham had also started to cry upon learning that someone had died and was quickly comforted by Iska, who did her best to avoid shedding tears and breaking down. Amethysta whispered, clenching his fists with small tears in his eyes, unable to believe that one of his friends had died. Nise Estree whispered, still feeling the pain of having lost a Falna. "Why?" Meanwhile, in the streets of Orario. 6 girls ran at great speed, creating a great gust of wind in the places they passed, their desperation evident on their faces. Some even began to have tears accumulating in their eyes, although they quickly wiped them away. One of their friends had died. They still couldn't believe it. "The Allies," Ryu called, his voice breaking. "Don't stop running, Lion," Allies shouted, gripping her sword tightly. "Whatever happened down there, we have to get there fast before someone else dies." Although they were all aware that by the time they got there, everyone had probably died, they had a small hope that this wouldn't happen. I knew it was a bad idea for it to just be the two of them," Ryana thought, her vision clouding over with tears welling up in her eyes. The heavy rain was still falling, and the girls' clothes and hair were already soaked, but they didn't care. In front of the entire group, Kagaya gripped her sword tightly and bit her lip, which had already begun to bleed. "The evilous," he whispered, feeling a great rage inside him. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the dungeon. The few members of the Ganesha family were standing guard at the entrance, and Shakti was with them. "Any news?" the curious girl asked. She knew nothing about what had happened since she had spent the whole day away from headquarters and had not spoken to her god. "Nothing new, Captain," one of them replied. "Has the mission group not returned yet?" he asked again. No, we went for a walk up to the 10th floor and they still haven't returned, it seems the mission got complicated or something. I understand, Shakti whispered, watching the storm that was falling in Orario, feeling a bad feeling. Huh? However, he became confused when he saw a group of people running at high speed towards them. The people didn't even stop, just drove past creating a blizzard and entering the dungeon. Hey, entering the dungeon is forbidden, shouted a member of the Ganesha family. Estree family, Shakti whispered, since thanks to her level 5, she could see them perfectly. What happened? He could see worry and despair on each of their faces. That could only mean that something bad had happened down there. Captain, are we going to stop them? Asked another member of the Ganesha family. Follow me. And with that scream, Shakti ran and went into the dungeon. The rest just turned to look at each other, confused by their captain's actions, but decided to obey her and follow her. Damn, I knew something bad happened down there, Shakti thought in frustration, following the rest of the Estree family. While the girls continued running at high speeds through the dungeon floors. You're in the way. Kagaya shouted, tearing apart a group of monsters that were in her path. Come on. Faster. Allies thought, feeling that she was running slowly. Please. Despair and fear were in the hearts of all, not knowing who had died or fearing that by the time they arrived, their other companion was already dead too. The image of Belle and Nise flashed through their minds, causing despair and pain to surface within them. Kagaya knew what they were doing was foolish. Belle and Nise were already aware of the danger of the mission, and so was she, but when she heard one of their fauna disappear, her feet moved on their own in the direction of the dungeon. I don't think so. The minutes passed as they ran at great speeds through each of the floors, reaching the 18th floor. From the time Estree told them about the fauna that disappeared until the present moment, a total of 20 minutes had passed. 20 minutes was enough to make the whole journey pointless. There's nothing strange about this floor, Lyra whispered, breathing heavily, her eyes also showing desperation. We have to keep moving forward, Allies whispered, starting to run alongside Kagaya. The rest followed them, as did Shakti and the members of the Ganesha family. And when they were close to reaching the 19th floor, they stopped abruptly upon seeing the entrance to that floor. The tears began to form on Ryu's face, no longer able to control them. From the entrance to the 19th floor, a person was slowly walking out with difficulty. After a few seconds they could clearly see who the person walking towards them was. It was Denev, who had multiple wounds all over her body, and in her arms, she was carrying an unconscious and badly injured Aki. See, Captain Denev whispered upon noticing Shakti's presence, who had a surprised expression. Denev. Where are they? Ryana whispered desperately when she didn't see anyone else. But seconds later another person slowly came out of the entrance holding his arm in pain. When that person became visible, everyone's heart ached deeply, seeing the empty trance-like eyes of that badly wounded person. The first to move was Allies, who ran towards that person and hugged them tightly before they fell to the ground from blood loss. I am sorry, I couldn't do anything, she whispered, letting tears fall from her eyes. I'm sorry. No. Don't apologize. Allies shouted, no longer bothering to hold back the tears she had been suppressing the whole way. I wasn't down there and I don't know what happened, but it wasn't your fault. No, I couldn't deny. No. Belle's death wasn't your fault, so don't cry anymore, Nise. Allies shouted again, hugging the wolf. He died defending me. Belle. Was the heartbreaking scream filled with pain that Nise let out, clinging to the reed and crying loudly. Kagaya's sword fell to the ground, leaving her with a shocked expression. She couldn't even shed tears. Then no, Belle, Ryana whispered, falling to her knees and being quickly embraced by Nguyen. Belle whispered, Lyra, lowering her gaze, still unable to believe it. Ryu didn't even say anything. She had been crying since the moment she left the headquarters, although now her tears were falling more heavily. It wasn't that they would have preferred Nise to have died instead. In fact, they all hoped that their goddess had been wrong and that they were both still alive. But all that hope vanished when they saw Nise apologizing to Allies over and over again. At least they were grateful that one of them had survived. Nise continued to cry loudly, not letting go of the reed who could only stroke her hair as her tears slowly fell down. And the others? Shakti whispered to Denev. It's just us left, the girl whispered, noticing the sadness in her eyes. Where are their bodies? We have to recover them at least. 24th floor, she whispered her answer without looking up, she didn't have the courage to look at her captain after failing that mission. Upon hearing the information, Shakti turned to look at the members of the Ganesha family who were with her. Go down to the 24th floor and bring the bodies, it's the least we can do, Shakti ordered. Yeah. Don't even look for Alan and Belle's bodies, Denev whispered. The girls from the Estree family, still with tears in their eyes, turned to look at Denev, confused and afraid, except for Nise, who was trembling and still crying. Why? Shakti asked. Alan, her voice broke when she mentioned the cat, but she continued. Alan was reduced to dust by our magic. That magic was supposed to be aimed at me, but the stupid S pushed me. Small tears began to appear in Denev's eyes as she remembered that. Belle? Lyra asked. The evilist took his body. They mentioned something about a creature I don't know. I think they were going to feed him to a monster. I didn't understand their conversation. Their hearts ached sharply when they heard what they were going to do with their friend's body. No. Ryu screamed loudly upon hearing that and quickly tried to run towards the 19th floor. But Kagaya grabbed her arm, preventing her from running any further. Kagaya. Let me go. We can't let them do that to Cranel-sen's body. We can't. She cried desperately through tears. Don't be a stupid elf. What are you going there for? To get yourself killed. Kagaya shouted angrily. But. Even Von Freya was killed. What are you going to do? Belle is already dead. Are you going to risk your life for nothing? And And forgetting the customs of her race, all Ryu could do was throw herself into Kagaya's arms, who did nothing to push her away and cried loudly. Go and find the other bodies, Shakti whispered. The Ganesha family members nodded sadly and went down to the 19th floor. If the three of them were alive, it meant that Evilus was gone, so there was no longer any risk. And you all. Let's go back to the surface and report this to the guild, Shakti said, walking toward Denev and taking Aki in her arms. Can you walk by yourself? Yes, she whispered her answer with her head down. Come on, Nise, we have to heal your wounds, Allies whispered in a soft voice, helping the wolf to her feet. I'm sorry, Belle. Nise apologized, unable to stop crying, no matter how much she wanted to. It hurt her so much that she hadn't been able to do anything. We have to get out of here, silly elf, Kagaya whispered, stroking the elf's hair and starting to walk. Let's go, girls, Lyra said with a dull look at Moine and Ryana, while clenching her fists. And no. There's nothing we can do, Ryana. We have to go, said Moine, her voice trembling, leading her friend by the hand, who was in a state of shock and still crying. The heavy storm was hitting Orario with no signs of stopping. Perhaps the weather was conspiring with the current situation, mourning all the dead. In a certain adventurers guild, a certain beastman was signing papers with some annoyance, since Misha had been lazy all day. The weather is perfect for sleeping, and yet I'm working, Rose whispered wearily. Hey Rose, how about we eat at a restaurant after work? Misha suggested. In the middle of a storm. Very clever of you, idiot. The guild was empty, not only because of the storm, but also because adventurers weren't going to the dungeon as much anymore. But then the doors of the guild were opened, capturing the attention of all the advisors. It was Lyra, who was completely soaked by the rain and with an empty look walking slowly towards the counter where Rose was. Lyra? What's wrong? Rose asked, as it was rare to see the hobbit in that state. I've come to report the death of some adventurers, I whispered in a low voice without even looking up. The rest of the advisors stopped what they were doing and focused their attention on what the hobbit would say. Led and Irene from the Hephaestus family, Hashanah from the Ganesha family, Raul from the Loki family, Alan from the Freya family. Upon hearing Von Freya's name, all the advisors let out a sound of surprise, even Rose. And Lyra's voice broke off, but she continued speaking. Belle of the Estree family. What? Was the whisper that came out of Rose in shock as she dropped the pencil in her hand. Misha brought his hand to his mouth in shock, not believing what he had just heard. The member of the Ganesha family will come to give you the rest of the information. I only came to report on the dead, goodbye. And with that whisper, Lyra turned around and left the guild, not caring much about the heavy rain. Meanwhile, Rose still had the same expression of surprise upon hearing Belle's name on the list of the dead. He was just another adventurer, one more who died under his command, that's all he was. However. Slowly, Rose brought her hand to her head and turned around. Misha, if Royman asks why I'm not working, tell him I'm resting and not to bother me. Why yes. Thus the beastman made her way to the private rooms occupied by the advisors with their adventurers and locked herself in there. Meanwhile, Misha just looked down sadly, noticing the pain in Rose's eyes. What a day, she whispered. At the top of the Tower of Babel. Otter walked slowly down a corridor towards his goddess's room. On her orders, he had gone out to control the Hobbit brothers who were causing trouble, and after putting them in their place, he decided to return to his goddess. I've returned, Freya-sama, said Otter as he entered the room. But he became worried when he saw his goddess sitting in his same seat watching the rain fall while a tear ran down her eye. Freya-sama, what is happening? Otter, tell Hedin that he is the new vice captain of the family, the goddess whispered in a sad tone of voice. And Alan? He's dead, she said simply, causing Otter to show a surprised expression, something unusual for him. Please tell someone in the family to inform Anya. She has a right to know. Understood, he whispered, returning his face to a serious expression and leaving the room. We underestimated Evilus, Freya thought bitterly. In a certain forge. And that would be all. Little Welf was in the forge he shared with Let, putting the finishing touches on Belle's sword just as he had promised. I wonder how much Let will charge for this sword, it's very good quality, he thought curiously. Knock, knock. I'm coming. I shouted when I heard a knock at the door. Who's coming in this storm? But when she opened it, she was surprised to find that it was her goddess, who had an umbrella to protect herself from the rain. Hephaestus-sama. Exclaimed the boy, beginning to feel embarrassed. What are you doing here? He began to feel nervous when he remembered that the entire forge was dirty. If he had known that his goddess was coming to visit, he would have cleaned it up. Oh, would you like something to drink? I can make coffee, the nervous boy offered. Welf. Yeah? Let. The boy's hammer fell to the ground upon hearing the words spoken by his goddess, his eyes widening in shock. I'm sorry. At the headquarters of the Ganesha family. I wanted to patrol, not do paperwork, RD complained in a personal office her sister had made just for her. This is exhausting. After a few seconds he dropped his pencil and went back to stretch his body in the chair. Shakti is bad, she left me with all the work, when she returns she will receive my wrath. Slowly, I brought my gaze to the window of that office to watch the raindrops with a small smile. I wonder if Belle's back yet. His birthday was 2 days ago and I haven't seen him since. I want to see him, she thought, a little embarrassed. I still can't believe I confessed. I hope he accepts me, huh? But then the door to her office opened and Shakti entered with a complicated expression. Shakti, you're finally back. She shouted, standing up, walking around the table, and crossing her arms. Where were you? What's wrong? I asked, surprised to see that expression on my sister's face. It was strange to see her like that. Shakti. Captain, at that moment a member of the Ganesha family entered the room looking for Shakti. Denev wants to speak with you and Ganesha-sama in the infirmary. I'll be there in a few minutes, I whispered, and the guy nodded and left. Denev. Have you already returned from your mission? RD asked with an excited smile. Great. When the rain lets up, I'm going to the Estree family headquarters. I want to read a new book I bought with Belle. I hope you don't mind. What? I thought you'd accepted that I liked Belle. Something happened on the mission. The fact that. You'll see what happened was. Shakti's voice trembled with nerves as she gave the news to her sister, knowing how much she loved the albino. And IEA. RD still kept her smile on her face, but little by little tears began to form in her eyes, but she never stopped smiling. Belle-eyed, right? RD asked, her voice trembling. In response, Shakti nodded slightly, watching with pain as her sister's smile disappeared and tears began to run down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Shakti whispered, going to hug her, and RD clung to her, beginning to cry loudly. I'm sorry. At the Estree family headquarters. Estree, Selti, Astrea, Iska, Mariu and Haraham stood in front of the window watching the mansion's gates, waiting for the girls to return. Mariu, please, don't cry anymore, Astrea pleaded, who was also shedding tears. I'm sorry. At that moment, the gates of the mansion opened, catching everyone's attention as they saw the rest of the family arrive. They saw Nise walking with difficulty, being helped by allies, and still crying. All their hearts ached at not seeing the lively albino with them. The reason was more than obvious. The first to run out was Iska, who left the headquarters and went straight to hug Nise, who just hugged her tightly. I am sorry, I'm going to my room, Astrea whispered, lowering his gaze and leaving, unable to stand it any longer. Belle Selti whispered, watching Nise and Iska crying in each other's arms, tears beginning to well up in her own eyes as well. And no. Meanwhile, Mariu simply knelt down and hugged Haraham, who had begun to cry loudly upon learning that Belle, her hero, had died. Estree only saw the garden from the window, observing the flowers she had planted with Belle some time ago, and began to shed tears. The door to the headquarters was opened and they all slowly entered, becoming infected by the depressing atmosphere throughout the building. Kagaya entered wearing her full kimono and with her hair soaking wet, covering her eyes, and began walking down the corridors, passing by her goddess. Hey Kagaya. Seconds later a loud slam of the door was heard in his room, a sign that he had gone to lock himself in. Alai simply leaned against the wall and let her body fall until she was sitting on the floor. Slowly, she removed her ponytail, letting her hair drip onto the floor, gazing at her goddess. Alai slowly shook her head and tears began to form in her eyes. Belle-eyed, she whispered, her voice trembling, still unable to believe it. She died. Iska, take Nise to the infirmary and heal her with potions. I don't think the family healers are in any condition to recite a chant, Lyra told the Amazon, who nodded and took Nise away, who could only apologize in whispers. And I'll go make coffee. Anyone want some? I'll do it. I'll make a lot. I doubt anyone will be able to sleep tonight, Nguyen whispered, her eyes red, as she walked to the kitchen. Come with me, Ryana. Mourning took Ryana's hand, who had been in a trance since receiving the news, and led her to the kitchen. Lion Selty whispered through tears, watching Ryu breathe with difficulty from crying so much. Estree whispered, lowering her gaze as a single tear traced a path down her cheek. Gee, goodbye. That day the Estree family headquarters was in mourning for the loss of a family member, sadness noticeable throughout the home which before overflowed with joy, but now there was only sadness in it. The family would never be the same after that day. Hey. Wake up. Aren't you going to wake up? I told you it wasn't going to work, everyone who turns into creatures is a failure. You'd better go throw it somewhere in the dungeon and let the monsters eat it, I don't think Sava will mind. Understood, a real shame. The pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. Hey, you're awake. For a moment I thought you were going to be a failure. Welcome back to life. What should I call you? Well, it doesn't matter, we'll find a name for you later. Well, welcome, haha. End of chapter. Chapter 45. A painful memory. It was night in the city of Orario, and in the Estree family's infirmary, Nise, bandaged in many parts of her body, was staring at the ceiling of the place. She was not alone. Iska was with her, who, after crying a lot, was overcome with exhaustion and fell asleep with traces of tears still on her cheeks. The rest of the family were in the room saying nothing, they still couldn't believe that Belle was no longer with them. And Nise just had a look of deep sadness and pain, remembering everything that happened in that apartment. The hell that descended down there. Belle, she whispered, a tear rolling down her cheek. Flashback. Belle spat out a large amount of blood after receiving a strong punch from Fulax in his stomach that sent him flying. But the rest continued attacking their enemy, caring little about the difference in level. Damn it. Her skin got tougher, Aki complained, seeing that her sword was only causing scratches. He laughed loudly, trying to punch him in the face. Just die already. But Alan leaped towards him and tried to pierce him with his spear, but he managed to dodge it. The only ones who could do real damage to Fulax were Alan and Denev, since both were first class, and maybe Belle and Nise if they used all their strength, but they wouldn't achieve considerable damage. Fulax threw a powerful punch, which Alan managed to block in time with his spear, retreating a few meters. He clicked his tongue in anger as he saw his arms tremble slightly from the blow. I can't believe this bastard has the same strength as Otter. With great speed, Denev began to launch a rapid barrage of attacks with her spear, seeking to damage her enemy as much as possible. Nise, growling angrily, jumped up and delivered a powerful kick to Fulax's face. Thanks to that, Denev managed to connect one of her attacks, although she could make little progress against that steely flesh. Pathetic, she whispered, taking the spear in her one hand. Nise tried to kick her in the face again, but this time she dodged it and, when she was close, gave her a strong headbutt which made her head spin. And after that, he gripped the spear tightly, which shattered to Denev's surprise. But she couldn't think of anything when she received a strong slap on her cheek which sent her flying. Old man, I've already used 6 potions on you, dodge the attacks more, Let said, placing a potion on Belle's body. That's what I'm trying to do, Belle whispered, standing up with an angry expression. Huh. Although when he raised his sword he saw that it had broken in two. There's no other way, he whispered, throwing away the piece of sword and grabbing the dagger he had behind his back. Can you still go on, Let? No, but I have no other choice, I whispered. Then let's go. At that moment, despite the odds being against them, everyone still had hopes of winning. Blood flew out every time they received a powerful punch or kick from their enemy, and the amount of blood they drew was small. The magic they absorbed had increased their resistance in an absurd way. But even so, hope remained in them. Ha ha ha. Die. The attacks came and went, constantly overwhelming him, even though they always received a powerful punch which left them in very bad shape. The potions were running out. They couldn't be kept like this for much longer. They had to win as soon as possible. Boo. But suddenly despair returned to the group, which was the beginning of their defeat. After exchanging attacks and injuring him, Fulax got fed up and grabbed Aki's arm before he could stab him, and applying force, he broke his arm, letting out a scream of pain. I want to end this, I whispered, lifting her into the air and slamming her hard to the ground. Die. Fulax raised his foot, ready to crush his head, but someone wasn't going to allow it. Boo. The desperate Raul, caring little for the risk, jumped onto his enemy's back, determined to save his friend. This took Fulax by surprise, as he didn't pay much attention to Raul, since he was the most cowardly of the group. He didn't expect him to act like that. Leave Aki alone. And still on his back, pulling out a dagger from behind his back in a swift movement, he plunged it into Fulax's eye, gouging out his right eye. Was the cry of pain he let out at the loss of his eye. Damn it. Raul tried to get away, but Fulax was faster and grabbed him by the neck before he could leave, pulling him in front of him. Leave him alone. Nise shouted, wanting to attack him from behind, but he kicked her away. Aki, run away, Raul whispered, feeling like he was losing oxygen as the grip grew stronger. No, Raul, cried the cat desperately, standing up in pain. Raul. Belle shouted, running towards them, ready to save him. Hea. Crack. As if he were a rag doll, Fulax threw Raul's body far away after breaking his neck. Stupid kid, he said irritably, pulling the dagger out of his eye. Aki was in shock after seeing her best friend murdered in cold blood, the one with whom she had shared good times since her first day in the family. Raul. Belle clenched his teeth tightly, and his blood boiled with anger as he saw another of his friends die. She had only known him a short time but liked him. She felt they would have a good friendship. But that was no longer possible. Ah ha ha. Fulax's loud laughter could be heard throughout the place as he saw Aki's expression. Damn it, Nise whispered, blood trickling from his mouth after receiving that powerful kick to the stomach. They were all losing blood. Their energy was running out. And his fighting spirit was slowly disappearing. Take this. He yelled, delivering a powerful kick to Aki's jaw, which shattered it. Take this. And to finish, he gave her another strong punch to the chest, which broke some of her ribs, sending her crashing into some trees and leaving her unconscious. And when he was about to finish her off, Belle and Led appeared to fight him. They're in the way. They spat out blood from the strong punches they received, barely managing to withstand them. It was a beast, a defensive and offensive tank, a complete monster. They were facing an enemy that was far beyond their imagination. We can't win, whispered Denev, exhausted from blood loss and sore from the many punches she had received. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't see an outcome in which they would win. They all ended up dead. Not yet. Nise launched another attack and unleashed a rapid flurry of kicks and punches, which Fulax blocked with annoyance. Damn it, Denev whispered, feeling imposing. Ugh. Fulax let out a groan of annoyance as he received a punch to the stomach from Nise and had to admit that the blow hurt a little. You're an annoying fly, I whispered, grabbing Nise's arm and squeezing it tightly, trying to break it. A grimace of pain appeared on the she-wolf's face as she felt her arm being crushed, so the best thing she could think of to do was bite Fulax's hand hard to make him let go. Damn it. He shouted angrily, lifting her up and slamming her hard on the ground. Ugh. Nise's vision was starting to blur. He had received so many strong punches to the face that it was beginning to affect him. Hey shit. Here. Led yelled, throwing a dagger at his head, which he easily dodged. His goal was to shift his attention away from Nise or distract him. He let out a groan of pain as he felt someone stab him in the back. It was Belle who used all his strength in that attack, managing to bury the dagger somewhat in that tough flesh, although unfortunately the weapon broke. Damn you. Angrily, he grabbed his face and slammed it hard on the ground, feeling his jaw almost break. What do I do? Denev whispered desperately, watching as I threw Belle forcefully towards Let, impacting him and sending him crashing to the ground. After that, he turned his attention back to Nise, who was still conscious. You will be the fourth, Fulax whispered, wanting to crush the wolf's head. The hell with it. I don't want anyone else to die. Denev shouted, grabbing the last piece of spear she had left, intending to save Nise. But a certain arrogant cat gave the group hope again of a possible victory. Brelin is Frommel. At great speed, Alan passed by Fulax and managed to cut off one of his ears. That magic again. Fulax shouted angrily. They had torn off one of his arms, then one of his eyes, and now his ear. They were slowly removing parts of his body, and that made him seethe with rage. I won't fail again this time. Alan shouted, starting to move at great speeds around the area. As best she could, Let ran and took Nise in her arms and got her out of there, taking advantage of the fact that Fulax wasn't paying attention to her. It was a miracle that she didn't get attacked by Alan. Alan let out a groan of pain as he felt his muscles tear as his speed increased. He was pushing his body too hard. It was the first time he had used his magic for so long and the second time in one day, and he was noticing the enormous fatigue it was causing him. This is the first time I've faced someone so strong, Otter aside, he thought with a wide grin, speeding past and inflicting a deep wound on his enemy's chest. I'll tear you to pieces. Try it if you can, brat. I don't know about you guys, but I can't go on anymore, Let whispered, spitting blood after pulling Nise away. My body won't withstand another punch from that man. Let, take Nise and take her with you, and Aki too. I'm sure you have the strength to take them both, Belle whispered. No. Cried Nise, who was still conscious and struggling to her feet. I can still go on, I won't leave you. Come. If you want to die here then I will die by your side. But I will never leave you. Shouted the she-wolf, surprising the albino. You can't go against a woman's feelings, Let whispered with a gracious smile. Denev whispered, watching Alan bleed from his nose and eyes as his speed increased more and more, his body pushing beyond its limits. Alan. It's the first time I've reached this enormous speed, Alan thought, feeling his eyes bleed more and more from the pressure. Hahaha. With great speed, I tore a piece of flesh from Fulak's leg, who let out a groan of pain. This is an absurd speed, he thought, unable to believe it. Ha ha ha. At another great speed, I passed by his face and tore off a large piece of his right cheek, leaving his teeth exposed. Alan would forcefully crash into the trees, unable to control his speed, but not even a second would pass before he was launched again. Damn, thought the cat when he saw that it only caused a wound on his arm. He was running so fast he didn't even know where to aim. That fight was being left to chance. I have to win. I have to win. I shouted loudly, increasing my speed more and more. At that point his eyes were completely red, dripping blood from them. Blood was even coming out of his nose and mouth. The enormous pressure he was feeling at that speed was gigantic. But even so, he would not give up, never. "You bucking musclehead," he whispered, putting all his strength and pressure into his legs. The flesh on his legs tore and his bones were breaking from that final attack he was preparing. It was going to be the most devastating of all. "Alan." Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly, taking off with enormous force and pointing his spear once again at Fulak's. "Kid, you're strong," whispered the big guy, clenching his fist tightly, preparing to throw a powerful punch. His body could not endure any more. If that attack failed, it would be the end for him, as he had no more energy and his legs were broken. But if he managed to connect that attack, not even Fulak's with his great resistance could withstand it. His body would be blown to pieces. Hee. The air once again became cut short, getting closer and closer to Fulak's, aiming at his heart. He, idiot. Suddenly a dome appeared around that entire part of the forest, confusing everyone. Alan was confused as he felt himself losing speed and strength. He felt as if all his power had been reduced to one level. What? Now I see you. At the last second, thanks to Alan's reduced speed, Fulak's was able to dodge the attack, only taking part of his shoulder. "You fought well." And raising his fist, he threw a powerful punch at the cat's face. Alan, running towards him, could not dodge the blow and received it head-on, and thanks to the speed he was carrying, the blow felt 100 times stronger. Fulak's winced in pain as he felt his arm snap when he hit Alan. It seemed that the great speed he was traveling put pressure on his bones and broke them. But he continued nonetheless. And letting out a cry of victory, Fulak slammed the cat to the ground with that powerful punch, creating a huge crater. "Alien." Denev screamed in horror at the sight. Let whispered, unable to believe it, seeing Alan's body lying on the ground with his arms outstretched and a large amount of blood on his face, his spear lying next to him. Astrea, considered the fastest person in Orario and the second strongest only behind Otter, had been defeated by a leader of Evilus. An outcome that no one expected. "This dome, I know it," Nise whispered, feeling his strength diminish. And not only her, Denev and Belle also felt their power reduced to a level. "This magic is from Valletta," Denev thought as she remembered. Fulak breathed heavily after that fight, looking at the cat still embedded in the ground. Damn it," Nise complained. "We can win." Shouted as he saw Fulak turn to look at them. "It doesn't matter that we're one level lower." Belle whispered, looking at his friend. "He's tired and badly injured thanks to Alan. If the four of us join forces, I'm sure we'll win." He shouted, fear evident in his voice, but he refused to give up. He had to avenge Irene. He didn't want to die. "Come on, Belle. We can win. Let's fight together." Belle opened his eyes in horror as he felt blood splatter on his face, just like Nise and Denev. As with blood slowly trickling from his mouth, looked down, he saw how a spear had pierced his back, piercing his heart. It was Gretel's spear that she had left lying on the ground. "And no," Belle whispered in horror, watching his friend slowly lose his balance and fall to the ground. "No. Desperate, he caught him in his arms before he fell, seeing spit blood and bleed from his chest, beginning to breathe with difficulty. Then the sounds of applause began to fill the place, capturing everyone's attention. Belle slowly raised his gaze, seeing the one responsible for throwing that spear emerge from the shadows. It was Sava, who was wearing a huge smile. "Incredible. I never thought that this new generation of adventurers would have some really strong ones. That cat really impressed me," he praised, still smiling. Belle's eyes filled with anger when he saw that man again. Belle whispered with difficulty, catching the albino's attention. "Quick. A potion." Belle shouted desperately to Nise and Denev. Nise whispered, seeing the pain in the albino's eyes. "There aren't any anymore," Denev whispered, clenching her fists. "And even if there were, I doubt they'd do anything, her chest was pierced." "And no," Belle whispered, turning to look at his friend. "Come on, hold on." "Hey, friend," he whispered with difficulty, blood trickling from his mouth. "Sorry for not helping." Don't speak. You have to save your energy. I shouted, looking for a way to close the wound, but I didn't even have the courage to pull the spear out of his chest. I was afraid of killing him instantly. Hey Belle, do you think I'll meet Irene again? I asked with a weak smile. Belle. If that's the case, this time I'll make sure to tell him how I feel properly, she whispered as tears escaped her eyes. Belle, tell Welf not to doubt his abilities. He has the talent to be a better blacksmith than I do. Blood began to spread everywhere and Belle's hands were covered in blood. All he could do was watch his best friend die in front of him, powerless to do anything. Thank you, friend, for letting me be your blacksmith. Then no, please. It's cold. And no. And I don't want to die. Hey come on, please. Belle cried desperately as he saw there was no longer a trace of life in his friend's eyes. Nise could only watch with tears in her eyes how desperate Belle was, how devastated he was. And no, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Valsava watched this with an amused smile. He approached the badly injured Fulax. Why did you help me? Fulax asked, frowning. It was my fight. If I hadn't done that, your body would have been blown to bits. That kitten turned out to be a real handful, she said, still smiling. It was a splendid fight and for that reason alone I let him live. He earned it. After that, Sava raised his hand and pointed at Fulax. Bless this deer of the sacred tree with your power, allow it to continue fighting, blessing of the elves. When he cast the healing magic, all the wounds Fulax received in his fight with Alan closed up and stopped bleeding. All done. Good as new. What's new? I have no arm, my ear was torn off, I lost my eye, part of my mouth was also torn off, I also lost a piece of my shoulder. Trifles, he said gracefully, bending down, and at that moment a loud punch landed where his head had been. What's wrong, Belle? You don't even say hello. Savia. He shouted, filled with rage and with tears in his eyes, throwing another punch which was dodged. He could no longer control his anger. That man had murdered all those children he swore to protect and now he had murdered his best friend right in front of his eyes. She would no longer hold on to hatred in her heart. Then no, Belle Nise whispered, trying to stand up in pain, but she couldn't. She felt frustrated at not being able to help him. And have just watched that, after seeing Let's corpse and then Alan, the cat being defeated had made her lose her fighting spirit. If he, who was the strongest in the group, didn't win, much less did they. Belle angrily threw punch after punch, which Sava simply dodged with a smile. His movements were slow. After his previous battle and the many punches he received, his body had become sluggish from the pain, and not only that, his anger had made his attacks very predictable. That's fun. And it didn't help at all to see that mocking smile after he had killed his friend. Why are you angry, Belle? You killed Gretel's brother in cold blood, so as revenge I killed your best friend, it's only fair, I explained with amusement. Be quiet. Belle didn't even think about his attack movements, he just punched hoping to hit his enemy. Anger clouded his judgment. Sava ducked and dodged another punch, then landed a powerful blow on Belle's stomach before grabbing him by the hair and delivering a powerful knee strike to his face. Belle fell to his knees on the ground, bleeding from the nose due to the strong blow he received. He's very weak. Are you sure he is? Fulax asked. Of course he is, that useless Silver told me what I was going to name him months before he was born, or well, I think his mother decided on the name, she said, still smiling. Belle, when I saw him that night with that white hair and red eyes, I knew he was the one. What are you talking about? Belle asked, standing up with difficulty, still looking at him angrily. It's a really funny story. Do you want me to tell it to you? I'm not interested in your stupid stories. He shouted, launching another attack. But a quick kick to his jaw made his whole brain spin. Are you an idiot? You know perfectly well you can't beat me, and yet you attack me, he said with a laugh, beginning to throw punches and kicks at a dying Belle, who spat blood with each blow. Galadia failed to teach you self-control. A real man has to know when to give up. That's the first piece of advice for today. Tomorrow I'll give you another, but that one will cost 5,000 valis. It's not very expensive. And finally, he gave a powerful kick to his right leg, which almost broke it, causing him to fall suddenly to the ground. Belle had been defeated again by Sava. Damn it, Belle whispered, frustrated and full of anger, feeling enormous pain throughout his body. Now do you understand your place? You're weak, very weak, you can't even avenge your friend's death. Do you give up now that you know the truth? But Belle did not answer him, he just kept looking at him with that same anger in his eyes, still lying on the ground. I don't like that look. I thought killing that boy would break you, but it seems it only increased your anger, but I have a perfect way to permanently erase that defiant look. After that, he turned to his companion. Fulax, kill one of those two over there. I'm sure that will break him. I leave the choice of who it is up to you. He good. Belle's skin turned cold upon hearing those words. No. He quickly tried to stand up, but Sava grabbed him by the hair and slammed him to the ground. Quiet, dear Belle, he. Meanwhile, Nise, already standing, glared angrily at Fulax, who was slowly approaching them. Damn it, Nise whispered, clenching his fists. And Denev just squeezed a piece of spear that was still left in her hand tightly. Any volunteers? Fulax asked. Your mother, Nise insulted angrily. You're practically begging me to kill you, he whispered, clenching his fist. Fine, I'll kill you. No. Belle desperately tried to stand up, but Sava's strength prevented him from doing so. Eggs of a river. Denev, using the only piece of spear she had, tried to stab him, but her body was exhausted and sore. It was nothing like the strength she had at the beginning of the fight. He easily dodged a piece of spear that was going for his head and punched her hard in the stomach, sending her flying through the air and crashing to the ground. Now only Nise remained, who was looking at the guy with an angry expression. Little wolf girl he. No. Don't touch her. Belle shouted desperately, trying to stand up. Hahaha. Metalla Fulax seems to be important to him, Sava shouted mockingly. And I will fight to the end, Nise whispered, raising his fists. She knew she wouldn't win and that she wouldn't do any harm. She was exhausted, hurt, in pain, she couldn't go on anymore, it was a miracle she was still standing. I couldn't do anything. UHG. Nise let out a groan of pain as he received a strong punch to the stomach which made him vomit blood. No. Ha ha ha. Laughing, he gave his right arm a hard kick, which ended up breaking it. I hadn't planned to kill her, I wanted to torture her to enjoy the moment. Belle clenched his teeth tightly and bit his lip, which was bleeding profusely from the bite, still trying to stand up. Ahaha. Slowly, Fulax took the head of a dying Nise and lifted it slightly. After that he delivered a powerful knee strike to her stomach, but without letting go of her. And after that other knee to the head. And another. And another. Belle dug his fingers into the ground trying to get up as the veins stood out on his face, making more and more effort to stand up, beginning to breathe with difficulty. Slowly, Fulax released Nise, who fell to the ground still conscious, but in a lot of pain from all those blows. She was already conscious. She was going to die, she was going to be murdered by that monster. She had already accepted her fate. The only thing she regretted was that Belle saw her die. I'm sorry girls, D goddess be Belle, she whispered sadly, feeling Fulax put his foot on her head. And seconds later he began to apply pressure to crush her head. Nise screamed in pain as he felt the pressure of his head being crushed. He laughed mockingly, applying more and more force. A little more force and his head would be crushed. If only I had been stronger, Nise whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks on the infirmary bed. Be Belle. MIT. Sava opened his eyes in surprise as he watched Belle slowly rise up, going against his strength, his veins bulging all over his body. Is his strength increasing? Sava thought, unable to believe it. Come. And with much more force, he broke free from Sava's grip, who was left in shock. You're in the way. He shouted, punching Sava hard, sending him flying a few meters. And after that he ran at great speed towards Fulax, who was still torturing Nise. But he stopped when he felt a great murderous instinct moving towards him. As he turned around, a powerful fist buried itself in his face, breaking some of his teeth, although Belle's knuckles were also broken by the impact. But even so, he did not stop. And applying all the strength he had, he sent it flying a few meters away from Nise. Belle whispered the she-wolf, looking at the albino who fell to his knees beside her, breathing with difficulty. Don't you dare to touch her again, Belle said, glaring at his enemy. I won't let you hurt her anymore, he whispered with difficulty, standing up again, even though his body was screaming for him to stop moving. Belle the she-wolf whispered when she saw that he was willing to continue fighting. Ahaha, how funny. Sava laughed, wiping away a trickle of blood running down his cheek. The power of love, some would say. Although Sava took all that as something funny, Fulax did not. He was seething with anger as he stood up, staring at his teeth on the floor. Now even that had been taken from him, his anger could not rise any higher. You damn brat. He yelled, filled with rage, unleashing a great amount of power. Hey Fulax, calm down, it's just some teeth, said Sava, but he was ignored. And I can't move anymore, Belle thought, feeling like his bones would break with the slightest step he took. I'm sorry, I won't be able to avenge you, nor will I be able to deliver the message to Welf. I'm a useless friend. I'll kill you. He shouted, filled with rage, starting to run towards the albino, who felt the enormous power approaching. I wouldn't withstand that blow. Nise, he whispered, looking at the she-wolf who was next to him. She too would be affected if she stayed there. We will die together, Nise whispered, a small tear sliding down her cheek. No, he said, gently taking her hand. You don't. Huh? I love you Nise. And using the very little strength he had left, he threw the she-wolf a few meters away from him so that she would not be harmed. Belle, I whispered into the air, seeing the albino's small smile. Bye-bye. Bye. Fulax, being close to Belle, threw a powerful punch, the most powerful he could throw. The enormous fist impacted Belle's chest, who felt and heard his ribs crack and break into pieces, some bones burying themselves in his heart. Belle expelled a large amount of blood from his mouth, feeling all his energy leave his body. It was the strangest feeling he had ever experienced in his entire life. So this is what dying feels like, he thought as his vision began to fade. And like a projectile it flew out and fell to the ground, but thanks to its force, it continued rolling and hitting everything in its path until it impacted a tree which collapsed. Nise's voice couldn't get out, seeing all of this in shock. Belle. Wow, Sava whispered, since even he felt the punch. Hey Fulax, be more careful, you could kill someone. What will people think? They'll say we're murderers if we do that. We can't tarnish our image like that. He slowly began to walk towards Belle's body, which was still lying on the ground without moving a muscle. I can't let you die here, you still have to give me more fun, little Belle, he laughed, kneeling in front of the albino. So I'm going to heal you. Sava opened his eyes in shock as he tried to heal him. What's happening? Fulax, he really died, he said in shock at seeing no trace of life in Belle's body, his heart was no longer beating. You killed him. I'm dead, Nise whispered, her eyes widening at the words, feeling an immense pain in her heart. Is Belle dead? At that moment Nise stopped listening to the conversation. Her mind had disconnected upon hearing that the man she loved had died, all for wanting to protect her. And no. Great, Fulax, you must be happy now, you killed my nephew, Sava scolded, standing up and crossing his arms. I'm sorry, the big guy apologized, embarrassed, scratching his cheek. What am I going to tell his parents now? Oh yeah, that's right, they're dead too, haha, she laughed again, forgetting her initial anger. Well, what can you do? He had to die of something. The problem is, what are we going to tell Abel now? We can tell him he tripped and broke his neck, Fulax offered. Exactly. That never fails, he congratulated, turning to look at Belle's corpse. It's a real shame, he was a very interesting person who could have entertained me for a good while. He's nothing like his father. My loser brother wasn't even good enough to support him. Sorry Sava, I ruined your fun. Don't worry, people die, sooner or later we'll die too, he said calmly, looking at Belle's corpse. Although I hadn't planned to kill him yet. Hey Sava. And? I know you don't like that very much, but there's the option of turning it into a creature, Fulax proposed. Why? I don't know much about that, but from what I understand, the person loses their memory. What's so funny about that? Besides, if they fail, they'll turn into a lump of flesh and it'll be disgusting, a waste of time. Well, I was just saying that so Abel would have his fight with him. Thanks to him we got out of jail and I'd like to repay the favor. You're right, I don't like owing anything to anyone, he said, rubbing his chin. Besides, Abel merged with a spirit to gain great power, it would be a shame if it were all for nothing. So? Well, we've got nothing to lose by trying, he said, shrugging. Who knows, maybe it'll surprise us. I hope so, and I'm sorry for killing him. Relax, it was just a small mistake, he said as he walked toward Let's corpse. Now let's do this before I forget. As he said that, he knelt down, pulling the spear from the boy's chest. Here, give it to Gretel and tell her to train with the spear this time. Her brother isn't here to defend her anymore, he said, tossing the spear to Fulax, who caught it. Now. After that, he turned his body around and put his hand on his back. Seconds later he began to whisper some words, and a great brightness appeared around him. Did you like that magic? It wasn't that powerful, Fulax said. Believe me, he was weak and he still caused me some pain, imagine the punches I'll throw at level 6, he said with a big smile, as the light slowly disappeared. Let's Big Bang magic had been stolen. Oh. Right, taking advantage of the opportunity. After that, he walked over to Belle's corpse and knelt in front of it. What was its name? Azure Comet. It'll be interesting to have it with me, I like it a lot, she said, beginning to whisper a few words as Belle's body began to glow. Haha. Belle's Azure Comet magic had been stolen. Now let's see, I'd like to try it, she whispered, standing up and looking around. In the distance, Nise was still on his knees looking at Belle's corpse, still in shock from learning that he had died. Then he turned his gaze to Denev, who was struggling to her feet, unsteadily. Let's try this thing, he whispered, raising the palm of his hand. Denev just watched as a large amount of magic began to form in Sava's palm, who was smiling. So I'll die here, I'm sorry guys, if only I'd been a better leader none of you would have died as sorry. Meanwhile, a few meters away from her, Alan lay on the ground, still conscious, watching her, seeing how she had already accepted her death. Denev. Hey, can I join your group? The 12-year-old Denev approached an Alan of almost the same age, accompanied by a little Anya much younger than them. At that time, both were level 1. Why? Alan asked, confused. I've seen you guys a few times and you make a great team, I want to join you, Denev replied excitedly. Shall we accept her, Alan? Asked little Anya, twitching her ears. Alan smiled. Great. The more the merrier. Oh really? Yes, welcome to the group, Denev. That's my name. Nice to meet you, Denev, my name is Alan, and this is my sister Anya. And with that greeting, they shook hands, beginning their friendship. Why is that? Now they were both a little older and had reached level 2, and over time their friendship grew stronger. It's your birthday, so this is your present, Alan said, a little embarrassed, extending a spear toward the girl. You said you wanted to use a spear just like me, so here it is. Denev's eyes sparkled when she heard that, looking at her friend with a beautiful, happy smile. Thank you, Alan. I shouted, giving the cat a big hug, much to the cat's embarrassment. Hey, wait. I love you, Alan. Stop talking nonsense. Haha, thank you very much. A few years later they both managed to reach level 3 and things got tense, breaking up that beautiful friendship they had. Why? Denev shouted, glaring at Alan. Why did you treat Anya like that? That's none of your business, said the cat angrily, turning his back on her. What's wrong with you, Alan? Why are you acting like an idiot? Just shut up and get out of here. Even though you were from the Freya family, you were different from all of them, but now you've become just one of them, she whispered, a small tear sliding down her cheek. Why don't you think about Anya's feelings or mine? Alan clenched his fists upon hearing that and turned to look at her. Your feelings? As if I cared. Slap. The sound of a loud slap echoed through the room, leaving Alan surprised with a red cheek. I hate you, she whispered, turning around and walking away. It would have been someone else. Alan would have hit back without hesitation, but for some reason he never hit Denev, never physically hurt her, no matter how much she insulted or hit him. Idiot. When Denev reached level 4 and Alan was already level 5, he tried to approach her. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other, and when he saw her again he felt the need to talk to her and ask how she was. He didn't understand why, but he wanted to do it. Denev. When he approached the girl, he called her over and for some reason his voice sounded nervous. He was even surprised. Denev turned around, seeing Alan again after a long time. But their reunion was not what they expected. What do you want, you piece of shit cat? He asked sharply. You bucking cat. I yelled, a vein popping out on my forehead when I heard him call me that. I come up to you to ask how you are and you talk to me like that, you witch. Well, I didn't ask you to come near me and talk, you flea-ridden thing. Flea-ridden? I won't allow that. What? Are you going to hit me? Then no, but I'm going to insult you, old woman. Alley cat. Witch. And that's how their current relationship was born. For years they tried to put aside those insults and talk like normal people and recover that beautiful friendship that could have evolved into something more, but their pride never allowed it. And now it was too late for that. Ahahaha. This is incredible. Sava shouted in amazement, feeling the enormous magical power he was gathering, and his eyes began to bleed. Slowly Alan stood up, supporting himself with his spear, looking at Denev who had already accepted her fate. A small smile appeared on Alan's face when he saw her. It wasn't a mocking smile, it was a genuine one. They'll probably kill you even if I do this, but Alan gripped his spear tightly. It's late, but I would have liked to have a normal conversation with you, even just once. Hamid Azure. G. Grelin is F. Frommel. At the same time as the magic shot out, which was superior to the one Belle had launched, Alan launched himself at great speed towards Denev, who did not move. The girl opened her eyes in surprise as she felt someone push her, seeing that it was Alan who was smiling at her. Alan. Goodbye, old woman. And before the magic could strike him, Alan gripped his spear tightly and, using all the strength he had left, hurled it at Fulax. The enormous man, who hadn't expected that, only felt the weapon pass by, completely cutting his other cheek, now leaving all his teeth exposed. I failed, whispered the cat with a frustrated smile, and at that moment the powerful magic struck him. Alan. And the same thing happened as happened to Hansel. Because of the large amount of magic, Alan's body turned to dust under the watchful gaze of Denev, horrified as she remembered the good times she had lived with him in the past. It's you, Otter. I'm sure you can win, was the cat's last thought before his body was turned to ashes. The powerful magic continued to advance and caused a huge explosion that shook the entire floor, although this time it would not awaken a juggernaut, since not much time had passed since the first one awoke. Sava let out a whistle when he saw that. Wow, putting aside the fact that it killed the cat, this magic is powerful, he said, looking at the palm of his hand. My nephew was strong. "You damn bucking cat." Fulax shouted in rage as he saw another part of his body being torn off. "Ha ha ha ha. This time they really messed you up," Sava laughed, amused by his companion's anger. If Lilith were here, she'd be dying of laughter. "I'm going to kill those who are still alive," he shouted angrily. "Nah, just leave them alone," she said dismissively. "The cat earned my respect and sacrificed his life to save that girl, let's let his sacrifice be for something, and the wolf girl I don't care. But. Stop crying, Fulax, and let's get out of here. I want to go to sleep," he said, carrying Belle's body like a sack of potatoes. "Maybe someone can fix your face." Fine. Despite being furious, he accepted his partner's decision. Fulax greatly respected Sava. "Well, mischief managed, now let's get out of here," he said, starting to walk, followed by his companion. "Wait." But someone's shout stopped them, making them turn to look at that person. It was Nise, who had tears in her eyes and an angry expression on her face. Despite the fact that his body hurt a lot, he was able to stand up. "Belle, leave him alone," he whispered in pain, clenching his fist. "Don't take Belle." "Hey kid, we're letting you live, so shut up and go to sleep," said Sava boredly, turning around and continuing on her way. But Nise wasn't going to allow it. He quickly ran towards him and raised his fist to punch him. Her pain and anger were through the roof. The person she loved had been murdered right in front of her eyes without her being able to do anything, and now they wanted to take her body away. It. Just as she was about to strike, Fulax, with her only arm, connected with a punch which hit her on the ground, causing her to let out a groan of pain. "Ah, you're stubborn," Sava whispered, looking at her with boredom. "Belle sacrificed his life for you, do you really want to throw that away?" Kill me," Nise whispered, his voice trembling. Sava's smile grew wider upon hearing that. "No," he refused. "Do you know why? Because you're trash." Nise opened his eyes upon hearing those words. "You're worse than garbage. You're not even worth killing. I'm disappointed that Belle sacrificed his life for someone like you. I'm only not killing you so his sacrifice wouldn't be even more pathetic than it already is," she said, looking at her with disgust. "You're very weak, girl. You'd be better off selling fruits and vegetables at the market. I'm sure you'd be more successful there." Small tears began to form in Nise's eyes upon hearing those words. Poor little wolf. And with those words, he gave Nise a powerful kick that sent her flying far away from them. "Let's go." And with that whisper, Sava turned around and continued on his way with Belle on his back and Fulax walking behind him. "Ah." Nise, on his knees, watched as they walked away with Belle's corpse. He tried to stand up again, but his body couldn't take any more. And no. Little by little they disappeared until they were no longer anywhere on that floor. Nise's heart ached sharply as he realized the truth. Belle had died in front of her eyes and she couldn't even recover his body. They took it away in front of her and she couldn't do anything. Was the loud scream of pain, sadness, frustration, rage and helplessness that Nise let out, hitting his head hard against the ground. Loud screams and wails could be heard throughout the floor as Denev knelt, staring blankly at all the corpses. Irene Hashan Aralet. All and Belle. He slowly stood up and walked towards Aki and placed his fingers on her neck, still feeling her pulse. "Hey, at least you're still alive," she whispered sadly as a tear rolled down her cheek. "I'm sorry." Belle," Nise whispered in pain. Nise's eyes remained closed in the headquarters infirmary. After a long time, she finally managed to fall asleep with a small tear running down her eye after remembering all those events. Tomorrow would be a very painful day for the whole family. End of chapter. Chapter 46. What did they do to me? 2 days had passed since the tragedy on the 24th floor and the news quickly spread throughout Orario. What surprised all the inhabitants the most was hearing of Alan Frommel's death at the hands of Evilus, and they began to feel fear. In the past, Evilus was not so powerful, and now he had enough strength to kill one of the most powerful people in the city. If Alan Frommel couldn't beat them, the others were even less likely to, or so the people of Orario thought. Their greatest hope at the moment was Otter. Another death that surprised the inhabitants was that of the only man in the Estree family, although some men said that he deserved it for being conceited, while others asked them not to say that in front of the Estree family. In short, they said it out of envy. And with the Estree family things weren't going very well. Since the death of their friend, things hadn't been the same. In the training field, a certain she-wolf with a few bandages on her body threw quick and strong punches into the air, which caused strong gusts of wind. From the moment his body recovered a little, he immediately went out to train. In his eyes one could see rage, anger, sadness, and pain. If only I had been stronger, he thought, biting his lip and ceasing to throw punches, his gaze fixed ahead. For a few seconds the image of the smiling albino appeared there with a wooden dagger, having his morning training with it. Knowing that those beautiful moments would never return broke her heart. "I love you, Nise." The last words Belle said to him before dying came back to him, words which at another time would have brought him enormous happiness. But remembering those words now only brought her sadness and pain. Enormous pain. With great speed, Nise began throwing punches and kicks into the air as tears streamed from his eyes. It wasn't the same training alone. She missed having Belle by her side, training together, laughing together. She missed him. Not anymore, she whispered, wiping away her tears and continuing to throw punches in the air, imagining an enemy. I won't be weak anymore, I'll become much stronger and protect the people I love. I'll never lose again. Nise. Upon hearing her name, the she-wolf turned around and saw that it was her friend Iska, who had a sad smile. Can I train with you? He asked, showing a wooden dagger he was carrying in his hands. Her handling of the dagger had improved a lot thanks to Belle teaching her how to use it. She still remembered when she was taking care of Belle's wounds and he offered to help her. And to think that from that moment his days were already numbered. I know I can't replace Belle in training, but he taught me everything I know about handling the dagger. It's better to train together than alone, she said, trying not to cry. In response, Nise hugged her. Yes, I'd like to train with you, Iska, she whispered, pulling away and taking a few steps back. We have to get much stronger together. We have to defeat Dedelus. I know. In a certain workshop in the basement of the headquarters. A certain hobbit was at her workbench making a few bombs, as was her usual habit. Ow. He complained, since he was using a special magic stone and it gave him an electric shock. I knew it was a bad idea to use that thing. Then I took her hand to her side of the table and picked up a bag, although she realized it was empty. Hey Belle, pass me another bag of gunpowder please, he asked, continuing with his work. The hobbit stopped her work upon hearing the silence in that workshop, turning around and seeing the place where her albino friend always worked empty. Ah, sometimes I forget you're already dead, she sighed bitterly and continued with her work. Heh, if I had known your death was near, I would have spent much more time with you. Lyra squeezed her hands together and broke the shell of the bomb she was creating, bringing her hands to her eyes and trying to hold back tears. Then he turned his gaze to a special bomb which he had been creating with Belle. That man. Right now I wouldn't mind taking that bomb and launching myself into one of Dedelus's main layers and blowing everything to bits, I whispered angrily and frustratedly. Belle, we still had so many adventures together, crazy things, bombs to invent. I still wanted to spend more and more time with you. She felt angry, sad, frustrated, knowing that while she was resting waiting for food her friend was being killed down below was painful. After that, and after calming down a bit, he continued with his work with a serious expression. I promise I will avenge your death, even if it's the last thing I do in my life. Those bastards will pay. In the room of the goddess of the family. Estree was sitting at her desk with a pen in her hand, writing on a sheet of paper on the table. From Astrea. To Hera. Those were the only words the letter contained, along with the address. Estree was writing a letter to the goddess Hera to tell her about the death of her grandson, but she didn't know how to write it. Hey Hera, how are you? I know you sent Belle to my family so they would be okay and not have any problems, but I regret to inform you that he was murdered. No. I couldn't just say it like that. How would I tell her that her grandson, whom she promised to take care of, was now dead? She didn't even know how to start the letter. Just writing the words Belle and dead together created enormous pain in her heart. And to think you'd leave a huge void in this family, Estree sighed sadly. Then I took the sheet of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it in the trash. I didn't have the courage to write that letter. I'm a coward, she whispered, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Belle. I knew Hera had the right to know, in fact she had the greatest right of all, but I couldn't. Not because I was afraid of him. If not because he still refused to believe that the smiling albino was dead. I'm sorry Hera, he whispered bitterly. Meanwhile, in the corridors of the headquarters. Mourning and Astrea were walking slowly through the corridors towards the room. Do you want to play cards? Astrea suggested, wanting to distract himself with something. Belle always played cards with us, Mourning whispered bitterly. I don't want to play a game I played with him every day. I don't want to. I am sorry for suggesting that, the dwarf apologized, her head bowed. Things haven't been the same since Belle left. You're right, Ryana doesn't even leave her room except to eat or to patrol, she's very affected. Ryana was one of those most affected by Belle's death, so much so that she barely spoke or ate. And Eyes and Kagaya? Mourning asked. They're at a family meeting, they'll be back soon. At that moment they passed in front of the main door of the headquarters, which was opened, and a certain elf entered. Hello Astrea greeted, though he was shocked to see her, as was Mourning. What's going on? The elf asked, puzzled. Did you cut your hair? They both asked, unable to believe it. The elf's long blonde hair had disappeared. Now she had short hair, much above her shoulders. They had to admit that seeing her like that had truly surprised them. "Ah," that he whispered, his expression still serious. "I realized that long hair would only get in my way during battles, so I decided to cut it. It's for the best." Well, that makes sense. "I'll go to my room in case you need anything." And with those words the elf walked past them towards her room, leaving her friend still surprised. "Lion is also very affected," Astrea whispered, watching the elf walk away. "If she was serious before, now she's much more so." Nguyen clenched his fists with a sad expression. And to think that at first we didn't want Belle in the family, well, now. Come on, let's go, we have to prepare the food. In theory it's Ryana's turn, but you know Belle was her cooking partner, I doubt he wants to cook right now." "Alright." And with those words, the two friends walked away from the hallways. In Ryana's room. She was sitting on her bed looking at a photo where it was just her and Belle, both of them smiling. It was the photo they took together on the albino's birthday, the day before that damned mission. "And to think this would be the last memory I'd have of you," she whispered, caressing the photo. "Belle. A few days before that birthday, when I was cooking with Belle, I don't know why I suddenly cried and hugged him, asking him not to lose his smile, perhaps because I already had a bad feeling. And in the end she lost more than her smile, she lost him forever. I couldn't even tell you how I feel," she whispered, a tear falling from her eye. "I would give anything to see you one more time." After standing like that for a few seconds, she wiped away her tears and put the photo under her pillow. "I can't cry forever. Nise is in much worse shape than me since she was there and she's still training to improve," she whispered, clenching her fists. "I have to keep going too for my family." And with those whispers Ryana took her staff and left her room to further train her magic. In another room of the headquarters, Mariu was watching little Harahim asleep in her bed. The little girl had been very ill those last 2 days, so much so that she had started having nightmares again about what happened in the pleasure district, so sometimes Mariu or Estree stayed with her to take care of her. Slowly and with a sad expression, Mariu stood up and looked out the window, watching Nise and Iska training by fighting at great speed. "Even though I promised to be there for you and heal even your worst wounds, I failed you again," Mariu whispered bitterly. "I'm sorry, Belle." After that, she looked down at her hands and squeezed them, then watched her two friends train. "Maybe I should start training in hand-to-hand combat too," I whispered. "I don't want to feel like a burden and I don't anymore." "Mariu." Slowly the girl turned around, seeing Celti peeking out of the door. "What's happening?" "I was wondering if you could help me improve my magic further," Celti asked, looking downcast. Everyone in the family was using that deep depression they felt to train and become stronger. They didn't want to lose another family member. "Celti." "Yeah? Do you think we were a good family for Belle?" I asked, my voice trembling, not wanting to cry again. "Do you think he was happy with all of us?" "Belle-san was always a sincere boy. The happiness he showed when he was with us was genuine," Celti whispered her answer. "That birthday we celebrated he was truly happy. That last moment the whole family spent together on Belle's birthday was a very special one they would keep in their hearts. He loved us as much as we loved him," the elf said, smiling slightly. "Belle-san was happy, I have no doubt about it." "You're right, we have to train," whispered Mariu, leaving the room followed by Celti, leaving Harahim asleep. No matter how much they wanted to hide it, that pain inside them would remain for a long time. Meanwhile, in the streets of Orario. The guy and allies walked slowly through the city towards their headquarters. They had both just left a meeting with the other families and talked about what happened in the dungeon. In the end, a stupid meeting, or so Kagaya said. Kagaya the Redeed called in a soft voice. "What's happening? Can we go to the cemetery to see Belle's grave?" Although they were unable to recover the albino's body, the whole family had created his grave since they would feel strange not having even that. "We went this morning. Do you want to go again?" "I'm sorry, but it's the only way I feel close to Belle," he whispered, clenching his fists. "I wish I were as strong as you. Despite everything, you always stay calm." "Yes. Calm down," Kagaya thought with a dull look. "Let's go and stay there for a few minutes before returning to headquarters." So the two friends walked towards the city cemetery. Since Belle died, allies had not been the same, no longer acting narcissistically as was her custom. And Kagaya always appeared calm, not showing any emotion of sadness. Some believed that Kagaya was very strong for not shedding a single tear, but they were far from the truth. After walking for a few minutes they arrived at the Orario cemetery and began looking for Belle's grave, not taking long to find it. But they were surprised to find that there were already people there placing flowers. They were a man and a woman. The woman was carrying a baby. Mom." The guy opened her eyes in shock the moment the little baby saw her, looking into her red eyes. It was little Belle Jr., her and Belle's temporary son whom they had taken care of some time ago. A small pain appeared in the heart of the Oriental woman upon seeing that. "Oh. It's you," the woman said, noticing their presence as she stood up with her husband and approached them. I'm glad to see you're alright. Good afternoon, allies greeted. Mommy, the little baby repeated again, extending his arms towards Kaguya. This little one, even though he calls me mom, still calls Miss Kaguya mom, the woman said, smiling sweetly. It seems he has two mothers. I see that, allies whispered, glancing sideways at the oriental woman. By the way, I heard what happened to Mr. Cranel. It's a real shame, he was a good boy. My deepest condolences, the woman said sadly. Thank you, allies said, her voice trembling. Meanwhile, Kaguya just kept watching the little baby whom she cared for with great affection along with Belle. Beautiful moments she shared with him, taking on the roles of both father and mother, buying diapers, feeding him together, going for walks together. Moments in which she gradually fell in love with him. Dad, said the baby, looking all around. Upon hearing that, Kaguya quickly turned around and ran out of the cemetery, confusing the others. Kaguya. Allies shouted as she saw her walking away. Excuse me. And with those words, allies ran after her friend, leaving the married couple and the baby alone. You should have been more tactful about the subject, the man whispered to his wife. You're right, I'm sorry, the sad woman apologized, stroking the baby's cheek. While allies continued running, chasing her friend until she managed to catch up with her at the entrance of the cemetery, taking her by the hand. Kaguya, what's wrong? Allies' question was cut short when she saw her friend's face. He was filled with tears that kept falling. Kaguya, allies whispered in shock, as it was the first time she had seen her cry. Do you really think I don't care about Belle's death? And I didn't mean that. Why? Belle. And no longer able to contain all the feelings she had been holding in, Kaguya began to cry loudly and hugged allies, who was surprised by it. Although seconds later, allies returned the hug with small tears in her eyes, patting him on the back. Now she understood, it wasn't that Kaguya was a strong girl, she just held back all her emotions to appear strong, but she suffered a lot inside, and seeing the little baby she cared for with Belle was what finally broke her down. Both were suffering, the whole family was suffering from the loss of Belle, and knowing that they would never see him again, and that they couldn't even say a proper goodbye to him. That broke each of their hearts. Bellcranel was dead, that was the reality. True. Hey, wake up, aren't you going to wake up? We find ourselves in one of the many rooms of Knossos where a certain black-haired boy was sitting looking at the pale body of a certain albino boy lying on a stone bed. That boy was Bellcranel, someone who had already died 2 days ago at the hands of Fulax, but due to certain things they had tried to bring him back to life, but as a half-monster. The other guy in the room was Vito, another evilous executive who was in charge of watching over Belle's body in the event that he woke up. How boring, the man sighed wearily. How are things with you? At that moment, a very beautiful brown-haired elf entered the room, curiously looking at the albino's body, which had a bare torso and a scar on his chest. That elf was one of the 3 leaders of Evilus, Lilith. 2 days have passed and he hasn't woken up, Vito said wearily. Really? Well, it's not like I had any hope, the elf said, walking to the bed and stroking the deceased albino's cheek. And to think this cute boy is Sava's nephew. They don't look alike at all. Then she placed her hand on the boy's chest and stroked his scar. Looks like the stone didn't work. What do we do now? The guy asked, puzzled. I don't know, it's been 2 days now, so I highly doubt he'll come back to life. Like I said, these creature things are almost a 100% failure. It's a miracle he hasn't turned into a mass of flesh, he said, ceasing to stroke Belle's torso and moving away from the bed. So? You'd better go throw him somewhere in the dungeon and let the monsters eat him. I don't think Sava would care, Lilith replied, shrugging. He was a nice boy, but oh well. Understood, a real shame, Vito said, looking at the corpse. And what will you do? I'm going to show Sava one of my new creations, she said with an excited smile at the thought. I think it's the first time I've created something spectacular. Yeah, good for you, he said, bored, carrying Belle like a sack of potatoes. When you finish, meet with a group of Evilus on the 24th floor. There are some members of the Ganesha family on the 18th floor and I want you to kill them. Understood? Why yes, she whispered, frowning. Okay, then do your job. And with those words Lilith left, leaving Vito alone, who let out a tired sigh. I used to have power in this organization, and now I've just become another subordinate since those 3 arrived, he thought, frustrated, as he walked through the corridors of Knossos. At least they didn't kill me like Valletta, TSK, damn it. And with those thoughts, Vito continued walking until a huge stone door opened, connecting to the 25th floor of the dungeon. Once he entered the apartment, the door closed and was sealed. I don't even have a key to the door of Knossos. I've lost all my power here, he thought, venturing deeper and deeper into the 25th floor where waterfalls cascaded down the sides. I'll improve my skills to reclaim my position. I won't let them keep trampling on me like this. Everything got worse since that wretch Earbus went to heaven. After walking a little further, I threw Belle's body near a river on that floor. Well, any monster that sees you will eat you, goodbye. And turning around, he prepared to leave and look for that group of evilists to cause that massacre on the 18th floor. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. Huh? Beto was surprised to hear a sound behind him, quickly turning around to see what was happening, and his eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. Slowly the albino had sat down on the ground with a trance-like gaze, his red eyes revealing his features. Hey, you're awake. Beto shouted in surprise. For a moment I thought you were going to be a failure. But Belle ignored that scream and began looking around as if he didn't know what was happening. Welcome back to life, what should I call you? Beto made a complicated expression, not knowing what to call it. Lilith had warned him not to call him by his old name, as that could cause him problems if he woke up, so he had to find a new name. Well, it doesn't matter, we'll find a name for you later anyway, welcome heh. Belle slowly stood up, still looking around and analyzing the place. Where am I? He whispered his question, feeling strange. You're on the 25th floor of the dungeon, he replied calmly. Upon hearing that answer, Belle began to walk and approach the nearby river and see his reflection in the water. What happened to me? She whispered, looking at her hands and noticing that her skin was much paler than usual. I can't go into details, but you died a few days ago. Mori? Yes, and thanks to certain experiments you have returned to life, but now you are half monster, I explained, seeing Belle's confused expression. A monster? I whispered, feeling a pain in my head. Something wasn't right, it felt strange. Yes, you're half human and half monster, incredible, isn't it? You're what they call a creature, he said with a smile. But don't be afraid, from what I've heard, being a creature comes with many benefits. Creature? Yes, for example you can become strong by eating monster stones, if I am not mistaken your current strength is that of a level 5 midway through without needing a fauna, you are a monster after all. Beto felt excited when he saw Belle's personality. He had the face and expression of someone who didn't know what to do, who couldn't make decisions for himself. He had to take advantage of that and use it to his advantage. That way Belle would be his subordinate and he could remove the leaders of Evilis from power and regain the command he had previously. He simply had to make him very powerful. Unfortunately, you cannot use your skills and magic since you do not have the power of a god, but your brute strength is more than enough. My gloves, where are my gloves? Belle whispered his question as he finally noticed his bare hands. And in my ring. He didn't know why, but he felt the need to ask that question. It felt too strange. Beto frowned slightly upon hearing that. Oh, so he remembers what he was wearing. That's strange. He was supposed to have completely lost his memories, he thought, observing Belle's expression. I'll have to be careful about that, though I doubt he'll ever recover them. He's a creature now. My gloves? Your clothes are damaged and only your pants are left, but don't worry, we'll get new clothes for you later, she said, starting to walk. Now follow me. Where are we going? To the 24th floor, we have a fun mission on the 18th floor, I'm sure that now that you're a creature you like what we'll do there, you're a monster after all. Belle simply followed him, feeling disoriented, as if something was missing from him, he felt incomplete. And at the same time, he felt a great anger and an enormous thirst for blood inside him, which was crying out to be released. His body was burning from the inside. To summarize the story for you, you died, but you have returned to life as half monster and half human, you are one of the few who have withstood that, if not the only one, Beto began to explain without stopping walking. A monster, he whispered, bringing his hands to his face, feeling increasingly strange. I felt like I was forgetting something important. If you eat a lot of magic stones you will be very powerful, you will be a killing machine. What Beto and the rest of Evilis didn't know was that Belle was no ordinary creature. There was something different about him, something that should be impossible. Me too. We've arrived. Beto interrupted Belle's words as they arrived at the place where the other members of Evilis were. Well, you finally arrived, said a girl with black hair. Ahaha, I was busy with other things, he explained with amusement. Is it just you guys? Including Belle and Beto, there were a total of 17 people in that place to kill the Ganesha familia members who were on the 18th floor. Who is he? Another asked, noticing Belle's presence. For now, let's just say he's another member of the group, Well, we need to hurry and kill all those members of the Ganesha family, said another, starting to walk and being followed by the others. Come on, said Beto, starting to follow them, though he stopped when he saw that Belle wasn't following him. Hey. Hurry up. Belle didn't respond, he just stared at that part of the 24th floor, starting to feel a headache. And she whispered, her voice trembling and her body shaking. And I. Hahaha. You damn bastard. Upon seeing a certain part of the floor, he recalled the image of a huge man fighting to the death with a cat. What's wrong with you? Vito asked, surprised by this, and the rest stopped when they saw that they weren't being followed. Leave Aki alone. Brawl. Ah, and no. Belle grabbed his head as he looked in more directions on that floor. Irene. She's dead. That's for Hashana. Belle gripped her hair tightly and bit her lips, which began to bleed. Together we will return home. The image of a beautiful she-wolf smiling at him flashed through his mind, causing a small tear to roll down his cheek. And Nise. And finally, what affected him the most was seeing a pool of blood on the floor. It seemed the floor had not yet completely erased the traces of that battle. Ah. Thank you, a friend, for letting me be your blacksmith. And finally, she saw the image of a boy bleeding out in her arms. Bellette. And at that very moment, an enormous pain appeared in the albino's head. It was the greatest pain he could have ever felt. Ah. It was the loud scream she let out, grabbing her head as tears escaped from her eyes. The rest of Evilus just watched Belle's actions with surprise, thinking he was a crazy kid. Could these be the effects of having become a creature? Vito wondered, not entirely sure. What he didn't know was that he made the worst mistake of his life by taking him to the 24th floor when the traces of the battle had not yet disappeared. Ah. Belle desperately ran towards a tree and banged his head against it repeatedly as more tears streamed down his face. More and more images came to his mind, images that were breaking him, the death of each one of them. Ah. And finally, he remembered how he threw Nise away and received Fulak's powerful punch which killed him. I died, she whispered, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. I died. Why, and Nise. Vito had made a grave mistake. Belle had recovered his memories. But there was something different about him. DSK, how annoying, an Evilus member, fed up with it, approached Belle to tell him to stop all the weird drama. Hey. The guy, being close to Belle, put his hand on his shoulder. What's wrong with you? We have a mission to complete, so stop wasting time, he said irritably. Are you ignoring me? Vito. When did I tell you my name? Asked the guy, who was standing a little ways away. I saw him in one of the files of most wanted Evilus members, he whispered, still with his back to that group. DSK, I'm getting fed up with you, the other said irritably, drawing his sword. There's something you're wrong about, Vito. Belle slowly turned around and at that moment saw a sword approaching his head. But with his bare hand he caught the edge of the sword, which did not cut him even a little. My name is bellcranel, she whispered, raising her gaze with an expression that sent a shiver down everyone's spine. And before anyone could do anything, Belle pierced the chest of the guy who tried to attack him with his bare hand, pulling out his heart and crushing it. Kill him. Shouted others in the group as they watched him murder his companion. 5 of them launched an attack, seeking to kill Belle, who did not move from the spot, releasing the person he had just murdered. He felt strange, very strange, he had never felt that way in his life. What's wrong with me? Now. The 5 men, being close to him, attacked with their respective weapons, but Belle took the sword of the one he had just killed and with a single blow decapitated all 5, causing blood to splatter on his face. What? A strange smile appeared on Belle's face, which he immediately erased. What's wrong with me? All the rest of Evilus watched in terror as that albino killed 6 of them with relative ease. This isn't right, Vito thought nervously. They were all level 4s, and he killed them like it was nothing. Did he gain that much power when he transformed into a creature? What's wrong with me? Belle asked, tears streaming down his face but still smiling. Why am I acting like this? What did you do to me? Vito began to back away as he saw Belle grabbing his hair. She felt that something bad was going to happen. Her body was screaming at her to run away. Where is Nise? What did they do to her? He asked, taking a step towards them, who stepped back. Did they murder her? I don't know what you're talking about, replied a frightened girl. Evilus, the image of his friend Let and the others dead flashed through his mind, making him clench his fists and teeth. And I will kill them. And in the blink of an eye, he decapitated another member of the group, leaving the rest amazed by his speed. Run away. Shouted another, who was also killed before he could do anything else. Without hesitation, Vito began running towards the forest in the direction of the 25th floor while listening to the screams of the others being murdered. Shit. He thought, agitated, running as fast as he could. I didn't expect that at all, I never expected the albino's power to increase so much. And the worst part is that he still had his memories. I have to tell Lilith that the experiment remembers everything, I'm sure she'll know how to do something, he thought without stopping running. But then I stopped hearing the screams in the forest, a sign that everyone had died. He slowly turned his face back to see if I wasn't following him. But his blood ran cold when he saw Belle standing in front of him with his face to the side of his head. For the first time in his life, Vito felt fear upon seeing that expression, an expression adorned by an enormous smile. So? What did you want to show me? Sava and Lilith were walking through the corridors of Knossos, the latter looking excited. My latest creation, the ultimate fusion between a monster and a spirit. Really? And what is it? Sava asked excitedly. You'll find out soon. After walking for a few more minutes they came to a huge stone wall which opened up as it sensed their presence. The big smile appeared on Sava's face when he saw a huge snake in that room which did not attack them, a sign that it had been tamed by Lilith. Haha, what's this? Do you like it? It's the fusion between Lambton and a spirit creating this enormous and powerful monster. Wow, just looking at her I can feel the enormous power she possesses, she said, her voice filled with emotion. What do you plan to do with her? For now I'll leave it here in Knossos. And does it have a name? Well, of course, I named her Apophis. But name, I like it. Miss Lilith. Their conversation was interrupted when a member of Evilus arrived shouting towards them. What's going on? The elf asked, annoyed. The entire group that was sent to assassinate the members of the Ganesha family were killed, he reported, worried. Seriously? You lost to the Ganesha family? Lilith asked, raising an eyebrow, while Sava just listened. And no, they didn't even reach the 18th floor, they were murdered on the 24th floor. And Vito? We found his decapitated body in the middle of the forest. Wow, is there anyone bloodthirsty who doesn't belong to Evilus? Sava asked with amusement. Something here doesn't add up. You're right, the last thing I told Vito was to take your nephew's body and dump it anywhere on the floor since it was a failure. Lilith opened her eyes in surprise as she put the pieces together and saw Sava smiling. Are you sure it was a failure? Sava asked with amusement. He showed no signs of life for 2 whole days, I thought he wouldn't work. Well, it seems it finally woke up, he said, looking at the enormous snake. And it seems it woke up with a huge thirst for revenge against all of us. This will be fun. 23rd floor. In one of the many trees on that floor, a certain albino was sitting, looking in horror at his trembling, blood-covered hands. The moment he came out of that state of madness, he watched in horror as he killed all those members of Evilus, tearing them to pieces. I couldn't believe he had done that. So, scared, the first thing he did was flee from that place, not wanting to see that scene anymore. What did they do to me? I whispered, still trembling. Now you're a monster. Am I really a monster? He asked, frightened. Belle felt fear towards himself, fear of what he had become. Small tears began to appear in Belle's eyes as she hugged her knees. I'm not human anymore, he whispered, clutching his head in pain, remembering the faces of the people he loved. Estree Samaji girls. His biggest fear was that he didn't know if he would feel that same bloodlust when he saw them. He didn't want to hurt them, he didn't want to hurt the people he loved so much. What did you do to me? The kind-hearted hero had been broken. A hero who would now awaken a desire for revenge against those responsible for all of this. Those responsible for making him lose everything. The Evilus, he whispered as a look of pure hatred appeared on his face. Sava. The boy who would soon be known as the ghost of Orario. End of chapter. Chapter 47. Some very unpleasant news. Across the rooftops of the streets of Orario, 3 girls were running at high speed, chasing a man who was fleeing from them with a worried expression, but no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't lose them. Damn it. He complained, starting to run through some alleyways. That guy was a level 3 member of Evilus, someone who had gone out for a while to rob and kill people in the city, since certain events caused him to be afraid to enter the dungeon, but he had the bad luck to run into a group of the Justice family. I haven't done anything yet. Why are they chasing me with hateful stares? He thought, frightened as he felt them getting closer and closer. And when he least expected it, someone grabbed him by the hair and slammed him with enormous force to the ground, breaking a few of his teeth. The girl who hit him was Nise, who glared angrily at the guy. "You didn't let me throw a few bombs," whispered the hobbit, putting away the 3 bombs she planned to throw. "F-bucking bitches," the guy whispered in pain but was silenced by a hard kick to the face from another girl. She was Kagaya, who was restraining her urge to slice him with her sword. "You knocked him unconscious," Nise whispered, letting go of the man's hair, who was no longer moving because of the strong kick. "We should kill him," Kagaya proposed, hatred in her voice. "As much as I would like to do it, we are the family that represents justice, people will be afraid of us if we start taking those kinds of actions," said Lyra, not very happy about it. "Let's hand this guy over and keep patrolling," Nise whispered, picking up the man like a sack of potatoes and leaving the alley with the other 2. A little over a week had passed since Belle died, and although the Estree family was slowly accepting that he had died, it was still difficult to go back to being the same. It wasn't easy to overcome the death of someone so close to them. "Good job," a man from the Ganesha family said gratefully, taking the unconscious man's body. "Haven't you considered legalizing the death penalty?" Lyra asked, arms crossed. I don't know, I'm just a subordinate," the man whispered nervously. "Shut up, you idiot, and let's keep patrolling," said Kagaya, turning around and walking away, followed by the other two. Meanwhile, the Ganesha family member stood watching as they left along with another of his companions. No offense, but before they seemed like just a group of teenagers playing around on patrol, but now they're really imposing, one of them whispered with a nervous smile. "People change, look at RD, she hasn't smiled again," the other said sadly. "Damn, at first I was jealous that bellcranel was so close to her, but now I just want him to get back with her again." "That's impossible, let's get on with our work." Meanwhile, the girls were once again walking across the rooftops looking for any members of Evilus. "It feels strange that it's just the three of us patrolling together again," whispered Lyra, glancing to her side, where Belle was always patrolling. "Were those Evilus leaders really that strong?" Kagaya asked, looking at Nise. "Monsters," Nise replied, remembering that day. Alan could have won his one-on-one battle, but then that damn Sava showed up and everything started to fall apart. "It's frustrating not being able to help Belle at that moment, even though I was right there beside him." "Don't torment yourself over it, Nise. Belle didn't hesitate for a second to sacrifice himself for you, that shows how much he loved you." "He loved all of us, Kagaya, that's what I loved most about him. He never turned anyone in the family aside, he always found a way to spend time with all of us, whether it was playing cards with Noin and Astrea, cooking with Ryana, or reading a book from the library with Selty," the wolf said sadly. "Or increasing allies as ego," Lyra whispered, remembering how allies used to ask her to call her allies Sama. Obviously, allies had abandoned that attitude since Belle's death. It would take some time for her to behave as before, although it would be difficult for her. "Damn you, Evilus," Kagaya muttered, gripping her katana with hatred. "Speaking of Evilus, have you heard what's been happening lately?" Lyra asked, looking at her two companions. "Are you referring to the dungeon thing?" "Yes, this past week they've been finding dead Evilus members on different floors," Lyra said, recalling what some members of the Ganesha familia had said. "For example, yesterday on the 20th floor they found a group of Evilus impaled on their own weapons. It seems the guy who's killing them has a great hatred for them." "I wonder who it is," Nise whispered. "I don't care, let him kill all those bastards," Kagaya said angrily. "Well, he's succeeding. He's killed almost everyone who was hanging around the dungeon. The few who were left decided to return to the city like the idiot we just caught. That has led some adventurers to explore the dungeon again, although some are afraid, thinking they will be killed too," Nise said. "I doubt it, they started exploring again 3 days ago, and they haven't killed any adventurers, they only kill members of Evilus," Kagaya commented, looking at the city. "Whoever he is an ally, or at least that's what I want to believe," Lyra added. "They haven't even seen that person's face, he's surely strong," the she-wolf whispered, clenching her fists. "It's a little frustrating that a stranger is tasked with eliminating Evilus. It makes me feel even more useless." "Then keep training to get stronger, that's what Belle did every time he felt like that," the Asian woman said, remembering the albino. "Belle never gave up." "Help, a thief!" shouted a man, catching the women's attention. "It's best if we get back to our work," Kagaya whispered, drawing her katana and chasing after the thief, followed by Lyra. "I will become stronger," Nise whispered, clenching her fists. "Even though you're no longer with me, I will strive to make the city a peaceful place, just as we wanted, I promise you." And with those thoughts, the she-wolf leaped after her friends to catch that thief. Meanwhile, in another part of the city. A certain goddess of justice was holding hands with little Harahim, and next to her was Iska serving as a bodyguard. And in front of them stood the god Hermes, who held a letter in his hands. "Are you sure, Estree?" Hermes asked, his eyes narrowed. "Absolutely, Hera has a right to know," the goddess whispered bitterly. Hermes was the only one outside the family who knew about Belle's true origin, about being a descendant of the Zeus and Hera family. It didn't take him long to realize this since he saw him when he was just a baby and he recognized him immediately when he saw him in Orario. Hermes felt sad when he learned of the albino's death. "I know she has the right to know, but she's Hera, I'm afraid to think what she'll do," the frightened god whispered. "I know, but it will be worse if I wait any longer to say it," Estree said, lowering her gaze. "It's been a week since Belle died. I think it's time to let him know." Iska clenched her fists upon hearing those words. She still hadn't gotten used to Belle's absence. "Well, it's your decision after all," Hermes said, putting the envelope away. "I'll give it to one of my sons to deliver. It will probably take 5 or 6 days to arrive." "Thank you very much, Hermes. Just remember that Hera won't sit idly by. She still has some of her daughters alive outside of Orario, and if I'm not mistaken, Althea is one of them. She doesn't care at all about being exiled from Orario. Aren't you afraid she'll take it out on you too?" "No." "Wow, I wish I had your courage," Hermes chuckled nervously. "I hope I don't see Hera floating in the sky above Orario in a few days, arms outstretched, whispering words and destroying the entire city." "You cannot use your arcanum." I know, but if I could use it, I would without hesitation, he said, turning away. Then I'll send the letter immediately and prepare yourself mentally for whatever happens in the future. And with those words the god left, leaving the three of them alone. Is Belle Sama's grandmother that scary? Asked little Haraham. Hera is one of the most feared goddesses whatever happens, I am prepared, Estree whispered. Do you need to do anything else, Estree Sama? Iska asked. Sorry to bother you, but I'd like to take a walk around the city. I don't want to be at headquarters. Don't worry, I'll be with you. Can we visit Belle Sama? Haraham asked, referring to his grave. Of course, I was planning to go there after all, Estree agreed with a small smile, stroking the girl's hair. Some very beautiful flowers have bloomed in the garden and I want to take them. Let's go. Thus the goddess, without letting go of the little girl's hand, began to walk, followed by Iska from behind. Although the Amazon stopped abruptly upon feeling a gaze on her back. She slowly turned around and could see a man dressed as a clown a few meters away, smiling and holding balloons, looking at her. The Amazon just put on a serious expression, looking directly into the eyes of that clown. Iska? Estree called when she saw that her daughter wasn't following her. The clown just smiled kindly and turned away from there under the watchful gaze of the Amazon. Estree Sama, don't stray too far from me, whispered the girl, starting to walk alongside her goddess, who was a little confused by her daughter's sudden actions. Did something happen? Nothing, it's just a precaution, she whispered, turning around once more to see that the clown was gone. That's strange. While in the dungeon. On the 10th floor of that place were a group from the Ganesha family being commanded by a girl. That girl was R.D. Varma, who this time did not have her face uncovered. She had it covered with a mask. Since Belle died, R.D.'s personality had changed a lot, her expression now downcast and filled with deep sadness and pain, which she hid under that mask. The last time she was this depressed was when the last of her siblings died, leaving only Shakti with her, and now that depression had returned. Belle's loss really affected her a lot. Wow, I don't know whether to feel sadness or happiness, whispered a member of the Ganesha family, seeing the same thing R.D. was seeing. A group of Evilus were decapitated on that floor. From the expressions of horror on those heads, they knew they had stumbled upon something more terrible than a monster. I wonder who's doing all this. Every day we find a group of Evilus dead, another whispered. I'm afraid that whoever it is will start killing people who aren't part of Evilus. And what terrifies me most is that we don't know if it's a human or a new species of monster that hasn't been discovered yet, another one commented. Or a monster fused with a spirit, like the ones Den have mentioned. This is scary. Like everyone else, they felt fear of the unknown and the fact that they could not control it. What do you think, R.D.? One of them asked the girl. Is it a person or a monster? One person, R.D. whispered, looking at the corpses. The decapitations were done cleanly. This was the work of one person. Despite being depressed, she had not neglected her family obligations. In fact, she now put much more effort into every job she was assigned, but she maintained that same expression. Shakti didn't like seeing her little sister like this. She wanted her to be the lively and smiling girl she always was, but she knew that was impossible for a long time now. Slowly, R.D. knelt on the ground and picked up what looked like a few strands of white hair that were lying around. Then he looked at the corpses and saw that none of them had white hair. Perhaps it belongs to the attacker or is the fur of some monster, she thought, not entirely sure, and stood up. Let's go back to headquarters. I don't think we'll find anything else here. And so the others turned around and began to leave, leaving R.D. behind, who was observing that little bit of white hair in her hands. Belle, she whispered with sadness and pain. What hurt her the most was not being able to say goodbye to him when he went on that mission. She had so much work that she couldn't go to see him off at the entrance to the dungeon. That was what hurt her the most, not having exchanged a few last words with the boy she loved so much and who did so much for her. You sacrificed yourself to save Nise, you truly were a hero, Belle, much more so than the stories I love so much, he thought with a faint smile beneath his mask. Thank you for giving me so many happy moments by your side. R.D. When her colleagues saw that she wasn't following them, they called her over. Sorry, let's go, I whispered, starting to walk and turning around once more. For a moment she thought about going down to the 18th floor, but in the end she discarded the idea. She was afraid that whatever was killing the people of Evilus was on that floor and would kill her companions. She would never forgive herself if something like that happened. Besides the fact that he doubted there was anything on that floor, Evilus's presence in the dungeon was almost nil, so there was no reason to take the risk. I have to meet with Ryu after this mission, I'd better not be late. And with those thoughts, the group left the dungeon and reported what had happened. 18th floor of the dungeon. Through the enormous forest on that floor, a white-haired man was crawling along the ground, his entire body covered in blood, trying to survive. That man was Olivas, another former high-ranking officer of Evilus. Where did all that confidence you had at the beginning go? And behind him, a few meters away, was another white-haired man walking slowly. It was bellcranel, who wore a serious expression. Before Levis could crawl any further, Belle put a foot on his back and forced him to stay there. Please, the man whispered, feeling humiliated. Ever since Belle started murdering all the evilest members in the dungeon, Levis somehow always managed to escape from Belle throughout that week. But unfortunately for him this time he did not manage to escape, falling into the wrath of a being consumed by hatred. Let's make a deal. If you give me some information, I'll let you go, Belle proposed. How many evilest members are left in the dungeon? Nobody. You killed them all. Levis shouted desperately. Are you sure? I asked, pressing on my back, which was starting to crack. I'm serious. The few who were left decided to go to the city. He shouted in pain, feeling like his back would break. Believe me. Good, he whispered, releasing the pressure. How many evilest members are there in the city? I don't know, I whispered, and Belle started applying pressure again. I don't know. There are too many for me to know the exact number. Then tell me who the most important ones are. There are high-ranking officers scattered throughout the city. How many are there? He whispered, applying more pressure. 22. That's 22 high-ranking officers, not counting those in Knossos. What's that? It's Evilus's main lair, only the 3 leaders and a few others are there. How do I get to that place? Then no you can't, and you need a special key, but I don't have it. Fine, I'll leave that for later, Belle whispered, applying pressure to Levis's back again. How strong are those 22 high-ranking officers in Orario? The vast majority are level 4. Only 2 or 3 are level 5, that's all I know, I swear. Okay, I believe you, he said, removing his foot from Levis's back, who sighed in relief. But that relief didn't last long when Belle grabbed him by the hair and started dragging him along the ground deeper into the forest. Hey, you bastard. I told you everything. The deal was that you'd let me live. Really? I don't remember promising that, Belle whispered indifferently, reaching a slightly deep hole in the area. And without waiting, he broke both of Levis's legs and threw him there, complaining of the pain from the blow. You damned bastard. Levis shouted, seeing Belle standing on the edge of the hole, staring down. Get me out. Although seconds later he realized that he was not alone in that hole, seeing many red eyes in the darkness. They were different kinds of monsters that were staring at Levis. Hey Levis, smile a little, Belle said, watching the man back away. It's good to smile, face death with a smile, those are the words of your damned leader, so put them into practice. May I help? Levis's desperate screams began to be heard in that place as he was devoured by all those monsters, leaving not even his bones behind. Good night, Belle whispered, turning around and walking away. Belle had changed a lot in that week he had been alone in the dungeon hunting members of Evilus. After about 3 days he had managed to control that strange madness that frightened him, now only maintaining a serious or subdued expression when he murdered members of Evilus. In the past, although he took that path, he felt remorse for all the people he murdered in Rakia, and although he did not regret it, he was deeply affected until the day of his death by the grotesque way in which he murdered Cain. But now that was gone. He could murder a member of Evilus in the worst possible way and feel no remorse, no longer having any doubts that he was a monster. His only fear was what he would feel when he saw the girls, fear of feeling that bloodlust. He didn't want to hurt them, although in those last days adventurers had entered to explore, and that bloodlust didn't appear like when he looked at the members of Evilus. But even so, he didn't want to take the risk. But her other fear was rejection. He was afraid of seeing those kinds of expressions on the girls' faces, whether they felt disgust or fear towards him for what he had become, a sadistic monster. So that was why he had stayed in the dungeon, so as not to see them. But it seems he had to return to the city. So 22 high-ranking officers, Belle whispered, sitting down on a tree branch. Belle hadn't slept a single time since coming back to life, that was noticeable in the large dark circles under his eyes. During all that time he had dedicated himself to only killing and killing. I have to go back, I whispered, staring at the ceiling. I have to completely destroy Evilus, it's my duty to kill them. Just then a monster passed by and Belle, in a swift movement, killed it and ate its magic stone. Belle didn't like doing that at all, since it made him feel much more monstrous, but since he ate a large amount he felt his strength improving, so with no other option he had to do it. Orario, I whispered, my eyes dull. I have to go, I have to eliminate them. Belle was afraid of meeting the girls, but his hatred and desire for revenge were much stronger, giving him the courage to go up to that city after more than a week. The ghost consumed by revenge was about to set foot on its streets. In a village far from Orario. A beautiful woman with purple hair was walking calmly along a lonely dirt road towards a small mountain where her home was located. That woman was Galadia, Belle's teacher. Galadia. What a tiring day, even though I haven't done anything, the woman sighed wearily. For about 3 years Rakia had stopped invading that village. Ares had given up on conquering it after so many crushing defeats, mostly caused by Belle and Galatia. I wonder what Belle is doing, she thought with a smile, remembering her beloved student's face. It was your birthday a week ago, I wonder if you've changed your appearance or if you still have that cute face, Galatia loved Belle very much. He was the most important thing she had. After all, she saw him grow up to become the warrior he was today. I'm sorry I couldn't come to your birthday party, but I needed money for the trip. I'll come visit you soon and meet your family. Galatia frowned slightly as she remembered that Belle belonged to a family of only women, and when Hera said she would send him to that family, she didn't entirely agree. In short, Galatia was jealous that any of those women were stealing the attention of her beloved pupil. Although it's more than obvious, he has a very handsome face, sooner or later someone would fall in love with him, he's just like his mother. Obviously she didn't know about Belle's first girlfriend. The albino didn't tell her about it. If Galatia had found out, she probably would have hurt that girl. But no. Any woman who tries to date my Belle has to be stronger than me, in short, she has to defeat me in a battle, he thought, clenching his fists. Haha, and I know very well that none of them are level 6, victory will be mine. Despite the many years that had passed, Galatia was still at level 6, a level she had reached 19 years ago. In short, she had already reached her limit, but she was not discouraged by it. Her time as an adventurer was over. But that wretched fellow hasn't even sent me a letter in months. It seems he's enjoying his life there so much he's forgotten all about his beautiful teacher, he thought, clenching his fists. But wait, when I see you, I'm going to give you a good whack, like the ones I used to give you as a child when you couldn't do the exercise right. Despite loving and adoring him, she was always very strict with Belle during training, to the point of hitting him sometimes when he complained about the training. But after that he would give her a kiss on the forehead as an apology and offer to read her one of his bedtime hero stories. Galatia was a very curious woman. Finally home, she thought, reaching the top of the small mountain and seeing the house where she lived with a certain tyrannical goddess. I hope she's not in a bad mood again. Ever since Belle left, she's gone back to being a bitter old woman. Are you the goddess Hera? Galatia turned around when she heard a voice behind her and found a boy breathing with difficulty. He looked like he had walked a long way. Damn Hermes, he didn't even give me enough for a taxi, complained the boy, being one of the god's sons. I'm not the old witch, but I'm one of her daughters. What do you want? She asked curiously. I have a letter, he said, showing the envelope and trying to catch his breath. Galatia took it and gave it a quick look, noticing that the letter came from Orario. Upon seeing that, a big smile appeared on his face. Belle finally wrote to me. I shouted happily, hugging the envelope. You stupid idiot, you'd better have a good reason for not sending me a letter. And keeping her happy smile, Galatia turned around to go into her house. Hey, wait, the boy stopped her. What do you want? I've come from very far away to deliver that letter. Don't you think I deserve a? The boy made a money gesture with his fingers. Ah, you're right, the girl whispered, reaching into her pocket and pulling something out, then handing it to the boy. Here, enjoy them. And with those words Galatia left, leaving the boy alone, who stared blankly at his payment. It was a stick of chewing gum and it wasn't even full, it was much less than half full. I hate my job. Returning to Galatia. Old lady. Guess what? Galatia kicked open the door, which almost broke. How many times have I told you not to call me that? Whispered Hera with a twitch in her eye, who was on the sofa painting her nails. Despite Belle calling her grandmother, Hera was not an old woman. She was a very beautiful woman with the appearance of a beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s. In short, she was a beauty like all goddesses. Hera. But his character was very strong, too strong. The only person he behaved gently and kindly with was Belle. Although kind wasn't the right word, she was the only person who treated him affectionately, giving him hugs from time to time, and even learned to cook for him. Hera used to refuse to touch a kitchen, but when she decided to take care of Belle and raise him as her grandson, she took her role seriously, learning to cook for her little one, even though she didn't like it very much. I even came to love him much more than I ever loved Materia. He was my son after all. You'd better have a good reason for barging in and making such a racket, the goddess said angrily. I still don't know why I haven't kicked you out of the house. Belle wrote us a letter. Galatia happily announced, showing the envelope. Hera's angry expression gradually disappeared as she heard her grandson's name, and she smiled slightly. Finally, that fool deigned to write to us. It seems he's had many adventures to take so long to do so, Hera whispered, shaking her head slightly. I wonder what kind of adventures he'll tell us about, maybe he already has a girlfriend. No, Hera whispered, her eyes darkening. Belle can't have a girlfriend until he gets my approval. Well, you should have thought about that before sending him to a family of only women. Estree is the only goddess I could trust. The other gods would corrupt me, she said angrily. Better give me that letter and let's see what it has to say. Galatea simply approached the goddess and handed her the envelope. She was her grandmother, so she had the right to be the first to read the letter. Let's see, whispered the goddess, opening the envelope as Galatea sat curiously on the other sofa. Hera let out a tired sigh as she read the first paragraph. You're a fool, this letter isn't from Belle, it's from Estree. Oh. That fool still hasn't written to us. Galatea complained. Before he left he said it was too important to him, so let him prove it by sending me letters. Perhaps she sends her regards, Hera whispered, beginning to read the letter. Let's see what Estree has to say. While Galatea still had that annoyed expression, she was mentally insulting the rabbit. That fool has already forgotten about me, of course, now that he lives with many beautiful young women, he no longer needs his 40-year-old teacher, but he hopes we will see each other again, she thought angrily, although deep down she felt sad that he did not write her a letter. Galatea. What's wrong? He asked, hearing his goddess call and seeing her expression of total shock. Did something bad happen? Belle was murdered. A silence fell over the place after Hera said those words. Although seconds later Galatea smiled. Haha, what a good joke, Hera, but you don't joke about that, so stop with those jokes, Galatea said, not believing it. But her smile vanished when she saw Hera stand up with trembling hands, reading that letter, while tears formed in her eyes, and at the same time an expression full of anger appeared on her face. Hera. Belle was murdered. Hera exploded, releasing part of her arcanum, which cracked all the walls of the house and the floor. Belle is dead. Wait, are you serious? Galatea shouted, unable to believe it. Hera clenched her teeth tightly, continuing to release part of her arcanum, which made everything tremble. If she continued like this, she would be sent directly to heaven for breaking one of the rules among the gods. Belle, my grandson, Hera whispered, still unable to believe it. Who? Hera looked up when she heard Galatea speak, seeing her face. She had no tears. Nor a sad expression. Or one filled with anger. His face conveyed nothing, his eyes were completely empty, devoid of emotion, staring fixedly at Hera. Who killed Belle? He whispered his question again. Evilus, the goddess replied. They murdered him. Hera. And? Can I go to Orario? How curious, I was about to ask you if you wanted to go with me. Despite her angry expression, Hera couldn't stop shedding tears, which just kept falling as she remembered the face of her beloved grandson. And Galatea couldn't even cry, she just maintained that emotionless expression, holding back the enormous thirst for blood inside her. Belle, Galatea whispered. Galatea, pack your most important things, we're leaving for Orario right now, Hera ordered, walking towards her room. And the moment she closed the door, Galatea began to hear sounds of things hitting the wall and being destroyed. It was the cry of anger and pain that I heard from the goddess's room. Hera truly loved Belle very much, and losing him without being able to see him hurt her deeply. As Galatea walked towards the window and looked at the blue sky, she couldn't help but let a single tear run down her cheek, squeezing the window frame tightly, which shattered. Although his attention was drawn to the field, he saw in the distance a woman with silver hair and a black dress slowly approaching the cabin. Oh dear, what a bad time to decide to visit us, Althea. End of chapter. Chapter 48. Goodbye, friend. On the first floor of the dungeon, an albino was walking slowly through its corridors, staggering from time to time. It was Bellcranel, that boy who was once cheerful and kind to everyone, a boy who always brought peace to others just by being present. But that boy was no longer there. At this moment he was only wearing pants which were somewhat torn, his hair once completely white was now full of dirt, and those red eyes full of life were now dull with dark circles under them. And most importantly, blood. Blood which had already dried while on some parts of his back, stomach or hands. Blood that did not belong to him but to his victims. I have to keep going, he whispered, getting closer and closer to the dungeon exit. The dungeon was almost completely empty. The few monsters that were there only watched him from the shadows with no intention of attacking him, which was strange. Almost. Little by little Belle approached the exit, noticing that there was no light above, and when he came out he knew why. At that time it was night, around 1 in the morning, and there was absolutely no one in the city streets, not even members of the Ganesha family. They were probably patrolling somewhere else. Belle just stared blankly around, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia as he looked at those streets. That's right, I was an adventurer, he whispered, remembering that detail. I had forgotten. He vaguely remembered some streets and others were completely unfamiliar. It was strange, only a little over a week had passed, and he had somewhat forgotten the places he patrolled every day. His mind was deteriorating. Like a zombie, Belle began to walk slowly through the dark streets, which were completely empty. People no longer dared to go out to the bars. He didn't have any specific place to go, he simply let his feet walk and guide him. It seemed they still remembered the streets. He walked and walked, looking all around, coming across the occasional drunk lying in an alley. Evilous, I whispered, not even knowing their location. Unlike the dungeon in the city, it would be much harder to find them. Huh? Belle's feet stopped in front of a gate, seeing a rather large headquarters behind them. It was the headquarters of the Estree family, which at this moment was in total darkness, a sign that everyone was sleeping. A strange pain appeared in him when he saw that place, and at the same time his body cried out to enter and see the faces of those people who were important to him. This was my home, he whispered, touching the gate. My home. Slowly, I pulled my hand away, trembling slightly, feeling afraid. It was the only feeling that still resided in his heart, along with hatred. And no, I can't, I whispered, taking a few steps back. I can't. Suddenly Belle began to breathe heavily, feeling desperate, taking more steps backward and slowly moving away from those bars. Meanwhile, a girl was walking slowly through the corridors of the headquarters after getting up to drink some water. It was Ryana who at that moment was heading back to her room. How quiet, whispered the girl, hearing no noise, not even in the city. Then it happened in a certain room, one that still had a sign hanging there, even though the owner of that room was no longer alive. Belle. Those were the words that were written on that wooden sign that Estree made many months ago. Ryana's fingers slowly traced that name, fondly recalling all the moments she had shared with him. I'll clean your room tomorrow, I wouldn't want it to get dirty. Even though she was sure it would hurt her a lot to enter Belle's room and see all his belongings reminding her of him, she would still do it. She didn't want all the things that belonged to him to get dirty. It's decided, I'll clean once a week, he thought, taking his fingers off the name on the sign. And with those thoughts, Ryana, with a sad expression, continued her way down the corridors towards her room. But for some reason she felt the need to look out the window, so she peeked out a little, and what she saw left her in shock. In the darkness, in what little he could see through the bars, he saw a boy slowly walking away, noticing that he had white hair. It was the only thing he could make out at that distance. Belle, Ryana whispered, unable to believe it, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. Belle. He didn't know how, but when he realized it, he was already running towards the main door of the headquarters and getting out quickly. Is it you? Is it really you? She thought, continuing to run, feeling immense happiness in her heart. Even though Nise and Estree confirmed his death, seeing that white hair made her erase those memories and believe that the albino she loved so much was still alive. Belle. Upon reaching the gates, he quickly opened them and went out into the street, looking all around for that person, still with hope. But that hope faded when she saw that there was no one in those streets, only the darkness and that cold breeze which hit her skin, which was not very covered since she was wearing her night clothes. There was no trace of that white-haired boy she saw from the second floor. There was nobody there. A small, sad smile appeared on Ryana's face as a tear rolled down her cheek, making her feel foolish. I'm just hallucinating. Why did I think it was him? And Nise saw him die, Estree Sama confirmed his death, she whispered in pain. Do I want to see you so badly that I'm even seeing hallucinations? Ryana. The girl slowly turned around upon hearing her name, seeing that her goddess had also left the headquarters. Estree Sama. I heard a noise and went outside to see. Did something happen? She asked, worried. In response, Ryana ran towards her and hugged her, shedding a few tears on her shoulders. Why did he leave? Ryana whispered, her voice trembling, and Estree quickly understood what she meant. I loved him, and I couldn't be with him, I miss him. Estree just made a sad face upon hearing those words and returned the hug. Let's go inside, it's very cold, Estree whispered, stroking her daughter's hair as they entered, still holding her close. Let's go to the kitchen, I'll make you some coffee. While sitting in a second-floor window, Kaguya watched them both enter when she heard a noise and looked out the window to see that it was Ryana hugging Estree. Kaguya couldn't sleep. For days her hours of sleep had been reduced, sometimes sleeping only 5 or 4 hours, sometimes 3 or 2, and she was sure that the others were the same. It's so cold tonight, I whispered, gazing at the moon in the sky. I hate not being able to sleep and I hate not being with you. Kaguya sighed, still staring at the moon. For some reason, whenever she felt sad, she always went outside to look at it. I still can't believe it's been more than a week since you died, I still can't get used to waking up in the mornings and not seeing you at breakfast or on patrol. I told you not to die, and that was the first thing you did, you idiot. What frustrated Kaguya most was that even if she wanted revenge on those who murdered Belle, it would be in vain. If Alan Frommel and a group of level 4 and 5 warriors couldn't defeat her enemy, what could she do alone? She would only seek his death, just as she had told Ryu. I wonder if you ever felt anything for me. I look like a silly lovesick fool, she thought, letting out a sad sigh. I'd better go to sleep. But those thoughts, Kaguya closed the window to keep out the cold breeze and went to her bed to try to sleep, even if only for a little while, though she doubted it. Good night, Belle. As Belle continued walking slowly through the streets of Orario, his feet were once again guiding him. He simply walked without knowing what his destination would be. This street seems familiar, he thought, with a slight headache. Why? Small memories began to surface in his mind, recalling a few fun moments he had spent in those places. And in those memories he was always accompanied by two people. Right here it is. Meanwhile, in a house on that same street. A certain red-haired boy was sitting making a pair of low-quality daggers. It was the least he could do with his skills. It was Welf who, despite it being past midnight, continued working, not because he wanted to, he was obliged to do so. "You wretch, at least you could have paid your debts before you died," the little boy complained, sharpening his new daggers. "This time you went too far." Yes, Welf was manufacturing weapons to sell and get money to pay off his deceased friend's debts. The people he owed money to didn't care much that Letta died. They weren't going to lose that money, so they looked for the person closest to him to pay off that debt, and that was Welf, who accepted having no other option since they threatened to burn down his entire forge, and he didn't want that. It was his home and his friend Mentor's home. What Welf didn't know was that those people were allied with Evilus, something that even Let didn't know, who went into debt to buy Welf's first set of forging tools as a celebration for becoming a blacksmith, something that wasn't cheap at all, and since he didn't sell many weapons, he didn't manage to get much money to pay off that debt. But Welf didn't know that. He believed that his deceased friend had gone into debt over some silly thing, as was normal for him, but he was far from the truth. "I'll just finish this and go to sleep," he thought, continuing to sharpen. "Tomorrow I'll go out into the streets to sell. Maybe I'll get lucky and someone will buy something. I should also make kitchen knives. I'm sure I can sell those." Luckily the houses were somewhat far away, so they couldn't hear the hammering or the sharpening of daggers. Or their screams. Tock, tock. Welf jumped when he heard someone knock on his front door. Slowly, he glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that it was 1:30 in the morning. The perfect time for ghosts. Who's coming at this hour? The frightened boy thought, not knowing whether to open the door or ignore him. Tock, tock. Ugh, Let told me not to open the door so late because it could be evil spirits, she thought, feeling increasingly afraid. What do I do? Do I hide? Tock, tock. The hell with it. I'll go, the boy thought resolutely. But before going to the door, he picked up a dagger that was on the table and began to approach slowly and cautiously, gripping the dagger tightly. If it was a person, he was dead, since only a murderer would visit him at that hour, and if it was a ghost, he was also dead, since he would have a heart attack. In both instances he ended up dead. Let it not be an evil spirit, he thought, praying to all the gods in existence and taking the doorknob and opening it little by little. And when she opened it completely, she was shocked by what she saw. Standing before him was his friend Belle, dirty, with large dark circles under his eyes, his hands and body covered in dried blood, and a paid-for look. Welf was not wrong. It was an evil spirit. I screamed in terror, falling backward and starting to back away. Belle. Slowly the albino entered the house, staggering a little, making the child even more terrified. "No. Don't kill me." I screamed, giving him signs that I wanted to cry. "Can't you rest in peace? Do you want revenge for ratting you out to your friends when you went to the pleasure district? I'm sorry. I didn't mean any harm." "Me too." Welf closed his eyes, hoping that Belle's wandering spirit would rip out his heart, but nothing happened. Slowly she opened her eyes and saw that Belle was still standing in the same place with a dull look in his eyes. "Sorry for coming unannounced," she whispered in a very low voice. "Belle?" Welf said in shock, moving a little closer and touching his arm with his finger, seeing that it didn't pass through. "Is that you?" In response, the albino nodded, leaving him even more surprised. But you died. How is that possible?" he asked, unable to believe it. And I. Unable to resist any longer, Belle collapsed to the ground, frightening Welf, who didn't understand anything that was happening. "Hey Belle." With a stick he had nearby, Welf began to touch the albino's face, checking if he was really unconscious. He didn't understand it. He was supposed to be dead, but he had just fainted in front of him. Was it a hallucination? Was his corpse being controlled by someone from Evilus? There were so many abilities and magics that it wouldn't surprise him if someone could do that. Slowly, Welf circled the body and left the forge, looking all around. There was nobody there, the streets were completely dark. "Is it really you?" Welf whispered, unable to believe it. "How is this possible? Ugh, what do I do?" Slowly the albino opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a wooden ceiling, feeling that he was lying on something comfortable, seeing that it was the sofa. He slowly sat down, feeling as if he had regained some energy. But he realized he wasn't alone. A few meters away from him, Welf stood with a sword in his hand, ready to attack at any moment, although his expression showed that he was very afraid. One suspicious movement and I'll strike the ground with this sword. It's my greatest creation and it will cause a massive explosion, taking everything within a 10-kilometer radius, so think twice before you act. Obviously it was a lie, it was just a normal sword, but if he believed it he wouldn't attack him if it turned out to be bad. At that moment Belle remembered that he had fainted in the forge the moment he entered. "How long did I sleep?" was the first thing he asked. "I don't know, I think about 40 or 50 minutes," replied the boy, still on guard. "Why are you acting like this? Isn't it obvious? You died. What makes me think someone isn't controlling your corpse or that you're a member of Evilus who copied your appearance?" Belle just lowered his gaze, knowing that he was right. That would probably be the reaction all the girls would have upon seeing him, or perhaps even worse. "I don't even know who I am," I whispered, my eyes blank. "I'm sorry to bother you." Belle slowly stood up, intending to leave the forge. Meanwhile, the little boy just watched, filled with doubt. Part of him believed he was Belle, but the other part believed he was an imposter. It was so confusing. "What should I get you for your birthday, Let?" the little boy asked, making Belle stop. Belle took a while to answer, trying to remember that, until he finally did. "The camera and an album," he whispered uncertainly. "Fine, I believe you," the boy whispered, lowering his sword. "But I don't understand why you're alive. The goddess Estree confirmed your death." "Me too." "Wait, before you speak, go take a shower, no offense, but your smell is awful, it makes me want to throw up," she said, pinching her nose. "The shower is by the door on the left at the end of the hall." In response, Belle nodded slightly and walked slowly towards that place, leaving Welf alone in the main room of the forge. "I still can't believe he's alive, but he doesn't look like himself," the Redeed thought, remembering those lifeless eyes. "What did they do to him down there?" While Belle stood in the shower, letting the water fall on his head, he cleaned his hands, which were covered in dried blood that was a little difficult to get off. "What am I?" I whispered, starting to tremble again. "Why did I come here?" Little by little the dried blood disappeared from his body and his grimy hair turned white again. The only things that didn't change were those lifeless eyes, the large dark circles under them, and the large scar on his chest, on the side of his heart. "Belle?" Wilf's voice came from the other side of the door. "Here's a change of clothes for you. It's the best I could find in Let's closet. I gave you the whole outfit." "Oh okay, thank you. I'll wait for you in the living room." And with those words the boy left, leaving Belle alone with his thoughts. "I have to go and keep going," I whispered. A while later. Belle was already in the room with Welf, wearing his new outfit, which consisted of a black suit with a hood and gloves. It was strange that Let had such a suit. In the beginning, Let liked to dress like that when he went to the dungeon, but he stopped after a certain girl said she didn't like seeing him dressed all in black, Welf explained, serving some coffee and bread at the table. "Sorry, it's all I have." Let was the one who sold the most weapons here, so he was the one with the money. "I haven't sold any of my weapons all week and what little I earn gets taken away." Sorry." "Don't apologize, just eat, you're probably hungry." Belle nodded slightly and began to drink the coffee and eat the 2 pieces of bread that were on the plate. It felt strange to eat after so long, but he was a little happy to taste the sweetness of the coffee and bread, shedding a tear or two, which made Welf feel a strange sadness at seeing that. At least he hadn't lost his sense of taste. That gave him a small hope that he was still somewhat human. "Now tell me, what happened to you?" Welf asked, the question he most wanted to ask. "I don't know," I whispered, looking down. "I don't know what Evilus did to me." Welf narrowed his eyes upon hearing that, realizing that he wasn't so wrong. But those few words that Belle said, he reached his own conclusions, which were not so far from reality. "I see, Evilus probably experimented on him and brought him back to life somehow, but they didn't have control over him," the boy thought, watching Belle drink his coffee. "I think it's possible. Those people from Evilus are sick. Wait then." As Belle continued to enjoy that bread, a little happiness filled him as he ate even if it was just a little. "Hey Belle. See. Were you by any chance the one who's been murdering Evilus members in the dungeon?" Belle didn't answer, he just nodded a little, making Welf's eyes widen in surprise. I had heard that all those murders were done in the most grotesque way possible, not believing that Belle was responsible for all of it. "What did they do to you, Belle?" the boy whispered, knowing that this behavior was due to Evilus. I'm a monster," he said with a crooked smile, the pain evident in those words. "And what do you plan to do now?" "To keep killing them is the only thing my mind is screaming for." "Belle." I didn't know what they did to him down there, but Belle had been mentally broken. He was no longer that kind, smiling boy he used to hang out with along with Let. "And your family? Do they know about this?" No, Belle whispered, holding his head. They don't need to know about this, and I'm already dead." "But." "No." He cried desperately. I don't want to. I don't want them to see me like this, what I've become." Welf just made a complicated expression when he heard that. He couldn't tell her not to worry, since he didn't know how the girls would react to seeing him like that. If Belle's wish was that they didn't know, then I would respect it. Will you stay at the forge? In response, Belle shook his head slightly, causing the boy to let out a tired sigh. Wait for me here, he said, standing up and walking towards the warehouse. While Belle finished the last bit of coffee left in his cup. The little he ate and slept had restored his energy, as had that refreshing shower, all thanks to Welf. Oh, I know what was it like. Seconds later the red-haired boy returned to the place with a black sword in his hands, which Belle vaguely recognized. Here, it's the sword Let had been making for you. It's finished, he said, extending the weapon, which Belle took. Since you were dead, I decided to store it in the warehouse, but now that you're back, it's yours. And don't worry, I won't charge you. It's Let's work, after all. Me too. If you're going to face Evilus, you need a good weapon, he said, smiling slightly. Thank you, she whispered, standing up. However, he noticed two things on a shelf that caught his attention. Can I take that? Welf just turned around and looked at the two things Belle was looking at. The first one was a one-handed sickle. Just by looking at it, you could tell it was of good quality. And the last thing was a mask of a smiling face. That's the mask. Sure, take them, they were Let's I accept. Belle just walked over and took both things in his hands. Somehow the clothing she was wearing had something to attach the scythe to her back. It seemed that this was the weapon Let used in the past, so without hesitation she placed it there. And then I noticed the mask, that happy smile on it, it was perfect for hiding her face. I suppose you're leaving now, Welf whispered, looking at the albino's back. Yes, sorry for coming. Don't worry, you're my friend and friends help each other, he said, giving a thumbs up. I'm sure Let would have helped you without hesitation the moment you walked through the door. Even though he was a bit of a fool, he was someone you could always rely on. Trust in your abilities. Huh? That's what Let said, you have the talent to be a better blacksmith than him, so don't doubt yourself and believe in yourself. The Redeed just lowered his gaze, not wanting to cry at that moment. Gee, thanks for the message. And with those words Belle turned to leave, but before opening the door he turned back to look at him. Thank you for helping me, really. It's nothing, and good luck. Thank you very much, yeah. Belle brought her hand to her head, changing her expression to a frustrated and desperate one, trying to say a few words, but they wouldn't come out. So she had no choice but to ask him. And what was your name? Welf opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, seeing that the albino had forgotten his name. But that surprise didn't last long, because seconds later she smiled sadly. Welf, that's my name, the boy whispered. That's right, Welf, yes, I remember now, Belle whispered, his headache fading. Thanks for everything, Welf. I'm glad I was your friend. And me too, take care and defeat Evilus. Yes, goodbye. And with those words, Belle left the forge and began to run through the lonely, dark streets, leaving little Welf alone at the entrance. Goodbye, friend, the boy whispered sadly. Goodbye. On the roof of a tall house in Orario. Standing at the very top of that place was Belle, observing the entire dark city, not hearing a single sound. It was so peaceful. Don't worry, Welf, I'll make every last one of them pay, the albino whispered, putting on his smiling mask, which completely covered his face and hair. Now. And so Belle began leaping from rooftop to rooftop, heading towards his first objective. The Orario Guild. He wasn't going to kill anyone since he knew there were no Evilus members there, but first he had to find out everything about them. He could not go to war without knowing his enemy. Upon reaching another rooftop, Belle stopped, observing 4 men from the Ganesha family standing guard at the entrance to the guild, which was completely dark. I'm sorry, Belle whispered, disappearing from the rooftop. And in less than a second he appeared in front of 2 guards who did not see him arrive, feeling as if a strong fist were burying itself in their stomachs, leaving them unconscious. What the? The others shouted in alarm as they saw their companions fall unconscious to the ground without seeing who did it. But they too soon fell unconscious from a clean blow to the back of the neck. I'm really sorry, Belle whispered, looking at the 4 bodies lying there. Now that the guards are unconscious, I enter the guild and look for what I need. But not knowing where his target was, he began to look everywhere hoping to find it quickly. After a few minutes he found the room where the city's archives were kept and started walking towards them. He didn't know why, perhaps because he was now half monster, but even though it was completely dark he could see clearly all over the place, that would be an advantage for him. Let's look, he whispered, starting to search file by file, hoping to find the one he wanted. Loki family, Freya family, Maich family, no, these are from the Orario families, he thought, starting to search in another part of the room. After a few minutes he found the folder he was looking for. Evilus files. All those files talked about the origin of Evilus and so on, but that wasn't what interested him. Most wanted criminals. His interest lay in the names and faces of each of its members, from the least important to the most important. It didn't matter who they were, it didn't matter what measures had to be taken, the important thing was to eliminate them all. There would be no more compassion. If he wanted to avenge his friends, if he wanted Orario to live in true peace, he had to make those decisions. But it wouldn't be a gentle punishment. I would give each of them the worst possible deaths for all the people they murdered and made suffer. I would return their pain 1,000-fold. It doesn't matter anymore, I'm already a monster, he whispered, taking all those papers and turning to leave. As I passed through the guild's main hall, I turned to look at the counter, and for a moment I had a blurry image of him along with 2 elves, handing some papers to a red-haired beastman. Although she quickly looked away as she began to feel a slight pain in her head. And my family. Belle walked past the unconscious bodies of the Ganesha family, who would soon wake up since he didn't hit them hard. And I don't want them to. He slowly walked into a dark alley where he gradually disappeared, with only his red eyes visible beneath that mask. I'll kill them all, evil Asava, everyone. And so the silhouette of that albino disappeared into those dark alleyways, not being the last time he would be seen or heard from in the city. The ghost, a ghost with a smiling mask massacring all of Evilus left and right. The ghost who only wanted to be happy with the people he loved. End of chapter. Chapter 49. Dance. In a house hidden deep inside Dedelus Street, a group of about 20 Evilus members were chatting and drinking in the middle of the night. They were all being commanded by a high-ranking level 3 officer. Haha, this is the life, laughed the group's leader, drinking from a large mug of beer. Since Sava returned to command, people are starting to fear us again, just like in the past. At this rate, we'll destroy Orario for good, said another of them excitedly. No, from what I heard Sava say, he's not interested in destroying Orario, or at least that's what I think. You know that low-level officers like me don't have much contact with him, he said, taking another big swig of his beer. But it doesn't matter to me. As long as they keep me in charge of this sector of the city, I'll be happy. Aha, you're right, silly adventurers hardly ever come here, so we can do whatever we please. Once we rule this city and Sava gives me this territory as mine, we will live like kings, he said, relaxing on the sofa. Talk. However, at that moment, the door of the place was knocked on, capturing everyone's attention. Who could it be at this hour? Asked one of them, already a little drunk. It's probably Miss Gretel bringing us new orders. Lately she's only been staying in Knossos. Gretel is lucky, she has become close to the leaders and has a privileged position, said another enviously. It doesn't matter, go open the door and see what new orders they bring us. One of them stood up and walked towards the door, but not before taking a good swig of his beer. While writing all these scenes I was listening to this song over and over again, so here it is. Talk. I'm coming, you impatient lot, he said grumpily, reaching the door and opening it. What do you? But before the guy could say a word, a scythe pierced his head and went right through his skull. The rest, hearing a dull sound behind them, turned to look at the door and saw their dead companion on the floor and a man dressed completely in black, with a hood and a smiling mask on his face carrying a bloody scythe. That boy was Belle. Who the hell are you? Shouted the leader, drawing his sword as did the rest. Belle began making sounds as if she were singing a song while taking a sheet of paper out of her pocket, looking at it for a few seconds before turning to the leader. You are the weakest member of the High Command, so let's start with you. Kill him. The man shouted, filled with rage, and the rest launched their attack. Belle simply put away his scythe and drew his sword, slashing it forcefully, splattering blood all over the floor. What? The leader whispered in shock at the sight. Why are you afraid? Belle asked, seeing his enemy's face. Shut up. And with those screams, the rest who were still alive launched their attack, and Belle waited patiently. Belle slowly left the house, wiping his blood-covered sword with an old rag. One down, he whispered, tearing to pieces the paper with the face of the man he had just killed. Let's continue. And humming a song which for some reason calmed him down, he continued walking through those dark streets. Who are you, you bastard? Blood splattered the wall as everyone stared at that smiling mask. TSK. This is the one who killed Pet's group. One of them shouted, and at that moment his head was cleanly sliced off. Unfortunate. He's just a man. We can. The head fell to the ground. The group of Evilus were peacefully playing cards in their lair, or so it was until the door was knocked down with a single kick, which flew out and hit one of them hard. I'm here, Belle whispered, walking slowly and gripping his scythe tightly. It's him. He found our hideout. They quickly tried to flee, but Belle threw his scythe, and it stuck in the head of the leader who intended to fight. Don't go, I just arrived, he whispered, looking at them with that smiling mask which terrified all his enemies. Nuo. The man from Evilus was slowly opening his eyes as someone suddenly appeared in his lair and attacked them, and no matter how much they wanted to fight back they couldn't, but he didn't kill them, he only left them unconscious. Huh? The guy was confused when he felt that his arms and legs were fractured and he couldn't move, and apparently his companions were in the same situation as they were complaining of the pain. MMMM. Then he heard someone singing a song, looked up, and what he saw terrified him. It was that same masked guy who had been killing his companions the last few nights. What are you doing? He asked, scared, as he saw her spraying a strange liquid all over the wood of the house, recognizing the smell. I'm cold, she said simply, making the man's panic increase. And no, don't do it. I'm sure the innocent people who worked in the pleasure district selling things also begged for their lives when they were burned, and guess what, they weren't spared. Don't do it. Bye. And taking a lit oil lamp, I throw it towards the end of the house and turn to leave. And the moment it made contact with the ground, everything burst into flames, burning the members of Evilus. As Belle slowly left the house humming a song, he heard Evilus's screams and smelled burnt flesh. But he ignored the cries of supplication, turning his back on that burning house. Another productive day, said a fat man, closing his gun shop. Now to sleep. The man walked slowly through his gun shop until he reached his room. But her blood ran cold when she saw that smiling masked man sitting on one of her pieces of furniture. It's you. Hello. Belle was already becoming known throughout the city, especially throughout Evilus. Wait, I don't know what you've heard about me, but I work for them under threat. I have to sell them weapons or they'll kill me, the man shouted, terrified, backing away. Are you sure? Belle asked, pulling out a piece of paper and showing it to him. This is you. The photo was of a thin man with black hair, unlike the man standing in front of him, a fat man with a mustache. Vicent, that's your name, although you're now known as Carl, right? He asked, standing up. And no. Accused of murder, robbery, and Belle angrily tore the sheet to shreds as he recalled the last crime. Grape. Please. You may no longer be an active leader of Evilus, but you are still one. The terrified guy tried to run away, but Belle kicked him to the ground. Do you want me to remove your nails? Your fingers? Your eyes? And no. Smiles, you damn piece of shit. On a somewhat old bridge in Orario, there were more than 10 corpses hanging from said bridge, having died by hanging. And on top of the bridge was Belle tightening the rope of the last one left, who had broken arms and legs and could not escape. No. And there goes another one, he whispered, throwing the man off the bridge, who was left hanging, swinging from side to side until he was completely out of breath. From his pocket he took another sheet of paper with the face of the guy he had just killed on it and tore it to pieces. That's number 14, let's continue. Along the walls of Orario, a group of Evilus were running, escaping from a masked figure who was emerging from the darkness. They knew how powerful he was. He had massacred so many of them that the only thing they could think to do was flee. Belle pulled out a few daggers he had taken from another group of Evilus and, as if it were a game, began throwing them at them. The daggers would pierce their heads or legs, and when they lost their balance they would stumble and fall from the enormous wall, dying from the impact on the ground. Sava will kill you, you bastard. Shouted the last one left in the place. He can't kill me because I'm already dead, and with those words I throw 5 daggers at the same time, piercing the man's body and one his head. On the contrary, he's the one who will die. And no. Another leader of Evilus was crawling along the ground, seeing the massacred bodies of all his companions in an empty street. And sitting on the ground was Belle, watching as the man tried in vain to flee. There's a lake nearby, Belle whispered, taking the man's foot and starting to drag him. Upon reaching the lake, I left the dying man on the ground and searched for something with my eyes until I found what I was looking for. I have vague memories of a story about an elf who did this to one of her students, Belle said, tying a huge rock with a rope and then tying it around the man's foot. How long can you hold your breath? Why, you're a monster. Yes, that's what I am. And when he had the enormous rock securely tied down, he lifted it using all his strength and threw it into the lake. And at that moment the man's body began to be dragged away, unable to do anything. You will die, you damned wretch. It was the last thing he screamed before his body submerged in the water and continued to sink deeper and deeper under the weight of the enormous rock. Belle just stood there watching bubbles rise from the water for a few seconds until it stopped. You didn't even last 5 seconds holding your breath, Belle whispered, turning and walking away. With you, it's 17. In a place full of trees in the city of Orario, there was another group of Evilus tied upside down to the branches of said trees, beginning to feel dizzy and unable to move after having received a great beating. And a certain masked albino was dragging a medium-sized cage which he found in another of Evilus's lairs and decided to use it for that occasion. What do you want? One of them whispered, looking into those red eyes beneath that smiling mask. Make them suffer. And when Belle answered that question, he opened the cage and a few goblins began to come out of it. The little monsters looked around in confusion until they saw the evilest members hanging upside down. The goblins just smiled grotesquely, preparing their claws and running towards them. While Belle sat atop the cage, he calmly listened to the cries of the evilest members begging for mercy. MMMM. Once they died, I also killed the goblins. Why are you doing this? Whispered a member of Evilus in pain, seeing the blood of his comrades all over their base. I don't know, Belle whispered his answer, his head throbbing. But there's something inside me screaming at me to keep killing them. You're crazy. I already know that. And with those words, Belle grabbed the man by the hair and began to drag him towards the fireplace, which was lit. Upon arriving, he threw the man face first into the fire, who began to scream in pain as he felt his face burning. Belle put his foot on the man's back so that he could not get up until he died with his face completely burned. 18 whispering, taking the leaf and throwing it into the fire as well. And I was fighting for some people, Belle whispered, trying to remember something as tears streamed down his face. And I. Why? You're a bastard. Where did you come from, you damned monster? Belle turned to look to his side, seeing more than a dozen Evilus members impaled on their own weapons on the ground, and the only one who was alive was on his knees with tears in his eyes, as both his arms had been torn off. You shut your mouth. And with those words Belle took a spear that was on the ground and stuck it in the ground, then took the man and lifted him up. No. We can reach an agreement. But Belle ignored it and forcefully impaled the man on the spear, losing his life instantly. BD-19 whisper. I don't intend to stay in this city for another minute, said a high-ranking Evilus man with a backpack on his shoulders as he walked towards the exit of Orario. The vast majority of his companions on the surface had been killed and he knew he would be next if he didn't leave that city as soon as possible. Where did that guy come from? Why hasn't Mr. Sava done anything? He thought, looking around paranoidly, hoping no one was following him. Although a ray of hope struck him when he saw the exit in the distance. Perfect. I'll just kill the guards and get out of here, he thought, starting to run towards that place. No. But before he could get away, someone appeared in the blink of an eye and sliced off his leg with a cut, causing him to fall to the ground. His blood ran cold when he saw that smiling masked man in front of him with his bloodied sword. Let's go back to where you belong, she whispered, taking the severed leg and the other leg and starting to drag him into a dark alley. No. Please no. I won't kill anyone anymore. I promise. But Belle ignored those pleas and went deeper and deeper into that dark alley until they both disappeared into the darkness. No. Huh? Did you hear that scream? Asked a member of the Ganesha family who was standing guard at the entrance to the city. It's all in your head, the other whispered boredly. Meanwhile, in the alley, Belle walked slowly with his bloody hand, approaching a garbage container. Once there, he threw in the leg, the head of his victim, and finally the rest of his body and closed the container. She laughed, grabbing her head as tears streamed down her face, moving away from the spot. What am I doing? Belle was carrying a box full of a few bombs. He had found gunpowder in many hiding places, and since he had learned to make bombs thanks to Lyra, he made a few homemade ones for that night. He didn't know why he could make bombs, but his mind remembered perfectly how to make them. The place where he was in an abandoned building of Dedelus, but it was a lie, it was another of Evilus's lairs. He investigated everywhere and after seeing that everyone was asleep, he began placing the bombs on all sides of the building. And once I placed them, I detonated them, causing them to explode powerfully. The enormous building began to collapse floor by floor, crushing each member of Evilus, who didn't even know what was happening when a huge wall fell on top of them. A huge cloud of dust rose from the collapse of that building. Although as the smoke cleared, Belle observed that one of them was still alive, with part of his body outside and the other crushed by the rubble. Help me, I whispered as I saw Belle approaching. Help you? Don't be silly, I'm the one who planted the bombs. Why would I help you? After that, Belle kicked a wall that was still standing, and it fell, crushing the guy's head. V21. And turning around, Belle disappeared down the dark alleys before anyone arrived. His revenge against Evilus was only just beginning. At the Estree family headquarters. About 5 days had passed since Belle had begun his massacre of Evilus, and obviously word started to spread throughout Orario, mainly because of all the corpses found the next day. There were divided opinions about all of that. Some said he was another psychopath worse than Evilus, and that he would soon murder civilians too, out of fear. Others said he was a vigilante who decided to take justice into his own hands, feeling happy about it. And other people called him the ghost of Orario, saying that he was a being created from all the poor souls who died at the hands of Evilus, creating a single being whose sole purpose was to eliminate that organization. And so many creative stories that people invented. And obviously the Estree family wasn't going to stand idly by because of all those events, so they decided to have that meeting before going out on patrol, with everyone in the living room except for little Harahim, who was still sleeping. "Well, I think you already know why we're gathered here," Ally said, looking at her whole family. "What do you think about all this?" "I think they're taking our jobs away," said Lyra, sitting on a sofa. "Is that good or bad?" Nguyen asked. "Both. On the one hand he is eliminating those bastards and on the other hand we as a family are leaving much to be desired and I am sure that the Ganesha family thinks the same," replied the hobbit. "What do you mean?" Ryu asked, since she didn't understand. "What I mean is that a complete stranger appeared out of nowhere and started massacring the members of Evilus, something that has already made things very difficult for us in the Ganesha family. We couldn't even find their hideouts, and this stranger not only found them, but also murdered them," Kagaya said, leaning against a wall with her arms crossed. "Obviously, people are going to start doubting the protection we promised them when we don't even know what's going on." "That's why I said it, they're taking our jobs away," Lyra commented again. "This is definitely complicated," Allies whispered, tapping her chin with a finger. "Do you think she's a bad person?" Ryana asked doubtfully. "Who knows, for the moment he hasn't killed any civilians," Iska replied. "What do you think of the actions of that unknown Estree Sama?" Selti asked, looking at her goddess. Estree just lowered her gaze, thinking of an answer. "Do you think his actions are right?" Ryu asked. "No," the goddess whispered her answer. "But it is necessary. I am the goddess of justice, and although I have never seen that person, I can say with certainty that everything they do is what they consider justice. That person is doing what they believe is right. Obviously, the measures they are taking are not the right ones. They all knew how the people of Evilus had died. After all, sometimes they had to go to the site of the massacre to investigate by looking at the corpses. Even though that person wants to bring justice in their own way, they have gone astray. It makes me sad to think about what that person has suffered to make those decisions," whispered the goddess, lowering her gaze. "So?" Asta asked. "I don't like the way he does it, but I have to admit that his actions have brought some peace to the city." "That's true," Nguyen said. "Since the members of Evilus have started being killed, crime has decreased. And the few who remain are hiding, afraid to reveal their location, and that this person will reach them," Ryana said. "Cowards," Kagaya whispered. "So what's the verdict? Is it good or bad?" Lyra asked. "I don't think it's right to jump to conclusions right now. We don't know that person's true intentions yet," Ally said. "You know, I think we should talk to the Ganesha family and move our patrol to the night." "Why?" Ryu asked. "That person only makes movements in the middle of the night. If we're patrolling, we'll probably find him and see if he's good or bad." "So? What do we do after that? If it turns out he is a reasonable person, we can invite him to collaborate with us and the Ganesha family. It would be good if he were also mentally unstable, that way we could keep him under control." "What if it's someone who kills for pleasure and starts attacking us?" Kagaya asked. "Well, we'll respond in kind," Allies whispered. "But our first objective is to find out who that person is, whether they're on our side or not." "I think that would be best for now," Estree agreed with Allies' idea. "But do you feel capable of patrolling at night? It's been a long time since you've done that." In response, they all nodded at the same time. Since Belle's death, they could hardly sleep, so the night patrol wouldn't be a bad thing. "Nise?" Iska called. "Huh? What's wrong?" the she-wolf asked, looking up from a distance. "I should be asking that, you've been very quiet. Is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong," Nise whispered, looking down again. Obviously Estree saw through that lie, squinting slightly and wondering what was bothering her daughter. Belle, Nise thought, confused. The reason for that action was due to Belle, but it was not because of his depression over her death, which still hurt him a lot. The real problem was the slaughter towards Evilus. Of all the massacres, the Estree family had gone to 4 places to investigate the corpses and other things. And in the 4 places Nise realized something which made her heart ache and caused great confusion within her. In all those places, the scent of Belle was in the air. She had lived with him for so long that she had unwittingly memorized his scent, being able to recognize him instantly every time they entered a crime scene. The scent wasn't very strong, but she could vaguely smell it in the air, and that was what worried her. Why would Belle's scent be in those places? It was pointless, he was already dead, she saw him die right in front of her eyes. Something very strange was happening. Slowly, Nise raised her gaze and observed all her friends who were still talking about the mysterious person behind the killings. For a moment she thought about talking to them about it, but in the end she decided to keep it to herself, since she knew that some of them were still sensitive to talk about Belle's death, as was the case with Mariu and Ryana, so she couldn't go out and say that she had smelled Belle's scent at the massacre sites. So for the moment he would keep it hidden and investigate it a little more, and his first suspect was that person who was murdering everyone in Evilus. Did she have any connection with Belle that would explain why they smelled so similar? Nise wondered doubtfully. She knew that Evilus had taken Belle's corpse to do who knows what. Just thinking about it made Nise erase those memories, frightened and in pain. So for the time being I would investigate that strange person, so that night patrol would be very useful. I had to get to the bottom of that mystery and find out what was happening. Belle, he thought, looking out the window at the blue sky, remembering the smiling albino. Alright, I think it's time to start patrolling, and allies, I'm asking you to talk to Shakti about the change in patrol schedule Estree ordered. Understood. I'll stay with you, Estree-sama said Iska. Iska, it's not necessary. Of course, she has to be protected. Then I'll stay too, Mariu said. Very well, we entrust Estree-sama's protection to you, Ally said, turning around along with Ryu and Ryana. We will begin the patrol. We're leaving too, said Noin along with Asta and Selti. Thus both groups went their separate ways, with only Kagaya's group remaining at headquarters. I think we should leave too, said Lyra. We should investigate the places where the murders happened again, maybe we'll find something interesting, Kagaya suggested. That sounds good to me, Nise agreed, wanting to check if that smell similar to Belle's had already disappeared or was still there. Then let's go. And so the group also left the headquarters, leaving their goddess alone with her two daughters. I'm telling you, you don't need to stay with me, said the goddess, looking at them both. Of course, Evilus is acting unpredictably now, so it's best that we stay with you, said the Amazon. Even though the members of Evilus have been reduced, it's best not to let our guard down, Mariu added. Estree only smiled slightly when she realized she wouldn't be able to convince them. All of her daughters were kind-hearted, and that made her very happy. Okay, I was planning to do some cleaning in the living room. Do you want to help me? But first I'll go wake Haraham up, Mariu announced. At this rate, she'll sleep until the afternoon and won't have breakfast. Thus the human woman left, leaving the Amazon and the goddess alone. Meanwhile, let's begin cleaning, said Estree, heading into the room. Iska was about to follow her, but again she felt that someone was watching her, quickly turning to look out the window, searching for the source of that gaze. But there was no one there, even though she swore she felt someone watching her. We definitely can't leave Estree-sama alone, he thought, following his goddess with a frown. Meanwhile, somewhere in Dedelus. In one of the many abandoned buildings, a certain albino was sitting on the floor of that deserted place. Beside him were his mask, his sword, and his sickle. I wasn't doing anything, I was just sitting there staring at the dirty cobweb-covered ceiling. His gaze remained just as empty, it was as if all traces of emotion had disappeared from him, his existence being solely for killing. His mind had deteriorated more and more. The relentless killing was taking its toll on him as the days went by with him killing members of Evilus. To the point where the only thing he remembered was his name. Why am I fighting? Was the weak whisper that escaped him. Why am I doing this? He didn't know it. The only reason he kept killing members of Evilus was because something inside him kept urging him to do it. That, and because there was something else that he couldn't forget, no matter how many memories he lost. Sava's face, his name, and his great desire to kill him. That's right, I whispered, recalling the blurry image of a group of girls. I'm fighting for them, for my family, for them. Perhaps he had forgotten their names, but there was something inside his heart that made him not forget them completely. It wasn't that he had lost his memories forever. His mind was so deteriorated from not knowing what it was that he had sealed away the vast majority of his memories. I have to keep eliminating Evilus, for them, I whispered, taking a sheet of paper and looking at the name and photo of the last high-ranking Evilus officer in the city. Gassy, I whispered the name. He was the only one about whom I had no clue, I didn't even know if he was in the city, the only thing I knew was that he was one of those who escaped from prison a few months ago. He had to be eliminated since he was the strongest of all on the surface, a level 5 high-ranking officer. I have to find him, maybe he's in that last lair of Evilus. Meanwhile in Knossos. Sava was sitting in one of the many rooms of that labyrinth drinking some wine. In that same place were Fulax, Lilith and the goddess Apate. Hey Sava, Lilith called. What? Doesn't it bother you that your nephew is massacring all the tall people on the surface? No, not really, he replied, taking another sip of his wine. Actually, he's doing us a favor by sweeping up the organization's mess. They just hang around waiting for us to do everything. They're useless to us. If you say so. What do you plan to do now? Fulax asked, sitting on the ground, noticing that his entire mouth was sewn shut and the arm he had previously lost was now back, but it was a different color, as if someone else's arm had been glued on. Hey guys, do you remember the main reason why we founded this organization? Sava asked, looking at his two companions and friends. So that people would respect us, Lilith whispered, recalling an old memory from years ago of her much younger self being insulted by a group of people and then thrown out of a house. Respect, Fulax whispered, remembering something from a long time ago when he was much younger and, unlike now, thin and small, was getting beaten up in an alley by a group of people. Right, I remember now, all to receive the respect we wanted so much, Sava whispered. The image of him carrying a huge backpack and his brother Silver also carrying a huge backpack came to his mind, an image that angered him as he remembered how many people looked at them mockingly while they went to the dungeon behind the rest of the Zeus family. The picture from before it had become what it was now. That stupid woman from Valletta wanted to completely destroy Orario, but that's complete stupidity. I don't see the point in destroying the city, said Sava, smiling slightly. So? We want much more than respect, he whispered, looking at his two companions. Let's take control of the city. The goddess Apate laughed upon hearing that. Let's eliminate the 4 families that control the city and then we'll take over. 4 families? Fulax asked, trying to count on his fingers. Are you really stupid, Fulax? The 4 families that protect Orario are the Freya, Loki, Ganesha, and Estree families. It's not that hard to remember. Once those 4 families fall, there will be no one who can bring order to the city, and that's where we come in, Sava said with amusement. We're going to rule over all those people who looked down on us in the past. We're going to trample them in the face. I like the sound of that, Lilith laughed. Why destroy a city when you can rule it? Sava asked, standing up. We must transform Orario into the City of Evilus, the organization the 3 of us founded decades ago. Let's rule the city that scorned us in the past. Govern the city, Fulax whispered, liking the idea. Let's eliminate those 4 families and take what belongs to us. Then I'll request something, Apate asked, joining the conversation. What does Apate-sama need? Fulax asked. I want the first family you eliminate to be that of Estree's bitch, the goddess said with an innocent smile. I want her killed outright. Wow, why is that? Sava asked, puzzled. I always hated her, even when we were in heaven. I want her to disappear, she whispered, clenching her fists. Aha. And what does it suggest? Lilith asked. In fact, I already know how to eliminate that goddess and her entire family, he said with a sly smile. Gassy. The moment Apate said that name, a man dressed as a clown entered the room, smiling slightly. Well, if it isn't Gassy, said Sava, looking at the clown. Hey, why are you always dressed like that? Before joining Evilus I worked as a clown and I like the costume, the man said simply, smiling kindly. Hey Gassy, I have a job for you. Whatever you wish, Apate-sama. I want you to watch the Estree family from the shadows, and when you verify that that stupid Estree is alone or with only a few of her daughters, kill her in the worst way possible. Once you do that, kill the rest of her daughters. Without Falna, they will be nothing. Don't you think acting that way is a bit cowardly? Wouldn't it be better to kill his daughters while they still have Falna so it's a fair fight and then kill his goddess? Gassy asked, still smiling. I don't care if it's a cowardly act or not, just follow orders. Your wish is my command, said Gassy the clown, turning around and walking away. Good luck. Sava said goodbye. Gassy's a great guy, I like him. But the Estree being returned to heaven I will be satisfied, whispered Apate as she left the room, followed by her son Fulax. What will you do, Sava? The elf asked. How about you show me those new creations of yours? Of course. She said excitedly, leaving the room with him. But there was one more person in that room who had been sitting in the dark throughout the entire conversation. Bellcranel, whispered a man with long hair and red tattoos all over his body, his eyes glowing in the darkness. Headquarters of the Estree family. Night had already fallen in the city of Orario, and the girls, after their patrol, had decided to hold another meeting at Allies' request. So? Did something happen? Kagaya asked, arms crossed. Well, I spoke with Shakti, and now we have our night patrol schedule. Wow, I expected it would take a little convincing, Ryana whispered. Actually, I accept because we have a new mission for tomorrow night, the Redeed said, adopting a serious expression. We've located a new Evilus lair in Dedelus. We believe it belongs to the Rudra family. Those bastards, Ryu whispered angrily. I thought that mysterious person had destroyed all the hideouts, said Lyra, puzzled. Well, it seems there's still one standing, and Shakti has asked us to personally go and dismantle that place. We have to capture them and find out more about the rest of Evilus. We have to do it before that mysterious person kills them, Kagaya whispered. Tomorrow night we will leave for Dedelus and confront the Rudra family. Hey, isn't that level 5 elf the captain of that family? Nguyen asked. There's no trace of her, so we'll only face her subordinates. The strongest are level 3, so we have a chance. And who will stay with Estree-sama? Astrea asked. I'm telling you it's not necessary, Estree said. If you all go on the mission together, it'll be a guaranteed victory. Haraham and I will be fine. Then I'll stay with you, Estree-sama Iska offered again. I won't leave you alone. Sulti, can you stay too? Allies asked, looking at the elf. Sure, but why? No offense, but Mariu's healing magic will come in very handy on this mission. Her healing magic is stronger than yours. You're right, I specialize more in offensive magic, the elf laughed sheepishly. Alright, I'll take care of Estree-sama along with Iska. Perfect then, starting tomorrow at 8 o'clock at night, we will leave the headquarters towards Dedelus and face the Rudder family. We may be superior in level, but we must not be overconfident. We have to win for Cranel-san, Ryu thought, clenching his fists angrily. I'll finally be able to use a few bombs, Lyra whispered, frowning. It's time we struck back at Evilus, Kagaya thought, her gaze darkening. Meanwhile, Nise kept her gaze lowered, thinking about Belle and recent events. Will we see that mysterious person tomorrow? The she-wolf wondered, feeling a strange unease. For now, relax and let's have dinner, Estree said, noticing how tense everyone was. Let's go to the dining room. Estree-sama. Meanwhile, in a building on Dedelus Street. Belle threw his sickle into the air and then caught it while watching the moon from the window. I have to find the last remaining bases, I whispered, my eyes dull, still swinging the scythe. And I have to find him. As he said those words, he plunged the sickle into the blade of the man named Gassi, his last high command as his target. For my family. A reunion that was too unexpected and surprising for the Estree family was getting closer and closer. End of chapter. Chapter 50. Belle. It was night in the city of Orario, and at the headquarters of the Estree family, a group of girls were preparing for a mission which they would carry out soon. I hope you're not carrying that massive bomb you were creating, said Noin, looking at her hobbit friend. Nope, that bomb deserves a unique moment to use it, not with the Rudder family, replied the hobbit, putting a few bombs into a backpack she was carrying. I still can't get used to seeing you with short hair, said Ryana, adjusting her hair as she looked at the elf who was placing her sword at her waist. It's for the best, long hair would only get in my way in battle, Ryu whispered, putting on his mask. Aren't you wearing your heavy armor? Mariu asked, seeing that Astrea was only carrying his enormous shield and a dagger. No, I only use the armor in the dungeon. Here on the surface, we have to be as stealthy as possible, and you know how noisy that armor is, replied the dwarf. Nise was sitting on the sofa putting on gloves which made her punches stronger, and while she did that a serious and thoughtful expression was on her face. Are you sure nothing bad is going to happen? Kagaya asked, looking at her friend. No, nothing is happening, replied the thoughtful wolf. Your behavior makes me more suspicious. Are you hiding something? Kagaya asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm not sure enough to talk to you about it, just let me investigate a little more, she asked, looking into the eyes of her Asian friend. Fine, but whatever it is, don't let it distract you from the mission. And with those words, Kagaya walked to a wall and leaned against it, waiting for her friends to be ready. We entrust the protection of Estree-sama and Haraham to you two girls, allies said, looking at the elf and the Amazon. Don't worry, allies, I won't let them touch a single hair on their heads, the Amazon promised seriously. It was more than obvious why they were protecting Estree, and with Haraham being a child without a fauna, in short, she was an easy target that Evilus could use to his advantage. They had to protect them at all costs if anything happened. Be careful on that mission, don't let your guard down, Sulti pleaded, worried about all her friends. Her biggest fear was receiving the news that another loved one had died. She had already lost Belle, let alone losing another member of her family. Relax, Sulti, we'll go all out from the start, being overconfident is not something the Justice family would do, allies whispered seriously. Although it seems strange to me that they let their lair be discovered so easily, we spent a lot of time looking for that place, and now they appear out of nowhere, it smells like a trap to me, said Lyra frowning. Those damned Evilus are cowards, Ryu whispered angrily, remembering how Belle and the others died on that mission. If it's a trap, we just need to know if it's aimed at us or that mysterious person, Iska suggested. We're not the only ones after them. It doesn't matter who that trap is aimed at, the Rudder family will fall tonight, allies said seriously. Normally that would be the perfect occasion to say one of his narcissistic phrases, but for the past 2 weeks, since Belle had been dead, he had put all that aside. I feel strange again, Ryana thought, a little nervous, as she stared out the window at the dark night. It's the same feeling I had when Belle left on that mission. Why do I feel nervous? Calm down, Ryana, Noin whispered, placing her hand on her friend's shoulder. Everything will be alright. Belle is watching us from up there, so we have to do a great job and impress him. You're right, I'm nervous about nothing, she said, calming down a little and smiling. Thank you. Ryana wasn't the only one. Everyone in the family felt uneasy, something unusual for some of them, like Kagaya, who was always serene. Even Estree felt the same way. Will they be back tonight? Harahim asked, scared and sad, remembering how Nise and Belle went on a mission and one of them never returned. Of course, it will only take us a few hours so we'll be here soon, Mariu promised, stroking the girl's hair like an older sister. What time do we leave? Lyra asked, already ready to depart. Allies just looked at all her companions, seeing that they were also ready to carry out that mission. Well, I think it's time to go, Allies ordered, placing her sword at her waist. Calm down, Nise thought, letting out a sigh and standing up. Everything will be alright. The Rudra family has been active for many years, I think it's time to stop their partying, Moine whispered seriously. Please take care of yourselves, Estree pleaded, hoping they would all return safe and sound. Remember that your own lives are more important than the mission. If things get complicated, retreat. I'm sorry, Estree-sama, but that word isn't in my vocabulary, Kaguya said, gripping her sword. If I run from Evilus, I'll never have the courage to visit Belle again, she whispered, referring to his grave. I'd rather die fighting than run away like a coward. I say the same, Nise whispered, remembering everything that happened down there, how everyone, despite everything being against them, kept fighting until they died. Bashana, Irene, Raul, Let, Alan and especially Belle. They all died fighting, even though some felt fear, but they still kept going until they died. Like Kaguya, the word runaway was not in her dictionary. Just take care and don't get overconfident, Estree pleaded. Don't worry, Estree-sama said, Allies, turning her back and starting to walk towards the exit. Take care of Estree-sama, Ryu asked Celti and Iska. You all go ahead and focus on the mission, we'll take care of the headquarters, said Iska, giving a thumbs up. And with that said, they all began to leave the headquarters and start walking through the dark streets. Each of them already had their weapon in hand, ready for any battle, no matter how sudden it might be. Meanwhile, Estree, Harahim, Iska and Celti just watched them walk away from the window, hoping that everything would turn out well for them. And in the blink of an eye the whole group disappeared, a sign that they had started running towards Dedelus, leaving that street completely empty. They'll be fine, you'll see, Estree said, stroking the girl's hair. I'll make some coffee while we wait for them to return. I'll go with you, said Celti, walking alongside her goddess to the kitchen. This Iska? Harahim called, seeing the Amazon watching from the window, clutching her dagger. Is something wrong? No, she said, smiling slightly. Let's go to the sofa and read a book while the coffee is cooking. Yeah. And so they both walked to a sofa and sat down to read together, although Iska kept looking out the window every minute, her hand close to her dagger in case something happened, and she was sure that Celti was also prepared for anything. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, in a dark alley. A certain clown had seen how part of the family had left the headquarters. There are always two left, with the goddess protecting her, Gassy thought, observing the headquarters from that alley. In his hands he carried a large mallet of pure iron, it almost looked like one of those long mallets used in the games at some fairs where there were always clowns. Well, it doesn't matter, there are only two of them, she whispered, smiling slightly. Good. Time to finish this job. And with those words, Gassy slowly left the alley in the direction of the Estree family headquarters. Meanwhile, in another part of the city. The masked Belle walked slowly towards the last remaining Evilus lair, although most of his memories had disappeared, he still knew very well what his objectives were. Brother family. Does Gassy belong to that family? No, his file says a pot A family, I whispered, walking through the alleys of Dedelus Street, getting closer and closer to the location of that base. Even though I've searched the whole city, I haven't seen Sava. Where is he? Belle was starting to get frustrated. He had gone to so many Evilus bases hoping to find Sava, but he only found his weakling followers. That's right, Belle whispered, recalling a detail he'd forgotten. That guy mentioned something called Nassos, and a key. Where is that place? With a leap, Belle reached the roof of a building and jumped from rooftop to rooftop, getting closer to the Rudra family's base. How did he find out the locations of the bases? Well, some members of Evilus revealed the location of some bases to him in exchange for being spared. Obviously, Belle always killed them once he received the information. That was the reason why he found them quickly in those days. Once a cowardly member was cornered, it was easy to make him talk. And he was lucky to encounter many cowards like Fat Vincent, who shouted locations to him so he wouldn't kill him. But Belle ignored him and continued to torture him for all the atrocities he had committed. I wonder if I was ever really human, he whispered, pausing at the top of a building. Everything is so confusing. Belle sat on the top of that building and looked at his sickle and his sword, which still had some bloodstains on them. As if a movie were playing rapidly, images of all the murders he committed flashed through his mind. Burned out people. People hanged. People drowned. Decapitated people. People torn to pieces. He had committed so many deaths that he had lost count. I didn't feel sorry for them or anything like that. But something inside him told him that he had failed, that he was becoming something that would not please some very important people in his life. That he was turning into a real monster. If he continued down that path, if he continued killing, then he would. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Loud laughter began to be heard in that place, laughter which caused a little fear to the people who had not yet fallen asleep inside their homes. Anyone who saw him at that moment would think that under that mask was the face of a psychopath. But they were wrong. Despite laughing out loud, beneath that mask there were only tears and nothing else. Tears of pain. Sorry, she whispered as she stopped laughing. He didn't know why he apologized, but something inside him told him to say those words. An apology for what I was now. If I have a home I would like to go back there, and no, it's impossible for a monster like me to have something that can be called a home. It wasn't the first time that it happened to Belle. Each time after a murder, when he went to rest in some abandoned building, Belle would have those strong bouts of depression. He would start laughing like a madman while crying and apologizing. It was always the same after every murder. The blurry image of a group of women always flashed through his mind whenever he apologized. Although in his mind he kept repeating that he didn't deserve such a thing as their forgiveness. And there's no going back, she whispered. He was sure that after this massacre, the Rudder family would finally break and that any small trace of humanity they still had would disappear with the spilled blood. One more massacre and there would be no return for him but eternal madness. Let's go, I whispered, jumping off the building and walking slowly through the alleyways. It's my duty. Meanwhile, in another part of the city. The group of women were getting closer and closer to the Rudder family base, preparing for confrontation. What's the plan, allies? Ryu asked, still running. First, check if the enemy is still there and if there is anything suspicious in the surrounding area, he replied seriously. And then what? Did you bring smoke bombs, Lyra? The redhead asked. I've brought a little bit of everything, he replied. Alright, then we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Nise, Kaguya, and I will go to the front once the smoke bomb is launched. Lion and Ryana, prepare your magic in case we need it, and the rest of you will be behind us to fight once the smoke disappears. We have to be as fast as possible so we don't give them time to react. Understood. So the girls kept running until they reached a high rooftop with the Rudder family base below them, or at least that was the direction Shakti had given them. Can you hear anything, Nise? Allies asked the wolf. Despite all of them having enhanced senses, Nise was superior in that aspect. Apart from being almost a level 5, she was a beastman, her hearing being far superior. I hear voices inside, there are many of them, so Shakti wasn't wrong, it's an evilest base. Finally Kaguya whispered, drawing her katana. Wait Kaguya, we have to stick to the plan, allies ordered. Lyra. Underway. The hobbit stealthily climbed down from the roof and approached the base, which was still closed, looking around in case there was anything suspicious. The rest clenched their weapons or their fists, ready to fight. And Lyra took a small look out the window, recognizing a few now, having no doubt that they were her enemies. The members of Evilus were alarmed when they saw things break through the windows and fall to the ground. And the moment they stopped they exploded, releasing a large amount of smoke. Did that killer find us? Nah, another replied, annoyed. I recognize this attack tactic, it's the Estree family. And the moment she said that, the door was kicked down, and allies, Kaguya and Nise entered, followed by Astrea and Noin, ready to fight. You bucking bitches. One of them shouted angrily, receiving a hard punch to the stomach from Nise. Thus the confrontation between the Estree and Rudder families had begun, starting a battle in which the Estree family had the advantage. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the house, a dark-skinned man was watching everything with amusement. Well, the Estree family came, wasn't wrong, she thought amused. And to think you'd ask me to give up my children as bait, you really are diabolical, and I'm even more so for agreeing, haha. The members of the Rudder family fell quickly before them, who fought with great speed. They felt strange. In the past, these confrontations had always been very evenly matched, but now the battle was in their favor. That only meant that they had improved and were no longer the girls they used to be. They had become stronger. TSK, that idiot Jura isn't here, Ryu said angrily, kicking an Evilus member and ducking to dodge a dagger. Seeing that their magic wouldn't be needed, she and Ryana joined the fight as well. Stay calm, Lion, we'll see what to do later, allies ordered, locking a sword and delivering a powerful kick to the guy's jaw. Lyra, from afar, threw bombs at those trying to escape, not giving them a chance. This is being very easy, even finding the lair was easy, it almost seems like it was done on purpose, thought the hobbit with narrowed eyes. And she wasn't the only one. They all had that strange feeling, but they still continued fighting with that family, which was not small. But what good was quantity if there was no quality? Little by little, each one of them fell like flies at the hands of each of them. It wasn't that the Rudder family was pretending to be weak. Each of them was fighting to the death, but the Estree family was no longer the same. They had improved by leaps and bounds, which was now noticeable in the difference in level and skill when fighting. "Crash," Kagaya whispered, moving gracefully and launching swift slashes with her katana. "I trained with Belle for so long, compared to him you are too slow," Nise thought, throwing powerful punches. "I think I should have brought my armor," said Astrea, watching as his shirt sleeve was cut off, hitting one of his enemies hard with his shield. "I told you so," whispered Mariu, who normally always stayed behind the group as a healing mage, but not anymore. She had also practiced her fighting style, which she had neglected. "Watch your back," said Noin, knocking out a guy who wanted to attack Mariu from behind. "Thank you." Although he still had much to learn. "Hey lion, calm down," Lyra pleaded, seeing how the elf was angrily attacking everyone who crossed her path, breaking some of their bones. "Sorry," he apologized even though he kept doing it. "You be careful too, Lyra." Ryana shouted as she saw a bomb explode near her. "Sorry." Meanwhile, allies just kept fighting, taking down her enemies one after another. "This is easy," the Retid whispered, puzzled. It almost seemed as if they had been given the doors just to be defeated. "It doesn't matter, our mission is to defeat them." And so the Estree family group continued fighting, getting closer and closer to a crushing victory over the Rudder family. Without knowing that they were only part of a goddess's plan. While near the base, Belle slowly walked towards Evilus's lair, emanating a great thirst for blood that he could barely control. Once again, one more massacre and he would never be the same again. His mind would probably deteriorate much further, and this time forever, with no possibility of going back. But there was nothing more he could do. The moment he saw one of them, he would rush to kill them without hesitation. His humanity would be gone forever, if he was ever human at all. So Belle continued walking until he reached his goal, taking out his scythe ready to begin a new hunt. But he was confused when he saw that the doors were open and heard groans of pain coming from inside. He gripped his scythe tightly, getting closer and closer to the door, beginning to hear voices which, for some reason, felt familiar. Voices that reached his heart. "Good job, Nise, you've gotten faster." Belle took a step, feeling a pang in his heart upon hearing that voice. "Thanks allies, although I don't feel like I've improved much." Another voice that gave Belle warmth and tranquility, a voice he always heard in his dreams since he died on the 24th floor. "Ryana ties up the unconscious Evilus members who are there." "Understood." Little by little, Belle lowered his guard as he heard more voices. You could say that this was a successful mission. "Don't celebrate too soon, Noin, the leader wasn't even here." Lion always ruining the moment. "Shut up." Belle's bloodlust was diminishing as he heard more voices and a lump began to form in his throat. She was afraid to go any closer and see those people, but her body kept moving against her will. Belle stopped at the base entrance, feeling a whirlwind of emotions as he saw those women tying up Evilus members, seeing those faces. Unable to stop it, a tear slowly rolled down her cheek beneath that mask. Nise was tying up a member of Evilus, but stopped abruptly the moment a very familiar smell reached her. Slowly, with his heart racing, he turned around and saw a hooded figure with a smiling mask standing in front of the entrance. Nise's voice cut off. And her heart ached sharply. I had no more doubts. That person's scent was the same as Belle's scent. The rest of the girls finally noticed Belle's presence at the entrance, turning to look at him in confusion. Belle didn't know how to act. All the bloodlust he had inside him vanished at once when he saw the faces of those women. Something inside him told him that those women were very important, too important. "Well, if I am not mistaken, you must be the mysterious person who has been murdering Evilus members all this week," said Kagaya with one hand on her katana. And the others also had their weapons in their hands as they watched that masked man tightly grip a scythe covered in dried blood. The only one who wasn't alert was Nise, who was still in shock, watching him, unable to believe it, but she had no doubts. Her sense of smell couldn't deceive her. "So you're that person," Ally said, taking a step forward. "I suppose you've come to assassinate the Rudder family, haven't you?" Belle didn't respond, and that made the girls even more tense. They had seen with their own eyes the corpses of Evilus and the most grotesque ways in which they were murdered. It was a clear message that this person was a psychopath or someone close to being one. They had to be careful with someone like that. He was dangerous. "Can't you speak?" Kagaya asked, frowning. Belle simply continued observing the faces of each of them. Lyra's. Anoin. From Ryu. From Mariu. From Astrea. From Ryana. From Kagaya. From allies. And? Belle stopped when he saw the last girl. Denise. "We will die together." The vague memories of a she-wolf saying those words to her in the dungeon came to her mind. And a warm feeling of happiness also appeared in his heart when he saw that she was alive, that she was okay. Small tears began to run down Nise's eyes when she saw that the masked man was looking at her. And the rest of the girls looked at their classmate in confusion, wondering why she had suddenly started to cry. My family. Are you trying to be mysterious? Kaguya asked, starting to lose patience when she saw that he wasn't saying anything. For some reason, Belle began to feel the need to run away from there. He began to feel afraid that they were watching him. Can we talk? I wouldn't want to have a fight with you for no good reason, Allies asked, feeling that he wasn't a bad person, or at least that's what she wanted to believe. Someone who murdered in that way was not right in the head. Nise, what's wrong? Mariu asked, kneeling in front of the beastman who was still shedding tears. Me too. However, all conversation was interrupted when they heard applause behind the girls, causing them to quickly turn around to see who it was. This is touching. In front of them was a dark-skinned man with a few jewels and makeup on his face. That man was the god Rudra. The Justice family encounters a crazy killer, it almost seems like it was all planned, haha, the god laughed, seeing the angry expressions of those women. Your family fell, God Rudra, you have nothing left, Allies said. I still have Lilith, she can provide me with a little more entertainment, I laughed gracefully. We'll see how much longer that elf lasts, Kaguya whispered angrily, gripping her katana. He had better not resist, or he will be arrested and judged by the other gods. Redeed girl, let me tell you that I will not be captured, he said calmly. Your family was defeated. Why so confident? Lyra asked. I'll tell you something funny, he said amusedly. Apate asked me to reveal the location of my base on purpose so that my children would be captured. I agreed only because I'm bored. Huh? Why would the goddess Apate ask for that? Allies asked, having that bad feeling again. Because she was 100% sure that you would come to capture my children, and she was not wrong. Seeing that none of the girls were looking at him except Nise, Belle decided to back away a little with the intention of leaving. He couldn't stand in front of them any longer. A whirlwind of emotion swirled within him as he looked at their faces. The greatest of these, and the one he couldn't understand why, was shame that they saw what he had become. But before he left, the god Rudra said some words which made him open his eyes in surprise, as did the girls. I'll tell you just because you deserve it, since you easily defeated my family, and because I don't like Apate very much. Speak up already, Kaguya said angrily. At this moment you are here and your goddess is in her headquarters with one or two of you think. The girls took a few moments to process those words, but when they did, an expression of fear and worry appeared on their faces. Then no. Exactly, a son of Apate is on his way to kill Estree. If he isn't already with her ready to kill her, you'll probably soon see a pillar rising into the heavens. Belle's eyes opened in shock upon hearing those words, and for the first time he didn't see a blurry image in his mind. She perfectly envisioned the image of a beautiful goddess with brown hair and a white dress with a beautiful smile. Estree Sama, Belle thought, feeling a pressure in his chest. Run if you don't want me to die, haha, the god laughed, turning around and leaving. All the girls, with expressions full of fear, turned around ready to run, but before they could run they saw that strange masked man running off in the direction of his headquarters. Belle. They all stopped abruptly upon hearing the words Nise said. What did you say? Kaguya asked, showing a bewildered expression, something unusual for her. Me too. We'll talk on the way. We have to go to Estree Sama. Allies shouted, running off and being followed by the others, who began jumping across the rooftops. Explain yourself, Nise. Why did you call that guy Belle? Kaguya shouted, still running. The rest, while running at full speed, had their ears on the conversation, wanting to hear their friend's answer, although some already had a nod in their hearts. Me too. Reply. That person has the same smell as Belle. They were all shocked to hear those words. Some even forgot to run, narrowly falling from some rooftops, but managing to keep their balance. I've been smelling Belle's scent for days now at the massacre sites, and that smell is coming from that person, Nise explained, her voice trembling, not believing that this was happening. You're joking, right? Kaguya said, sharpening her gaze. Don't give me that nonsense, Nise. Ryana whispered, feeling a pain in her heart, unable to believe it. You're lying. They all watched in shock as Ryana shouted those words. How dare you say that person is Belle? He's not a psychopath who murders in cold blood. A person like that would never be Belle. Ryana shouted, tears welling in her eyes. Besides, Belle is dead, that's impossible, Noin whispered, still in shock. Are you sure about that, Nise? My sense of smell doesn't deceive me, whispered the she-wolf, trying not to let out tears. DSK Kaguya clicked her tongue angrily, her gaze sharpening ever more as it focused on the path. She refused to believe that. We'll think about that later. Allies shouted, trying to maintain her composure. Our priority is Estree Sama, so hurry up. Yeah. Then no, I refuse to believe it, Ryana thought. Cranel-san, no, it's not possible, Ryu thought, still processing the words the wolf had said. Belle, Nise thought with pain in his heart. And so the group continued running towards their headquarters, hoping to arrive on time. Meanwhile, at the Estree family headquarters some time ago. At the headquarters of the Estree family, the goddess and her daughters were in the hall waiting for the return of the rest. Obviously, none of them would go to sleep until they returned to the headquarters. The city has been completely silent at night for a long time now, Iska commented, not hearing any noise in the city. You used to hear celebrations in the bars, but that's disappeared, Celti added, holding a book in her hands. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that everything will soon go back to normal, said Estree, trying to appear positive. No, not everything will be the same as before, Iska whispered, remembering Belle's face. Not anymore. Well, I heard that the Ganesha family is planning to have a fair once all this is over, or so RD told me once, said Celti, wanting to change the subject. That's right, I think it will be a special fair held every year, said Estree, remembering that she had spoken about it with Ganesha some time ago. A fair with monsters. Isn't that dangerous? Harahim asked, a little nervous. Of course not, if the Ganesha family is preparing it, it means it will be something safe, I reassured her, stroking the little girl's hair. Most likely we'll be on guard at that fair, it's always the same, Iska whispered, remembering past fairs which she wanted to enjoy but couldn't because she was working. I will find a way for them to have their rest and enjoy the fair, the goddess promised. After that, they all continued chatting about any topic while waiting for the rest of the family to arrive. Is something wrong, Harahim? Estree asked, noticing that the girl was staring at a specific spot. There's a clown standing in the patio window watching us, the girl said, pointing towards the window. Upon hearing those words, they all quickly turned to look towards the window, and their blood ran cold when they saw a smiling clown standing in front of the patio window, staring at them. Seconds later the clown raised his hand which held a dagger. Estree Sama. The one who screamed was Iska, who launched herself towards her goddess, and at the same time Gassi forcefully threw the dagger, shattering the window and continuing on her way towards Estree, who just watched everything in surprise. Ugh. Iska let out a groan of pain as she felt the dagger pierce her left shoulder while trying to protect her goddess. Iska. Celti shouted, worried, as were Estree and Harahim. Gassi whispered, destroying the rest of the window with a kick and entering the headquarters. Celti, take Estree Sama and Harahim and get them out of here. Iska shouted, pulling the dagger from his shoulder, which was bleeding profusely. But. Just do it. She cried desperately. At that moment Gassi lifted the enormous sledgehammer he was carrying and struck the large wooden table in the room, breaking it into pieces and destroying the floor. Upon seeing this, Celti apologized to Iska, took her goddess and Harahim by the hand and ran out of the room, leaving the Amazon with the clown. Their priority was to protect their goddess and take her to a safe place. They couldn't let her escape alone, since they didn't know if there were more members of Evilus surrounding the headquarters. I knew you were from Evilus, Iska whispered, painfully clutching his shoulder. You're annoying, you never leave your goddess alone, Gassi said, swinging the large mace as if it weighed nothing. But it doesn't matter, I'll still kill her. Idiot, don't think I'll let you near her, he said, pulling out a dagger he had hidden away, ready to fight. I won't let you touch her. There's something I forgot to mention, the dagger was poisoned. The moment she said that, the effects of the poison began to take hold in Iska, who began to feel dizzy, and her shoulder began to hurt much more intensely. What? She whispered, staggering. I have a very high resistance to poison. What kind of poison is this? One made by Miss Lilith. And as he said those words, he raised his great mace and swung a powerful blow, striking Iska on her right side, who felt her bones crack and blood escape from her mouth. Iska forcefully impacted the wall, which he went through, falling into the hallway of the headquarters. What strength, it must be level C5, he thought, feeling a huge pain where he had been hit. With great difficulty because of the poison, Iska stood up, blood running down her head, looking at that clown who was approaching her. Wow, that poison is so potent it can instantly immobilize monsters from the deepest floors, but you can still move, you're strong. I'm going to lose because of this poison, at least I have to buy time so Celti can get Estree Sama and Harahim out of here, he thought, starting to see blurry as the poison was spreading more throughout his body. Unfortunately you ran into me and I don't like wasting time torturing my victims, I just do my job and that's it, I'm not here to be distracted by you. And with a powerful kick, I try to knock her unconscious. But Iska managed to cover herself in time with her arms, flying backwards and managing to stay on her feet. It's impossible, the poison won't let me fight, she thought in frustration, as she could barely cover herself with her arms. With great force, Gassi punched Iska in the stomach, causing her to spit out blood. And without stopping, he lifted the enormous hammer and struck her, and this time he did break her arm with the great force he used. As if it were a projectile, it flew through many walls and rooms until it crashed forcefully into a wardrobe in a room, which was destroyed. I don't know if you're dead, when I kill your goddess I'll come to check, Gassi said, looking at all the walls the Amazon had passed through. After that he turned around and went to chase Estree. While Iska lay on the floor barely conscious with blood running from her head and mouth and her body aching with more than one broken bone. That poison had really affected him quite a bit. Looking to one side of the room, he saw many kimonos scattered all over the floor. The guy is going to be furious, he thought, seeing the Oriental woman's room destroyed with a huge hole in the wall. Damn it, Estree-sama. Meanwhile, with Celti. She had already left the headquarters and started running through the streets, holding Estree's hand, who was holding Harahim's hand. He couldn't run using his full speed because of Estree and Harahim. Celti bit her lip hard as she heard the walls of the headquarters collapsing. They were destroying their home and they couldn't do anything about it. We must go to Ganesha's headquarters. Estree ordered, and Celti nodded while whispering a few words. But before they could get any further away, someone fell from the sky in front of them, cracking the ground. Hee. Iska lost, Celti thought, frustrated and worried, as she saw the clown in front of them. Estree could still feel her foulness, so she hadn't killed her, but she was probably badly hurt. You're an elf, and elves aren't very strong, except for Lady Lilith, Gassi mocked, looking at the green-haired elf. Do you want me to kill your goddess first, or you? You will not touch Estree-sama. Celti shouted those words, and at that moment a great lightning magic shot out from her staff towards Gassi, who opened his eyes in surprise. Celti had been whispering her magic chant ever since she ran off with her goddess, in case she encountered an enemy, and she was right. But thanks to his first-class reflexes, Gassi managed to dodge the powerful magic, which only grazed his left shoulder. But that was more than enough to make him feel immense pain throughout his body, as it was lightning magic. That foul, Celti whispered when she saw that it hadn't hit him. Estree-sama, keep running. I'm not sure, but it's likely he's the only one here. Run as fast as you can alongside Harahim. I'll buy you some time. Damn brat, Gassi whispered angrily, launching himself into an attack with his enormous mallet. Run away, Estree-sama. Shouted the elf, seeking cover with her magic staff, which was resistant. But his opponent's strength was so great that he broke the staff the moment it made contact with the mallet, hitting Celti in the stomach. Ah. Celti spat out a large amount of blood from her mouth, falling to her knees on the ground, clutching her stomach in pain. Small tears escaped from her eyes. She didn't want to cry, but the pain was so great that the tears escaped her eyes involuntarily. Being an elf focused on magic, she didn't have much resistance, so a blow as powerful as that was capable of damaging her quite a bit, much more than it damaged Iska. Estree, feeling Celti's spirit weaken for a moment, stopped and turned to look behind her, seeing her daughter on her knees and that clown standing still smiling. See Celti, he whispered in pain, not wanting to leave her, while little Harahim just watched with tears in her eyes, not knowing what to do. We have to go, said the little girl, knowing that the priority was to get Estree away from that place. Let's go. And without letting go of the goddess's hand, she began to run, and Estree walked away with a great pain in her heart, leaving Celti behind. Hee. With great force, Gassi kicked Celti in the jaw, which almost broke. If Iska couldn't win, neither can I, thought the pained elf, barely dodging another kick aimed at her face. Although she was surprised that Iska had lost so quickly, she was very skilled and quick to dodge some of her enemy's blows, but in less than 2 minutes that clown caught up with them. She must have used a trick to beat her so quickly. I can't see any other explanation, she thought angrily, that they had faced her friend in such a dirty way to win. But it was Evilus, so it was more than obvious. Honor and respect for his opponent did not exist. Don't look at me like that, I'm just following orders, Gassi whispered, seeing Celti's expression. If it makes you feel any better, you're the first person who's managed to hurt me since I got out of jail. Congratulations. Using what little strength she had left, Celti stood up and tried to stab him with the pointed pieces that remained of his staff, but he dodged them. But that doesn't mean I'll let myself get hit again, he forcefully connected with another strong blow to her stomach, then grabbed her by the hair and slammed her to the ground. Gassi looked up and saw that Estree was already far away from him, but with his speed he could catch up to her in a few seconds. I think that's enough playing around, While Estree and Harahim continued running, Estree, feeling Celti's strength weakening, could no longer run and stopped. Then no, I whispered, my voice trembling. I can't run away. She knew what she was doing was foolish. She could do nothing against the enemy, and all she would do was make her daughter's sacrifice in vain. But her heart begged her not to leave, to stay with him. Estree-sama, Harahim whispered as she saw the goddess crying. You run, Harahim, and go get help, I whispered, smiling weakly. I can't abandon my daughters. But. The words were cut short when a man suddenly appeared in front of Estree. The goddess was a little startled to see a hooded man with a smiling mask, believing him to be a member of Evilus. But I was wrong. Hey? Estree was shocked when that mysterious person wiped the tears from her eyes. Belle felt a strange sensation when he saw that goddess crying, as if her body was desperately asking him to protect her no matter what. Who are you? Estree whispered, looking at the masked figure in confusion. Belle was about to say a few words, but noticed what was happening behind him, a few meters away from Estree. In less than a second it disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the goddess perplexed and not understanding what had happened. Who was he? The goddess thought, still feeling the touch of that mysterious person. But Celti. She was still on the ground, in pain and prepared for her death, watching as Gassi raised his enormous hammer. If I use my full strength, I'll turn your head into mush, he said, gripping his weapon. Goodbye, elf. And as he said those words, he forcefully brought down that sledgehammer, raising a curtain of dust and cracking the ground with the force exerted. He chuckled contentedly. Huh. Although I stopped laughing when the dust settled and I couldn't see the dead elf there anymore. He quickly turned around and saw a masked man kneeling a few meters away with a green-haired elf in his arms. Belle could only observe Celti's battered face, who was still conscious and looking confusedly at the mysterious person who saved her. She no longer had her glasses. They had broken. Celti had a cut on her cheek from the blow she received when her face hit the ground, bleeding from that wound. Belle slowly brought his hand to the elf's cheek and caressed it as if it were the most delicate flower, cleaning the blood. Something warm that he thought had disappeared reappeared in his heart when he saw that green-haired elf, and not only with her. Also when he saw that goddess and that group of women. After a long time, her heart felt something different, something other than hatred and sadness. Celti felt surprised when she felt that man caressing her cheek so gently. He didn't know why, but he didn't dislike that person's touch at all. In fact, it was pleasant and warm. Hee. Although Gassi's laughter snapped them out of their moment. How cute. Is he your boyfriend? Asked the smiling clown. Belle looked into Celti's eyes one last time before turning his gaze back to him, still kneeling. Gassi, I whispered, glaring at the clown beneath that mask. Celti opened her eyes in shock upon hearing that voice. He couldn't forget her, that voice he thought he would never hear again. He was unmistakable, he couldn't be wrong. That voice was. Belle. The elf whispered, her voice trembling. Meanwhile, a group of girls were already near the scene of the fight, still bewildered by the words Nise had told them. Was Belle alive? That was the question on everyone's mind at that moment. Belle's darkened gaze and that clown's mocking smile were just the beginning of a confrontation. End of chapter. Chapter 51. I'm sorry. Through the dark streets of Orario, a masked albino ran at full speed towards the headquarters of the Estree family. For some reason, when I heard the goddess's name, I felt a great desire to protect her, as if something in my mind told me it was my duty not to allow anyone to harm her. And also when he left the Rudder family base he immediately remembered the location of the Justice family headquarters. His memories were now a mess since he saw the girls having a severe headache while running. It was as if something inside his mind wanted to come out, something he had buried as he murdered more. Estree Sama, he whispered, increasing his speed more and more, leaving the girls far behind. I wouldn't allow it, I would never forgive myself if anything happened to that goddess, even though my memories of her were almost non-existent. But her heart told her it was important, the most important thing she had to protect. Thanks to his enhanced senses after becoming a creature, he could see in the distance a woman with brown hair and a white dress running hand in hand with a blonde girl, but suddenly they stopped. Estree Sama, he whispered upon seeing the beautiful face of that woman who had begun to shed tears. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of her, startling her with his sudden arrival. Seeing that expression of fear directed towards him caused him some pain. I wanted to hug her, I wanted to hear her voice, I wanted to see her smile. Her feelings were coming out uncontrollably as she looked at more familiar faces. Slowly I raised my hand and caressed the goddess's cheek, wiping away a tear. He didn't want to see her cry. It hurt him to see her like that. Who are you? It was the faint whisper that escaped the goddess as she stared at him. Who was it? Not even he knew. A human. A monster. The crazy killer. He didn't understand. He had just asked a simple question and it had a great impact on him, leaving him unsure how to respond. Who was he? The psychopath. It was a voice she heard in her mind, a mocking voice. No, you're not a psychopath, you're bellcranel from the Estree family. And she heard another whisper in her head, only this time it was a soft and understanding voice. His mind was becoming more and more of a mess and he began to hear voices. One side screamed at him that he was a nameless murderous madman and the other told him that he was someone born to bring justice to their side. She thought, remembering that group of girls. My family. Slowly, Belle removed his hand from Estree's cheek, seeing that she no longer had an expression of fear but one of confusion. He was about to answer her. To tell him that his name was bellcranel. But then I turned to look behind Estree, a few meters away from her. The green-haired elf on her knees and a clown raising a huge mallet to smash her head. Seeing that again, the feeling of anger returned to her heart, disappearing in the blink of the confused goddess. Goodbye, elf. When Gassi was close to killing Celti at great speed, Belle appeared, gently taking the elf in his arms and walking away, hitting the mallet on the hard ground. And another whirlwind of feelings appeared in his heart when he saw the injured face of that elf. Another person whose heart was screaming at her to be very important. As if she were the most delicate flower, I caressed her cheek, cleaning the blood from her face. It was strange, it was so confusing. A few hours ago he remembered nothing, believing he had always been a monster, but now, seeing them, a flood of emotions and vague memories came to him. There were so many that his mind couldn't process them, and he felt that headache getting stronger and stronger. His brain was screaming to remember everything, to remember what he once was before he became a psychopath. I gently stroked the elf's hair, removing the dust from it, seeing the girl's bewildered expression. My family. How cute. Is he your boyfriend? But the quality of her heart disappeared when she heard the voice of that clown, her gaze darkening again. Her anger and desire to kill him grew stronger when she saw how he had hurt the elf. Gassi, she whispered with hatred in her voice, wanting to kill him. And the moment he spoke for the first time since he arrived, he felt Celti take his hand and turn to look at her. Upon seeing her, he noticed the expression of shock, pain, and confusion she had. Belle? Celti whispered, unable to believe it. Is that you? It didn't matter that she had only heard his voice for a second, Celti remembered the albino's voice perfectly, and that second was more than enough to recognize him. See Celti, for some reason Belle said those words, remembering her name for a moment. When Celti heard her name from the masked man's voice, and that his voice was like Belle's, she felt a knot in her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes as she couldn't believe it, raising her hand to caress the mask. Had he come from beyond just to protect her? She didn't understand, she couldn't understand. Belle. For a moment she wanted to remove that mask and see his face, wanting to see if it was that albino she missed so much, and apparently he would let her since he wasn't doing anything to prevent it. But someone else did avoid it. Ha. The deranged laughter was heard behind them as they watched Gassi standing just a few meters away with his mace in the air, ready to kill them both. Belle's gaze sharpened at the sight, and he jumped back while hugging Celti, preventing some stones that flew out from the impact of the hammer from hitting her. Upon reaching a secluded spot, Belle gently placed her on the ground. Celti still held his hand, not wanting him to leave. She wanted to see his face and confirm if it was him. She wanted to hear his voice again. But the albino gently moved his hand away, letting him know that he had to take care of that. So, standing up, he turned his back on the elf and began walking towards his opponent. Celti. When Estree saw that the strange masked man had saved her daughter and left her near her, she ran in her direction along with Harahim to check that she was alright. When she reached her side, Estree knelt down, worried. Are you okay? She asked, worried. But Celti didn't respond, she just kept watching that person's back walk away. Belle, she whispered weakly, but Estree managed to hear her and was shocked. What? What did you say? Yes, Belle. Estree turned to look, still in shock, in the same direction as Celti, which was the back of that masked man. Him? Meanwhile, with Belle. He stopped a few meters in front of Gassi, who was still smiling. You must be Lilith's failed experiment, or maybe you're her experiment, I don't understand that stuff about creatures, he said mockingly. So you were the one murdering members of Evilus all week. Let me tell you, it was all for nothing, since Ava isn't even angry. He was planning to kill them eventually, after all. Why so serious? You heard her, he whispered hatefully. Not only her, but also an Amazon who is inside that headquarters, I think she is already dead. Belle's expression grew even angrier upon hearing those words, recalling the image of a smiling Amazon asking him for advice on how to better handle the dagger. Aiska, he whispered, gripping his scythe tightly. Although seconds later he puts it behind his back and takes out his dark sword. Are you going to fight or? Gassi cut him off as Belle moved at great speed to cut him with his sword. Although he quickly blocked the sword with his weapon, cracking the ground beneath them with the great force exerted. Wow, you're strong and fast, Gassi whispered, seeing those red eyes full of anger beneath that mask. I can play with you. Belle, applying more force, forced him back, both weapons releasing sparks the moment they separated. Ha. And with great speed Gassi launched a strong attack with his mace which Belle managed to dodge by taking a step back and then another step to the left, dodging the weapon again which hit the ground hard, cracking it. Ouch! Exclaimed the clown, ducking at the last second to dodge the sword that was headed for his head. Ugh. His words were cut short by a groan of pain as he received a powerful punch to his stomach which sent him flying backwards. But Belle didn't let him rest, unleashing a great flurry of cuts which carried the anger he felt wanting to kill him. Bassi blocked each attack with his mallet as best he could, making it increasingly difficult for him. It's obvious they transformed him into a creature, he thought with a nervous smile. He was supposed to be level 4 and now he has the strength of a level 5. No, I dare say he's already at level 6. Bassi gritted his teeth as he blocked another attack from Belle, cracking the ground beneath them even more with the pressure. But he's a bit behind Fulax in physical strength. I'd say he's a level 6 at the start. If this kid keeps eating magic stones he'll be a complete monster. The powerful punch hit the clown's stomach, causing him to spit out a little blood. But before Belle could pull his arm away, he grabbed it tightly, lifted it into the air, and slammed it to the ground. But Belle immediately, even from the ground, launched a powerful kick to Gassi's left side, sending him flying and crashing into a wall. Belle quickly stood up and ran towards him but stopped at the last second, ducking down, and at that moment 3 daggers passed where his head had been. Ah ha ha. Bassi leaped up to Belle, grabbing his hammer with both hands and launching a powerful attack at him. Belle was ready to retreat, but at the last second Gassi grabbed only the tip of his mace, making its reach longer, and launched the powerful attack which hit Belle squarely in the stomach. Hey? Bassi was confused when he saw that Belle didn't shoot backwards, even though he used all his power. Slowly, I lowered my gaze, seeing how the ground where Belle's feet were was completely cracked and his feet were slightly sunk into the ground. Incredible, he whispered. The albino had put all his strength into his feet to avoid being thrown backwards, even though he would suffer more damage by remaining there. Slowly, Belle raised his gaze and looked Gassi in the eyes, a trickle of blood running down his mouth beneath that mask. Is that all? He whispered. Hey shit. Bassi quickly tried to get away, but Belle went even further, slashing with his sword. Blood splattered everywhere and an arm flew through the air until it fell to the ground. Bassi just stared at the arm that had just been cut off, watching as it bled non-stop. He laughed, watching Belle's fist heading towards him. Being distracted, he couldn't dodge it in time and it hit him full force, sending him crashing back into the wall, which cracked. How fun, I chuckled softly with a big smile as I watched the albino approach. Let's continue. Ignoring his cut arm and bleeding, he jumped back into the fight, still smiling. Meanwhile, at headquarters, a certain Amazonian woman slowly emerged, her body aching and unsteady. Damn poison, I whispered. I have to find Estree-sama. Iska felt frustrated at having lost so overwhelmingly to that clown, but she was sure it was all the fault of that poison. I wouldn't have won, but at least it would have lasted longer so that Celti, Haraham, and Estree could escape. I failed to protect her, damn, he whispered, clenching his fists. Iska. Upon hearing her name, the Amazon quickly turned to look in that direction, seeing Ryu and the rest of the family approaching her with worried expressions. Did they come back that quickly? I asked. Ryu quickly cast her healing magic to heal all of her friends' wounds. And Estree-sama? Allies asked, worried, as were the rest, upon seeing that part of their home was destroyed. See, Celti took her away, and what happened to you guys? He asked, seeing Nise's expression. Did something happen on the mission? You won't believe what happened, Noin whispered, still processing the beastman's words. What's wrong? But before they could continue talking, a large fire serpent shot up into the air from the street near the headquarters, then came back down with a roar and caused an explosion. Fire magic, Ryana whispered. Estree-sama, Iska thought with concern. Let's go, Kagaya whispered, running towards that place, as did the others, with Iska being helped by Noin since the poison was still in her. Upon going outside, they could see Celti on her knees next to Estree and Haraham, looking in a specific direction with a bewildered expression, and the elf was shedding tears. A great relief appeared in all of them when they saw that their goddess was alright. But they were confused when they saw their expressions directing their gaze to the same place they were looking. And what they saw made their blood run cold and their heart stop beating for a few seconds. "Ah no," Nise whispered, tears streaming down her face. "This has to be a joke," Lyra whispered in shock. The guy just stood there with a perplexed expression, unable to believe it. "What?" Iska whispered, receiving an even greater shock since she was unaware of anything, and suddenly seeing what was happening was a great shock to her. And no, thought Ryana, starting to shed tears, believing that it was an illusion. Allies' green eyes just watched what was happening, unable to process it. And they all had the same reaction. It was the biggest surprise they could have ever received in their entire lives. "Belle," Estree whispered. A few meters away from them, that hooded guy had his torso completely naked since his clothes had been burned by that fire magic, leaving him with a few burns, and his hood had also been burned, leaving his white hair exposed. And if that surprised all the women, what followed left them breathless. Little by little, that smiling mask cracked more and more until it shattered into pieces, the fragments falling to the ground and revealing the face of that person. Red eyes. No. Pale skin. No, it's not possible. The white hair. Big dark circles under the eyes. How? And empty eyes showing no emotion. Belle, they all whispered, unable to believe that the albino who had died was standing in front of them. Belle. Minutes earlier. Ha ha ha. With his only arm, Gassy launched another strong attack which was easily dodged by the albino who grabbed his leg and slammed him hard into the ground, cracking it and causing the clown's red nose to fall to the ground. I quickly tried to kill him, but Gassy immediately stood up, dodging the attack. His arm was still dripping blood. You couldn't even tell if he was pale because his face was white from using makeup to paint it. But she still maintained a big smile. Belle sheathed his sword again and angrily launched an attack at great speed. A punch to the stomach. Then one in the face. Another one on the face. A hard kick to his right leg. A punch to his jaw. Belle threw punch after punch, each one hitting the clown who, despite being beaten, never stopped smiling. This he thought, receiving another hard punch. It's incredible. Little by little, Gassy's big hammer turned red, confusing Belle. More. I shouted, throwing a quick kick that forced Belle back. And the moment he stepped back, his smile grew wider as he raised his gavel. Swallow this, he whispered, his mallet glowing red hot. Hi ban. And with those words he struck the ground, forming a huge circle of fire from which emerged a huge flaming snake, rising into the skies, causing Belle to show an expression of surprise for the first time in the entire battle. Ha ha ha. And when he was a few meters away, he came down forcefully again towards where Belle was, who took a while to dodge him. The moment the fire serpent touched the ground, an explosion occurred at the site, causing Celti to protect her goddess and harem, making sure that none of the debris that rose up fell on them. Are you alright, Estree-sama? Celti asked. Why yes, I whispered, surprised by that magical attack. I'm fine. That was powerful magic without singing, Celti said, terrified by how powerful the current high command of Evilus was. They were nothing like the previous ones from the Dark Age. They were superior. Gassy breathed with difficulty after having used that magic. Although it was powerful, it consumed almost all of her energy in exchange for not having a song. She always used it as a last resort in a battle. Shit, I whispered, watching the smoke from the explosion disappear. I barely burned you. As all the smoke dissipated, the albino's bare torso could be seen, his clothes burned and his body covered in burns, including his hood, revealing his white hair and shocking Celti, Estree, and harem. And at that same moment the rest of the family appeared on the scene, having the same reaction as Belle's mask cracked until it broke into pieces, revealing his emaciated face. I thought you were scarier, Gassy laughed, staggering. Belle, oblivious to the girl's stares, watched with pure hatred the clown wanting to spill blood. I wanted to make him scream, beg for his life. Go on. Before Gassy could finish speaking, a large number of cuts appeared all over his body and he began to bleed from all of them. Belle was so fast that he didn't even see when he moved his sword to cut him. He's very strong, he thought, seeing the red eyes filled with anger and bloodlust. And at that moment another punch hit his face, sending him straight to the ground. But it didn't stop there. With great speed, Belle threw a punch at Gassy's face, who was still on the ground. A punch. Another punch. One more. And one more. One punch after another hit his face, splattering blood all over the floor and beginning to disfigure his face somewhat under the watchful, shocked gaze of all the girls. Gassy laughed whenever he could after receiving another punch, bleeding all over his face. And after more than 20 punches, Belle stopped, his knuckles covered in blood. But that wasn't over. Slowly, I bring my hand to his back and take out my scythe. He was going to stab it into her head again and again, not caring if she died the first time. He was the last target on that list, so he had to finish him off, he had to assassinate him. Slowly he raised his sickle to plunge it into his head, seeing the clown's mocking expression. And when he was close to doing so, a whisper reached him. Belle? The albino stopped upon hearing that voice, all the bloodlust he felt disappearing. Slowly, I raised my gaze and saw a group of girls a few meters away staring at me with perplexed expressions. I could even see one of them cover Harem's eyes. Belle's hand began to tremble when he saw them. A huge lump formed in her throat as she didn't know how to react. Fear began to overwhelm him again. As he smiled at the sight and, gripping his mallet tightly, struck him with everything he had in the face, sending him flying a few meters. But the albino, despite having started bleeding from the head, barely felt it and began to stand up. And Gassy too, who staggered and managed to do it, bleeding from the mouth from all the punches he received. Yes, this is how a fight should be, full of blood, he whispered excitedly, seeing how the albino had lowered his gaze. Haha, let's keep going until we die. Belle no longer planned to entertain himself. Seeing the girls' faces had taken away all his desire to make that clown suffer, so he would just kill him with a simple attack and be done with it. And Gassy knew that perfectly well, but he wanted to keep fighting. Something he loved were death battles. It was what he enjoyed the most. Come on. And with a big smile and raising his hammer with one hand, he ran towards Belle, ready to end that fight. And Belle took his sword, ready to end that with a single attack. But before he could do anything, the ground beneath Gassy opened up. The clown's expression changed to one of anger as he watched himself slowly begin to fall through that hole. Lilith, daughter of a. It was the last scream he let out as he fell through that hole and was lost in the darkness, the same hole which closed again as if the earth had never opened. I'm escaping, Belle thought when he couldn't see him anywhere. Damn it. Although then he remembered the reason why he lost his desire to kill, not having the courage to look up. It all happened so fast. Nobody knew what happened. That clown suddenly disappeared into the ground as if he had never been there. Perhaps he had escaped, nobody knew. But in a matter of seconds that ceased to be unimportant. The Estree family stared incredulously at the albino with his dull eyes and downcast gaze, believing that it was all just a trick of his mind. But it wasn't. The shock that hit them was so great that they didn't move a single muscle, just stood there motionless, staring at that person. They still couldn't believe it. Belle, the boy they all loved and thought they would never see again, stood before them with burns on his body. The same burns began to heal in a matter of seconds, surprising them. Belle didn't know what to think. They were all staring at him in that silent street and he was starting to feel panic, fear, shame, and sadness. I didn't have the courage to look up and meet their eyes, I couldn't. He still couldn't remember them, but his heart did. He knew that all of them were important to him. I didn't know what to do. Belle. The first to say her name was Nise, who felt a strong pain in her heart upon seeing her dull face, with large dark circles under her eyes. He was nothing like the Belle she remembered, that kind boy who could make her heart beat faster with just a smile. But despite that, an enormous happiness began to flood her heart when she saw him. Belle was alive, he was standing in front of her. I hadn't lost it. Belle. With tears still on her face, Nise ran towards him to hug him. Or that was the idea, since someone got in his way before he could take a step, preventing him from getting closer to him. Hey Kagaya, he whispered upon seeing the Oriental woman who had a serious expression hiding the chaos of emotions within her. Who are you? He whispered, gripping his katana tightly. Answer me. Who are you? I shouted, surprising the others. Why do you say that, Kagaya? It's Belle. Don't be silly, Nise. Shouted the Asian woman, struggling to hold back tears in that place. Seeing Belle's face after so long had deeply affected her heart. Part of her wanted to run to him and hug him, but another part of her wouldn't allow it. That person couldn't be Belle. Why, you saw him die. Nise Estree-sama confirmed his death. It's impossible that that person is Belle, she whispered, looking at the albino, who still kept his gaze lowered. But. The rest of the girls felt the same as the Asian girl. Seeing Belle suddenly caused them a great shock and they couldn't understand anything. Belle, Ryana whispered with tears in her eyes, wanting to get closer to him, but she couldn't. Just like Kagaya, she had many doubts in her heart. You said it yourself, Nise. Evilus took his body. Kagaya, calm down, Estree pleaded, trying to maintain her composure, as even she didn't understand what was happening. I had never heard of a dead person coming back to life. What if those damned Evilus are controlling his corpse? What if one of those damned Evilus copied his appearance to make us lower our guard? That makes sense, Noin whispered, not knowing what to believe, feeling Mariu take his hand. Upon seeing her friend, she noticed how she was trembling slightly, maintaining a bewildered expression. She wasn't even crying, the shock had been too great for her. Are you Belle? The one who said those words was Allies, taking a step forward. Say something please. Not only were the girls affected at that moment, Belle's mind was a mess, having a severe headache the more he heard their voices. She wanted to flee that place, run as fast as possible and not get near them, but her other part didn't want to leave. She wanted to stay with them and explain everything even though she didn't know what to explain. He barely remembered vague things enough to confirm that he was the bellcranel they remembered. Why, you were the one who's been murdering all the members of Evilus? Lyra asked, trying to maintain her composure. Why aren't you saying anything? Kagaya shouted angrily again. Can you copy Belle's appearance but not his voice? Why, you're wrong, Kagaya, Salty whispered, catching everyone's attention. Her voice is just like Belle-san's. Be protected, Salty. Do you really think someone who belongs to Evilus would save a person? Estree whispered. Little by little, the tears began to flow down Kagaya's face, no longer able to control them. She could no longer hold back her emotions. Seeing Belle again really affected him. Why? She whispered, tears slowly streaming down her cheeks. If you were alive, why didn't you come back to us? But Estree Sama stopped feeling her presence. Belle died. How is that possible? Asta asked, unable to understand anything. Little Haraham, although happy to see her hero, looked sadly and worriedly at the others, not understanding why they weren't happy about his return. I refuse to believe it, Kagaya whispered again. Why you're not Belle even though the evilest people are filthy scum, the Belle I know wouldn't kill anyone like that, he wouldn't kill like he was enjoying it like a damn psychopath. Kagaya. Nise shouted. Ryana said it. The Belle we know would never act that way. The woman in question just lowered her gaze, remembering that she had said that, but now she didn't know what to believe. You're not him, you're not Belle died. Kagaya's doubts were more than justified. Belle had died and technically it was impossible for someone to return to life, so the only options were that someone from Evilus had magic to control corpses or someone had magic to change appearance. Although a part of her heart told her that it was him, the boy she loved so much. Are you really not going to say anything? He whispered, gripping his katana. Say something, even if it's just trying to convince us it's you. The rest just stood there silently staring at him, not moving a single muscle since Gassi disappeared. I'm sorry. And the only words the albino could say were an apology. He didn't even know why he was apologizing, but he felt the need to say it. An apology for the tears they were shedding. I'm sorry, she apologized again, a single tear escaping from her eye and running down her cheek. Nise could no longer resist seeing that. Kagaya tried to stop her, but the beastman ignored her and continued running towards the albino, who kept his gaze lowered, which he slowly raised as he saw her approaching. And from the moment he saw her face again, he did what his heart was desperately calling him to do. Give him a hug. I'm sorry, Belle. Nise shouted, feeling the albino's warmth. I'm sorry. The others just watched, their minds and hearts a mess, not knowing what to do. I'm so sorry I couldn't help you in the dungeon. I was so weak. She cried, still clutching him tightly. I couldn't do anything to save you. If only I had been stronger. Belle could only hear the beastman's screams, feeling a pressure in his chest as he watched her cry. I'm sorry, Belle. I'm sorry. Slowly, Belle raised his hands, causing Kagaya to almost lunge, thinking he would hurt her. But I just hug her, I hug her gently and stroke her hair, shedding another single tear. And Nise was the weak whisper that came out of him as he listened to the she-wolf's sobs. Ryana's staff fell to the ground as she watched in shock. Belle. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. Belle. And she couldn't resist either, running towards the albino to hug him, unable to believe he was alive. See Cranel-san, Ryu whispered, starting to walk slowly, wanting to get a closer look at his friend's face. Ryu fell to her knees, watching Ryana and Nise hug Belle, unable to believe it. Is Belle alive? Ryu whispered, feeling her heartbeat quicken. Isn't this an illusion? How's possible? Nguyen said, unable to even take a step because of the shock. What happened? Iska whispered, confused after her battle with Gassi, or rather, her beating. Suddenly, the boy she loved so much and believed to be dead was standing before her. She couldn't understand it. Lyra whispered Asta, watching as the hobbit covered her eyes, from which tears kept flowing. Shut up, the hobbit whispered, trying to stop her tears, but she couldn't. Idiot, do you really dare to show up now? You're an idiot. Belle-san, Salty whispered, wiping away the tears that were running down her cheeks. Araham, seeing that Nise and Ryana were hugging him, also ran wanting to hug the albino. Balal's eyes understood absolutely nothing, even though her heart was beating with joy and her tears were slowly falling, she still couldn't understand how Belle was still alive. Out of the corner of my eye, I turned to look at Kagaya, who had lowered her gaze and clenched her fists. Are you really TU? It was the faint whisper she heard that escaped from the Oriental woman who still refused to believe that that person was Belle. At that moment, a group from the Ganesha family, including Shakti and Denev, arrived at the place. They were patrolling nearby when they saw a fire serpent rise into the sky and then descend again near the Estree family headquarters, quickly going there to see what was happening. When they arrived they saw the whole family shedding tears, not understanding what was happening. But when they saw who Nise and Ryana were hugging, they were shocked, and even more so Denev, who saw him die. Belle? Denev whispered, unable to believe it. What? Shakti thought, completely shocked, something unusual for her. And the same thing happened with the rest of the Ganesha family members who were with them. While Estree just watched as the rest of her daughters gradually approached the albino, with the exception of Kagaya, who stayed behind with her head down. Estree was happy to see him again, but she still wasn't sure if it was really him, and if it was, then why hadn't he come back to them? Or because he had taken such a dark path. Thinking about it caused him enormous pain. What did they do to you? the goddess thought, tears streaming down her face. Belle. Things would now take a different turn, although there were still many things to sort out. Once again, the Estree family couldn't sleep because of the unexpected surprise they had received. At Knossos. Sava, along with Lilith and Apate, were sitting in one of the many rooms of that labyrinth. And a hole opened up in the roof of that place. Ah. And from that hole a clown suddenly fell to the ground, the hole closing again. And returned. Lilith, you wretch. Gassi shouted angrily, standing up, blood still dripping from his severed arm and the other cuts on his body. Why did you do that? Ah, you should thank me, you'd be dead right now if it weren't for me. The fight was at its best. And you interrupted it. She yelled, wanting to rip off the wig she was wearing. Why? Well, we sent Gretel to keep watch, and it turns out you were losing. My nephew is strong, Sava laughed, his arms behind his head. Listen, Gassi, you'd better go get that amputated arm treated and regain your strength. Tomorrow you'll have more time to have fun, Lilith ordered. We'll do something else. But. Now. And with that angry shout, the clown turned around, beginning to stagger from blood loss, leaving the three of them alone. I didn't know you could do that with your magic, Sava said, looking at the elf. It has its limitations, but I can use it in many ways. I can get the most use out of it here in Knossos, she explained proudly. Can you tell me what you're planning? Apate asked angrily, since Estree was still alive. Goddess Apate, your plan was brilliant, I have to admit. Asking the god Rudra to give his children as bait so that the goddess Estree would be unprotected and Gassi could kill her was very ingenious. Unfortunately, little Belle was wandering around those places and, as you can see, it failed, Sava said with an innocent smile. Yes, I could tell. And that's why we'll do it our way now, the old-fashioned way, he said, standing up and taking a dagger, looking at the picture of 4 gods on the wall. The goddess Loki, the goddess Freya, the god Ganesha, and the goddess Estree. However weak some may be, we must not underestimate them. We must go all out from the beginning to guarantee victory or cut the root of the tree so that the energy stops flowing, he said, taking the tip of the dagger and throwing it at the wall, hitting one of the photos. I slowly walked towards the wall and removed the knife, taking the picture and smiling. Lilith. Gather all the level 4 and 5 monsters we have available, and if you can, bring a monster fused with a strong spirit, we'll need it. Ooh, and what do you plan to do? The elf asked playfully. Sava, still smiling, showed the photo to both women. Tomorrow night we have to pay a visit to the goddess of jokes. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.